Counter-Rev Audio. February 2022. Leviathan and Its Enemies, Mass Organization and Managerial Power in 20th-Century America by Samuel T. Francis. Published by Washington Summit Publishers in 2016. Author's Preface. This book is an effort to revise and reformulate the theory of the managerial revolution as advanced by James Burnham in 1941. It argues that in the course of the first half of the 20th century, a new class of managers emerged in the economy, government, and culture of the United States, and that this new class or elite adopted an ideology and a set of policies that reflected its common interest in acquiring and consolidating national power. The emergence of this new managerial elite led to a protracted political and ideological conflict with the old bourgeois elite that prevailed in the United States between the Civil War and the Depression, and this conflict underlay most of the issues on which the left and the right in American politics divided between World War I and the 1980s. At the end of the 20th century, a new social and political force unknown to Burnham, the post-bourgeois proletariat, may be emerging to challenge managerial dominance and to offer a new synthesis of bourgeois and managerial values and interests. Burnham's book excited considerable interest when it was published, but its iconoclastic tone as well as various conceptual opacities in the presentation of its thesis did not serve it well. Burnham regarded the totalitarian or authoritarian regimes of Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia as archetypes of the emerging managerial society, and he predicted that managerialism in the United States would evolve in a similar direction. He did not anticipate that managerial dominance in societies where mass participation in politics, the economy, and culture was already established could not easily assume authoritarian forms. This book argues that while the United States, Nazi Germany, and the Soviet Union should be seen as fundamentally managerial, there is an important distinction between them in the ways in which their respective managerial elites exercise power. In the soft managerial regimes of the United States and Western Europe, the existence of political democracy, a consumer-driven capitalist economy, and a mass culture demands forms of elite domination through manipulative means. In the hard managerial regimes, such as those of the National Socialists and the Soviet Communist Party, the absence of mass participation at the time managerial elites began to emerge enabled and perhaps required the new elites to rely on coercive means of domination. There are obvious differences between the soft and hard models, but the underlying similarity which arises from a common reliance on mass bureaucratic organizations, the application of technology to social and political arrangements, and an elite that acquires power and rewards from bureaucracy and technology cannot be ignored or denied. Burnham wrote The Managerial Revolution as a finale to several years of intra-Marxist polemics, and his book not only antagonized the Marxist sympathies of many intellectuals in the 1930s but also carried too much of the ideological baggage of economic determinism to satisfy non-Marxists. Burnham regarded the managerial class as sustaining its power primarily through its control of the means of production. He did not at first sufficiently allow for other organizational bases of managerial power in the state, and he tended to ignore the possibility of cultural hegemony by a managerial intelligentsia. This book does not argue for the primacy of any one mode of organizational power over another. Neither control of the economy nor of the state nor of the culture by itself will establish its controlling group as the dominant elite of a society. Control of all these modes is necessary to establish dominance, and it is argued that, despite differences and subsidiary conflicts among the managerial groups in each mode, these groups share sufficient interests, beliefs, and perceptions in common that it is meaningful to speak of a unified managerial elite, if not a managerial class. Burnham later altered the conceptual framework of the theory of the managerial revolution from a Marxist one to a perspective drawn from what has come to be known as the classical elite theory of Vilfredo Pareto and Gaetano Mosca. This revision perhaps did not render his theory any more palatable to most American social scientists, however, since they found the classical elite model almost as distasteful and unsatisfactory as the Marxist model. Nevertheless, this book also makes use of classical elite theory, though it does so in conjunction with other sociological perspectives as well when these seem applicable, and it tries to modify and control all such schematic frameworks with concrete historical evidence. While the first chapter is necessarily rather skeletal and abstract in presentation because of the need to establish definitions and categories, later chapters seek to add some historical flesh to the sociological bones. One such perspective is that of what Louis Galambos calls the organizational synthesis, of which Burnham himself was an early exponent. Later exponents of the organizational synthesis, who include John Kenneth Galbraith and Alfred D. Chandler Jr., on whose works the present book relies, share what Galambos calls the assumption that some of the most, if not the single most, important changes which have taken place in modern America have centered around a shift from small-scale, informal, locally or regionally oriented groups to large-scale, national, formal organizations. This book shares that assumption, but it also argues that these changes did not come about by themselves or in disembodied forms, but because certain groups, elites, perceived them as beneficial to themselves and pushed them into reality. The method of this book is not to adduce new information so much as to organize known information into a new perspective that interprets American history in the 20th century as a conflict between two different elites based on two different kinds of organization. The dynamics of that conflict and its eventual resolution in favor of the managerial elite based on mass organizations, rather than the details of the history of the conflict, is the main subject of the book. Left and right are interpreted as labels that indicate these different elites and the issues over which they contested, but ideas associated with both the left as well as the right have proved useful in offering interpretations of the major American socio-political conflict of this century. Today, it is likely that any further conflict between managerial and bourgeois groups will no longer generate a left-right division in the conventional senses of those terms, but certainly there will be no shortage of conflict in the United States in the future. By trying to understand the meaning of the managerial revolution and how that revolution gave birth to the Leviathan regime of fused mass organizations in the state, economy, and culture of the present, this book may contribute to illuminating the conflicts of the future. August, 1991. Chapter 1. The Emergence of Managerial Elites. The Revolution of Mass and Scale. In the last half of the 19th century and the first part of the 20th, Western Europe and North America experienced a profound and unique transformation in the dominant structures of their common civilization. This transformation, comparable in its implications to those of the Neolithic transition from subsistence hunting to agricultural production, is not yet complete and probably will not end soon. Its essential characteristic consists in the vast and dramatic enlargement of mass and scale in almost all areas of organized human activity, the growth of mass populations, concentrated in huge urban conglomerations, working in large factories and offices, producing, consuming, governing, voting, communicating, and fighting on scales and in numbers that are unique in history. The principal consequence of this revolution of mass and scale has been the reorganization of human communities at all levels into structures radically different from the institutions of earlier civilizations. These new structures, mass organizations today, are the dominant, though still not the most common, forms of social organization in the Western world, in government in the form of bureaucratized mass states, whether constitutional or totalitarian, in the economy, in the form of mass corporations, public agencies, and unions that direct and regulate production and consumption, in society, in the form of mass churches and religious movements, mass universities and educational institutions, mass media, and mass associations that contain and discipline the population. The rise and predominance of mass organizations in the 20th century constitute what Kenneth Boulding in 1953 called the organizational revolution, the growth in the size and importance of organizations of almost all kinds in the past few decades, and correspond also to what Pitirim Sorokin called colossalism in cultural, ethical, and aesthetic as well as in social and economic life. The rearrangement of human societies within and under mass organizations was necessary to contain, discipline, and provide services for the new mass populations and the exponential growth of social interaction that resulted from population increases. The smaller and more compact structures of traditional societies were unable to accommodate the physical, social, and psychic needs of the new scale of population in the form of adequate material provisions, labor, education, communication, culture, and government. And the enlargement of organizational scale was a response to the impending breakdown of traditional institutions that the vast increases in population precipitated. The availability of new physical and social technologies also made mass organizations feasible and reinforced the tendencies toward the further enlargement of their scale. Physical technologies, based on the application of scientific knowledge to natural resources, made possible new forms of communication and transportation that facilitated the creation and management of mass organizations, while new social technologies, based on the application of the social sciences to human behavior, also facilitated the emergence of permanent mass organizations in the form of corporations, unions, and bureaucracies and their management through public finance and administration, scientific management, mass public relations, and the uses of psychology, sociology, political science, and economics. While the continuing enlargement of populations and their human resources and interactions made a reorganization of society necessary, the new organizational technologies made the reorganization possible and also encouraged the acceleration of the revolution of mass and scale, initiating a self-sustaining process in which mass organizations continued to enlarge, expand, and extend their functions into activities and relationships outside themselves. As a population expands and redistributes itself, wrote Neil W. Chamberlain in the 1960s, it can no longer function effectively under new circumstances by using old organizational forms. The United States in the third quarter of the 20th century cannot rely on the same economic and political structure that suited it 100 years ago. Business enterprises, universities, hospitals, labor unions cannot function effectively today with the same organizational forms that suited their much smaller predecessors of a century ago. Even without the advancement in knowledge and technology which has occurred in that time, the pressure of added numbers alone requires modification of functional forms. As an organization grows, its manner of functioning must take account of that growth or it is impeded from performing its function, a case of diminishing returns flowing from a fixed factor. The density of present urban populations has required the organization of entirely new systems of public relief, public health, sanitation, law enforcement, and education. The general tendency of mass organizations to continue their enlargement has brought them into conflict with more compact traditional organizations and with the ideas, values, and systems of belief associated with them. The conflict is accentuated in the emergence of new elites within the new organizations and the rivalry between them and the older elites of traditional society. As Chamberlain noted, a change in social organization would require a change in the authority structure, thereby threatening the allocation of privilege. New functionaries would have to be provided for, power and authority to deal with changed situations would have to be redistributed, virtually necessitating some dilution of existing power and authority and introducing a revised system of rewards and benefits appropriate to the new organization. No wonder that for those who are the chief beneficiaries of the existing system, the status quo is preferred. The large scale and complexity of mass organizations, and their dependence on highly technical functions and the skills that perform them, serve to create elites within them that differ in composition, structure, mentality, and interests from those that presided over the prescriptive civilizations of Europe prior to the industrial and democratic revolutions of the 18th century and from those that ruled 19th century bourgeois Europe and America. Mass organizations cannot be governed through the personal skills and character, the legal relationships, or the status categories that sufficed to equip the elites of the smaller organizations of earlier eras. Technical, highly specialized skills and knowledge acquired through formal training are necessary for the control and direction of mass organizations. Merit, the ability to acquire and to use proficiently the skills necessary for the direction of mass organizations, is the criterion by which entrance to an ascendancy within the elite are gained. The new elites therefore have no interest in preserving, and in fact have considerable interest in discrediting and abandoning, other criteria of reward and professional and social advancement such as status, kinship, inheritance, or adherence to moral codes, which were the prevalent criteria in traditional elites. Those persons who are able to acquire and apply the technical skills and knowledge necessary for the operation and direction of mass organizations therefore acquire control over them and displace the older elites that instigated the organizational expansion. The technically qualified elites of the new mass organizations thus acquire power, material rewards, and status from their positions of control, and they possess a common interest in encouraging the process of organizational enlargement, maintaining the enlarged organizational scale, expanding the role of mass organizations, increasing reliance on technical skills, and thereby enhancing the range of their own skills throughout society and the power and rewards that such skills bring. The conflict between the new elites and the older elites they challenge occurs not only within the organizations themselves but also in all the political, economic, and social and cultural activities that mass organizations undertake, and the conflict is not restricted to a struggle for formal political and economic power but involves a contest for social and cultural power as well. The persistence of traditional institutions and systems of belief constrains and impedes the continuing growth of mass organizations and their operations, and it is imperative for the emerging elites to challenge, discredit, and erode the moral, intellectual, and institutional fabric of traditional society that sustains the older elites and the systems of beliefs or ideologies on which their rule is based. The elites of mass organizations formulate and seek to impose new ideologies that reflect their own interests and rationalize the dominance, functioning, and continuing enlargement of the structures through which they hold power, and these new ideologies challenge the ideas and values that reflect and rationalize the interests of traditional elites. The struggle between the elites thus assumes the form of a conflict between an older and a newer civilization, and, as in any conflict between civilizations, it is a protracted struggle. In the past, the principal group that resisted the revolution of mass and scale and the power of the new elite lodged in the mass organizations was the bourgeois elite that predominated in the late 19th century Western world, though the bourgeois elite found allies against mass organization in the still older remnants of the prescriptive orders of Europe and the United States, among other places. The bourgeois elite generally depended upon small-scale and relatively non-technical organizations in the economy, state, and culture and made use of ideologies that legitimized and rationalized the private, individual, localized, and diversified organizations of the order it dominated. The structures and functions of mass organizations tend to be public rather than private, collective rather than individual, centralized rather than local, and homogenizing rather than diversified. The conflict between the new elite of the mass organizations, which, following James Burnham, may be called the managerial elite, and the old elites of bourgeois and pre-bourgeois Europe and America is reflected in most of the political and social conflicts of the Western world in the early 20th century. The revolution of mass and scale rendered bourgeois and prescriptive institutions obsolete. The old institutions, unable to contain, control, or provide for the new masses of people, the new scale of capital, production, and consumption, and the social interaction and conflicts that arose from the enlargement of mass and scale, were either abandoned or adapted, by their own expansion in scale, into mass organizations. The process of enlargement and adaptation was initiated by incumbent bourgeois or aristocratic elites, in part because the obsolescence of the traditional scale of organization was becoming obvious and in part because the implications of the revolution of mass and scale for the demise of the power and interests of the incumbent elites were not immediately apparent to them and in fact originally appeared to enhance their power. In some societies, notably Russia and Germany in the early 20th century, traditional elites did not sufficiently or consistently adapt their institutions to the revolution of mass and scale, and they and their social and political structures eventually collapsed under its strain before the challenges of the new elites. In Western states, where mass populations emerged earlier as participants in the economy and the political order, the displacement of the incumbent elites and the adaptations by their new rivals were more complete and were centered on the need to accommodate and discipline the new scale of mass participation through the economic, political, and cultural functions of the mass organizations. These functions in Western societies tended to rely on the encouragement of social change and conflict and their manipulation by the elite through methods appropriate to the disciplining of mass participation in economy, state, and culture, rather than on coercion and the avoidance of change and conflict, which remained the preferred disciplines of traditional elites in Russia and Germany. Mass organizations and their internal elites in the West thus evolved in ways that sharply differentiated them from those in Russia and Germany. Mass organizations have come to predominate in Western society in the 20th century, and the managerial elites that direct and control them constitute the elite or dominant minority of the Western world. They are not the only minorities that possess social and political power, however. Institutional remnants of the bourgeois order and even of the pre-bourgeois prescriptive order, and elements of the elites associated with them, still exist, still possess some power, and still command the loyalties of many. Yet the momentum of mass society is such that the institutional remnants of the earlier social and political orders are everywhere on the defensive and often in desperate efforts to sustain their legitimacy and influence, imitate the organizations, style, values, and discourse of mass society. In the latter part of the 20th century, new groups and social forces have developed within mass society that challenge the predominance of the mass organizations and their managerial elites. Whether these challenges will be successful depends on whether the managerial elite as a whole is capable of recognizing and resolving the vulnerabilities and contradictions it exhibits and whether the challenging forces will be capable of recognizing and exploiting these weaknesses to their own advantage. Regardless of the success or failure of the challenges, there is certain to be continuing, and perhaps violent, conflict within the mass society of the West for some time into the future. Three kinds of mass organization predominate in contemporary Western society: the mass corporation in the economy, the mass state in government, and the mass organizations of culture and communication. The latter include not only the media of mass communication, one of the most important instruments by which the managerial elite disciplines and controls the mass population, but also all other mass organizations that disseminate, restrict, or invent information, ideas, and values: advertising, publishing, journalism, film and broadcasting, entertainment, religion, education, and institutions for research and development. Indeed, the mass organizations of culture and communication, which generally lack the coercive disciplines of the mass corporation and the mass state, are able to provide disciplines and control for the mass population primarily through their use of the devices and techniques of mass communication. All the mass cultural organizations, then, function as part of the media of mass communication, and they constitute a necessary element in the power base of the managerial elite. Because of the immense size, complexity, and technicality of mass organizations in all sectors of society, the elites that direct and operate them must be specially trained in a number of highly skilled fields. In general, the fields of expertise necessary for the direction of mass organizations consist of three specialties: purely technical or scientific skills involving the application of the physical and social sciences to the economic, political, and social activities of the mass organizations; verbal and communicational skills involving the techniques by which information, ideas, and values are transmitted to the mass population and within the elite itself; and administrative skills, by which the structure and functioning of mass organizations themselves are governed. These three general fields of skills constitute the science and profession of management, and, though they differ according to their specific applications in different sectors of mass society, they share the characteristics that they are highly technical and specialized in content and methods, that they are acquired only by formal training and experience, that their acquisition depends on a relatively high degree of personal intelligence and discipline, that moral character, personal talents, social status, and legal right are largely irrelevant to their acquisition and use, and that their techniques and skills, with minor adaptations, can be applied to any mass organization. Management, then, is the science of operating and directing mass organizations, including the auxiliary sciences and fields that are necessary to their operation, the hard sciences in general, economics and its applications in business administration, the social sciences, especially psychology, public relations, and communications science, law and public administration, etc. Because mass organizations cannot exist without management and because mass society cannot be coordinated without it, it is appropriate to speak of mass organizations as managerial organizations, to speak of the managerial corporation, the managerial state, and the managerial media or mass organizations of culture and communication, and to speak of the managerial elite as the elite of mass society, which itself is managerial society. The elite holds power over mass society through the managerial regime, which consists of the formal and informal apparatus of domination in the three integrated sectors of the state, the economy, and the mass organizations of culture and communication. Although there are conflicts among the three sectors of managerial society, and among their elites, there is also an underlying unity, a common interest and a common mentality, a consensus that is often unspoken or assumed on what constitutes the best interests and common goals of a society or of mankind, which interests and goals are in fact the perceived interests and goals of the managerial elite as a whole, expressed in terms of formulas and ideologies that rationalize and universalize the special interests of the elite as the general interests of the community and the world. In uniting around what it perceives to be its best interests, economically and politically as well as culturally, and in rationalizing its interests as the interests of society or mankind, the managerial elite is behaving like any elite. The elites of the bourgeois and prescriptive orders behaved in the same way, and what remains of those older elites still behave so, although with far less confidence and credibility. Managerial capitalism. Of the three kinds of mass organization, the managerial corporation is probably the best understood. Its rise to power in the mass economy was anticipated by Thorstein Veblen, its arrival was analyzed by Adolf A. Berle and Gardner C. Means, its history written by Alfred D. Chandler Jr., its dynamics in the economy explored by John Kenneth Galbraith, and its social, political, and cultural consequences predicted by James Burnham. Despite these studies of the managerial corporation and the economy and society that develop in association with it, the implications and dynamics of its development and its relationship with similar organizations in the state and the culture are still not entirely clear. The managerial corporation began to develop in the mid to late 19th century, originally as a means of mobilizing massive sums of capital for the construction of railroads in Europe and the United States, and later as a means by which massive production, marketing, and research, among other activities, were coordinated and controlled. The basic reason, writes Charles P. Kindleberger, for the legalization and spread of the corporate form of enterprise was surely that the amounts of capital required by railroads, mines, shipping companies, banks, and an increasing number of industrial enterprises were increasing beyond the capacity of informal markets to provide them. The rise of the mass corporation, then, was the direct response to the revolution of mass and scale in the economy, and the availability of a mass market and labor supply among the expanding population led to the evolution of new economic structures for the satisfaction of demand and the mass organization of labor and resources. The new industrial techniques of the late 19th century, writes Jeffrey Barraclough, unlike the old, necessitated the creation of large-scale undertakings and the concentration of the population in vast urban agglomerations. In the steel industry, for example, the introduction of the blast furnace meant that the small individual enterprise employing 10 or a dozen workmen quickly became an anachronism. Furthermore, the process of industrial consolidation was accentuated by the crisis of overproduction, which was the sequel of the new techniques and the immediate cause of the Great Depression between 1873 and 1895. The small-scale family businesses, which were typical of the first phase of industrialism, were in many cases too narrowly based to withstand the Depression, nor had they always the means to finance the installation of new, more complicated and more expensive machinery. Hence the crisis, by favoring rationalization and unified management, was a spur to the large-scale concern and to the formation of trusts and cartels, and the process of concentration, once begun, was irreversible. The characteristic that ordinarily distinguishes the mass corporation from the entrepreneurial firm, the partnership, family firm, or individual entrepreneurship, that predominated in the bourgeois economic order of the 19th century is the dispersion of ownership of the corporation into the hands of the mass of stockholders, whose purchase of stock provides the capital for the corporation. The dispersion of ownership among a mass of investors makes possible the mobilization of a scale of capital and a growth of production far beyond what can normally be achieved by the entrepreneurial firm. Moreover, dispersion of ownership means that the owners themselves cannot operate the corporate enterprise. For most of the stockholders, their investment in the stock of any corporation is a small part of their normal business life, and most of them lack the time, opportunity, and special knowledge required to participate intelligently in the operation of the corporate firm. Hence, the owners must hire or appoint professional managers, whose training or experience enables them to conduct corporate business at all levels. Both Adam Smith and Karl Marx, contemplating the rudimentary forms of corporations of their time, perceived a natural conflict of interest between the owners or stockholders of a corporation and its managers. The owners are interested primarily in a profitable return on their investment, measured in the increased yield of their dividend. The managers, on the other hand, are interested in the well-being and particularly in the growth of the corporation itself, and they typically desire not to pay out higher yields to the owners but to reinvest corporate profits in an increased capacity for greater output and enlargement of facilities and operations. The goal of corporate growth, the ever-increasing expansion of the mass economic organization, has become embedded in the professional code of modern corporate managers, and the goal corresponds to their group interests. Thus, as John Kenneth Galbraith explains in The New Industrial State, in which his term, technostructure, is equivalent to management in a broad sense. Expansion of output means expansion of the technostructure itself. Such expansion, in time, means more jobs with more responsibility and hence more compensation. The paradox of modern economic motivation is that profit maximization as a goal requires that the individual member of the technostructure subordinate his personal pecuniary interest to that of the remote and unknown stockholders. By contrast, growth as a goal is wholly consistent with the personal and pecuniary interest of those who participate in decisions and direct the enterprise. Alfred D. Chandler, Jr., whose massive history of the managerial revolution in American business is a definitive study of the subject, concurs. For salaried managers, the continuing existence of their enterprise was essential to their lifetime careers. Their primary goal was to assure continuing use of and therefore continuing flow of material to their facilities. They were far more willing than were the owners, the stockholders, to reduce or even forego current dividends in order to maintain the long-term viability of their organizations. They sought to protect their sources of supply and their outlets. They took on new products and new services in order to make more complete use of existing facilities and personnel. Such expansion, in turn, led to the addition of still more workers and equipment. If profits were high, they preferred to reinvest them in the enterprise rather than to pay them out in dividends. In this way, the desire of the managers to keep the organization fully employed became a continuing force for its further growth. The managerial elements in the corporation assume effective control of the corporation from the owners. Although owners retain the legal right to control the voting power their stock gives, the dispersion of the mass of owners, who lack the opportunity, the interest, or the ability to coordinate their voting power, tends to prevent most effective challenges to those who possess the skills to operate and direct the corporate firm. But the decisive cause of the loss of control by the stockholders to the managers is the sheer size, complexity, and technicality of the mass corporation and its activities. Whatever the legal rights of the owners and however much stock they hold, they cannot, by virtue of legal right and ownership of stock, acquire and exercise the specialized technical skills that management of the mass corporation involves. Even when owners revolt, the very phrase suggests the legitimacy of managerial authority occurs and is successful. The owners must simply hire new managers. Without managerial skills, they cannot undertake management functions themselves. Nor can big owners, persons who own large blocks of stock sufficient to place them on the board of a corporation and to make their votes influential in corporate decision-making, perform management functions unless they themselves have acquired managerial skills, which is rare. Chandler is very specific on this point. Members of the entrepreneurial family rarely became active in top management unless they themselves were trained as professional managers. Since the profits of the family enterprise usually assured them of a large personal income, they had little financial incentive to spend years working up the managerial ladder. Therefore, in only a few of the large American business enterprises did family members continue to participate for more than 2 generations in the management of the companies they owned. Moreover, at the level of the big owners, the interests of management and ownership tend to coalesce. The big owners are already wealthy and are less concerned with the dividend yield than with the increase in or stability of the value of their stock. It is the growth of the corporation that increases or stabilizes the stock value, and thus the big owners are assimilated into the same set of interests as the managers. Wealthy families, writes Chandler, are the beneficiaries of managerial capitalism. The massive scale, complexity, and technicality of the modern corporation thus lead to the separation of ownership and control. While the owners, large or small, retain the financial benefits of managerial capitalism, the managers acquire control of the assets, plant, production, policies, and the marketing, financing, and research techniques and methods that constitute the corporation. The corporate revolution, then, the revolution of mass and scale in the economy, represents not only the replacement of compact bourgeois or entrepreneurial firms by mass corporations as the dominant units of the economy, but also what James Burnham was the first to call the managerial revolution, the displacement of the economic elite of bourgeois capitalism by the new managerial elite of the mass corporation. The managerial elite, though its individual members may be tied to or descended from the bourgeois elite, acquires a different and conflicting power base, and different and conflicting structural interests and goals from those of the bourgeois elite, and through the dispersion of ownership and the separation of ownership and control, the managers are able to make their interests and goals predominate over those of the owners or stockholders. The petty bourgeoisie, from whose ranks the mass of stockholders are drawn, have no voice in the direction and control of the mass organizations of the managerial economy, while the grand bourgeoisie, from whom the big owners are drawn, cease to participate in and to exercise power over the economy, though they remain dependent on and beneficiaries of its massive capacities for production and consumption. Not only is the managerial elite in conflict with the interests of the dispersed mass of the owners of stock, but also the managerial corporation is in conflict with the entrepreneurial firm. The most obvious source of such conflict is that the mass corporation has an interest in absorbing or driving out of business its competitors, and the first competitors to fall are the small entrepreneurial firms, the size, productivity, and marketing and technical skills of which cannot compete against those of the massive and technically sophisticated corporate enterprise. The mass economy of managerial capitalism is characteristically oligopolistic, with a concentration of industry among relatively few large corporations that seek to regulate prices independently of the market. Classical competition, writes Robert Heilbronner, implies a situation in which there are so many firms, of roughly the same order of size, that no one of them by itself can directly influence market prices. In oligopoly, by way of contrast, the members of firms are few enough, or the disparity in size among the few large ones and the host of smaller ones is so great, that the large firms cannot help affecting the market situation. As a result, whereas in classical competition, firms must accept whatever prices the market thrusts upon them, in oligopolistic markets, prices can be set, at least within limits, by the direct action of the leading firms. The emergence of a managerial economy thus challenges the sovereignty of the market and the consumer as well as the entrepreneurial economic structures of the bourgeois order. The struggle for economic power between the bourgeois and managerial regimes is part of the broader civilizational conflict between them that appears in the managerial challenge to the moral and social codes and political institutions associated with the bourgeois order and its market economy. The interests of the managerial elite lie in the growth and expansion not only of the mass corporation but also of the mass state and mass society, the scope of mass organizations in general, and the subversion of bourgeois and prescriptive institutions that constrain the enlargement and functioning of mass organizations. On the political level, this conflict concerns the scale, structure, and activities of the state. Mass markets are essential to the mass corporation, and these are controlled through advertising on a national scale and through manipulation of aggregate demand. There must therefore be a close alliance between the mass corporation, on the one hand, and the mass media of communication and the mass state, the vehicles of advertising and control of demand, on the other. The fusion or integration of these sectors of mass society strikes at the very root of pre-mass, bourgeois or prescriptive, society, not only politically but socially and morally also. The social, economic, political, and moral order of both bourgeois and prescriptive societies was small in scale, local in span, and individualized or particularistic in structure. Indeed, the characteristic and dominant ideology of the bourgeois order was a form of individualism, the belief that the individual as moral agent, economic actor, and citizen was the basic and proper unit of society. And individualism was reflected in bourgeois institutions. Bourgeois culture, wrote Raymond Williams, is the basic individualist idea and the institutions, manners, habits of thought and intentions which proceed from that. Bourgeois thought, however, did not conceive of individualism as antisocial or entirely separate from society but as rooted in and responsible to moral duties and social institutions. The family, the local community, the church, social class, and the entrepreneurial firm reinforced the identity and aspirations of the individual and spun the web of his moral beliefs and habits, and the sociable and moral nature of the individual was recognized in bourgeois popular culture and practice, even if it was often ignored in the formal doctrines of 19th-century political theory. The fiction of Horatio Alger in America and the homilies of Samuel Smiles in England reflect the highly moralized and disciplined individualism of the bourgeois ideal. To Smiles, 1812–1904, good works, honestly done, character sustained, and independence secured were more important than worldly success. While the ethos of bourgeois individualism was sociable and moralistic, it rejected and distrusted heroic and transcendental ideals. Domesticity, privacy, comfort, the concept of the home and of the family, these are, literally, principal achievements of the bourgeois age, writes historian John Lukács. The bourgeois ethic was secular and utilitarian in its ideals. It derived in part from the Protestant ethic and emphasized the ascetic and individual virtues of hard work, thrift, prudence, and deferral of gratification. It regarded laziness, conspicuous consumption and luxury, and immediate gratification of appetites as morally evil and the root of social decadence. Only the methodical way of life of the ascetic sects, wrote Max Weber, could legitimate and put a halo around the economic, individualist impulses of the modern capitalist ethos. The bourgeois ethic took pride in individual, especially moral, achievements and regarded personal wealth as an outward and visible sign of inward personal character. Wealth consisted not merely in large bank accounts, but in visible and concrete matter, hard property in the form of large houses and public buildings ornately decorated and heavily furnished, many servants and children, complex but rather drab clothing, and a heavy figure. President William Howard Taft, the fattest president in American history, personified the successful bourgeois in the high noon of the bourgeois order, as do the caricatures of businessmen still drawn for socialist and labor propaganda. The bourgeois, writes Peter Berger, believed in the virtue of work, as against the aristocratic idealization of genteel leisure. In Protestant countries it tended toward a style of inconspicuous consumption. The bourgeois emphasized personal responsibility, conscience, especially in its Protestant form. Bourgeois culture was individuating at the core of its moral worldview. Also, the bourgeoisie went in for clean living, both in the literal and the derived moral sense. This theme, epitomized in the maxim that cleanliness is next to godliness, carried into the minutiae of daily conduct the manners of dress and speech, habits of personal hygiene, the appearance of the home. The bourgeois order and its ethic, however, are ineffective in providing discipline for mass society, and their persistence acts as a constraint on the development of managerial capitalism. The attempt in the late 19th century to retain bourgeois institutions and values as disciplines for the new mass and scale of society led to corruption, economic and social breakdowns, political crisis, and a considerable degree of social pathology. Moreover, the entrepreneurial firm and the form of capitalism based on it, as well as the moral framework of bourgeois society, are obstacles to the growth of mass corporations and the kind of society and economy in which they flourish. The dissolution of the bourgeois economic, social, political, and moral order therefore was and remains a necessary part of the dynamic of managerial capitalism. The individualism of the bourgeois order and the institutions that reinforce it restrict the development of the collective disciplines that are inherent in mass organizations. The mass corporation must subordinate the ambitions, values, and eccentricities of its individual managers and workers to its own collective goals and routines. Teams, departments, and committees are the units of mass corporate activity. That upward path toward the rainbow of achievement, wrote William H. White, Jr., leads smack through the conference room. No matter what name the process is called, permissive management, multiple management, the art of administration, the committee way simply can't be equated with the rugged individualism that is supposed to be the business of business. The man of the future, as junior executives in the 1950s see him, is not the individualist but the man who works through others for others. And the collective conformity that the organization man of the mass corporation exhibits in his professional life is reflected in his social life as well, in dress, tastes, uses of leisure, community, and home. It is therefore in the interests as well as consistent with the mentality and habits of the managerial elite in the mass corporation to undermine the individualism of the bourgeois order and the institutions that sustain it. Similarly, the mass corporation must seek to break down the differentiations that characterize the bourgeois order, the diversity that exists in a decentralized and localized society that is not united by mass communications, transportation, and markets. The corporation must promote the homogenization of society because of the nature of mass production and mass consumption. Mass production requires not only homogeneous goods and services, produced by the same molds and processes, but also homogeneous consumers, who cannot vary in their tastes, values, and patterns of consumption and who must consume if the planning of the corporations is to be effective. The comparatively compact and differentiated institutions of the bourgeois order sustain its heterogeneity and constrain the consumption of mass-produced goods and services. Managerial capitalism must therefore articulate and sponsor an ideology of cosmopolitanism that asserts universal identities, values, and loyalties, challenges the differentiations of the bourgeois order, and rationalizes the process of homogenization. In the cosmopolitan view of man, family, local community, religious sect, social class, sexual and racial identity, and moral character are at best subordinate considerations and are regarded as artificial, repressive, and obsolete barriers to the fulfillment of human potential. Cosmopolitanism thus rationalizes the adoption of the mass framework and collective disciplines that characterize the managerial regime and the homogenization of production and consumption through which the multinational organizations and economies of managerial capitalism operate. The moral code of ascetic individualism that characterizes the bourgeois order also constrains mass consumption and the patterns of behavior that generate it. The managerial economy, in collaboration with the mass media, challenges the bourgeois moral code by the projection of anti-bourgeois values in mass advertising, the central image of which is not the character of the product but a homogenized stereotype of the consumer. Mass advertising itself is a principal source and a reflection of the moral code of mass managerial society. So far from being the rigorous code of the Protestant bourgeois ethic, or the equally rigorous code of honor and deference of the aristocratic prescriptive order, the moral formula of managerial capitalism is a justification of mass, the legitimization of immediate gratification of appetites and desires, and the rejection of ascetic individualism and values that enforce frugality, thrift, prudence, continence, sacrifice, and the postponement or denial of gratification. The real social revolution in modern society, writes Daniel Bell, came in the 1920s when the rise of mass production and high consumption began to transform the life of the middle class itself. In effect, the Protestant ethic as a social reality and a lifestyle for the middle class was replaced by a materialistic hedonism and the Puritan temper by a psychological eudaimonism. The claim of the American economic system was that it had introduced abundance, and the nature of abundance is to encourage prodigality rather than prudence. A higher standard of living, not work as an end in itself, then becomes the engine of change. The glorification of plenty, rather than the bending to niggardly nature, becomes the justification of the system. Mass advertising, by its manipulation of symbols and images of authority, pleasure, sentiment, and sexuality, serves to articulate an informal ethic or ideology of hedonism, and advertising, modern credit devices, and the manipulation of mass purchasing power and aggregate demand serve to encourage patterns of hedonistic behavior in the mass population. The managerial elite of the mass corporations thus has a group interest in destroying the individualism and diversity of the bourgeois order through its collective discipline and homogenizing processes. It also subverts the bourgeois work ethic and its derivative values through its promotion of mass hedonism and consumption. These two tendencies of the managerial elite, the collective and homogenizing, on the one hand, and the hedonistic and indulgent, on the other, appear to be in tension with each other and constitute part of what Bell has called the cultural contradiction of capitalism. The tension between these two tendencies may represent a serious vulnerability that could lead to the ultimate breakdown or replacement of the managerial regime. Yet the social function of hedonism of the managerial economy is not liberation or a release from all restrictions, but only from bourgeois constraints, and hedonism and the ethic associated with it are themselves among the principal social disciplines of the managerial regime. A central theme of mass advertising is the desirable competition among consumers for more, newer, or improved products and services, a theme that suggests that consumption is a form of conformity and liberation, a discipline. Mass hedonism in the managerial economy is a set of beliefs and a pattern of behavior that must be inculcated and channeled into mass consumption, and it is not permitted to pursue an independent and unrestrained course. Only those appetites are stimulated, rationalized, and gratified that the managerial economy is able to stimulate, rationalize, and gratify, and only for so long as it is convenient to do so. Viewed in this perspective, then, mass hedonism is less in contradiction to the collective and homogenizing tendencies of managerial capitalism than would at first appear. In fact, both of them serve the interests of the managerial elite, both undermine the bourgeois order, and both function as non-coercive, manipulative disciplines of the mass population. The collectivism, homogenization, and hedonism of the managerial economy are also consistent with the managerial subversion of the hard property of the bourgeoisie. No institution is so central to the integrity and dominance of the bourgeois order as private property. The political and economic ideologies associated with the bourgeoisie gave private property a key role, and the institution underlies the wealth, status, and power of the bourgeois elite, as well as its social extensions and institutions in the privately owned home, the family, and the community of households. Although private property continues to exist under managerial capitalism, its social and political meaning has altered dramatically and in ways that accrue to the benefit of the managerial elite and in conflict with the interests of the bourgeois elite. Both Burl and Means, and James Burnham argued that the separation of ownership and control would diminish the attachment and interests of the managerial groups to private property and that, as a result, the managers would be far less opposed to public regulation of the use and disposal of private property than the bourgeois classes had been. Joseph Schumpeter, indeed, had made essentially the same point. The capitalist process, by substituting a mere parcel of shares for the walls of and the machines in a factory, takes the life out of the idea of property. It loosens the grip that once was so strong, the grip in the sense of the legal right and the actual ability to do as one pleases with one's own, the grip also in the sense that the holder of the title loses the will to fight, economically, physically, politically, for his factory and his control over it, to die if necessary on its steps. Dematerialized, defunctionalized and absentee ownership does not impress and call forth moral allegiance as the vital form of property did. Eventually there will be nobody left who really cares to stand for it, nobody within and nobody without the precincts of the big concerns. And John Lukács has seen this dematerialization of property as part of a general emotional and intellectual pattern of 20th-century science and society, the immaterialization of matter, which leads to abstraction, inflation, unreality, at times spilling over into madness. The managerial elite has little objection to this process of the dematerialization of property and much to gain from it. The manager's wealth does not derive from the private property they own, but from the salaries that specialized skills command, and in general, as Galbraith acknowledges and as Burnham foresaw, the technostructure does not seek immense personal wealth or large accumulations of personal property. The dematerialization of property actually assists the position of the managers by undermining the bourgeois institution of hard private property and removing one of the principal emotional and theoretical obstacles to the public regulation of property and economic life. Dematerialization of property diminishes the perception of ownership and hence the opposition to interference with the rights of property. It also diminishes the emotional values of property and the sense of loss when property is alienated. This result is essential to mass consumption, especially to consumption through credit. Consumers, purchasing through credit goods and services that they as yet lack the property to buy, are less reluctant to make such purchases if the property they expend does not tangibly exist in any case. The dematerialization of property is also a central element in the evolution of the managerial political order, for it not only diminishes opposition to public regulation of the economy but also undermines the autonomy and power of bourgeois and other social forces that challenge or resist the managerial regime. The diffusion of hard private property among the middle classes of 19th-century Europe and America was a basic pillar of the political independence and constitutional regimes of the bourgeois era. This was recognized by the Italian political scientist Gaetano Mosca at the end of that era. A society is best placed to develop a relatively perfect political organization, wrote Mosca, when it contains a large class of people whose economic position is virtually independent of those who hold supreme power. The dematerialization of property eliminates the capacity of hard property to provide independence and a means of resistance to the concentrated and fused power of the managerial sectors of mass society. The dematerialized property of the mass managerial economy is thus analogous to the role of property in the kind of regime that Carl Wittfogel called the hydraulic society, also ruled by managerial elites, of the ancient world. In such societies, wrote Wittfogel, whether hydraulic property is large or small or whether or not it belongs to a member of the governing class, it provides material advantages. But it does not enable its holders to control state power through property-based organizations and action. In all cases, it is not power property but revenue property. Mass society and the managerial regime that rules it have, in the West and thus far in time, not led to the abolition of private property, as James Burnham and others who foresaw the rise of the managers predicted. Private property still exists in a legal and formal sense, and it remains important for the acquisition of wealth. But the dematerialization of property, while leaving intact the illusion that private property in the traditional sense survives, deprives property of the social, moral, emotional, and political functions that it possessed in the prescriptive and bourgeois orders of the past and without which those orders cannot exist. The managerial economy of the Western world remains a capitalist economy in that it continues to depend on the private use of property as an instrument of exchange and production. Yet the dematerialization of property and the close relationship between the economy and the state encouraged by it create a system of bureaucratic or managerial capitalism that operates quite differently from traditional or entrepreneurial capitalism. Managerial capitalism, unlike its entrepreneurial ancestor, is directly dependent on the state, and the fusion of state and economy represents also a fusion of the managerial elites of these sectors. The dematerialization of property is therefore an essential underpinning of the managerial regime, of its own moral formula of mass hedonism and of its displacement of the power and values of the bourgeois regime and of the fusion of state and economy that characterizes the regime, a fusion that is tantamount to collectivism, regardless of whether collectivism has been formally or legally established. The economic conflict between the managerial groups in the mass corporations and the old bourgeois elite of entrepreneurial capitalism manifests itself in non-economic political and ideological struggles as well as in the economy, and there is an analogous conflict in the other sectors of mass society where managerial elites emerge in competition with bourgeois strata. The political struggle between the bourgeois and managerial elites, like the economic conflicts between them, manifests itself and results in institutional and ideological changes that are in substance a civilizational revolution. The managerial state. Like the mass corporation in the economy, the mass state evolved as a response of bourgeois institutions to the revolution of mass and scale in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The mere increase of population in that period encouraged and made possible the dramatic enlargement of the state by adding to the number of its subjects and citizens and thereby increasing the resources on which the state could draw for war, civilian employees, and taxation. Yet the congestion that the increase of population caused also contributed to the increase in the scale and scope of state power, functions, personnel, and expenses. In the late 19th century, it became clear that the circumscribed and neutralist bourgeois state could not discipline the mass population or cope with the problems created by the concentration of the new masses in urban conglomerations. Slums, illiteracy, poverty, unemployment, disease, crime, and the general insecurity and brutality of the developing mass society threatened to dissolve the political and social fabric and contributed to the radicalization of the masses. The reformulation of classical liberalism to justify social and economic action by the state and the popularization of socialism, feminism, and other radical ideologies, including radical right-wing ideas, were part of the intellectual adjustment of the bourgeois order to the revolution of mass and scale, and labor unions and radical political movements contributed to the willful expansion of the state in the late 19th century as well as to the development of new political institutions to contain and discipline the mass population. Both liberals and conservatives in that period also often supported and encouraged the growth of the state, despite the hostility with which their ideologies and constituents regarded a large and active government. The willing encouragement of the growth of government was partly due to the new ideologies associated with mass society and to humanitarian concerns, but also to sheer pragmatic realization that the state was the most obvious instrument for coping with what appeared to be otherwise irreconcilable and destructive challenges. In addition to the increase in population, the congestion and problems that the increase caused, and the ideological and practical reconsiderations associated with early mass society, a further impetus for the expansion of the state lay in the changing nature of war in the late 19th and early 20th centuries and in the new territorial scale of states that expanded through imperialism and colonization. With the new technologies increasingly available in the late 19th century, warfare itself became a mass phenomenon, requiring mass armies equipped with mass-produced weaponry, uniforms, housing, provisions, and services. Weaponry underwent a revolution in scale in the development of artillery and dreadnoughts, as did the means of transportation and communications in the development of radios, telegraphy, telephones, and motorization. War and the preparations for war, which increasingly occupied the attention of Western states after 1870 and were to obsess them throughout most of the 20th century, thus required further revolutionary expansion in the scale of state financing and taxation, the number of civilian and military personnel and offices, the technical sophistication of state personnel, and the complexity and scope of the administrative functions of the state. The experience of total war during World War I involved the mobilization and coordination of masses of people, economic resources, and technology as well as of social and psychological processes through propaganda. Technical change, writes William H. McNeill, was matched by no less deliberate changes in human society and daily routines. Millions of men were drafted into armies and induced to submit to radically new conditions of life and death. Other millions entered factories, government offices, or undertook some other unaccustomed kind of war work. Efficient allocation of labor soon became a major factor in the war effort of every country, and the welfare of the workers, as well as of fighting men, began to matter, since an ill-nourished or discontented workforce could not be expected to achieve maximum output. Ownership of property became less important, ascribed status, deriving from an individual's place in a hierarchy of command, military or civil, as the case might be, tended to eclipse inherited rank, although to be sure the two often coincided. Despite carryovers from the past, what ought to be called National Socialism, if Hitler had not preempted the term, emerged from the barracks and purchasing offices of the European armed services and, with the help of a coalition of administrative elites drawn from big business, big labor, academia, and big government, made European society over in an amazingly short time. World War I accelerated the tendencies to organizational enlargement and managerial direction in Europe and the United States and provided models for the development of the managerial regime in later decades, as did World War II in the 1940s. The economic scale of the First World War compelled a reorganization of the national economy and state machinery in the form of war socialism, or Zwangswirtschaft. The expanded state of many agencies and tentacles directed the economic life of the nation and put into operation a planned economy for the purpose of utilizing the national resources with maximum efficiency in the prosecution of the war. The state was forced to create a mechanism for ordering priorities of allocations and distribution of scarce raw materials and manpower. The evolution of the mass state was thus comparable to the evolution of the mass corporation. The increase in the size of the state consisted not only in larger budgets and more personnel but also in the proliferation of its functions in regulating the economy, supervising and engineering social institutions, and preparing for and conducting the total mobilization of natural, human, social, economic, psychological, and technological resources for mass warfare. These new functions were highly technical in nature and required the application of the physical and social sciences, the techniques of administration, and the skills of mass communication to the goal of what McNeill has called human engineering, the development of which was pioneered under the impact of the revolution of mass and scale in the late 19th century. The performance of these functions required the appointment of specially trained officials in formally subordinate but strategically powerful positions. These officials constitute the managerial elite of the mass state and are largely identical to the bureaucracy of the public sector, defined by the British administrative historian G. E. Aylmer as administration, either public or private, by full-time salaried officials, who are professionals, graded and organized hierarchically, with regular procedures and formalized record-keeping, and recruited for the tasks in hand. This is essentially the definition established by the great German sociologist of the late 19th, early 20th century, Max Weber. Weber himself noted the relationship between the enlargement of the state, the proliferation of its technical functions, its bureaucratization, and its differentiation from the traditional prescriptive and bourgeois state. It is obvious that technically the great modern state is absolutely dependent upon a bureaucratic basis. The larger the state, and the more it is or the more it becomes a great power state, the more unconditionally is this the case. Bureaucratization offers above all the optimum possibility for carrying through the principle of specializing administrative functions according to purely objective considerations. Individual performances are allocated to functionaries who have specialized training and who by constant practice learn more and more. The more complicated and specialized modern culture becomes, the more its external supporting apparatus demands the personally detached and strictly objective expert, in lieu of the master of the older social structures, who was moved by personal sympathy and favor, by grace and gratitude. The bureaucrats of the mass state are thus analogous to the management or technostructure of the mass corporation. Like the corporation, the mass state undertakes a wide range of diverse and highly technical activities in the economy, society, science, communications, and war, in addition to its purely administrative and political functions. The latter also become increasingly specialized, technical, and complex to the point where today academic degrees and entire schools of public administration exist and flourish. Traditional government functions, disciplines, and academic fields such as law, international relations, and law enforcement also become increasingly specialized and technical and thus assume the characteristics of management. The mass state is analogous to the mass corporation also in the relationship between its mass membership, which holds a formal right of control, and its elite, which exercises substantive control. Just as there is a dispersion of ownership in the corporate organizations, so there is a dispersion of the owners of the state, i.e., its citizens or traditional ruling class, and just as there is a separation of ownership and control in the corporation, so there is a separation between the formal rulers of the state, its citizens, traditional ruling class, and the holders of elective office, and those who administer the state and its activities. The increasing democratization of the state in the late 19th and early 20th centuries and the increasing participation of the mass population in formal political processes did not appreciably modify the emergence of a new managerial elite in government and, in fact, assisted its emergence and its acquisition of power. The advance of political democracy, The enfranchisement and political participation of the mass population in this period was comparable to the dispersion of stock ownership that occurred in the mass corporation and constituted a dispersion of sovereignty. Although both the small stockholder and the average citizen acquired a formal, legal right to participation, neither generally possessed the opportunity, the interest, or the ability to participate intelligently in the control and direction of mass organizations in the economy or the government. The democratization of the mass state through equality of citizenship and the equal votes and equal protection of the laws that the mass state guarantees its citizens and the dispersion of sovereignty that democratization involved thus did nothing to restrict the emergence of a managerial elite in the state or to restrain the enhancement of its power, and helped to ensure the acquisition of actual control of the mass state by an elite technically proficient in the performance of its new functions. Equality of votes in the state does not determine the amount of actual power that citizens in the state possess. In the state sector of mass society and in the mass corporation, actual power is distributed according to managerial skills and not by a formal equality of rights and votes or by legal ownership. Nor were members of the traditional ruling class or the holders of elective and hereditary office analogous to the big stockholders of the corporation able to undertake the managerial functions of the mass state. Traditional elites were generally indifferent or hostile to the new functions of the state and, in any case, were not prepared to perform them because of their lack of managerial skills. Politicians who acquired formal office by means of elections also were generally unprepared to undertake management of the mass state. Their principal qualification for office was simply their personal ability to win elections, a qualification with little connection to the ability to perform managerial functions. Moreover, the development of managerial skills for the control of elections, the use of mass communications and public relations techniques, of demographic analysis of constituencies and social and economic studies of voting behavior, and of specialized financial and administrative skills in campaign organizations tended to reduce elected officials to dependence on these skills and to subordinate the voting process to the techniques of electoral management. Indeed, the use of such electoral techniques contributes to and extends the power of managerial elites in mass politics and government. The new technology of communications, wrote V.O. Key in 1964, may be laying the basis for a much tighter top control of campaigns. This funneling of communications lays the basis for a thoroughgoing enforcement of campaign strategy, for an insistence upon adherence to common themes, for a complete coordination of party appeals. Instantaneous communication over the nation also makes less tolerable the disunity that often prevails at the top level of party organization. The picturesque professional politician and the hard-bitten newspaperman who predominated around the old-fashioned campaign headquarters may be yielding to the advertising men and to the public relations expert. And the technology of electoral manipulation has evolved toward what journalist Sidney Blumenthal calls the permanent campaign, which relies on media consultants and new techniques based on computers' direct mail, voter identification methods, sophisticated polling, all of which remakes government into an instrument designed to sustain an elected official's popularity. It is the engineering of consent with a vengeance. The stratification of power in the mass state is thus analogous to that within the corporation. In the latter, power is divided among the managers, the big stockholders, and the mass of stockholders, who have virtually no power. In the mass state, power is divided among the bureaucratic managers, the representatives of the bourgeois elites in the elective or appointive offices of the formal state apparatus, and the mass of citizens, who have virtually no power in the state. The big stockholders in the corporation, the grand bourgeoisie, have become dependent on and beneficiaries of managerial capitalism. In the state, the members of bourgeois elites who retain formal control of elective and appointive political offices are increasingly dependent on and beneficiaries of the managerial sectors of the state. The dependence of bourgeois elites in the state on managerial elements is seen not only in the rise of professional electoral and political managers but also in the proliferation of specialized, professional staff in the Congress and of the special assistants who advise the cabinet-level appointees in the executive bureaucracy. Even when the holders of elective and appointive office are drawn from the bourgeois strata of mass society and seek to pursue bourgeois interests through their offices, their dependence on managerial staff often constitutes a constraint on their inclinations and a means of channeling the thrust of their activities in the direction of managerial interests. Yet despite the dependence of formal office holders on managerial elements, the representatives of bourgeois forces retain more power in the state than their counterparts in the corporation retain in the economy. This political power is based largely on persistent bourgeois control of local communities and constituencies that enable bourgeois elites or their representatives to gain office in the mass state, and the control of locally based political offices by bourgeois forces has made possible their continuing resistance to the enlargement of the managerial state and the dominance of its elite. In both the mass state and the mass corporation, therefore, the processes by which managerial elites emerge and assume control of mass organizations are essentially the same. Whatever differences exist between the state and the corporation as institutions do not significantly modify or distinguish this pattern of elite formation, which appears to be inherent in mass organizations. In both the mass state and the mass corporation, organizational enlargement involves a proliferation of highly technical functions that neither the mass membership, stockholders in the corporation, citizens in the state, nor traditional elites, aristocratic or bourgeois, are able to perform. The technicality of the functions of mass organization creates a need or imperative for the appointment of technically trained and qualified professional managers who, by virtue of their skills, are able to perform these functions and thereby to undertake the operation and direction of the mass organizations of government and the economy. In both the political and economic sectors of mass society, there is a dispersion of those who possess a formal or legal right to control, a dispersion of sovereignty in the state and of ownership in the corporation, and in both there is a separation between those with formal rights of control and those who possess the functional ability to exercise control. The acquisition of managerial skills by members of the bourgeois elite does little to bridge this separation. Those who acquire and professionally exercise such skills thereby become part of the managerial group and acquire also its interests and outlook. For the most part, however, the bourgeois elite does not acquire managerial skills but continues to rely on its formal claims and its characteristic institutions and ideologies as a foundation of its power and social functions. Moreover, in both the mass state and the mass economy, there is a conflict of interests between the new, rising managerial elite and the old, declining bourgeois elite. It is in the interest of the managers to encourage the continuing expansion of the state and the corporation and thereby to increase the need for and the rewards of their own skills and professions. It is equally in the interest of the bourgeois elite to restrict or reduce this expansion and thereby to resist the obsolescence of their political and economic functions and power. The conflict between the managerial and bourgeois elites is not merely political or economic, however. In both sectors, the conflict sets in motion a dynamic and has implications that involve a far-reaching transformation of social and cultural institutions, ideas, and values. This transformation amounts in fact to a civilizational revolution, the destruction of both prescriptive and bourgeois civilizations and an effort to develop a new managerial civilization. The political apparatus and ideology of the bourgeois order reflected the material interests of the bourgeois elite as well as its habits and values. The power base of the bourgeois elite lay principally in small-scale and localized institutions and structures. The entrepreneurial firm, owned and operated by an individual, family, or partnership, provided the proprietary and economic basis of bourgeois power as well as a significant degree of status and informal influence. The local community and local government were the basis of bourgeois political power, subject to the limited span and personal and informal means of control that the bourgeois elite possessed. The bourgeois family, kinship network, and circles of friends, neighbors, customers, clients, and dependents provided the social base of the highly personal and informal regime of the bourgeois elite that rationalized and expressed its power in the bourgeois formulas of socialized or ascetic individualism, the Protestant ethic, classical liberalism, and utilitarian aesthetics and styles. The bourgeois elite therefore had no interest in and was in fact generally hostile to a large, centralized, powerful, and active state. Centralization of power was a direct threat to the local jurisdictions and communities that, under bourgeois control, allowed the elite to maintain power in the national legislative assemblies. Tendencies toward governmental activism, i.e., direct intervention in social and economic processes, also threatened the bourgeois elite, since activism by the state involved efforts to limit or alter the property rights and class relations of the bourgeois elite and to interfere with the local and institutional bases of bourgeois power. Throughout the 19th century, bourgeois elites vigorously and successfully resisted any tendencies toward centralization and activism through their power in national legislatures and local political and social institutions and through adherence to constitutionalist and legalist doctrines that denied the legitimacy of state intervention. Although the bourgeois elite made use of state power on occasion to secure its economic advantage, its principal political interest was in the use of the state to control criminals and to suppress challenges to its dominance from prescriptive reactionaries on the right and from radicals, revolutionaries, and lower-class insurgents on the left. In the 19th century, both of these political challenges from the right and left sought to use the executive sectors of the state to limit or overthrow the bourgeois order, and it was with the dynastic monarchies of the prescriptive order that the established aristocracies, churches, and privileged guilds, which the bourgeoisie regarded as mortal enemies, had been associated. In practical terms, therefore, the bourgeois elites of the 19th century sought to consolidate their own power and circumscribe the power of their challengers through the control and supremacy of legislative assemblies and through the formulation of laws and constitutions that effectively locked these assemblies and the bourgeois elites that controlled them into power. This process constituted what R. Palmer called the Age of the Democratic Revolution, by which what would become bourgeois forces delivered themselves from the power of established monarchs, churches, aristocracies, guilds, and other privileged institutions. In Europe, writes Palmer, the revolutionary movement, though it carried aristocratic liberalism and Babouvist communism at its fringes, was most especially a middle-class or bourgeois affair, aimed at the reconstruction of an old order, and at the overthrow of aristocracies, nobilities, patriciates, and other privileged classes. In America, the reconstruction was partially achieved in the American Revolution, but the bourgeois elite in the United States did not acquire complete social and political dominance until it was able to extirpate the prescriptive order of the American South in the Civil War and to exclude and suppress the Southern elites in the Reconstruction era. The political conflict between the bourgeois order and the managerial elite in the mass state takes place within the state itself, and the principal issue of the conflict is the creation of the mass state, the expansion and proliferation of governmental functions. The conflict is located in the struggles between the executive sector, increasingly occupied and controlled by the managerial forces, and the legislative assemblies, in which bourgeois elites or their political representatives predominate, between the central arm of the state, also the seat of the managerial bureaucracy, and the local jurisdictions and institutions that constitute a bourgeois power base, and between the rule of the state by administrative, bureaucratic, and technical procedures, and the rule of the state by bourgeois constitutionalist and legalist formulas. The institutional location of the latter aspect of the conflict lies in the conflict between bureaucratic agencies and commissions, on the one hand, and the courts and institutions of the bourgeois legal and judicial system, on the other. The managerial elite within the mass state seeks to centralize state power, reduce the power of national legislatures, and establish a more activist and interventionist government that depends on executive leadership of the state and, ultimately, of mass society. The vehicle for the managerial centralization of power and the reduction of the legislative assemblies is managerial Caesarism, the reliance on a single leader allied with the mass population against the intermediary institutions and structures of the bourgeois order and using the managerial skills of the new elite to undermine bourgeois power and consolidate managerial power. Through Caesarist political leadership, the managerial elite seeks also to bureaucratize the functions of the state and to replace the legalistic bourgeois political order with a bureaucratic state under its own control. The managerial bureaucracy of the mass state is necessarily located in the executive sector of the central government. This is the logical location of the bureaucracy, since its main function is to execute, enforce, and administer the laws. Yet its association with the executive sector is also part of the relationship between rising elites and Caesarist political leaders that appears throughout history. Thus, as Weber pointed out, viewed technically as an organized form of authority, the efficiency of Caesarism, which often grows out of democracy, rests in general upon the position of the Caesar as a free trustee of the masses who is unfettered by tradition. The Caesar is thus the unrestrained master of a body of highly qualified military officers and officials whom he selects freely and personally without regard to tradition or to any other consideration. A Caesarist political leader, basing his power on his personal competence and charismatic appeal, uses the mass population to undermine the institutions, traditions, and power of an existing elite and elevates a section of his mass following to the position of a new elite. Since the new elite is closely associated with and dependent on the leader, it cannot establish its independent power until the leader's charisma has become routinized or disassociated from his person and institutionalized in a bureaucratic regime. The new elite then rules as a bureaucratic class, and its dependence on charismatic leaders is diminished. This pattern has occurred many times in human history under the Greek tyrants and Roman demagogues of antiquity, under the Tudors and Bourbons of early modern Europe, and in the 19th and 20th centuries in the form of managerial Caesarism. What is distinctive about the 20th century version of this pattern is the coincidence of plebiscitary and charismatic Caesarism with managerial skills and techniques. The association of the managerial elite in the state with charismatic Caesarist leaders appealing to a mass following enables the emergent elite to ally with the masses against the bourgeois elites in their legislative, judicial, and local power bases. The congestion of the masses and the incipient collapse of traditional institutions under the impact of the new mass and scale provide an opportunity and a pretext and, indeed, often a valid reason for the attack on obsolescent and self-serving bourgeois institutions and for the extension of the managerial state into the bourgeois power base, and the dispersion of sovereignty that occurs in mass democracies assists the managerial elite in assuming control of state power. The managerial elite in the executive bureaucracy seeks to centralize political power in its own functions and in its Caesarist leader and to undermine the legislative assemblies, electoral districts, decentralized institutions, and local communities in which bourgeois political power is based. The managers, ostensibly on behalf of the masses and their welfare, undertake programs of economic intervention and regulation, political reform, and social engineering, the results of which accrue to the interests of the managers as their apparatus is enlarged and its scope extended. Managerial elements thus encourage the extension of the franchise to groups that the bourgeois elite cannot discipline, establish new agencies and programs that organize anti-bourgeois forces and undermine the local power base of the bourgeois elite in local communities, and institute new functions for the executive sector of the state that legislative assemblies and their bourgeois members are unable to perform or control. These activities subvert, eliminate, or circumvent the localized and legislative power bases of the bourgeois elite, the authority and formulas of which are reinterpreted or adapted to bring them into line with the imperatives of managerial Caesarism. In the extreme cases in which managerial elites have seized power by violence, as in Russia and Germany in the early 20th century, the bourgeois power centers are simply suppressed and the bourgeoisie itself is exterminated or coercively dispossessed. The principal justification for managerial centralization of power and functions is that bourgeois political institutions are too inefficient and cumbersome to solve the problems identified by the managerial elite and that the bourgeois elite is itself hostile to such solutions because they are threats to its power and interests. In fact, there is considerable truth in the managerial argument. Bourgeois political institutions were established to protect the localized power bases and private interests of the bourgeois elite and are intentionally cumbersome to prevent the enlargement of the centralized state and its intervention in social and economic processes. The managerial argument against these institutions, however, also serves managerial interests by implicitly or explicitly rejecting the legitimacy of the bourgeois political ideal of a limited and neutralist state and thus contains revolutionary presuppositions that in effect redefine the ends of the state. The redefinition of the state consists largely in the substitution of bureaucratic and administrative procedure for the constitutionalism and legalism that characterized bourgeois government, a substitution that converts the state from what Michael Oakeshott calls a democracy, in which laws are understood as conditions of conduct, not devices instrumental to the satisfaction of preferred wants, to a teleocratic government, the management of a purposive concern. The bourgeois elites, in their struggle against the dynastic monarchs in the 18th and 19th centuries, depended on the rule of law, i.e., the determination of general relationships among citizens and between citizens and the state by regular, codified, or customary principles generally believed to be morally just. The subjugation of the dynastic monarchies to such regular principles restrained the personal will of the monarch and the prescriptive elites associated with him, and the control of the lawmaking bodies, the legislative assemblies and courts by the bourgeoisie enabled the bourgeois elite to enact laws that reflected its political and economic interests. The formulas of equality before the law and the rule of law, not men, seemingly seeking to establish just and uniform relationships among all citizens, in fact undermined the power of the prescriptive elites and in practice generally did not apply to the lower classes and masses that emerged in the 19th century. Moreover, the constitutionally limited state of the bourgeois political order, like Oakeshott's nomocratic ruler, was a master of ceremonies, not an arbiter of fashion. His concern is with the manners of convives, and his office is to keep the conversation going, not to determine what is said. by thus restricting the activities of the bourgeois state and the ends that it was allowed to pursue by means of the rule of law formula. The bourgeois political elite eliminated threats to its localized and privatized interests from government. The managerial bureaucracies have generally sought to replace both the reliance on law as well as the content of legal codes with reliance on procedure and revised laws and interpretations that accrue to their benefit. The difference between law and administrative procedure is that the former is formulated for general purposes and the latter to implement specific policies. Policy, writes F. A. Hayek, is rightly contrasted with legislation when it means the pursuit of the concrete, ever-changing aims of the day. It is with the execution of policy in this sense that administration proper is concerned. Its task is the direction and allocation of revenues put at the disposal of government in the service of the constantly changing needs of the community. The tendency of the professional administrators concerned with these tasks is inevitably to draw everything they can into the service of the public aims they are pursuing. And Hayek quotes the jurist Edgar Bodenheimer on the difference between law and administration. Law is mainly concerned with rights, administration is mainly concerned with results. Law is conducive to liberty and security, while administration promotes efficiency and quick decision. In the managerial regime, however, the meaning of law and the role of the courts differ radically from what they were in the bourgeois order. Both legal realism, which rejects the formalistic view prevalent in 19th-century bourgeois legal theory, that law is an abstract entity present as the meaning of a given statute, waiting to be found by a judge, and sociological jurisprudence, which seeks to adjust legal principles to social and economic conditions, seek to challenge bourgeois legal formalism and to expand the role of courts in legitimizing and instigating social change that is designed and engineered by the emergent managerial elite. Thus, the emergence of the managerial regime precipitated a change in the content and meaning of law as well as in its political and social functions that reflected the interests and aspirations of the new elite and delegitimized those of the old elite and its order. The goals of efficiency and utility, formulating rules that correspond to varying situations as they arise and appear useful rather than to the general needs and values of a community, ignore the general application and sovereignty of law. The technicality and specialization that characterize the direction of mass organizations require reliance on such varying procedures as well as the abandonment of general law. The variability of administrative procedures is one reason why bureaucratic administration and the rules it formulates are so many, so complicated, and often so contradictory. Each procedure is applied to specific situations rather than to general relationships, and specific situations are necessarily variable. The variability of procedure also enables the managerial elite in the mass state to disregard legal principles that are inconvenient to its interests and to rely on what it defines as social needs, which happen to correspond to the interests of the elite, as the criterion for new regulations. Furthermore, because law by its nature deals with general relationships, it recognizes that some specific situations are beyond the remedy of law, ultra vires. Administrative procedures, and those who use them, recognize no such limit. Every problem, complaint, and situation is believed to lie within the competence of the expert to solve through the application of technical expertise and the formulation of procedures. The belief that administrative procedure is an adequate and proper means of regulating human communities enhances the power of the managerial elite and also encourages the meliorist or utopian ideologies that accompany managerial regimes and which are lacking in pre-mass societies ruled by law. The managerial justification for the substitution of administration, bureaucracy, and expertise for bourgeois legal codes and judicial and legislative institutions is the claim that managerial technique is able to resolve the conflicts and flaws of human society and to ameliorate the human condition. Thus, crime, war, ignorance, poverty, disease, slums, etc. become problems to be solved by management and its formula of scientism, the application of science to human relations and institutions, and the managers portray the persistence of bourgeois institutions and values as itself a problem or obstacle to managerial progress. The claims of the managers are generalized in meliorist and utopian formulas that not only serve the interests of the managerial elite as a whole but also exert immense appeal to the mass population. Meliorist and utopian formulas are contained also in what Christopher Lasch has called the new therapeutic conception of the state, which regards autonomous social institutions as the sources of social pathologies that must be cured and corrected by bureaucratically administered and scientifically informed therapies that serve to transfer control of the processes of socialization to the managerial bureaucracy. The fostering of meliorism and utopianism by the managerial state is thus implicit in its political dynamic as well as in its bureaucratic character and its specialized managerial and technical skills, just as the fostering of mass hedonism and cosmopolitanism is implicit in the dynamic of managerial capitalism. The managerial state not only disrupts the power base of the bourgeois elite but also attacks the social and economic institutions that characterize the bourgeois order. This process involves the fusion of state and economy and the integration and homogenization of society itself by managerial forces. In the totalitarian managerial regimes, private property is virtually abolished and the economy is directly administered by the state. The fusion of state and economy is literal and complete. In the managerial regimes in which mass organizations evolved as a response to the emergence and participation of mass populations in economic and political life, and where bourgeois or prescriptive elements have retained some power and offer some restraint on the dominance of the managerial regime, private property and economic autonomy survive to a greater and more significant degree. Nevertheless, even in these managerial regimes, there is a close integration of the economy and the state so that in its essential aspects it is accurate to speak of a fusion of the two sectors. The mass organizations in the economy cannot operate, they cannot plan for mass production, financing, research, and marketing without the cooperation of the state, and this cooperation serves the interests of the managerial elite in the state, since its role in the economy extends its power and functions. Thus, the managerial elites of the mass corporations and the mass state do not resist, and, indeed, collaborate to promote, the fusion of the mass economy and the mass state. The importance of the mass state and its activities in mass society to the mass corporations are summarized by Galbraith, whose term, planning system, refers to the part of the modern bimodal economy that is dominated by the large corporations and where these, as an essential aspect of their planning, take markets under their control. Qualified manpower is decisive for the success of the planning system. The education on which it depends is provided mostly in the public sector of the economy. The market for the most advanced technology and that which best allows of planning is also in the public sector. Much scientific and technical innovation comes from, or is sponsored by, the state or by publicly supported universities and research institutions. The state regulates the aggregate demand for the products of the planning system. This is indispensable for its planning. And still discreetly and with infirmity of intent, the state provides the wage and price regulation without which prices in the planning system are unstable. The planning system, in fact, is inextricably associated with the state. In notable respects, the mature corporation, i.e., the mass managerial corporation, is an arm of the state. And the state, in important matters, is an instrument of the planning system. The participation of the state in the economy thus assists and maintains the oligopoly that characterizes managerial capitalism, and to say that the mass economy under the domination of the corporate giants is inextricably associated with the state is virtually equivalent to what James Burnham called the fusion of the economy with the state, even though formal state ownership of the means of production may not evolve as Burnham believed it would. The principal underpinning of the fusion of state and economy in the managerial regime lies in the regulation of aggregate demand, which Galbraith calls indispensable to the corporate economy by the state. It is indispensable because without such regulation, the corporate managers would be unable to anticipate the level of production and consumption and the most effective use of capital. In its absence, there would be unpredictable and almost certainly large fluctuations in demand and therewith in sales and production. Planning would be gravely impaired, capital and technology would have to be used much more cautiously and far less effectively than now. And the position of the technostructure, since it is endangered by the failure of earnings, would be far less secure. The position of the technostructure or managerial elite in the corporation, as well as its counterpart in the state, is enhanced by the regulation of aggregate demand. Not only does the regulatory process involve highly technical and specialized economic, legal, political, and administrative work, but also regulation results in the more effective use of capital and technology by the corporation and augments the need for and the rewards of the managerial elite in both the state and the economy. The principal instruments by which the managerial state regulates aggregate demand are monetary and fiscal policy, the corporate and personal income tax, a high level of public expenditure by the state, labor policy, by which employment and thereby mass consumption are maximized, and the regulation of prices and wages. All of these activities necessarily involve a larger, more interventionist, more powerful, and more technically sophisticated state than the bourgeois order is able to sustain. The entrepreneurial firms of the bourgeois economy had little need for the regulation of aggregate demand, and, indeed, the instruments of regulation and the expansion of the state that they engender threaten the entrepreneurial firm and its owner operators. The actual burden of both corporate and personal income taxes is, in substantial measure, on the entrepreneur. The managers of the corporation and the state do not themselves pay corporate income tax, and the burden of personal income taxes on them is lighter than on the propertied elite of the bourgeoisie. The conversion of fiscal policy from a means of raising revenue, its main purpose in the bourgeois state, to a means of regulating aggregate demand and thereby of subsidizing the managerial economy at the expense of the bourgeois economy, and the elaboration of interventionist policies intended to affect the level of unemployment and of wages and prices, also strike at the autonomy and privatized nature of bourgeois economic and social institutions. The managerial state is wedded to the managerial economy also through the whole structure of public regulation of economic enterprise and production. Product safety, occupational safety, minimum wage legislation, legally obligatory unionization, public health codes, minority hiring laws, and the regulation of banking, interstate commerce, and mass transportation and communications create burdens that fall primarily on the entrepreneurial firms, which lack the elasticity to adjust to them or the means to pass on to the consumer in the form of higher prices the cost increases that are created. The managerial corporation is able to absorb these burdens, and, indeed, the burdens create a further need for more managerial and technical functions, hence, they, too, encourage the power of the managerial forces in the economy and state. The entrepreneurial firm either suffers or fails due to these burdens or, if it absorbs them, becomes by adaptation a managerial corporation and is assimilated within the managerial regime. Other means by which the state and economy are fused in the managerial regime include subsidization of mass corporations by the state, either direct or indirect through fiscal privilege and government purchasing. The latter, while not exclusively oriented toward military expenditures and development, is intimately associated with it and has had the approval of the managerial elite in the corporation. Galbraith notes, the strong approval which the planning system accords to military expenditures, space exploration, support to industrial research and development, highways or directly to individual firms of the planning system when they experience financial difficulty. Military expenditures are still the fulcrum on which public support to the planning system rests. Alfred D. Chandler adds, only during and after the Second World War did the government become a major market for industrial goods. In the post-war years, that market has been substantial, but it has been concentrated in a small number of industries, such as aircraft, missiles, instruments, communications equipment, electronic components, and shipbuilding. Far more important to the spread and continued growth of modern, i.e., managerial, business enterprise than direct purchases has been the government's role in maintaining full employment and high aggregate demand. Finally, state and economy are fused through the frequent interchange of personnel, an interchange that has served to reduce ideological distrust of business managers for the state. The mobilization of the war economy, in World War II, brought corporation managers to Washington to carry out one of the most complex pieces of economic planning in history. That experience lessened ideological anxieties about the government's role in stabilizing the economy. The interchange of personnel takes place at the highest level of cabinet positions and the directorships of executive agencies, as well as at lower levels, at which lawyers, accountants, and various kinds of specialists in the public sector acquire more lucrative careers in the business sector. Whatever perspectives and habits of mind may separate the two sectors are diminished by such interchanges, and the goals and interests characteristic of the managerial capitalist and his counterpart in the managerial state are assimilated to each other. The fusion of the economy with the state in the managerial regime enables the managers in the state sector to attack the economic centers of the bourgeois power base by undermining the productivity and autonomy of the entrepreneurial firm. The assault on entrepreneurial capitalism also weakens the social institutions, political power, and ideologies of the bourgeois elite by bringing hard property under attack from the regulatory and interventionist policies of the managerial state. But the state also undertakes political reforms and programs of social engineering that subvert the bourgeois elite more directly. The ostensible purpose of the political and social reforms is to ameliorate the material condition of the masses, oppressed by bourgeois selfishness and parochialism, and, indeed, this purpose is often sincere in the minds of the managers themselves. Whether sincere or not, however, the real effect of managerial political and social reforms is to level bourgeois differentiations, to liberate the masses from the tyranny of bourgeois or prescriptive institutions, and to homogenize the mass population and bring it under the discipline of the mass organizations. The alliance of mass and manager against the bourgeoisie constitutes the political basis of managerial Caesarism. The economic policies of the managerial state undermine the hard property, class stratification, and the autonomy of the workplace in the bourgeois order, but they do not directly infringe upon the bourgeois home and family, the local community, or the bourgeois moral and social codes. These institutions, although weakened by managerial economic policies, are the targets of the mass educational system created by the managers in the state and promoted by the managers in the economy. The educational bureaucracy seeks, often deliberately and boastfully, to usurp the functions of the bourgeois family and to instruct the juvenile bourgeois in the anti-bourgeois ideologies, values, and styles of the managerial regime. Managerial elements, through control or establishment of the institutions of elementary education, child development, family planning, and social work, are able to challenge the processes of bourgeois socialization and to establish new instruments of managerial socialization, which consolidate managerial social disciplines over the mass population. The therapeutic conception of the state serves as one of the principal rationalizations for this managerial control of socialization. As Lasch writes, it is in this light that we should see the school's appropriation of many of the training functions formerly carried out by the family, including manual training, household arts, instruction in manners and morals, and sex education. Doctors, psychiatrists, child development experts, spokesmen for the juvenile courts, marriage counselors, leaders of the public hygiene movement all said the same thing, usually reserving to their own professions, however, the leading role in the care of the young. This aspect of the managerial assault from the state is coordinated with the managerial elite in the mass organizations of culture and communication with which the educational bureaucracy overlaps. Secondly, the managerial state, at least in the soft managerialism of the Western world, promotes political reforms aimed at broadening the franchise, increasing the level of voter participation, usurping or infringing upon the autonomy of local governments and jurisdictions, forbidding discrimination and censorship at the local level, private or public, and overseeing the enforcement of these reforms by the stationing of bureaucratic officials within local jurisdictions and extending the scope of bureaucratic powers. By means of such plebiscitary, egalitarian, and libertarian intrusions, the managerial state breaks down the intermediary and differentiating institutions of the bourgeois order and homogenizes and subjugates their component members, rationalizing its extension into these institutions through cosmopolitan ideological formulas that condemn bourgeois heterogeneity as artificial and repressive, as well as through meliorist or utopian formulas. An analogous process of homogenization and leveling takes place in the mass economy and is rationalized under managerial capitalism by the slogan that one man, dollar is as good as another, dot. In those areas of society where these tactics of managerial Caesarism have been successful, the result is tantamount to oligarchic domination of society by the managerial elite in the state, even though democratic and constitutional forms have been retained and even extended, and domination is achieved largely through manipulative rather than by coercive techniques. The substantive but informal establishment of managerial oligarchy in mass society thus parallels the substantive but informal establishment of a collectivist economic order under managerial control that is achieved by the dematerialization of property and the fusion of state and economy. Neither the state nor the corporation would be able to maintain the managerial regime, however, without the skills supplied by the managerial educational organizations and without a large degree of ideological rationalization and integration. Both of these functions are carried out by the third sector of the managerial regime, the mass organizations of culture and communication. The cultural hegemony of the managerial regime. The managerial organizations of culture and communication consist of those mass media institutions that disseminate, restrict, or invent facts, ideas, values, and tastes. They include not only the media in the sense of newspapers, periodicals, books and their publishers, advertising, film, radio, and television, but also educational and religious institutions and the professional intellectual and verbalist class that is employed by them. The revolution of mass and scale transformed such institutions of bourgeois society into mass organizations, able to communicate with, and thereby to contain and discipline, emerging mass populations. This transformation exhibited the same pattern of elite formation found in the transformation of the state and economy. The revolution of mass and scale in communications began in the last third of the 19th century with the development of new technologies conducive to the expansion of the span of communications and of the organizations involved in them. Automatic typesetting, the manufacture of cheap wood pulp paper, the telephone, and modern photography allowed for the development of mass circulation newspapers in Western Europe and the United States, and advances in the technologies of film and electronic communications in the 20th century accelerated the enlargement of the span of communications, the scale of the mass media organizations, and the technicality and complexity of the functions these organizations performed. The emergence of mass populations that served as audiences for these media, and the inability of the more compact and less technically advanced cultural institutions of the bourgeois order to contain and discipline audiences of this size, created demands, particularly in Great Britain and the United States, for new mass organizations that performed these cultural and communicational functions. The organizational enlargement of the institutions of mass communication, as well as the highly technical nature of their functions, encouraged the formation of a professional group of experts skilled in these functions. The traditional elite of the bourgeois media, the owners and operators of small, local newspapers, publishing houses, and periodicals, as well as the bourgeois intelligentsia of the small colleges, schools, and churches, lacked the managerial skills necessary for the direction of mass media and, like the bourgeois elites in the economy and the state, was displaced by the new managerial groups. The latter, like their counterparts in the mass corporation and the mass state, acquired a collective interest in continuing to expand the size, complexity, and technicality of the mass media organizations, and this expansion brought the managerial elite in the media into conflict with, and served to undermine the institutional and ideological fabric of, the bourgeois order. The intellectual and verbalist professions are the most visible component of the managerial elite of the mass media and perform the principal social functions of the media in the managerial regime through the formulation and dissemination of the ideological defenses of the regime, and the development and transmission of the managerial skills on which the elite depends for the direction and operation of mass organizations in the economy and state as well as in the media. The intellectual and verbalist professions constitute the intelligentsia of the managerial regime and consist of the class of persons who make their living by writing, speaking, researching, thinking, and communicating. They include the academics and research staffs of universities and foundations, literary and aesthetic intellectuals, actors and entertainers, artists, scientists, teachers, broadcasters, journalists, clergymen, and lawyers. The members of these intellectual and verbalist professions are directly dependent on the mass media for their livelihoods, status, power, and functions in mass society, and they share a common interest in the continuing enlargement of the mass organizations of culture and communication and the extension of the social functions of these organizations. The managerial intelligentsia also participates in the direction and operation of the mass organizations of the economy and the state and depends on these organizations for economic and political functions and for material rewards and power through subsidization, tax exemption, grants, and endowments. The managerial intelligentsia is thus closely integrated and interdependent with the managerial elite as a whole and constitutes an integral part of the managerial apparatus of power in mass society. The mass media of managerial society serve two general functions within the managerial regime. They transmit and inculcate the ideology of the regime as a means of rationalizing its structure and the interests of its elite and articulate challenges to the bourgeois ideologies. Secondly, they develop and transmit, through educational and research institutions, the body of managerial and technical skills on which mass organizations and their elites depend. These functions serve to integrate the mass organizations of culture and communication with the mass organizations of state and economy. The managerial state and corporation depend on the skills transmitted by the mass educational organizations and on the legitimization provided by the ideological formulations of the media, and managerial capitalism in particular depends on the mass advertising designed and carried out by the media. Thus, each sector of the managerial elite is dependent on and fused with the others, and the elite of each sector reinforces and protects the interests of the elites in the other sectors. The mass media are able to control, discipline, and integrate the mass population because of the way in which they communicate with their audiences. They generally lack the coercive sanctions of the state and the power to grant or withhold rewards that the economic organizations possess, and precisely because of their immense scale, they lack the ability to create the personal and informal disciplines that characterize bourgeois and prescriptive institutions. Only by the sophisticated development of the techniques of mass communication can these organizations exist, create loyalties among their members, whether they are formal members or simply members of an audience, and whether the audience is compact or dispersed, and communicate facts, ideas, and values to them. Despite the lack of the material sanctions of force and reward by the mass media organizations, the use of the techniques of mass communications constitutes one of the most important forms of social power in mass society. Without these techniques and the organizations that use them, the integration of mass society by the managerial regime would be impossible. As Dennis Wrong notes, inequality of the means of persuasion is even more evident when we consider the mass media in modern societies. The owners or controllers of printing presses, radio and television transmitters, loudspeakers, and amplifying equipment possess enormous persuasive advantages over the individual citizen. He cannot argue back but can only switch off the TV or radio, or refuse to buy a particular newspaper, and under conditions of modern urban life he cannot avoid completely becoming a member of a captive audience, exposed to the mass persuasions of those who control the ubiquitous communications media. The technological revolution in communications has created new and complex instruments of persuasion, access to which constitutes a vitally important power resource. The consolidation of managerial control of the mass organizations of culture and communication enables the emergent elite to achieve what the Italian Marxist theorist Antonio Gramsci called cultural hegemony, the permeation throughout civil society including a whole range of structures and activities like trade unions, schools, the churches, and the family of an entire system of values, attitudes, beliefs, morality, etc. that is in one way or another supportive of the established order and the class interests that dominate it. Cultural hegemony allows the managerial elite to create and manipulate consent on a mass level as well as to challenge bourgeois cultural dominance and discipline the mass audiences of the organizations of culture and communication with a minimal reliance on coercion. The conflict between the mass media and the bourgeois order takes both organizational as well as ideological and cultural forms. Since media institutions are often organized as corporate structures, the conflict often takes place as the competition between the mass corporation and the entrepreneurial firm, the form in which bourgeois media are typically organized. Giant newspaper chains and publishing houses buy up or drive out small ones. Giant film companies or broadcasting networks take over small competitors and independents. As in the conflict in the economy, the tendency to conglomeration in the media undermines the autonomy of the bourgeois power base. A similar process of conglomeration occurs with the mass educational and religious organizations. Small schools and colleges cannot easily compete against the multiversity in attracting faculty, students, grants, and financial contributions, and the centralization of attractive facilities in a single mass educational organization enables it to absorb others and to dominate cultural and intellectual life. At the lower levels of schooling, mass public education has tended to replace or absorb private schools and academies. Among religious institutions, there is a similar tendency to conglomeration as mass churches, using mass communications, sophisticated administrative and financial skills, and technical secular services and functions, replace or absorb the small community churches that characterize the religious culture of the bourgeois order. When we speak of organization in the field of religion, wrote sociologist Gibson Winter in the 1960s, we refer primarily to the coordination of activities, the introduction of rational systems of accounting, the use of functionally specialized staffs, the application of objective criteria to gauge performance, and the designation of specific goals to be served by functional units within the enterprise. The proliferation of such managerial elements within churches has radically altered the practice of organized religion in the 20th century. Our century, writes Herbert Wallace Schneider, has created a number of religious societies whose outward appurtenances resemble the office buildings of big business more than they do church buildings. During the last decades, the work of the American religious bodies has become so specialized, organized, and practical that the very life of religion seems to be shifting from worship to service and from altar to office. Under the impact of the revolution of mass and scale, and the mobility, urbanization, and secularization that accompany it, Mass churches with expanded services and secularized functions and doctrines tend to attract larger congregations and to replace the bourgeois churches that remain wedded to traditional religious styles and values. The leadership that emerges in the secularized mass churches is to a large degree managerial rather than bourgeois in nature. Thus, Winter found in a study of the organizational revolution among Protestant churches. Protestant organization has brought professional, managerial personnel into the religious bureaucracy. Large-scale, highly rationalized bureaucracies cannot operate on a familistic basis. They require skilled managerial personnel who can decide on objective criteria about programs and advancement. This creates a conflict between the organization men and the constituency. Organizational staff encounter this strain in local churches as the tension between cosmopolitan and local interests. Organization of religious activities on a centralized basis favors a cosmopolitan type who can move from one organization to another. His skills are detachable, they can be used in any comparable organization with minor adjustment. Local congregations are interested in a man with local pastoral concern. The large organization turns the pastor's attention to the organizational demands increased membership and fundraising. The ideological and cultural conflict between the mass media and the bourgeois order parallels their organizational conflict. The compact scale, localized span, and personalized and informal social and political disciplines of the bourgeois order allowed a high degree of social and cultural differentiation within it, and this heterogeneity reinforced the dominance of the bourgeois elite and its informal apparatus of power through discrimination on the basis of class and property, regional origin, race and sex, and moral behavior. Although there were distinct limits to the diversity and pluralism of bourgeois societies, the bourgeois elite could not impose uniformity on those subject to it without constructing more formal and universal political institutions and thereby substantially altering or threatening its own apparatus of power and the informal and particularized institutions that upheld it. The differentiated nature of the bourgeois social order constrains the development of mass media because the latter cannot communicate with the diversified audiences contained in bourgeois institutions. The very nature of mass media involves a uniformity of content and style in the communications disseminated through them, and in order to receive the uniform contents of mass communications, their audience must be uniform in the values, tastes, manners, body of knowledge, and aspirations it harbors. Thus, the mass media must break down the social, economic, moral, intellectual, and emotional distinctions that diversify the bourgeois order and promote the homogenization of bourgeois society to create a uniform mass audience susceptible to the discipline of mass communications. The process of homogenization is rationalized by a cosmopolitan ideology that regards the social and cultural differentiations of the bourgeois order as backward, artificial, and repressive. The tendency of the mass media to homogenization and the cosmopolitan ideology that promotes it parallels and reinforces the cultural and ideological tendencies of the managerial corporations in their promotion of mass hedonism and cosmopolitanism and of the managerial state in its meliorism, cosmopolitanism, and centralization. The tendency to homogenization of the audiences of mass media is evident in mass advertising. Mass consumption presupposes a uniformity of wants on the part of all consumers, and advertising must instill in the consumer a demand for uniform products. Uniformity of demand presupposes a uniformity in the character of the consumers that is unnecessary and virtually impossible in the smaller scale economy of the bourgeois order. The differentiated products of localized bourgeois enterprises cannot be marketed to consumers far removed from the place of production and different in tastes, knowledge, manners, and needs from the consumers of the local market. The same homogenizing trend is apparent in the communications of all mass media. National news and entertainment media present the same body of information and amusement to all places and levels of society, whether the medium is electronic or printed. In the mass educational organizations, uniformity of textbooks, teaching methods, and curricula homogenized the intellectual development of the mass population, and the bureaucratized academic societies and teachers' unions that preside over and design educational techniques encourage this trend. In the mass religious organizations, the same tendency is apparent in the amalgamation of theological differences in the form of ecumenism and in the secularization of church concerns in the form of technical secular functions. Daniel Bell has commented on the cultural and religious effects of the revolution of mass and scale. The enlargement of a social sphere leads to greater interaction, and this interaction in turn leads to specialization, complementary relations, and structural differentiation. But in culture, the increase in interaction, owing to the breakdown of segmented societies or of parochial cultures, leads to syncretism, the mingling of strange gods, as in the time of Constantine, or the melange of cultural artifacts in modern art, or even in the living rooms of middle-class professional families. Syncretism is the jumbling of styles in modern art, which absorbs African masks or Japanese prints into its modes of depicting spatial perceptions, or the merging of Oriental and Western religions, detached from their histories, in a modern meditative consciousness. The nature of mass communications, the centralization and bureaucratization of the production of what is communicated, and the technical nature of its production, reinforce and encourage the syncretistic homogenization of mass society, undermining the particularist and differentiated structures of the bourgeois order, detaching the loyalties of its members, and disciplining them within the networks of mass communications. The homogenization and syncretism promoted by the mass media not only serve to undermine bourgeois institutions and elites to the advantage of managerial elites in the mass organizations of culture and communication, as well as in the mass corporations and mass state, but also correspond to the universalist and cosmopolitan formulas of managerial ideology, by which the behavior and values of mass society are rationalized and which also serve the interests of the managerial corporations and the managerial state. The homogenization of the mass population as political participants, consumers, and audience creates a uniform collective identity susceptible to the manipulative disciplines of the mass organizations and their elites. The formulation and inculcation of the managerial ideology is a principal function of the media of mass communication in integrating mass society under managerial dominance and a principal instrument of managerial cultural hegemony. The emergence of mass populations in the course of the revolution of mass and scale required not only an organizational response in the form of new manipulative disciplines but also the development of new values and patterns of behavior on the part of the population that reflect the functioning of mass organizations and the interests of their managerial elites. The new patterns of behavior are themselves institutionalized through rationalizations articulated by the mass media in the form of a coherent ideology. The managerial intelligentsia formulates the ideology of the regime as a coherent rationalization and expression of the functional needs of the mass corporations, the mass state, and the mass media in the economy, political order, and culture of managerial society. Thus, the economy of mass consumption is rationalized through the formulation and dissemination of an ideology and ethic of hedonism that legitimizes the gratification of appetites and material aspirations through the consumption of goods and services produced by the mass economic organizations. Similarly, the bureaucratic state involved in the engineering of political, economic, and social institutions through the application of managerial skills requires the formulation of a meliorist or utopian ideology that legitimizes the functions and power of the bureaucratic elite of the state. Both the state and the mass corporations, as well as the mass organizations of culture and communication, also require the formulation of an ideology and ethic of cosmopolitanism that rationalizes the abandonment or diminution of political, economic, and social and cultural differentiations. A fundamental element of the managerial ideology and ethic is its presupposition of scientism, the premise, as William H. White described it, that with the same techniques that have worked in the physical sciences, we can eventually create an exact science of man, and which he saw as a fundamental assumption of the organization man, and as essentially a utopian rather than a technical idea. The scientistic premises of the managerial ideology and ethic offer a rationalization for the application of managerial skills and techniques to political, economic, and social and cultural arrangements, and for the power and preeminence of the managerial elite, proficient in the application of these skills and techniques, as a whole. The ideological needs of the interdependent sectors of the managerial regime thus reinforce each other and reflect the interests of the managerial elites in the mass organizations, and just as the mass structures of the managerial regime are integrated with each other, so also are their basic ideological themes and values interlinked. The result is the synthesis of hedonistic, meliorist and utopian, cosmopolitan, and scientistic elements into a popularized ideology and ethic that seek to replace the bourgeois ideologies and ethic as the fundamental public orthodoxy and moral code of managerial society. The underlying myth or idea of the managerial orthodoxy is that human potential is most nearly fulfilled in collective or mass activities that reflect the transcendence of or emancipation from traditional, particularistic, and separative identities, loyalties, and individualist selfishness through cosmopolitan interaction, liberation from obsolete and restrictive morality through a hedonistic and eudaimonian ethic, and the amelioration of society, man, and the world through the meliorist or Utopian engineering of social, economic, and political arrangements by the manipulative application of managerial skills. The managerial ideology thus synthesizes and unifies the particular functions of the mass organizations and reflects, unifies, and rationalizes the interests of their managerial elites. It provides a reasonably coherent worldview for managerial society, an intellectual and moral predicate on which the functioning of the regime and the behavior of its mass populations may be justified, and a defense of the predominance of the managerial elite over its bourgeois rivals. The ideology is sufficiently loose, variable, and flexible to perform its functions under different circumstances and in diverse regions and countries of the world, and is known under different labels. In the hard, managerial regimes of the fascist and communist type, however, the elements of the ideological synthesis, the synthesis itself, and the structure and functioning of the regimes are quite different from those of the soft, managerial regimes of the West. Although the managerial media perform their ideological functions principally by popularizing and inculcating the managerial ideology and ethic among their mass audiences, these functions also include their role in accommodating the different sectors of the managerial regime to each other and acting as a cohesive agent in integrating these sectors in a common purpose and a common bond. This role also involves a critical or adversarial relationship to the managerial elite of the other sectors as well as to the bourgeois order. The function of their adversarial relationship is not to weaken the managerial state and economy but to accelerate the expansion of mass and scale and intensify the managerial dominance that expansion generates. The managerial intelligentsia thus serves as a vanguard of the regime and of the continuing development of its functioning and dominance. The real hostility of the mass media is directed not at mass society or the managerial regime but at the remnants of the bourgeois order and the persistence of its elite, institutions, and values. The managerial intelligentsia also maintain an interest in preserving and expanding an open society, cultural pluralism, and unrestricted freedom of expression, which reflect their adversarial role as well as the specific interests of their professional autonomy and the enhancement of their professional rewards and status. The pluralism and openness they demand consists largely in the dissemination of anti-bourgeois ideas and values and is consistent with the anti-bourgeois homogenization of society and culture under managerial discipline. They do not significantly challenge the bases of the managerial regime or the premises and values of managerial ideology, and their adversarial role does not weaken the regime but serves to discipline it within the constraints of managerial orthodoxy and to reduce the influence within it of persistent bourgeois and anti-managerial elements. Mass educational and religious organizations in particular make use of managerial ideologies to rationalize their expansion in scale and power. Bourgeois schools and universities, limited in scale and number of students, facilities, and academic disciplines, were among the principal institutions of the bourgeois order by which the values and styles of the bourgeois elite were transmitted and upheld. Thus, such educational institutions enforced bourgeois codes of conduct and deportment and provided an environment in which young bourgeoisie were assimilated into the moral and social framework of the bourgeois order. The personnel in such educational institutions, both faculty and students, were drawn from the bourgeois elites and were homogeneous with respect to their social, racial, intellectual, and moral backgrounds. Such schools and universities could not expand in scale or contain more students, faculty, and facilities without diluting their bourgeois nature and assimilating elements from outside the bourgeois elite. The main precipitant of the emergence of managerial elites within institutions of higher education was, as in other organizations, the revolution of mass and scale in the population included within them. Around the turn of the century, as the population of colleges and universities began to climb, it became increasingly necessary for specialized officials to handle applications for admission and other aspects of student affairs. The entrance of women into higher education in ever-increasing numbers added to the responsibilities of these officials. With the growth in student body, there came an increase in the size of faculties, as well as a vast expansion in the scope of budgets and physical facilities. All these developments further accentuated the need for administrators on college campuses. University presidents could no longer handle by themselves managerial responsibilities as wide-ranging as those they were now asked to undertake. This expansion in the size of the institutions of higher education, which accrued to the material advantage of managerial and verbalist intellectual groups within them by increasing the material resources at their disposal and their own professional and social status and influence, involved the erosion of the traditional moral, religious, and social functions of bourgeois education, as well as the decline of traditional curricula and an emphasis on new disciplines in the physical and social sciences, professional studies, and programs in technical and applied subjects. The dependence of mass universities upon large student bodies and the increasing financial and physical assets to accommodate them contributed to the gradual abandonment of bourgeois codes of conduct and deportment, the erosion of traditional intellectual disciplines, the adulteration of academic requirements, the guaranteeing of academic success, and the multiplication of academic disciplines, faculty, students, and functions. The need to assimilate mass student bodies, drawn from strata outside and often hostile to the bourgeois elites and their values, forced the mass educational organizations to abandon enforcement of bourgeois social and moral ideologies and to express and make use of managerial ideology and its ethic. The mass educational organizations, while expanding their functions, intensified their internal disciplinary functions through efforts to inculcate the managerial ideology in their mass audiences and to socialize them in accordance with the managerial ethic. Similarly, mass religious organizations expanded by increasingly abandoning the traditional functions of religion and adopting new functions, based on communication skills and managerial techniques that permitted and encouraged their expansion. The organizational enlargement of religious institutions involved significant changes in the content of their religious doctrine away from the concerns of bourgeois religion and toward the secularized and meliorist concerns of managerial religion. The individualistic piety of bourgeois religion in America served as an ideological support of the bourgeois regime. But, wrote Wilhaberg, as American social life became more complex and as Protestantism itself became more and more an institutional reflection of certain strata of middle-class America, the religious individualism remaining from frontier religion began to serve as a means of ignoring and evading the social problems that were arising in the new America of big cities and modern industry. The expansion of the scale and functions of religious institutions in the late 19th century was a response to the revolution of mass and scale in social and economic life. In the 1880s, the institutional church emerged, fostered particularly by Episcopalians and Congregationalists, with the purpose of providing centers of culture, recreation, and religious education for the urban poor who were now inhabiting the sections of the city in which these churches were located. Settlement houses were part of the same program, though increasingly they came to be operated under secular auspices. But the most significant effort of American Protestantism to meet the challenge of the new America was the social gospel and the social action agencies that went along with it. Sociologist Gibson Winter found that the three faiths, American Protestantism, Catholicism, and Judaism, have developed rather similar bureaucratic structures, and that common features of the American situation have provided an external principle for this organizational development of the faiths. Rapid urbanization introduced complex problems of planning and communications. The diversification of educational, welfare, occupational, and residential spheres of activity called for a considerable diversification within the religious organizations. Although each faith community shaped its own pattern of organization according to the dominant principle of its own ethos, the emerging bureaucratic structures were very similar. This is the most striking feature in the organizational development of the major faiths in the United States. In mass religion, profound religious emotions and experiences and the complexities and subtleties of theology, ethics, and sacred history cannot effectively be communicated or contained. Mass religion is promoted by the secular appeals that the managerial elite of the mass churches is skilled in disseminating, and the secularization of mass religion involves the mass religious organizations in implementing and communicating secular salvations that incorporate the cosmopolitan, hedonistic, scientistic, and meliorist and utopian elements of managerial ideology. Modern societies, writes Daniel Bell, have substituted utopia for religion, utopia not as a transcendental ideal, but one to be realized through history, progress, rationality, science, with the nutrients of technology and the midwifery of revolution. Of all the mass media of culture and communication, however, the most necessary for the managerial regime are the mass educational organizations. Not only does mass schooling provide ideological and communicational integration for mass society, but also it is through these organizations that the specialized skills of management and technical expertise are acquired, and the elites of all the sectors of the regime could not exist or hold power without such skills. It is an imperative of the managerial regime, therefore, that the mass educational organizations be integrated or fused with the managerial state and the managerial corporation, and this fusion takes place primarily through what Bell and Kevin P. Phillips call the knowledge sector or knowledge industry. John Kenneth Galbraith suggests that the reliance of the managerial economy on education has revolutionized the traditionally hostile relationship between business and the intelligentsia. With the rise of the technostructure, relations between those associated with economic enterprise and the educational and scientific estate have undergone a radical transformation. There is no longer an abrupt conflict in motivation. Like the educational and scientific estate, the technostructure is no longer exclusively responsive to pecuniary motivation. Both see themselves as identified with social goals or with organizations serving social purposes. And both, it may be assumed, seek to adapt social goals to their own. If there is a difference, it is not in the motivational system, but in the goals. Although there remain tensions between the mass educational organizations and the mass corporations, as there are between the corporation and the mass state and as there always are between the sectors of any elite, the dependence of the managerial economy on mass education and research, the very large rewards available to educational organizations from corporations, and the interchange of personnel at various levels of both sectors result in the effective fusion or integration of the two. The mass economy is also fused with the mass state, and thus the state is by this fact also wedded to mass education. But the fusion of the state and the educational system is more direct. Mass education at the lower as well as at the higher levels is largely financed through public funds, and research and development contracts between state and university and research organizations make education a direct appendage of the mass state. The technical functions of the state, furthermore, demand a strong infusion of skills and expertise from the mass academy and the development of the skills and expertise of the professional bureaucratic elite of the state. The fusion of state, economy, and education becomes even more significant when it is understood that the modern university has acquired a virtual cultural and intellectual monopoly in mass society. The habitat, manners, and idiom of intellectuals have been transformed within the past 50 years, wrote Russell Jacoby in 1987. Younger intellectuals no longer need or want a larger public, they are almost exclusively professors. Campuses are their homes, colleagues their audiences, monographs and specialized journals their media. Unlike past intellectuals, they situate themselves within fields and disciplines for good reason. Their jobs, advancement, and salaries depend on the evaluation of specialists, and this dependence affects the issues broached and the language employed. Daniel Bell remarks that the universities have become the dominant force in the American cultural world today. Many novelists, composers, painters, and critics find their havens in the far-flung universities, and many of the major literary and cultural quarterlies are edited there. Thus, the fusion of state, economy, and education is in fact a fusion of state, economy, and culture, and all three reflect the interests and imperatives of mass organizations and the managerial elite. Given this fusion and mutual interdependence, the adversarial relationship between the mass media and the other sectors of the managerial regime cannot but be limited. Whatever serious dissidence is generated within the mass organizations of culture and communication is either stifled or absorbed by the capacity of mass society to neutralize and assimilate it. Cultural hegemony allows the manipulative rather than the coercive suppression of dissent. Dissidents, if they are not violent and do not penetrate too far into the morphology and dynamics of the managerial regime, are not punished, censored, or lynched but rewarded, and their dissent becomes another product for mass consumption. The successful integration of the sectors of the managerial regime, including culture, means the imposition of a uniformity of ideas, values, tastes, and styles, alleviated only by trivial fashions, novelties, and exotica generated by the media and the imperatives of mass production and consumption. The real hostility of the regime is reserved only for the remnants of the bourgeois and prescriptive orders that refuse to die and continue to resist, and for those forms of rebellion that cannot be assimilated. So far from promoting or extending the pluralism and heterogeneity that characterize the bourgeois order, the imperative of the managerial regime is to extinguish it under the discipline of managerial homogenization. The acquisition of organizational control by managerial elites within the mass organizations of culture and communication and their adaptation to the needs of the managerial regime was generally not advanced in Western societies until the middle and later part of the 20th century. Only after World War II did the dramatic expansion of educational institutions, the professionalization of the educational, intellectual, and verbalist classes, the technological and organizational advances of the communications industry, and the fusion of the mass organizations of culture and communication with the managerial state and economy take place fully. Until that time, the role of the mass media in formulating and disseminating managerial ideology and challenging the ideology and ethic of the bourgeois order was limited, as was their role in providing the managerial skills on which the bureaucratic and corporate elites depend. Hence, the dissemination of cosmopolitan ideas and values, as well as of other elements of managerial ideology, and the challenge to bourgeois particularism and ascetic individualism were restricted, though present within a growing number of mass media and their elites. These restrictions limited the homogenization of the mass population that the media were able to implement. The inability of the regime to integrate the mass population within a homogeneous mass audience susceptible to ideological and behavioral manipulation by the mass cultural organizations served to constrain the managerial regime and allowed for the persistence of bourgeois political and ideological opposition to it. In the absence of adequate ideological discipline, policies and actions of the regime that presupposed cosmopolitan rationalizations, internationalism, racial desegregation, and political centralization were often successfully resisted. With the organizational and technological advances of the mass organizations of culture and communication, however, and with the integration of these structures with the regime in state and corporation, the eradication of pre-managerial differentiations, the homogenization of a mass audience, and the inculcation of a cosmopolitan ideology and ethic have become more feasible. Indeed, the tendency of the managerial intelligentsia, equipped with the organizational and technological resources of the post-World War II era, has been toward the assertion of its dominance within the regime and the subordination of the elites of the mass corporation and mass state to its interests and aspirations. The suicide of the bourgeoisie. The revolution of mass and scale at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th centuries brought about changes that bourgeois political, economic, and social institutions could not contain or control. Only mass organizations could discipline the vast increases in human mass and the exponential enlargement of social interaction, and only professionally trained and specialized personnel could operate and direct these organizations. In assuming the functions of operation and direction, the groups that possessed these skills, the managerial elites of the mass organizations, also took control of them and acquired economic, political, and cultural and social power over mass society. Possessing similar interests in each sector of society, they integrated and fused with each other against the bourgeois elites and their order. The revolution of mass and scale thus challenged the bourgeois order and disrupted its institutions, but it did not end that order. Rather, it generated forces that accelerated the organizational enlargement of society and which found their interests and imperatives in total conflict with those of the bourgeois elite. The emergent managerial groups could not have displaced the bourgeois elite had they not assimilated parts of it within their own structure of interests and aspirations. When bourgeois elements acquired managerial skills, their use of and dependence on such skills tended only to transform them into managers and not to enable them to compete more effectively with the new elites. By coming to depend on managerial skills for their livelihoods, power, and status, bourgeois elements acquired the economic, political, and social interests of the managers and were impelled to encourage the expansion of mass organizations, the abandonment of bourgeois ideology, the subversion of the bourgeois order, and the formation of the managerial regime. Even when metamorphosed bourgeoisie continued to mouth the slogans and clichés of bourgeois ideology, and even when they really believed in this ideology, their positions and functions in the managerial apparatus induced them to advance the interests and ideology of the managerial elite. One reason why the conflict between the managerial and bourgeois regimes is not more clearly perceived is that the revolution of mass and scale was itself a product of bourgeois society. The industrialization, population growth, urbanization, and increase of production that constituted the Industrial Revolution of the late 18th and 19th centuries were the preconditions of the further revolution of mass and scale that followed. The democratic revolution that paralleled the Industrial Revolution established the ideological and institutional premises of the managerial ideologies that flourished in the 20th century. Both the industrial and the democratic revolutions were the work of the European and American bourgeoisie, and the immediate effect of both revolutions was the political, economic, social, and cultural dominance of bourgeois elites. Bourgeois dominance, however, ultimately could not prevail over the new forces that the bourgeois revolution generated. The historian Charles Marazzi comments at the conclusion of his study of the bourgeois order of the 19th century on the self-destructive dynamic of that order. Just as the privileged few of the ancien regime had been unable to gain control of scientific progress, so the middle classes of Victorian Europe were unable to retain the monopoly of its benefits for long. Society underwent a series of structural changes, as a result of which the middle classes were swamped by a rising tide of technicians drawn from the ranks of the people and educated in the new schools. It was not long before they, the middle classes, began to feel uneasy at the growth of technocracies and socialisms and the rise of new continents. Soon they were being gradually deprived of their power, and by exactly the same forces that they had themselves employed to despoil the privileged of a previous generation by belief in progress and respect for its laws. However uneasy the bourgeois elites began to feel about the new forces that their very success had unleashed, it is not clear that most bourgeois understood these forces or how to resist them. Hence, they often joined with, supported, and encouraged the new technocracies, the new ideologies, the new masses, and the new organizations that challenged them and their civilization. Whatever the oppressiveness, narrowness, selfishness, and weaknesses of the bourgeois order, its most fatal flaw consisted in its inability to recognize and defend itself against the threats that it generated. Elites, wrote Vilfredo Pareto, usually end up committing suicide. Perhaps all human societies exhibit, or develop, similar flaws and vulnerabilities, or perhaps the managerial regime does. If so, then it too may face challenges from the forces that it breeds, and, like the bourgeois order that preceded it, fail to recognize the threat and to mobilize the will and resources to meet it. Chapter 2. The Managerial Elite, Unity and Dominance. The characteristics of elite rule. The belief that professional managers have displaced owners or entrepreneurs as the dominant element in the control and direction of the modern corporation is commonly accepted by many economists and social scientists, although acceptance is not universal. The extension of the theory of managerial control to mass organizations other than the corporation to the mass state and the mass organizations of culture and communication, for example, is far more controversial, as are the political and cultural implications of this extension. Perhaps the most controversial part of the theory of the managerial revolution is its claim that a managerial elite in state, economy, and culture holds political, economic, and cultural power in the United States. The criticism of this claim is based in part on the alternative theories of social and political stratification that have prevailed in the United States, as well as on a number of ambiguities and erroneous concepts found in the original formulation of the theory of the managerial revolution by James Burnham and in discussions of the theory by later writers. These ambiguities and errors, however, are not essential to the main body of the theory. The errors can be corrected, the ambiguities clarified, and the theory reformulated in a way that preserves its framework but avoids the weaknesses that have for long been associated with it and have prevented an appreciation of its value for explaining the social and political forces of the 20th century. In order for a social group to constitute an elite, it must be both unified and dominant. A group may be said to be unified if its members act similarly with respect to their interests, and it may be said to be dominant if it is able to make its interests prevail over those of other groups most of the time. If, therefore, the members of a group behave similarly with respect to their interests and are able to make their interests prevail over those of other groups most of the time, then the group constitutes an elite. The unity of an elite derives from and presupposes not only a body of shared interests but also some consciousness that such common interests exist and that those who share them, the members of the elite, should undertake coordinated action to pursue them. Unity, that is, involves not only the objective existence of common interests but also the subjective existence of an awareness of these interests among those who share them. Political scientist James H. Meisel emphasized subjective unity as an essential characteristic of an elite. "We shall assume," he wrote, "that all the members of an elite are alert to their group interest or interests, that this alertness is in turn caused or affected by a sense, implicit or explicit, of group or class solidarity, and last, that this solidarity is expressed in a common will to action. To put it in a facile formula, all elites shall be credited here with what we should like to call the 3 Cs, group consciousness, coherence, and conspiracy. The subjective unity of an elite is ordinarily institutionalized, and the tendency of individuals with similar objective interests to behave similarly is reinforced through an ideology or set of ideas and formulas that identifies its objective interests and rationalizes, communicates, and integrates the pursuit of these interests. Subjective unity is reinforced also through institutions such as schools, churches, clubs, political groups, professional organizations, and patterns of association that facilitate communications within the elite, as well as ways in which its members may identify their common interests, collaborate in pursuing them, and ensure that their interests prevail over those of other social groups. The means of identifying and communicating the interests of the elite, however, is almost never explicit and is almost always symbolized, coded, or otherwise disguised as the interests, example, of mankind, the nation, the race, as the natural order of things, historical destiny, or the will of God, even to the members of the elite itself, within the ideology, formulas, or myths that the elite uses. In common usage, the term interest is generally taken to mean an activity or relationship that is beneficial, especially in a material sense, to a particular group or individual. More narrowly, an interest usually refers to an economic or political interest and is contrasted with less material or tangible considerations of religion, ethical values, or ideas, for example, that may also be subjectively important to a group or individual. The late Richard Hofstadter, discussing the historical thought of Charles Beard, noted the analytical dangers of facile dichotomies between tangible economic interests and intangible ideas. Economic interests as such are not always obvious or given, they have to be conceptualized and made the object of calculations or guesses. They have to be weighed against other kinds of interests, sentiments, and aspirations. Ideas themselves constitute interests, in that they are repositories of past interests and that they present to us claims of their own that have to be satisfied. If the primary meaning of interest concerns material or tangible benefits, then interests are still not entirely distinct from intangible or subjective beliefs, without which objective or material interests could not be perceived or the means and costs of pursuing them calculated. The more abstract values and norms of a group or individual, formed from historical, religious, philosophical, ethical, scientific, mythological, ethnic, and cultural elements, may inform the group or individual of what resources of wealth and power it should pursue, what it should do with them, how much of them it should seek to obtain, what means it should use to obtain them, and what or how much it should give up or expend in obtaining them. Such values and norms may also define or identify the group itself as a distinct entity. The preservation of the content of a cultural and conceptual apparatus, ideas, values, norms, aspirations, traditions, myths, etc., by which a group or individual is informed of its material interests and the means of pursuing them is no less, and perhaps more of, an interest than the more narrow material interests themselves and cannot be separated from them. The ability of an elite to perceive its interests and to make them prevail over those of other groups thus involves preserving the intangible or subjective factors that define and unify the elite as a distinct group in the first place and which serve to identify the more tangible or objective interests in such forms as wealth, weapons, and physical assets. The unity of an elite is itself an interest that the elite must preserve and pursue if it is to remain dominant or even intact as a group. The interests of an elite also include dominance itself, the ability to make its interests prevail. Dominance in this sense is consistent with the definition of power offered by Max Weber as the chances of a man or a number of men to realize their own will in a social action even against the resistance of others who are participating in the action. The managerial elites of the 20th century exhibit the unity and dominance that are characteristic of other elites. The subjective unity of the managerial elite derives principally from the myths, worldview, and ideology by which it rationalizes its dominance and which reflect its interests. These interests themselves are the source of the objective unity of the managerial elite. The elite consists of persons who possess the scientific, administrative, and technical skills necessary for the control and operation of structurally and functionally complex, technologically intensive mass organizations. These skills yield power and other social rewards such as high income and status only through their application within such organizations. The principal objective interests of the managerial elite therefore consist in the enlargement of such organizations, the intensification of their complexity, the preservation of their scale and functional complexity, and the extension of mass organizations as the dominant structures in the political, economic, and cultural orders. These interests are common to the managerial elites of the three sectors of mass society, state, economy, and organizations of culture and communication and serve to unite them against non-managerial forces, such as the remnants of bourgeois and prescriptive elites, regardless of what conflicts and rivalries may exist among the managers. The effort to enlarge political, economic, and cultural organizations involves a struggle against the constraints on enlargement, and, because these constraints include the institutional and ideological fabric of the bourgeois order and the power base of the bourgeois elite, the emergence of the managerial elite and its pursuit of its interests necessarily involve a conflict with the bourgeois elite and the kind of society it rules. The conflict with the bourgeois elite and the interests of the new elite in enlarging the mass organizations under its control and expanding the scope and rewards of its skills generate further interests of the managerial elite in reconstructing and fusing the state, economy, and culture within the disciplines of mass organizations. In the state, the conflict with the bourgeois elite involves the alliance of the emergent managerial elite with the underclass of the bourgeois order and the adoption of a Caesarist tactic and political style during the period of emergence. Centralization and bureaucratization of functions and powers, displacing local political institutions, yield enhanced power for technically skilled administrators by increasing the opportunities for applying their skills not only to the apparatus of the government itself but also to social and economic relationships by social engineering, the teleocratic design of social and economic arrangements, and the managerial control of processes of socialization. In the economy, the imperative of managerial enlargement involves the reorganization of labor in collective disciplines, the dematerialization of property, reliance on mass consumption and the regulation of aggregate demand, an oligopolistic organization of production, and the homogeneous routinization of patterns of mass consumption. In the culture, the interests of the managerial elites in the mass organizations of culture and communication require similar homogenization as well as the enhancement of the role of the managerial intelligentsia in transmitting and disseminating the skills and ideology of the new elite, challenging the dominance of bourgeois institutional and ideological patterns, and designing, debating, and implementing the reconstruction of social institutions. The objective interests of the managerial elite thus imply the elaboration of a new and distinctive form of political, economic, and cultural organization and serve to unify the elites of the mass organizations around these interests. These objective interests of the managerial elite are identified and communicated by means of the managerial ideology, which facilitates the formation of the subjective unity of the elite by defining its interests in codes that communicate them to the elite but manipulate the perceptions of these interests by social groups outside the elite. The ideology justifies the expansion of mass organizations in state, economy, and culture and the role of those who possess managerial skills in controlling and directing them as the principal leadership group in mass society. Like most elite ideologies, the managerial ideology does not explicitly appeal to the interests of the managers but rather to moral values, religious and philosophical beliefs, social, economic, and political theories, and other general principles that, in effect if not by design, justify the increasing power of the managers and the organizations under their control and instill in the subordinate society the belief that managerial leadership is legitimate. The unity of the managerial elite does not preclude conflict within it, competition between its members and organizations, political and ideological rivalries, or divergences of petty interests. The interests around which the elite is unified are structural interests, arising from and pertaining to the organization of its power, and not the personal or particular interests of specific members or organizational units of the elite. Different components of the elite may emphasize the priority of some interests over others or express different strategies and preferences in organizing and pursuing their interests, and such internal differentiation may generate conflict or the appearance of more disunity than actually exists. The expression of conflicts over how the interests of the elite should be pursued does not violate or contradict the unity that the elite exhibits. The dominance of the managerial elite, its ability to make its interests prevail over those of bourgeois and other non-managerial groups, derives directly from the control that its technical and managerial skills yield over the mass organizations and, in particular, from the power that these organizations themselves exert over subordinate social groups and non-managerial forms of organization. Mass organizations exhibit several advantages over smaller and more compact forms of organization for the establishment of dominance. In the economy, the mass corporate and labor organizations control more financial resources and personnel and in a more concentrated form than do the smaller entrepreneurial units of the bourgeois order. The mass organizations of the economy are closely integrated with the managerial state, which possesses a monopoly of overwhelming force, and with the mass organizations of culture and communication, which through their manipulative techniques command and discipline a mass audience and through their educational functions provide the reserve of skills by which the elite acquires and exercises organizational control. The analogous bourgeois organizations in the state, economy, and culture are at a disadvantage in the conflict with the managerial elite because they do not have access to the resources of force, wealth, and mass persuasion and manipulation that the managers control. The localism and dispersion of the bourgeois order render its available resources difficult or impossible to coordinate for a unified defense of bourgeois interests and render it vulnerable to disunity and distraction, whereas the concentration and centralization associated with managerial forces facilitate their coordination and reduce disunity and diversions within the managerial elite. The bourgeois elite and its adherents, moreover, have generally lacked the sophisticated managerial and technical skills that characterize the managerial elite and thus have been unable to emulate the managerial apparatus of power or to challenge and compete with emergent managerial elements within the mass organizations. The managerial skills of the elite are the fundamental social force that enables groups possessing these skills to establish their dominance. C. Wright Mills and Hans H. Gerth criticized James Burnham's formulation of the theory of the managerial revolution in part because of Burnham's assumption that the technical indispensability of certain functions in a social structure are taken ipso facto as a prospective claim for political power. The power that technical and managerial skills yield, however, does not derive simply from the indispensability of the functions they perform but also from the fact that the performance of at least some of these functions constitutes power or the elicitation of obedience. In the managerial corporation, managerial skills perform functions concerning personnel, financing, research, production, and marketing, and the decisions that direct their performance constitute power within the corporation. Similarly, in the managerial state, managerial skills perform not only administrative functions within the apparatus of government but also regulatory functions that affect social and economic relationships external to the apparatus. In the mass organizations of culture and communication, managerial skills also determine the internal functioning of the organizations as well as the content and dissemination of the messages they communicate to their mass audiences. Managerial skills yield power within mass organizations, therefore, not only because they are indispensable to the functioning of these organizations but also because the functions that the skills perform are themselves acts of power. Managerial control of the mass organizations of the state, economy, and culture yields dominance within society through control of the major instruments of force, the means of production and exchange, and the organizations of culture and communication. While all three modes of power are important to managerial dominance, in the hard managerial regimes of the National Socialist and Communist systems, the instruments of force are the principal support of the elite. In the soft regimes of the West, however, the social force of managerial skill operates mainly through manipulation. The mass organizations of culture and communication, which manipulate the perceptions of the subordinate social groups, therefore acquire increasing importance as a support of the elite. The managerial state, however, also regularly relies on manipulation more than coercion and intimidation, and its bureaucratic elite enhances its power through the application of its technical and managerial skills to the manipulation of social relationships and institutions through social engineering. The managerial state also is fused with and relies on the mass organizations of culture and communication for the legitimization of its social engineering. The mass organizations of the economy similarly rely on the manipulation of patterns of mass consumption and on the mass media for the regulation of consumption through advertising and other forms of manipulation. The characterization of the managerial elite as unified and dominant is not generally accepted by social scientists. The critics of the theory of the managerial revolution consist, broadly, of two schools. On the one hand, the exponents of what may be called the power elite school grant that an elite holds social, political, and economic power in the United States but deny that managers are the dominant element in the elite. On the other hand, the exponents of what is known as the pluralist school criticize the theory of the managerial revolution, or at least its applications outside the corporate sector, on the grounds that corporate managers and government bureaucrats do not share or pursue common interests, i.e., that the managers are not unified. In some respects, both schools of criticism have offered some sound points against the theory of the managerial revolution as it was originally formulated by James Burnham, yet both schools also have misunderstood some of the key terms and concepts of the theory and have failed to appreciate its validity if certain erroneous but non-essential parts of the theory are reformulated. The most important term that has been misunderstood is the term manager, and a clarification of its meaning should lay to rest some of the more important criticisms of the theory and demonstrate its relevance to contemporary social and political as well as economic power arrangements. The definition of the manager. The terms manager and management are ambiguous in contemporary American usage. When American businessmen and economists talk of management, they usually mean top management, and it is in this sense that Burl and Means used the term. Management may be defined as that body of men who, in law, have formally assumed the duties of exercising domination over the corporate business and assets. It thus derives its position from a legal title of some sort. Universally, under the American system of law, managers consist of a board of directors and the senior officers of the corporation. The meaning of the term management in this sense is legalistic and narrow. James Burnham, in the Managerial Revolution, did not use the term in exactly this sense, however. He distinguished between what Burl and Means called managers and what Burnham called executives, on the one hand, and managers in a broader and functional sense. Taking the hypothetical example of an automobile company, Burnham held that certain individuals, the operating executives, production managers, plant superintendents, and their associates have charge of the actual technical process of producing. It is their job to organize the materials, tools, machines, plant facilities, equipment and labor in such a way as to turn out the automobiles. These are the individuals whom I call the managers. The executives, however, have the functions of guiding the company toward a profit, and there is clearly no necessary connection between them and the first type of function. For Burnham, then, management consisted in the direction of the technical processes of production. Technicality, indeed, was the hallmark of the managerial function, and the increase in the technicality of production was the sociological basis of the managerial revolution in the economic organizations of the 20th century. There is a combined shift. Through changes in the technique of production, the functions of management become more distinctive, more complex, more specialized, and more crucial to the whole process of production, thus serving to set off those who perform these functions as a separate group or class in society, and at the same time those who formerly carried out what functions there were of management, the bourgeoisie, themselves withdraw from management, so that the difference in function becomes also a difference in the individuals who carry out the function. Burnham mistakenly believed that the corporation would eventually be nationalized, that the managers who controlled production would have little use for the executive functions and would ally with the managerial bureaucrats of the state to eliminate entirely the executive functions and the other vestiges of bourgeois capitalism. Although he was correct in seeing that the economy would become fused with the state, he did not then see that this fusion would not be a literal and formal one, as under actual socialism, but informal though nonetheless real. What Burnham perhaps failed to appreciate sufficiently was that the executive functions themselves were becoming increasingly technical and complex, and that they too would remain necessary for the corporation in an economy of mass production and mass consumption. Burnham's essential point, however, was that the technically necessary functions of a modern corporation, whether managerial or executive, would provide control of the corporation to whatever groups and individuals could perform them. It is the performance of the technically necessary functions of a corporation, then, not legal authority, that yields control and constitutes management. It is in this sense also that John Kenneth Galbraith uses his own term, technostructure. The term management in the narrow sense includes only a small proportion of those who, as participants, contribute information to group decision. This latter group is very large. It embraces all who bring specialized knowledge, talent, or experience to group decision-making. This, not the narrow management group, is the guiding intelligence, the brain of the enterprise. There is no name for all who participate in group decision-making or the organization which they form. I propose to call this organization the technostructure. In a footnote on the same page, Galbraith notes the parallel conclusions of Daniel Bell, that modern economic society requires extensive planning for which knowledge is the decisive resource, and in a later footnote he also acknowledges the contribution of James Burnham to the concept of the corporation. Alfred D. Chandler, Jr. and Peter Drucker, who are among the most knowledgeable scholars of modern corporate management while concentrating on the executive and business functions of managers, also call attention to its highly technical nature. As Chandler writes, the careers of the salaried managers who directed these hierarchies became increasingly technical and professional. In these new business bureaucracies, as in other administrative hierarchies requiring specialized skills, selection and promotion became increasingly based on training, experience, and performance rather than on family relationship or money. In such enterprises, managerial training became increasingly longer and more formalized. Drucker, while emphasizing the limits of technocracy in successful management, also calls attention to the importance of technical skills in the modern management movement. The management boom focused on management skills and management competence. But it largely defined the management job as internal. It was concerned with organization and motivation, with financial and other controls, with the management sciences, and with manager development. It was, to use a formidable term, technocratic. It was also right. Technicality, technocratic, complexity, professionalization, specialization, skill, training, knowledge. These terms characterize the description of the central and controlling groups of modern corporate enterprise in the writings of the most prominent scholars and theorists of the modern corporation. Although Burnham, Galbraith, Bell, Chandler, and Drucker are a diverse group, although their ideas and predictions often are mutually contradictory, their views of how the modern corporation is controlled and who controls it are essentially identical. All of them emphasize the importance of technical functions, whether in production or in business executive operations, rather than legal authority, personal wealth, individual talent, or family relationships, in establishing control of the modern corporation. And although the terms they use to apply to these functions vary, the term manager is a useful one. Management, therefore, may be defined in reference to the modern corporation as the body of technical skills necessary for the operation and direction of the mass corporation, what Galbraith calls the mature corporation, which is itself characterized by the dramatically large size and scale of its assets, plant, labor force, research, production, distribution, and marketing functions, and the large size and scale of which functions typically involve a high degree of complexity, technicality, and specialization. Management, in a broad sense, thus includes not only the managers in the narrow sense of those who perform executive functions but also the technicians, scientists, researchers, engineers, economists, lawyers, and social scientists who perform the specialized functions necessary to mass production and distribution. The nature of executive functions in the mass corporation justifies the inclusion of the executives in the same category as the technicians of production. Executive functions increasingly involve a high degree of specialized skills in the intricacies of economics, accounting, statistics, psychology, operations research, and the application of cybernetics to human social and organizational activities, and it is for this reason that schools of business administration and management have been established by universities and by corporations themselves. Corporate executive functions, which largely have to do with non-productive aspects of the corporation, are thus at least as technical and require at least as much specialized, professional skill as the productive functions and are no less necessary for the operation and direction of the corporate organization. Indeed, the corporate executive functions are analogous to the technical functions of production. Just as the latter operate on the inert resources that constitute the materials of production, so the executives operate on the human resources that constitute the materials of modern business activity, social, psychological, and economic behavior, whether within the corporation as labor or personnel or outside it as consumers or competitors. The manager, writes Peter Drucker, using the term now in the narrow sense of executive, works with a specific resource, man. It is precisely this view of human beings as analogous to the inert matter of nature, iron and steel, chemicals, or electrons that underlies the scientism that William H. White, Jr. saw as one of the basic premises of the organization man, the premise that with the same techniques that have worked in the physical sciences we can eventually create an exact science of man. The premise of scientism underlies and informs the very nature of management, and its tacit or explicit acceptance characterizes managers, whether executive or technical, in corporations, in the state, and in the mass organizations of culture and communication. Scientism is an important premise of managerial ideology and serves as an important bond, whether as an overt element of a formal ideology or simply as a habit of thought that contributes to the unity between the managerial elites in the different sectors of the managerial regime. The technicality and scientism of the managerial elite suggest that a more appropriate term than manager for the members of this group might be technocrat. Indeed, those writers who have discussed the managerial revolution and the managerial elite have often used the term technocrat almost as a synonym for manager. In the 1930s, when Burnham was beginning to formulate his theory, the term technocracy, usually capitalized, referred to a particular political and economic movement. The word itself was coined in 1919 by William Henry Smith and was popularized in the 1930s by Howard Scott, who was associated for a time with Thorstein Veblen. In the managerial revolution, Burnham identified technocracy as another example of an American variant of the managerial ideologies, which failed to gain a wide following because its theory was not dressed up enough for major ideological purposes, though the society about which the technocrats write is quite obviously managerial society, and the developed Native American managerial ideologies of the future will doubtless incorporate technocratic propaganda. More recently, Daniel Bell has written of the technocratic mind view that in its emphasis on the logical, practical, problem-solving, instrumental, orderly, and disciplined approach to objectives, in its reliance on a calculus, on precision and measurement and a concept of a system, it is a worldview quite opposed to the traditional and customary religious, aesthetic, and intuitive modes. The term technocracy, then, whether as a particular movement of the Depression era or as a more general term involving power through or government by technically skilled persons, has affinities with management and the ideology and mentality associated with it. Yet, technocracy is not an entirely satisfactory substitute for management. It is today a word that is generally associated with the technical skills of physical science and engineering rather than the social and organizational sciences, which management also includes. Furthermore, the historical key to the managerial revolution lies in the revolution of mass and scale and the need for technical skills in operating the mass organizations that resulted from this revolution. The power that technical skills acquire therefore depends on and results from the nature of mass organizations. By themselves, technical skills and functions do not lead to power. A point similar to the criticism of Burnham by Mills and Goethe, and acquire power only when they are applied to the operation and direction of mass organizations in state, economy, and culture. Insofar, then, as the word technocracy suggests only power through technical skill and not power through technical skills in controlling and operating mass organizations, it does not mean the same thing as the term management in Burnham's usage. Nevertheless, those writers who discuss technocracy very often, on closer inspection, turn out to be discussing one aspect or another of managerial society and the elite that rules it, and such discussions of technocracy often provide clues to the nature of the managerial regime. The definition of manager in terms of function rather than in legal terms has two important implications. First, it renders irrelevant the seemingly endless dispute among economists over whether most major corporations are manager-controlled or family-controlled. This dispute has been conducted almost exclusively with reference to Burl and Means's work and in terms of their legalistic and formal definition of management. For the purposes of this dispute, control means simply legal control of stock shares, and the debate is over whether a family or its agents control, in this sense, sufficient stock to dictate policy to the top management, or whether the top managers control the corporation through legal devices and dispersion of ownership. To define managers in terms of function, however, is to understand control in a different sense, the sense of actual ability to conduct corporate business, which depends on mastery of technical and managerial skills. Even if a family or individual owns a majority of the stock of a corporation, such ownership by itself does not lead to control in a functional sense, because ownership does not yield technical knowledge and skill. Owners of large amounts of stock must either acquire technical skill themselves or rely on professionals, managers, who possess it. Thus, a managerial corporation, in the sense that Burnham defined the term manager, is one that is operated and directed by persons who possess managerial skills, and not necessarily a corporation in which managers own or legally control significant blocks of stock. A corporation in which a large percentage of the stock is owned by a family or individual may still be a managerial corporation if the scale and technicality of its activities require managerial functions. The best indicator of whether a corporation is managerial or entrepreneurial, under the functional control of an individual or family that also owns it, is not who owns or controls the stock, but the size and scale of the corporation and the kind of activities in which it is engaged. There is, of course, an overlap between mass corporations that are sufficiently large and complex in their operations to require the functional control of managers, on the one hand, and, on the other, corporations in which the ownership of stock is dispersed. The latter tend to be the larger corporations, but there seem to be notable exceptions to this rule. There is, then, no necessary connection between the meaning of manager in Burnham's sense and the meaning in the sense of Burl and Means, but for the purposes of discussing Burnham's version of the theory of the managerial revolution and its reformulation, it is important to distinguish between the two meanings and to use the terms manager and management consistently in Burnham's sense. The second implication of Burnham's definition of manager is that the term can be extended to include the technically skilled personnel of any mass organization and is not restricted, as Burl and Means's term must be, to corporate leaders. The basic premise of the theory of the managerial revolution is that the expansion of the mass and scale of an organization creates a need for technical skills in operating it. Thus, both the mass state and other large-scale organizations as well as the mass corporation require basically the same kind of skills that the corporation requires. It is a distinctive feature of Burnham's formulation of the theory of the managerial revolution that the emergence of the managers as an elite occurs not only in the corporation but also in the state, and that the term manager refers not only to corporate technicians and executives but also to the public bureaucracies of government. The active heads of the bureaus are the managers in government, the same, or nearly the same, in training, functions, skills, habits of thought as the managers in industry. This insight by Burnham resembles the earlier idea of Max Weber that the elements of bureaucracy, in public and lawful government, constitute bureaucratic authority. In private economic domination, they constitute bureaucratic management. Both Weber and Burnham, that is, saw the modern state and the modern corporation as being governed by the same forces of power and authority, though Weber used the term bureaucracy and Burnham the term manager. The distinctive contribution of Burnham's theory of the managerial revolution is his extension of the concept of manager from the narrow corporate sphere to include the broader sphere of mass government and other mass organizations. In recent usage, the phrase managerial revolution has survived only in reference to the corporation and its internal control, and Galbraith, Chandler, Daniel Bell, and others use it in this sense. Burnham's application of the phrase and concept of the managerial revolution to a parallel development in the state, as well as to mass labor unions and, by implication, other mass organizations, means that the theory of the managerial revolution is in fact a theory of political and social, as well as economic, revolution, civilizational revolution. The validity and significance of the theory of the managerial revolution therefore largely depend on the validity of the extension of the term manager to government bureaucrats as well as to corporate officials, and the debate over this conceptual extension is an important aspect of the debate over the applicability of the concept of a unified managerial elite in the United States. The critique of the theory of the managerial revolution. The power elite argument: are the managers dominant? The principal exponents of the power elite school are the late C. Wright Mills and his disciple, G. William Domhoff. This school denies that managerial groups in either the corporation or the state are independent of or antagonistic to the big stockholders or propertied elite, and it claims that private property and wealth, at least in large concentrations, yield political, economic, and social power. Mills held that the recent social history of American capitalism does not reveal any distinct break in the continuity of the higher capitalist class. The main drift of the upper classes points unambiguously to the continuation of a world that is quite congenial to the continuation of the corporate rich. Although Mills perceived and acknowledged that managerial functions in large corporations were necessary for the economic interests of the modern, propertied class, he argued that the managers were drawn from or became assimilated into the propertied class, or upper class or propertied elite, terms largely interchangeable in Mills's theory, and were thus subordinate to it. The propertied class, in the age of corporate property, has become a corporate rich, and in becoming corporate has consolidated its power and drawn to its defense new men of more executive and more political stance. They are corporate rich because they depend directly, as well as indirectly, for their money, their privileges, their securities, their advantages, their powers on the world of the big corporations. G. William Domhoff concurs, quoting this passage and affirming his belief that it seems even more correct in the light of the information on ownership and on executive behavior that has been developed since that time, when Mills was writing. Comparatively few students of American corporate structure agree with the power elite theory of Mills and Domhoff, and there is a continuing dispute among economists over the question whether big owners, i.e., propertied elite, or professional managers actually control the larger corporations. Alfred D. Chandler, Jr., for example, argues the opposite view that although wealthy families are the beneficiaries of managerial capitalism, there is little evidence that these families make basic decisions concerning the operations of modern capitalistic enterprises and of the economy in which they operate, and Chandler found that members of the entrepreneurial family rarely became active in top management unless they themselves were trained as professional managers. Regardless of these different schools, it is largely irrelevant whether the propertied elite acquires managerial skills, takes an active part in managing corporate enterprise, or has assimilated non-propertied elite managers into its own class and interests. What Mills and Domhoff and their school do not sufficiently perceive or appreciate thoroughly is that the interests of the propertied elite have changed substantially with the revolution of mass and scale in the economy. The propertied elite, or grande bourgeoisie, of the bourgeois order may not have changed significantly in family composition, and certainly it retains wealth and status. Its economic interests, however, have changed from being vested in the hard property of privately owned and operated entrepreneurial firms, usually comparatively small in scale, to being intertwined with and dependent upon the dematerialized property of publicly owned, state-integrated, managerially operated mass corporations. Even if members of the propertied elite retain controlling ownership of large blocks of stock, even if they acquire managerial skills and take an active part in corporate business, and even if they assimilate non-elite managers into their own class, the mass corporations on which they depend for their wealth possess interests radically different from those of the entrepreneurial firm. Such corporations must undertake a mass level of production and encourage a mass level of consumption, and therefore they must be integrated with the mass state and the mass organizations of culture and communication to regulate aggregate demand, to maintain the level of the technical skills necessary for their operation, and to manage consumption through mass advertising. The corporations therefore also must encourage the dissemination of an ethic and ideology of hedonism in economic behavior that legitimizes and promotes the compulsion to seek immediate gratification, as well as the other components of managerial ideology. And, in order to realize these interests, the mass corporations, regardless of who owns or legally controls them, must seek to expand their own size and scope and to undermine, discredit, or subsume the institutions, values, and structures of the bourgeois order that constrain the pursuit of managerial interests. In other words, the propertied elite, because of its dependence on managerial capitalism, must cooperate with the corporate managerial elite in the working out of the imperatives and ideologies of the managerial regime and the weakening of the bourgeois order, from which the propertied elite originated. The economic dependence of the modern propertied elite on managerial capitalism and on the managerial elite that enables the mass corporation to function establishes a strong argument for the subordination of the propertied elite to the managers. The propertied elite would be unable to retain its wealth without the managers of the corporation, who possess the skills to perform corporate managerial functions, and without the apparatus of managerial capitalism. Yet, even when members of the propertied elite do acquire managerial skills and take an active, professional part in corporate business, they tend to merge with the managerial elite. The process by which such skills are acquired either by formal education or by practical experience serves to inculcate managerial perspectives and ideologies into those who acquire them, and, more importantly, it serves to alert them to the new economic interests that managerial capitalism has created. The process of assimilation, emphasized by both Mills and Domhoff, in other words, works both ways. New men, who become managers and are not drawn from the propertied elite, may acquire its social values, but both they and the members of the propertied elite who acquire managerial skills also learn to identify and pursue the new economic interests of those who depend on managerial capitalism, and thereby they acquire managerial interests and values. The dependence of the mass corporations of managerial capitalism on managerial functions for their operation and direction means that those who are able to perform these functions, whether drawn from the propertied elite or not, control the corporation. Those members of the propertied elite who are not managers and cannot perform this function nevertheless depend on and profit from it and are unable to retain their wealth without it. The failure of social scientists such as Mills and Domhoff to recognize and appreciate the significance of this substantive change in the economic interests of the propertied elite renders moot most of their argument about the continuity of the composition of the propertied elite. Despite this continuity, the rise of managerial capitalism changes the interests of the propertied elite and its relationship to the dominant economic forces. It is not the ownership or legal control of property that constitutes the means by which these forces are controlled, as in the entrepreneurial capitalism of the bourgeois order, but the ability to perform the functions of management, to operate and direct the mass corporation, and it is those who are able to perform this function who are in a position to become dominant in the economy and the other sectors where managerial functions are necessary. The significance of this change in the economic interests and relationships of the propertied elite under managerial capitalism is that the economic interests of the propertied elite are no longer consistent with the bourgeois order. The propertied elite, the grande bourgeoisie, thus does not retain an economic interest in acting as the leader of the bourgeois order and defending its ideologies, values, and institutions, its material interests push it toward defending the complex of managerial interests. Even though the propertied elite may retain its attachment to essentially grand bourgeois values and styles and may even seek to defend bourgeois ideologies, it cannot exert power in the managerial corporation in defense of the bourgeois order without jeopardizing the functions of the corporation and undermining its own affluence, which derives from the anti-bourgeois dynamic of managerial capitalism. The result is that the bourgeois order is effectively decapitated and ceases to generate a powerful resistance to the managerial regime. The grande bourgeoisie, the logical leadership group of the bourgeois order, ceases to be bourgeois and becomes an appendage of the managerial elite. Increasingly it finds itself imprisoned in a gilded cage, wealthy, leisured, well-educated, enjoying high social status, often celebrity and sometimes high political office, but unable to control the major social forces of the age without becoming part of them, forced to abandon its bourgeois heritage, and unable also to hold power over the regime that the new forces have created. In addition to failing to recognize that the interests, if not the composition, of the propertied elite have changed substantially in the transition to managerial capitalism, Domhoff does not present especially compelling evidence for his argument that the propertied elite continues to take part in corporate management. First, most of the evidence he presents is drawn from studies of corporate management in the narrow, formal or legalistic sense of Burl and Means and not in the functional sense of Burnham and Galbraith. Such studies have tended to concentrate on top management and boards of corporate directors, partly because sources for this level are relatively accessible. They have little to say about corporate personnel at lower levels or about technically essential personnel, example scientists, economists, or lawyers, who are not involved in formal management but are managers in the functional sense and may exercise considerable power in specific managerial decisions. Secondly, studies of top management do not show an inordinate or clearly predominant role of members of the propertied elite or upper class. The studies do show that most corporate managers and directors come from white, Protestant, middle class, business families. In this they resemble the propertied elite but lack its essential characteristic, privately owned wealth. Some data presented by Domhoff also show that members of the upper class, in his sense, become businessmen or financiers and often become leaders of their companies, but often these companies appear to be privately owned and smaller rather than the large corporations that dominate the economy and in which managerial functions are necessary. Domhoff cites several studies to show that about 30% of the corporate elite are upper class in origin. The converse of this finding, of course, is that about 70% of the corporate elite, a substantial majority, are not upper class in origin, and in fact about 59% are middle class and the rest of lower class or undetermined social origin. Domhoff's indicators for inclusion in the upper class are in fact social attendance at certain prestigious schools and universities, membership in certain prestigious clubs, and listing in the social register rather than economic. He does not show, in other words, that members of the upper class are necessarily members of the propertied elite, and hence it does not follow that upper class members of the corporate elite are members of the propertied elite. 7b Moreover, the contention of Mills and Domhoff that the composition of the corporate elite reflects continuity with the older, upper class or propertied elite is open to challenge, and in the 1970s may have ceased to be true. Robert C. Christopher, surveying the changes in the corporate elite in recent years, notes that control of the levers of economic power in the United States, long primarily confined to WASPs, has now ceased to be the prerogative of any particular ethnic group. Of the families included in the first national listing of rich Americans that B.C. Forbes, the founder of Forbes magazine, published in 1918, fewer than 10 were still to be found on the list that the magazine published 66 years later. And of the 1,000 rich New York families identified by Moses Yale Beach in 1845, not a single one showed up in the Forbes 1985 rankings. 7d. Christopher offers a brief list of corporate chief executives and senior operating officers of leading American corporations in 1986 that contains Jewish, Hispanic, Polish, Armenian, Greek, and Italian surnames and which offers clear evidence of a major change in American society within the space of a single generation. Members of those ethnic groups that comprised the great waves of immigration that rolled into this country in the century before World War II have become an integral part of the nation's corporate establishment. Nor is Domhoff's argument that rising executives are assimilated into the upper class and come to share its values very compelling. Domhoff discusses two kinds of assimilation: social, through education at upper-class schools and universities, acceptance into upper-class clubs, and socialization between upper and non-upper-class executives and their families, and economic, principally through stock options, by which corporate managers acquire sizable incomes and hence become members of the propertied elite. The argument for social assimilation is not persuasive because Domhoff does not show that institutional social contacts, at schools and clubs, for example, with upper-class persons have any significant effect on the psychology, thinking, behavior, or perception of interests of non-upper-class persons, nor does he consider the possibility, as noted above, that such contacts and class mingling may exert influences on the upper class from their non-upper-class associates at such institutions. The argument for economic assimilation also is not persuasive. It is true that corporate executives often acquire considerable wealth by stock options, although, as Domhoff acknowledges, they do not usually accumulate a significant percentage of stock in the giant corporations they manage. Such wealth, however, is directly derived from the corporations under their control and not from any kind of largesse from or economic dependency on the propertied elite. The acquisition of corporate wealth by managers therefore does not alter their economic interests in the managerial corporation, make them in any way dependent on the propertied elite, or, most important, weaken their control of the corporation. Nor does personal wealth derived from the stock of the managerial corporation constitute a source of decisive social power. Personal wealth certainly yields comfort and luxury, status, and access to circles and institutions in which members of the elite congregate, but it does not directly yield the technical and managerial skills by which mass organizations are controlled. Personal wealth is, in Wittfogel's terms, revenue property and not power property. Critics of the theory of the managerial revolution such as C. Wright Mills and G. William Domhoff have challenged the claims of those social scientists who deny the existence of an elite or governing class in contemporary mass society, but their argument that the propertied elite has retained continuous control of the mass economy is wrong if it means more than that the composition of the propertied elite has been continuous and that its members continue to possess large wealth in the form of private property, and if they fail to recognize that the economic interests and social functions of the propertied elite have altered dramatically under the impact of managerial capitalism. There is no compelling evidence that large numbers of the upper class or propertied elite continue to play a dominant role in the management of large corporations, though some members of the upper class do continue to take part in at least the formal, executive functions of top management, and some have actually made the transition to being professional managers. Nor is there compelling evidence that non-upper class managers are assimilated into the upper class by social association and acquisition of wealth. In any case, both the propertied elite as well as the managerial elite are dependent on and beneficiaries of managerial capitalism and its institutions and processes. Their economic interests therefore lie in the promotion of managerial capitalism and in the integration of the managerial regime in state, economy, and culture rather than in the defense of the now moribund bourgeois regime. Indeed, the managerial economic interests of the propertied elite encourage it to weaken the institutions, values, and power of the bourgeois order. The dependence of the propertied elite on the managers therefore enables the latter to make their interests prevail over whatever bourgeois or entrepreneurial interests the propertied elite may retain. The managerial elite, however, is generally not in conflict with or subordinate to the corporate rich sectors of the propertied elite, but constitutes rather the functional vanguard of a metamorphosed propertied elite that has become dependent on the managers and has ceased to be a significant part of the bourgeois order. The relationship between the two elites, one dependent on its command of functions, the other on its ownership of wealth derived from such functions in the economy, therefore does not contradict the thesis that the managerial elements constitute a largely dominant elite in mass society. The pluralist argument: are the managers unified? The second main argument against the existence of a dominant and unified managerial elite in the United States is that of the pluralist school, which was widespread among American social and political scientists in the 1950s and 1960s. Developed mainly in opposition to the power elite theory of C. Wright Mills and his followers, the pluralist thesis holds that, despite the existence of relatively small but powerful groups that may be called elites, these groups do not share sufficient common interests, membership, or beliefs to create the unity that is a necessary characteristic of a single, unified elite. The pluralists argue that in modern industrialized, democratic societies, the complexity of economic, political, and cultural life and the high degree of specialization necessary for leadership prevent the formation of a unified or homogeneous elite. The pluralist thesis that no such homogeneous elite exists in the United States has been articulated in various forms by political scientists Robert Dahl and David Truman, economist John Kenneth Galbraith in his theory of countervailing power, sociologists David Reisman in his concept of veto groups, and Arnold M. Rose in his multi-influence hypothesis, and the exponents of the functionalist school of sociology such as Talcott Parsons and his disciple Suzanne Keller in her theory of strategic elites. As Geraint Parry summarizes the pluralist thesis, as specialism increases in modern societies, it becomes more difficult for individuals to undertake new activities without undergoing new training, and it is rarer for one man to play a number of roles at any one time. These pluralistic analyses of the power structure offer a picture of diversity but not of equality. They deny that modern societies are under the control of a single elite, but they do not claim that such societies are egalitarian. Some groups have more influence on social affairs than others, but the several groups do not coalesce. The argument of pluralists such as Robert Dahl is, then, that in advanced democratic societies political decisions will tend to be influenced by a number of elites. Pluralist social scientists often acknowledge that technically skilled or professionally trained managers have displaced owners as the dominant element in large corporations, and they thus subscribe to one version of the theory of the managerial revolution in opposition to the power elite school. They deny, however, that corporate managers display any significant unity with the bureaucratic and cultural elites, and they point to the existence of conflicts, disagreements, opposition, and competition among these elites as evidence of a pluralistic dispersion of power. Pluralist arguments not only are presented by social scientists but also underlie the common-sense view that the United States in particular and mass industrial democracies in general display a shifting, complex, mutually balancing arrangement of political and social forces that prevents the consolidation of power by any unified elite and guarantees political freedom. Thus, Suzanne Keller, a leading pluralist theorist, argues for the existence in modern societies of strategic elites, each performing specialized social functions recruited on the basis of merit and training rather than sex, race, class, religion, or even age, and highly specialized in the skills with which they perform social functions. She sees the differentiations among strategic elites as a progressive enhancement of social and political freedom. Strategic elites, representing specialized and separate centers, find their power to be specialized and limited. The only way to prevent abuses of power is to control the powerful, and the dispersion of strategic elites constitutes such a control. The heterogeneity of elites has also contributed to the decline of direct coercion and the rise of persuasion, a striking characteristic of industrial societies. As the pressures making for despotism have grown less intense, there is more hope of freedom under a system of numerous, specialized, and morally differentiated strategic elites than under systems of aristocracies and ruling classes. Pluralists are generally correct that competition and opposition among contemporary elites exist, but they seriously exaggerate the degree of such conflicts and underestimate the degree of common interests that unify managerially and technically skilled elites. Keller, for example, accounts for the supposed heterogeneity of elites in terms of the growth of population, occupational specialization, formal organization or bureaucracy, and moral diversity. With the continuing operation of these four processes, elites become more numerous, more varied, and more autonomous. Increasingly, those who supervise differentiated functions in modern societies are specialists in full-time jobs. Specialization thus affects the strategic elites no less than the general population and makes of that common centripetal core group a divided and separate series of specialists. The consequences of this are the greater autonomy and independence of these elites, their smaller degree of cohesion, and the decreasing likelihood that any single elite can long exert absolute, arbitrary power. Keller and other pluralists, however, fail to see that although specialization or acquisition of managerial and technical skills may qualify an individual to perform a single specific function, the functions themselves as well as the skills that perform them are often highly similar or identical within the different mass organizations of the economy, the state, and culture and communication, and that technically trained personnel at all levels of influence may move from one such organization to another to perform such functions. Such specialized functions as public administration, personnel management, public relations, and finance and accounting are applicable to virtually any mass organization and permit a high degree of interchangeability and integration among those elites that possess the skills that perform them. Even more specialized skills in the physical and biological sciences, Law, economics, psychology, and the social sciences, computer science, and engineering yield entry to the managerial elite in all of the mass organizations of the state, economy, and culture. Occupational specialization, therefore, does not necessarily involve separation or division among managerial and technical elites or contribute to their heterogeneity. Moreover, those who acquire managerial and technical skills are differentiated from those in society who do not acquire them, and, along with their skills, such specialists also tend to acquire a set of interests and a worldview that distinguish them from and place them in significant opposition to those who lack these skills. Since the skills of the specialists yield power within the dominant mass organizations, the specialists emerge as an elite unified around a set of common interests and common bonds that divide it from other social groups contending for power. These managerial interests consist principally in maintaining and extending the size, scope, and role of the mass organizations through which all managers acquire their power, and also in the working out of the implications of this extension in the state, economy, and culture. These implications include the fusion or integration of the mass organizations, the homogenization of political, economic, cultural, and social differentiations and particularities, and an accompanying centralization of functions and authority in the mass organizations, the extension of the application of managerial skills to economic, political, and social and cultural relationships and activities for the management of social change under the disciplines of mass organizations, the adoption of meritocracy, in the sense of proficiency in managerial and technical skills, rather than status or prescribed characteristics such as race, sex, age, religion, class, or moral conformity as a criterion of upward mobility, and protracted opposition to the power, institutions, and ideology of the bourgeois elite as the main antagonist of and constraint upon managerial dominance. These common interests of the managerial elite are carried out in the public policies and legislation of the managerial state, in the economic activities of the managerial corporations, and in the ideology articulated in a variety of forms by the managerial intelligentsia in the mass organizations of culture and communication. Pluralists are correct, however, that the managerial elite is not uniform. It must sometimes compromise with non-managerial forces, and many managers, due to cultural inertia or personality, do not always pursue their group interests consistently or in the same way. At the local level of political decision-making, as Robert Dahl and other pluralist political scientists have argued, managerial elites may exert little power and may have to compete with bourgeois elites. Despite these qualifications, however, managerial groups at the national level of political, economic, and cultural power in the managerial state, the economy, or the mass cultural organizations are generally united on the interests that they share, generally espouse an ideology that recognizes and rationalizes these interests, and generally do not support, or actively oppose, ideologies and movements perceived as contrary to their interests. Keller writes that the President of the United States, the President of a giant corporation, the top atomic scientist, and the leading writer of an era have little in common beyond their general cultural backgrounds and their achievement of prominence. How they arrived at their preeminent positions, what they must do to remain there, and how they affect the lives and fortunes of other men through the exercise of their functional responsibilities, differ for each. Yet the President of the United States, in order to become and remain President, must depend on a mass political organization operated and controlled by managers and technicians skilled in the management and manipulation of voters, campaigns, elections, conventions, propaganda, finances, and other political forces of mammoth scale and complexity. As President, he also must depend on the managerial bureaucracy for the leadership of the national government itself, even if he himself lacks the skills and expertise the bureaucracy possesses. Similarly, a corporate president must himself be skilled in the managerial techniques that yield control of the corporation. The atomic scientist must not only master the highly technical field of nuclear physics and related scientific fields but also exhibit organizational skills in administering large and capital-intensive laboratories and a large and highly skilled workforce. Even the leading writer of an era probably must understand not only the technical skills pertaining to his own craft but also the techniques of publishing, promotion, and salesmanship for a mass market dominated by mass organizations. And even if the writer himself is oblivious to such arcana, his agent and his publishers will be knowledgeable in them. Thus, the leaders in politics and government, the economy, science, and literary culture are all dependent on and perhaps themselves skilled in the managerial techniques necessary for dominance in a mass society, and this common dependence implies a common interest among them in maintaining and extending the size, scope, and power of mass organizations in the state, economy, and culture, and in preserving and enhancing the social rewards of the elites that direct and control them. Exponents of the pluralist argument often point to the traditionally hostile relationship between government and business as evidence that the elites of each sector are not unified but possess contrary and opposing interests. As Daniel Bell puts it, the economic managers and the state bureaucracy are often quite distinct and even at odds with each other, and Arnold M. Rose, writing in the 1960s, argued that the economic elite in fact does often expound its wishes in the programs and campaigns of the National Association of Manufacturers, the United States Chamber of Commerce, and more specialized groups such as the American Medical Association. The President and the majority of the Congress more often go against these programs than support them, although the businessmen are more likely to get their way when they seek narrow economic advantages from the independent regulatory commissions and the military procurement agencies. Yet, while there is considerable disagreement between businessmen and government bureaucrats about particular kinds of economic policy and regulation, there is also an underlying consensus between corporate and bureaucratic managerial elements on the need for a close relationship between the economic and political orders. Political conflicts in the United States since the early 20th century have often revolved around the issue of the relationship between government and business. This conflict has been basic to the political ideologies of both the left and the right, the former regarding the state as the proper regulator of business excesses and the guarantor of economic prosperity and justice, and the latter regarding the state as the potential or actual enemy of legitimately private economic activity. Opposition to government intervention in the economy, however, has been far less noticeable among corporate managerial elements than among those business elements drawn from bourgeois or entrepreneurial backgrounds. The conflict between government and business is in fact a reflection of the conflict between the managerial and bourgeois orders at the political and ideological levels, and it is not in reality a conflict between government and business, but between the unified managerial elites of state and economy on the one hand and the bourgeois elite in the entrepreneurial firms and jurisdictions at the local levels, on the other. There is no serious conflict of interests between the managerial elite in the state and that in the corporations. One of the principal interests on which the managerial elites in government and corporations are united involves the fusion or integration of state and economy. Despite the opposition of bourgeois business interests to extensive governmental involvement in the economy, since the early 20th century the managerial elite of the corporations has supported such intervention. The novelty of the early 20th century, writes historian Robert Higgs, was the undisguised position taken by a growing number of businessmen, especially among the Eastern elite, that government should intervene more actively in the affairs of business, particularly big corporate business, and that the intervention should be ongoing and institutionalized. By the end of World War II, the advantages of the integration of economy and state were apparent to most of the corporate managerial elite. As Alfred D. Chandler, Jr. notes, by the 1950s, however, businessmen in general and professional managers in particular had begun to see the benefits of a government commitment to maintaining aggregate demand. They supported the efforts of both Democratic and Republican administrations during the recessions of 1949, 1957, and 1960 to provide stability through fiscal policies involving the building of highways and shifting defense contracts. The protest against the new type of business enterprise was led by merchants, small manufacturers, and other businessmen, including commercial farmers, who felt their economic interests threatened by the new institution, i.e., the large corporation. By basing their arguments on traditional ideology and traditional economic beliefs, they won widespread support for their views. Yet in the end, the protests, the political campaigns, and the resulting legislation did little to retard the continuing growth of the new institution and the new class that managed it. The resistance to the evolving fusion of state and economy was thus led not by managerial forces but by the smaller entrepreneurial and bourgeois firms that correctly perceived the fusion as a threat to their own interests. John Kenneth Galbraith also notes the correlation between managerial corporations and a positive attitude toward state regulation, on the one hand, and entrepreneurial firms and leaders and a negative reaction to such intervention, on the other. The opposition to the rising power of the state in the decisive years of the 30s, like the opposition to the rising power of the unions, was led not by the mature corporations but by the surviving entrepreneurs. The names of Ernest Weir, Thomas Girdler, Henry Ford, the DuPonts and Sewell Avery are associated with this resistance. General Motors, General Electric, U.S. Steel and other mature corporations were much more inclined to accept such innovations as NRA, to be more philosophical about Roosevelt and otherwise to accommodate themselves to the New Deal. G. William Domhoff also notes the differentiation in attitudes toward state intervention in the economy between larger, i.e., managerial or, in Galbraith's term, mature, corporations and the smaller firms that retain their bourgeois or entrepreneurial character, although Domhoff, consistent with his view of the bourgeois nature of the elite, sees no fundamental cleavage between the two. Discussing the differences between members of the National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, and those of the Committee for Economic Development, said, he writes, a study from the 1960s showed that the business people who were most isolationist, anti-welfare and anti-labor were more likely to be in NAM and to be associated with smaller and more regional corporations. Those who were more moderate, i.e., less hostile to state intervention, were more likely to be in SED and to manage larger companies. More recently, our study of the corporate interlocks of SED and NAM leaders revealed the same large-small dichotomy. For example, NAM's directors for 1972 had only 9 connections to the top 25 banks, whereas SED had 63. Similarly, NAM had but 10 connections to the 25 largest industrials, while SED had 48. The findings were similar for insurance, transport, utilities and retails. And in a more recent work, Domhoff has written, there is a tendency for the moderate organizations that shape public policy to be directed by executives from the very largest and most internationally oriented of corporations, but there are numerous exceptions to that generalization, and in regard to the foundations that affect economic policy, unlike the large foundations in the moderate part of the network, all of the very conservative foundations are under the direct control of the original donating family. The hostility between business and government, therefore, seems to be largely a hostility of bourgeois or entrepreneurial firms and leaders to the managerial state and its economic policies. The latter tend to be supported, however, by the managerial elite in the mass corporation. Although there are clearly conflicts between the managerial elites in state and corporation conflicts over the degree or kind of intervention, for example, there appears to be a consensus or unity between them that state economic intervention is desirable and in fact beneficial to the corporate managers of the economic sector and their interests. Managerial elites in both the mass state and the mass corporation thus behave similarly with respect to this interest and to interests related to it. This unity therefore considerably reduces the degree to which, in Daniel Bell's words, the economic managers and the state bureaucracy are often quite distinct and even at odds with each other. Arnold Rose's view that political authorities override the interests of the economic elite is based largely on his identification of the economic elite with both managerial and entrepreneurial bourgeois elements. The National Association of Manufacturers and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which Rose asserted to expound the wishes of the economic elite, have historically represented the interests of the bourgeois economic elite, while, as Domhoff pointed out in an extended critique of Rose, the American Medical Association cannot be considered part of any economic elite. That the bureaucratic elite of the managerial state frustrates bourgeois economic and business interests does not establish the existence of a conflict of interests between the managerial elites of the state and economy. Moreover, Rose clearly acknowledged the differentiation of interests between the managerial and bourgeois elements of his economic elite, though his conclusion failed to take account of the differences. Here are distinct subgroups within the economic elite, although occasionally they can work together in unity and with deliberateness for a common goal. Perhaps especially on economic issues there are divergences of interest. In general, one of the great cleavages in interest and power that runs through American history is that between the big businessman and the small businessman. In the 20th century, big business fell into the hands of well-educated managers and specialists such as lawyers, while small businessmen were more likely to remain self-made men with lesser education. Small businessmen in the 20th century often consolidated considerable amounts of wealth, but usually retained control in a single family or partnership. Big businesses invariably became corporations with a number of important owners, directors, and managers. These differences were expressed in all kinds of political and economic issues, and even though most of the time both groups could find common political interest expressed through the Republican Party, after about 1875, there remained a deep cleavage running through the Republican Party itself. The split between Robert Taft and Dwight Eisenhower, or between Goldwater and the Scranton-Rockefeller forces, are merely the better-known recent examples of this cleavage. If small, i.e., bourgeois, businessmen can work together with big, managerial businessmen only occasionally, in unity and with deliberateness for a common goal, then Rose's economic elite cannot be said to constitute a unified elite in any significant sense. Rose was correct in concluding that, especially since the 1930s, the government has set various restrictions and controls on business, and has heavily taxed business and the public to carry out purposes deemed to be for the general good, welfare programs, education programs, highways, war and military defense activities, etc. But he also acknowledged that small business, rather than big business, has been the main source of the recent opposition to liberal legislation and the principle upholder of conservatism generally, and he nowhere established a significant and enduring opposition to government intervention in the economy by big managerial interests or any conflict of interests between the managerial elites of the state and economy. These elites share a common interest in encouraging and sustaining government economic intervention, and both are in conflict with the interests of the bourgeois elite, which has sought to restrict economic intervention by the state. The essential unity between the managerial elites of the corporation and the state with respect to the fusion of state and economy is closely connected to their common interests in the continuing enlargement of mass political and economic organizations and in breaking down the constraints on enlargement that compact and small-scale bourgeois institutions present. The alliance of the corporation with the state facilitates the corporate absorption of smaller competitors, the control of mass markets, and the regulation of aggregate demand, while the enlargement and centralization of the state itself is assisted by the economic and social homogenization that managerial capitalism encourages. Moreover, the managerial elites of both the state and the corporation acquire dominance through their technical and administrative skills and through the centralized planning and consolidation that these skills permit. Both the managerial elites of the corporation and of the state also share an interest in encouraging and managing continuous social, economic, and political change and innovation through the application of their technical and administrative skills to social processes and relationships. These and other common interests of the managerial elites of the state and corporation not only serve to unify them in the consolidation and fusion of political and economic power, but also to distinguish them from the bourgeois elite and its interests, which historically have resisted the enlargement of the state and the concentration of social, economic, and political power in mass organizations. Pluralist arguments tend to ignore or deny the common interests that unify managerial elites in state and corporation and which differentiate these elites from their bourgeois rivals. The mass organizations in the state and economy are less competitive centers of power than they are common depositories of power from which a unified elite can gain advantages against its bourgeois antagonists. In addition to the supposed opposition between elites in the state and the economy, the pluralist thesis also gains some plausibility from the apparent disunity or conflict between the intellectual, verbalist, and cultural elites, on the one hand, and the political and economic elites, on the other. Lionel Trilling's idea of an adversary culture of intellectuals and artists who believe that a primary function of art and thought is to liberate the individual from the tyranny of his culture in the environmental sense and to permit him to stand beyond it in an autonomy of perception and judgment, has been popularized and expanded by a number of more recent writers such as Daniel Bell, Irving Kristol, and other neoconservatives who are highly critical of the adversary culture. The intellectual, verbalist, and cultural elite includes writers and artists, academics and teachers, scientists, clergymen, many lawyers, journalists, actors and entertainers, and in general those who make their living by means of writing, speaking, research, intellectual and aesthetic creativity, and communication. If indeed this intelligentsia is a part of the managerial elite, and if it displays adversarial attitudes toward the managerial regime, then there is a significant disunity within that regime. There can be no doubt that the intelligentsia is part of the managerial elite. Whether intellectuals work in the corporate sector, for the mass media of publishing, newspapers and periodicals, broadcasting, or film, in the tax-exempt public sector, large foundations, schools and universities, and mass churches, or in the government itself, their livelihood and social functions in mass society depend upon managerially directed mass organizations, and they are a highly rewarded and often dominant part of these organizations. Moreover, as Galbraith, Bell, and others have emphasized, the managerial economy and state are dependent upon the educational, research, and communicational skills of the intelligentsia, without which managerial skills could not be imparted nor the managerial ideologies disseminated throughout mass society. In some professions, the material and psychic rewards of the intelligentsia are even greater than those of most corporate executives, and even in the more modestly remunerated academy, the intellectuals occupy a uniquely privileged, secure, high status, and occasionally lucrative and powerful position in the managerial regime. Surveying the media elite of major news and opinion outlets in the 1980s, Stanley Rothman and Robert S. Lichter found that the media elite is composed of highly educated, well-paid professionals. 93% have college degrees, and a majority attended graduate school as well. These figures reveal them to be one of the best educated groups in America, and the media elite is distinguished in its social background from middle Americans. In sum, substantial numbers of the media elite grew up at a distance from the social and cultural traditions of small-town middle America. Instead, they came from big cities in the Northeast and North Central states. Their parents were mostly well-off, highly educated members of the upper middle class, especially the educated professions. In short, they are a highly cosmopolitan group, with differentially Eastern, urban, ethnic, upper status, and secular roots. That there exists an adversarial relationship to some parts of society on the part of the intelligentsia is also clear. In the past, the intellectual and verbalist elite has harbored an unusual degree of sympathy for political, economic, social, moral, aesthetic, and philosophical doctrines that challenge many of the values and institutions of mainstream society. Such ideologies in the 20th century have included Marxism and its several revisionist varieties, democratic socialism, existentialism, religious skepticism, ethical and cultural relativism, various forms of psychoanalysis, and a number of modernist or postmodernist aesthetic and literary styles, most recently, deconstructionism. Even when intellectuals do not adhere rigorously to a particular adversarial doctrine, they often exhibit a generalized skepticism toward the values and institutions of mainstream society, take part in or support movements that are hostile toward such values and institutions, and enjoy or share satirical or hostile attitudes toward them. The hostility of intellectual and verbalist elites toward the mainstream of American society was especially pronounced in the 1930s, when membership in or sympathy for communist causes was not uncommon among intellectuals, and in the 1960s, during the Vietnam War, when many intellectuals expressed radical or revolutionary attitudes toward American society and its dominant institutions and values, and in some cases became affiliated with violent or extralegal political movements. Yet the adversarial culture of the intellectual and verbalist elite and its alienation from, hostility to, and even hatred of American institutions and values are not for the most part directed against the ideologies, imperatives, interests, mentality, or modes of behavior characteristic of the managerial regime or its elite, but rather at the persistence of bourgeois values and institutions, the power and cultural influence of which the intelligentsia often exaggerates. Trilling himself noted the anti-bourgeois thrust of the adversary culture and spoke of its old antagonist, the middle class, and the legend of the free creative spirit at war with the bourgeoisie. Bell also remarks on the historic, subversive effect of the adversary culture on traditional bourgeois values, and Christol comments that it is hardly to be denied that the culture that educates us is unfriendly, at the least, to the commercial civilization, the bourgeois civilization, within which most of us live and work. As with the conflict between the state and the economy, then, the antagonism of the managerial intelligentsia represents not a conflict or disunity within the managerial elite, but rather a confrontation between a part of the managerial elite and the vestiges of the bourgeois order that have persisted in the mass organizations of the state, economy, and culture and communication, despite the emergence within these organizations of managerial elites and the dominance of their interests. The antagonism of the managerial intelligentsia toward persistent bourgeois elements is closely connected to the interests that the intellectual and verbalist elite of the regime shares with the managerial elites in the state and economy. In the economy, the principal forms of antagonism that the managerial intelligentsia expresses include a critique of private property, or at least of its abuses through greed, exploitation, corruption, waste, and ostentation, and of an economic system, entrepreneurial capitalism, based on the profit motive. Both this system and the abuses of its central institution of private property are characteristic of the bourgeois order and the economy that its elite controlled. The reliance of entrepreneurial capitalism on hard property, privately owned and managed, and the autonomy that large concentrations of privately owned and operated property afforded to the bourgeois propertied elite was a principal source of the power of the bourgeois elite as well as of the abuses to which the managerial intelligentsia objects. In criticizing and rejecting the economic system of the bourgeois order, however, the managerial intelligentsia not only repudiates the abuses of the entrepreneurial economy but also challenges the ideological supports of the bourgeois elite and enhances the dominance of managerial elites. The managerial intelligentsia displays far less hostility to the dematerialization of property and its consequences and to the fusion of state and economy that characterize the managerial economy, and it generally welcomes the prevalence of managerial elements within the economy at the expense of the bourgeois elite. The intelligentsia is critical of the managerial economy insofar as its institutions, corporations and labor unions and their relationship with the state permit bourgeois and entrepreneurial elements to persist and flourish. The intelligentsia also displays an adversarial attitude toward certain policies and habits of the state, example, toward secrecy, censorship, appeals to nationalism, reliance on force and punishment to resolve conflicts, and the lack of commitment to social change by the state, but these also are features of pre-managerial political institutions that have persisted in the managerial regime. The bourgeois state presided over and protected a particularistic and localized order in which national rivalry required secrecy and war, in which censorship and coercive punishment were useful for the suppression of ideological and criminal challenges, and in which state sponsorship of social change was held to be undesirable and even threatening. These characteristics of the bourgeois state block or jeopardize the interests and aspirations of the managerial intelligentsia, as they do the emergence of a managerial bureaucratic elite in the state, and their persistence in the managerial state is the object of the adversarial critique of the managerial intellectual and verbalist elite. Thus, the managerial intelligentsia is highly critical of the use of war and force by the state. The expenses and demands of war tend to restrict the resources and attention to which both the intelligentsia and the state have access and which are necessary to working out the managerial agenda internally through social reconstruction. War also involves a reassertion of bourgeois and nationalistic values and, through conscription, threatens the security and lifestyles and indeed the very autonomy of the intelligentsia. War threatens to promote and reward skills that are not derived from managerial and technical expertise but are associated with pre-managerial values, modes of behavior, and institutions, personal bravery, skill in combat, the deferral of gratification and the willingness for self-sacrifice. Similarly, the reliance of the state on coercion for the suppression of internal conflict or the use of coercive retributive punishment of criminality presents an obstacle to the interests of the managerial intelligentsia and its aspiration to replace coercive functions with its own functions of managing social and economic reconstruction and therapy. The use of secrecy and censorship by the state jeopardizes the social and cultural role of the intelligentsia and threatens to constrain its cultural dominance by limiting its central function of managing education and research and manipulating an open society of public discussion and debate of policies, ideas, and values. The elimination or reduction of the role of the state in managing social change also reduces the functions of the managerial intelligentsia in designing and implementing change and frustrates the rewards that such functions yield. The hostility, antagonism, and adversarial attitudes of the managerial intelligentsia toward the state is in fact highly selective, and the principle that seems to govern its selectivity is not arbitrary but appears to reflect the interests of the intellectual and verbalist class. The intelligentsia is not hostile to the universalism and internationalism that characterize the policies of the managerial state, nor to the reliance of the state on managerial skills to rehabilitate criminals, resolve conflicts, and contain and manipulate ideological challenges. The intelligentsia displays no adversarial attitudes toward the managerial state for its regulation of business and property relations or its involvement in social, economic, and cultural change, nor toward the centralization of functions and authority that such involvement requires. Nor does it object to the fusion of state and culture through governmental endowment and sponsorship of the arts, humanities, and sciences, and governmental assistance to education. These characteristics of the managerial state are consistent with the interests and aspirations of the managerial intellectual and verbalist elite, though they were lacking in the more limited and neutralist bourgeois state. The managerial intelligentsia also favors the continuing enlargement and dominance of mass organizations in the state and economy, and particularly in the culture, and the prevalence of managerial and technical elites, including the intelligentsia itself, within these organizations. As with other parts of the managerial elite in the state and economy, the managerial intelligentsia gains power and economic and social rewards from its role and functions within the mass organizations and possesses an interest in enhancing their size, scale, and power. Its adversarial role is therefore strictly limited and is confined to those structures and functions that conflict with its interests. It is supportive of those structures and functions that are consistent with its interests. Perhaps the most adversarial attitudes of the managerial intelligentsia are directed against the persistence of the social, cultural, religious, and moral codes of the bourgeois order, especially against its domestic ethic, the valuation of the bourgeois virtues of work, thrift, integrity, self-restraint, and loyalty to the bourgeois institutions and roles that enforce such virtues: family, community, nation, ethnicity, sexual roles, church, local government, and the entrepreneurial firm. This adversarial relationship to bourgeois social codes also reflects the interests and aspirations of the intelligentsia, which finds its own meritocratic and rationalistic values and mentality and its opportunities for social and political rewards and upward social mobility constrained or contradicted by the prevalence of the bourgeois ethic. The criticism and rejection of the bourgeois domestic ethic by the managerial intelligentsia, in ideologies such as Marxism, progressive education, psychoanalysis, and behaviorism, among others, is central to the popularization of mass hedonism, of alternative, sexual behavior and mores, of anti-bourgeois social and economic theories in which work and thrift are less important than immediate material gratification and consumption, and of efforts by the managerial state and its allies to reform and restructure the family and local community around less restrictive values and behavior. Indeed, the intelligentsia as a whole is supportive of the basic managerial ideologies of hedonism, meliorism or utopianism, scientism, and cosmopolitanism, and is largely responsible for their formulation and dissemination. Hedonistic and cosmopolitan themes are popularized by the critique of the domestic ethic and of particular institutional loyalties and identities, and by the relativism implicit in the environmentalist ideology that rejects the repressive nature of bourgeois society and rationalizes the design and management of social change. Meliorism and utopianism as well as scientism are formulated in the demand of the intelligentsia that the managerial state employ its power and resources for the design and implementation of social change in accordance with scientific and socially rationalistic premises and values. The managerial intelligentsia therefore is closely involved in and obtains significant social and political rewards from the ideological rationalization of the managerial regime and the delegitimization of the bourgeois order. There is in fact no aspect of the managerial regime as such to which the intellectuals display any significant hostility, and there are many aspects of the regime of which it appears to approve and has a material interest in supporting and promoting. To be sure, there are policies and actions by corporate managers and state bureaucrats to which the intelligentsia objects, and in objecting to them and mobilizing a critique of them, intellectuals often serve as the conscience of the managerial elite. In this respect, the intelligentsia performs a role as a kind of vanguard of the managerial elite, exhibiting a superior, more strategic, and more long-range understanding of the dynamics, ideology, and imperatives of the managerial regime as a whole than the more pragmatic elites of state and economy, which must often compromise or become entangled with bourgeois remnants. The managerial intelligentsia demands of these elites a continuing rejection of and challenge to the bourgeois vestiges that persist within the mass organizations and a continuing extension of the regime to overcome and transcend the remnants of the bourgeois order. These demands arise in part from its own ideological consciousness, but also from its interests as a social force within the managerial regime and a component of the managerial elite. The intelligentsia is concerned not merely to liberate the individual from the tyranny of his culture, but also to establish the dominance of its own culture, and its sympathy for progressive causes, political and social reform, economic redistribution, the extension of civil liberties and the end of censorship, pacifism. Opposition to racial and sexual discrimination is subordinate to its perception of these causes as instruments of its own interests. As Alvin W. Gouldner argued in regard to what he called the new class, a social force essentially identical to the managerial elite and which he understood as comprising both the intellectuals and the technical intelligentsia, similar to Galbraith's technostructure. The new class, then, is prepared to be egalitarian so far as the privileges of the old class, i.e., the bourgeoisie, are concerned. That is, under certain conditions it is prepared to remove or restrict the special incomes of the old class, profits, rents, interest. The new class is anti-egalitarian, however, in that it seeks special guild advantages, political powers, and incomes on the basis of its possession of cultural capital. Insofar, then, as the intelligentsia in mass society constitutes an adversary culture, it is adversarial to the bourgeois order, to its elite, its social and moral codes and values, its institutions and power apparatus, its characteristic political styles and modes of behavior, and the persistence of these bourgeois elements within managerial organizations. The managerial intelligentsia is not adversarial to the managerial regime, and indeed, it typically couches its criticisms of the regime in terms of the bourgeois order, thus exaggerating the power and persistence of the bourgeoisie and effectually disguising the nature of the managerial elite. Thus, C. Wright Mills and G. William Domhoff attribute social, political, and economic power to a propertied elite, or upper class, that is essentially continuous with bourgeois elites of the last century and, in their depiction, is still bourgeois in its ideologies and interests. While Mills and Domhoff display a strong adversarial attitude toward this supposed bourgeois elite, they speak more respectfully of its moderate components, which are in fact the dominant managerial element of the elite. Domhoff, for example, commenting on the differences between the moderate, i.e., manager-controlled, set and the ultra-conservative, i.e., bourgeois or entrepreneurially controlled, NAM, writes, "Most leaders within the committee would allow unions to exist, although they would like them to be in an even weaker position than they are now. The association, on the other hand, would like to smash them. The difference can also be seen in the fact that the ultra-conservatives would no more risk allowing professors to write an independent report for them on this delicate topic than they would consider having the Communist Party write one. The distinction is a subtle one, but it has manifested itself in a more reasonable response by the moderates in times of extreme crisis and labor militancy. The real distinction between the attitudes of the managers and those of the bourgeois interests toward unions, however, is not that the former is more reasonable than the latter, but that, in Galbraith's words, the mature corporation, in the pursuit of its own goals, will accede far more readily than the entrepreneurial enterprise to the demands of the union and, accordingly, is much less adverse to its existence, or, in other words, that it is in the interest of managerial corporations to accept labor unions, which are themselves mass organizations, but not in the interest of entrepreneurial firms to do so." The refusal of Mills and Domhoff and their school to understand the significant distinction between the interests of managerial and entrepreneurial economic elites not only reveals their anti-bourgeois and essentially pro-managerial bias but also serves to assimilate their form of radicalism to the interests of the managerial regime. As historian Christopher Lasch notes in a different context, cultural radicalism, posing as a revolutionary threat to the status quo, in reality confines its criticism to values already obsolescent and to patterns of American capitalism that have long ago been superseded. In sum, then, there are no fundamental antagonisms within the managerial elite or among its sectors in state, economy, and media, though there are, as in any elite, disagreements and sometimes rivalries. All three sectors of the managerial elite agree on the need for and desirability of the fusion of state and economy, as well as the fusion of state and culture, the undermining of the power and ideologies of the bourgeois order, the expansion of the size and scope of mass organizations, the role and power of the technically skilled personnel who operate and direct such organizations, and the rationalization and popularization of the basic managerial ideologies that serve to challenge bourgeois dominance and persistence and to legitimize and integrate the managerial regime. The entrepreneurial argument: are the managers in eclipse? In the 1980s, a third school of criticism of the theory of the managerial revolution developed in addition to the power elite and pluralist criticisms. This new school, while often granting that something like a unified and dominant managerial elite has held power in the United States for much of this century, argues that economic and political changes in the United States and the world during the 1980s have severely weakened the organizational power of the elite and its regime. The adherents of this school, including Paul Weaver, George Gilder, and John Naisbitt among others, argue that smaller, entrepreneurial firms are displacing the large managerial corporations and through competition, innovative technologies, and different corporate structures are rendering obsolete the bureaucratized economic political order of the managerial regime. In government, they point to the rise of new, populist causes in the 1970s, and the success of tax reform, supply-side economics, and deregulation in the Reagan administration as evidence of the erosion of the power of the managerial state. In the economy, they point not only to the emergence of a new entrepreneurialism that has fostered computer, bioengineering, and communications technologies that larger corporations have ignored, but also to intense Asian competition and corporate takeovers as new economic forces that are obliging large managerial corporations to change their internal structure and market strategies and behavior. Corporate raiding and leveraged buyouts show that corporations and their managerial elites are not secure against pressures from stockholders, and to protect themselves from stockholders' revolts, foreign competitors, and aggressive entrepreneurs, large corporations and their managers have had to reduce the size of their own labor force, eliminate even managerial personnel, close down corporate departments, and reduce functions and expenses. With the reduction of governmental regulation of the economy in the 1970s and 1980s and the entry of new competitors, the oligopoly of managerial capitalism supposedly has been seriously compromised. Moreover, as Naisbitt and other prophets of the new corporation have argued, the organization man of the traditional managerial corporation is said to be disappearing. Corporations now supposedly allow for more autonomy, individual idiosyncrasy, and creativity within their labor forces, and the increasing popularity of home work tends to break up the homogeneity and discipline that corporate employment has historically involved. Corporate employees no longer expect to work for the same organization throughout their entire careers. The advocates of entrepreneurialism criticize the bureaucratic corporations, unions, and government of the soft regime for impeding economic growth and opportunity, and they point to a number of trends in the last decade to justify both their prediction and their defense of an incipient revolt against dominant structures and ideologies that encourage economic and cultural stagnation. The most important such trend, they argue, is the efflorescence in the 1970s and 1980s of a new entrepreneurialism centered on the computer and other advanced information and communications technologies that corporate bureaucracies were unable or unwilling to develop and which supposedly challenged the dominance of mass organizations in the economy through the successful competition of smaller, more innovative entrepreneurial firms. George Gilder, perhaps the best-known exponent of entrepreneurialism, argues that the entrepreneurial virtues challenge and circumvent managerial values and organizations, that progress and achievement are the unpredictable result of individual will and faith, diligence and ingenuity, against which all the powers and principalities ultimately must stand impotent and in awe. In business as in art, the individual vision prevails over the corporate Leviathan. The small company or the creative group in a large firm confounds the industrial policy. The entrepreneur dominates the hierarchy. The hubristic determinisms of the academy and the state, the secular monoliths of science and planning, give way to one man working in the corner of a lab or a library. Political scientist Paul Weaver also is sanguine about the twilight of the corporate state, the interdependent sectors of government and economy, and he argues that the fused corporate governmental apparatus described by James Burnham and John Kenneth Galbraith is actually disintegrating under the impact of new domestic and international competition. Within the span of a single generation, in sector after economic sector, the suffocating, tightly controlled world described by Galbraith has become a fading memory. Today the invisible hand, not the visible one, is the dominant power in the economy. Markets rather than industrial policy or management govern the fate of economic institutions and the flow and texture of economic life in almost every industry and region. Weaver cites competition from foreign firms, the declining role of organized labor, and changes in the size of plants and in management structures as reasons for the evanescence of managerial capitalism. The entrepreneurialists are correct that new entrepreneurial firms in the last 2 decades have developed and marketed new technological products that older, larger, more bureaucratized corporations failed to explore, and they also are correct that the newer and smaller firms have generated employment and economic growth in the regions affected by their activities. Yet while these entrepreneurial forces are often hostile to the dominance of mass corporations and unions and their fusion with the state, they are not incompatible with the structures and functions of the soft managerial regime and do not represent a serious or unassimilable challenge to it. Although individual entrepreneurs operate outside the apparatus of managerial corporations and labor unions, the aspirations of the entrepreneurs themselves for growth and enlargement serve to assimilate them within the apparatus. As their businesses grow, their production, marketing, research, and other functions can be performed only through the application of managerial and technical skills, and the highly technical nature of the new technologies merely intensifies the need for such skills. The new entrepreneurialism, then, if it is economically successful, does not significantly depart from or reject managerial skills, forms, and methods, or provide alternative methods of organizing economic functions, and successful entrepreneurial firms eventually come to rely on such skills. As Peter Drucker observes, with reference to the transformation of McDonald's from an entrepreneurial to a managerial organization, management is the new technology, rather than any specific new science or invention, that is making the American economy into an entrepreneurial economy. Entrepreneurship in society, and it is badly needed, requires above all application of the basic concepts, the basic technique of management to new problems and new opportunities. In the McDonald's hamburger chain, management was being applied to what had always been a hit-or-miss, mom-and-pop operation. McDonald's first designed the end product, then it redesigned the entire process of making it, then it redesigned or in many cases invented the tools so that every piece of meat, every slice of onion, every bun, every piece of fried potato would be identical, turned out in a precisely timed and fully automated process. Finally, McDonald's studied what value meant to the customer, defined it as quality and predictability of product, speed of service, absolute cleanliness and friendliness, then set standards for all of these, trained for them, and geared compensation to them. The evolution of McDonald's from an innovative entrepreneurial firm into a mass corporation operated in accordance with managerial skills applied to mass production and marketing through the homogenization of the product as well as the routinization of its consumers suggests that the processes and consequences of the organizational enlargement of entrepreneurial firms are not fundamentally different from those that pertain to managerial corporations, many of which themselves developed from smaller entrepreneurial companies. As business reporter Steve Pearlstein writes in The Washington Post, the entrepreneurial movement has begun to harvest some of the bitter fruits of its own success. It has been co-opted by the corporate establishment it set out to topple, and in the eyes of many corrupted by corporate raiders and junk bond traders who have made liberal use of its vocabulary and moral suasion. Moreover, so far from reversing the revolution of mass and scale or providing alternative means of accommodating quantitatively massive social and economic interactions, the new technologies of information and communication are in demand precisely because they facilitate the management of mass interactions in the economy, government, and culture. The applications of these technologies to mobilizing capital, organizing and communicating information, and administering mass organizations increase the demand for managerial and technical skills as well as the social rewards and dominance of those social groups proficient in them. Nor would the entrepreneurial production and distribution of these technologies be possible without the managerial infrastructures that provide the financial assets, transportation and marketing facilities, and mass educational and research organizations that impart the managerial and technical skills necessary for technological innovation and its economic organization. The new entrepreneurialism, then, so far from challenging or presenting alternatives to managerial capitalism, cannot operate successfully in a mass economy without management and the mass organizations to which managerial skills are necessary, and the new technologies produced by new entrepreneurial firms depend upon and further enhance the dominance of managerial skills and the elite that uses these skills. The new entrepreneurial forces are easily assimilated within the managerial regime, and successful entrepreneurs become part of the soft managerial elite with largely identical interests and aspirations. In the context of the persistence of managerial forms of organization, specific adaptations precipitated by leveraged buyouts and other kinds of corporate takeovers in the 1980s appear to be insignificant in their impact on the mass scale and complexity of operations, the ability of managerially and technically skilled elements to retain their control of mass economic organizations, and the long-term, structural interests of such elites. While particular managers and managerial hierarchies lost positions of power within corporate structures and the structures themselves experienced changes, these adaptations did not significantly modify the predominance of mass organizations in the economy or the dominance of managerial elites within them. Indeed, in many respects, the new mass structures of the economy appear merely to have intensified managerial control. Michael C. Jensen of the Harvard Business School argues that, due to new techniques of corporate takeovers through the manipulation of debt and a new aggressiveness on the part of those able to use these techniques, the publicly held corporation, the main engine of economic progress in the United States for a century, has outlived its usefulness in many sectors of the economy and is being eclipsed. New organizations are emerging in its place, organizations that are corporate in form but have no public shareholders and are not listed or traded on organized exchanges. These organizations use public and private debt, rather than public equity, as their major source of capital. Their primary owners are not households but large institutions and entrepreneurs that designate agents to manage and monitor on their behalf and bind these agents with large equity interests and contracts governing the use and distribution of cash. The evolution of such new structures in the economy, according to Jensen, resolves the conflict between owners and managers in the public corporation over the control and use of corporate resources by consolidating ownership into the hands of new primary owners who espouse what Jensen calls investor activism. Active investors are investors who hold large equity or debt positions, sit on boards of directors, monitor and sometimes dismiss management, are involved with the long-term strategic direction of the companies they invest in, and sometimes manage the companies themselves. Granted that such investor activism has instigated changes in the economic behavior of management and corporations, it nevertheless has not challenged or modified the role of managerial elites in the economy or altered the structural interests of such elites. While some of these active investors in the 1980s were individual entrepreneurs who revealed extraordinary talents for aggressively mobilizing corporate takeovers and acquired large fortunes doing so, the principal beneficiaries of investor activism have been institutional insurance companies, pension funds, and money management firms that are themselves managerially controlled. In 1988, the total values of corporate and governmental pension funds exceeded $1.5 trillion and composed more than 40% of stock ownership in the United States. Historically, Jensen argues, such institutional investors have played a passive role in managing the corporate assets they own, but investor activism is changing such passivity by purchasing entire companies and using debt and high equity ownership to force effective self-monitoring. New organizations such as what Jensen calls LBO partnerships, modifying the economic and organizational behavior of corporate managers, and more than any other factor, these organizations' resolution of the owner-manager conflict explains how they can motivate the same people, managing the same resources, to perform so much more effectively under private ownership than in the publicly held corporate form. Whatever the effect of such changes on the U.S. economy or on the personal incentives of corporate managers, they are unlikely to diminish managerial control of corporate enterprise, reduce the role of managerial and technical specialization in the economy and society, or alter the structure and functioning of the managerial regime. Despite the consolidation of ownership into institutional hands, these institutions are themselves under managerial control, and neither changes in ownership nor from passive to active behavior reduce the scale, technicality, and complexity of corporate operations. Regardless of ownership and legal control, then, functional control remains in managerial hands, and the structural interests of managerial elites are not affected. The changes in economic organization that Paul Weaver and Michael Jensen discuss therefore represent for the most part adaptations of the managerial regime to new economic circumstances rather than its dismantlement. The main precipitants of managerial dominance in the economy, as well as in the state and mass culture, have been the massive enlargement of human numbers and the resulting increases in the scale of economic, social, and political interactions, on the one hand, and, on the other, the availability of technical and managerial skills by which mass populations and their interactions can be organized and disciplined. These conditions necessitate the administration of the economy, state, and culture by managerial techniques, and the conditions persist in the 1990s. Although managerial corporations, faced with entrepreneurial and international competition and threatened by takeovers, have eliminated personnel, jobs, and functions and have adapted their structures to pursue more innovative strategies, reduce costs, and motivate workers, corporate adaptations along such lines do not significantly diminish the role of managerial elites within the corporate structures, though they may alter the specific skills, units, and routines by which the elites function. Despite these adaptations, managerial corporations remain mass organizations that contain and discipline a vast number of workers, produce goods and services for a mass market, and coordinate economic functions and interactions on an immense scale. Managerial and technical skills are essential for performing the operations research and development, planning, production, marketing, and financial and legal services, among others that such dimensions of mass and scale involve. The technological innovations and the global economic scale that Weaver, Gilder, and other exponents of entrepreneurialism defend will intensify the complexity and further enlarge the scale of mass organizations and will thus increase rather than diminish the need for managerial dominance. Weaver's enthusiasm for the end of the managerial economy and its fusion with the state is considerably qualified by his more realistic assessment of the Reagan administration. Despite the success of deregulation and fiscal reform movements under the Reagan presidency and the presence of bourgeois and neo-entrepreneurial elements in the administration, the Reagan era accomplished little substantial in the dismantlement of the managerial state or the redirection of its policies. As conservative sociologist Robert A. Nisbet noted, Reagan promised, vowed, swore that the size of the bureaucracy and with it the size of the national debt would be dramatically decreased. These promises came in the fall of 1980 and in the first months of 1981. But things changed. And it is recorded in the books of Reagan's own government, now in its second term, that his administration has presided over the largest budget increases and the largest budget, and also trade, deficits in American history, and the size of the federal bureaucracy has shot up 13%, with not one significant bureau or department, not even energy or education, despite promises, dropped. In the post-Reagan era, writes Robert Higgs, the bulk of the expanded managerial state of the Great Society era remained intact. And the most significant elements Medicare, Medicaid, environmental and occupational safety regulations, consumer protection and anti-discrimination laws, and the political forces to sustain all these programs seem solidly established. The ideology that dominated the late 60s and early 70s is presently in retreat, but far from defeated. Whatever else the so-called Reagan Revolution may have done, it certainly did not bring about an ideological revolution. Weaver acknowledges that, behind the talk of free markets and traditional values, Reaganism in practice consisted mostly of career advancement for administration members along with the usual interest group politics, and that Reagan helped to consolidate the managerial regime. He effected a reconciliation between the American people and the corporate state, rather than challenge it, much as Presidents Truman and Eisenhower consolidated the regime after the period of its emergence in the New Deal and World War II era. Weaver also argues, however, that Reagan's consolidation of the regime was ephemeral and that the anti-managerial tendencies the president succeeded in disciplining during his administrations would persist and re-emerge after his departure from office. After Reagan, there will be no Reaganism. When the man is no longer a sectarian candidate or charismatic president, the factions that make up his movement will fall out of bed, go their separate and divergent ways, and start fighting each other with new intensity. The failure of the Reagan administration to reduce the size and scope of the managerial state or to develop alternative forms of social and political discipline in itself suggests that even the anti-managerial entrepreneurial forces that found in Reaganism a formula expressing their political and economic aspirations are not sufficiently powerful as a significant social force to initiate and consolidate an enduring revolt against the managerial regime or to displace its dominance in the state, economy, and culture. The entrepreneurialists may be correct that managerial capitalism, fused with the mass state and centered on the mass corporation and labor union, is unable to sustain technological innovation and economic growth, and that restructuring of mass organizations to permit the infusion of an entrepreneurial ethos is necessary for the further encouragement of growth and innovation. The organizational restructuring that the entrepreneurialists envision, however, is merely a reform of the regime that promises the enhancement of its power, and not a challenge to it. In this respect, the entrepreneurialist ideology resembles the neoconservatism that also sought to reform and consolidate the managerial regime rather than challenge it in accordance with bourgeois conservative aims, and whatever the intentions of its exponents, the objective result of entrepreneurialism has been the consolidation of the regime and not its dismantlement. Neither the entrepreneurial activity of the 1980s nor the adaptations of the managerial state and economy in the Reagan era led to the development of serious challenges or alternatives to the dominance of mass organizations or their control by managerial and technical skills. If new entrepreneurial economic and technological forces do not represent a serious challenge to managerial dominance but are rather instruments by which managerial elites can adapt to new circumstances and enhance their power, neither is the ideological formula of entrepreneurialism sufficiently distinct from the soft managerial worldview to constitute a challenge to it or to resist the assimilation of entrepreneurial elements by the regime. While George Gilder and other entrepreneurialists articulate a number of bourgeois or post-bourgeois values, hard work, individual initiative, and the value of family and other social and personal disciplines, and reject, on a formal level, the planning, collective and bureaucratic disciplines, an ethic of immediate gratification associated with the soft regime, they also express or harbor a number of values that are consistent with managerial hedonism and cosmopolitanism. The entrepreneurialist idealization of global economic and technological interdependence, the transcendence of national and cultural distinctions, and unrestricted international trade and immigration incorporate the cosmopolitan ideology and ethic of the soft managerial worldview, and Gilder's emphasis on individuality, economic opportunity, affluence, economic growth, social mobility, and technological and social change offer no resistance to managerial hedonism and an economy oriented toward mass consumption and gratification. Gilder praises what Joseph Schumpeter called the process of creative destruction, by which capitalism promotes economic, social, and technical change, yet he offers no response to Schumpeter's thesis that this same process encourages the eventual decomposition of the institutional and ideological fabric hard property, the family, the bourgeois ethic in which capitalism flourishes. Nor does Gilder seem to perceive that the economic and technological innovations of the new entrepreneurs serve to reinforce the mass economy and culture of consumption and gratification and to accelerate the deracination of social bonds and personal disciplines. Gilder's enthusiasm for the new technologies often approaches the utopian and melioristic formulas of soft managerial ideology. There is no way to fathom the full potential of this technology, now in its Promethean infancy, he writes. In conjunction with other advances, it is already transforming the world of work and forging at last the long-predicted age of computers, just as the steam engine and the railroads inaugurated the industrial age. It is possible to disparage this development and to deride its enthusiasts, to point to inevitable problems and to fantasize chimerical threats of dehumanizing machines and Frankenstein robots. But this technology, coolly considered, bears no such menace at all, while it offers, to nations that pursue its promise, gains quite incalculable even by the machines themselves. The less attractive potentials of the new technologies of computers, satellite communications, microbiology, and lasers for more efficient political repression, regimentation, military aggression, and psychological and biological manipulation do not occur to Gilder, and his expectations of the progressive effects of these technologies on social arrangements and relationships recapitulate the scientism as well as the meliorism of the managerial worldview. Both the entrepreneurial economic forces and the ideologies that seek to rationalize and legitimize them are products of the crisis and fragmentation that the soft managerial regime has experienced in the last 2 decades. While the new entrepreneurialism represents an at least potentially anti-managerial tendency, however, neither its economic effects nor the values and ideas associated with it constitute a serious challenge to the regime. Aside from its invocations of certain bourgeois ideological and moral fragments, the premises of its ideology are compatible with or are actually indistinguishable from those of the soft regime and its worldview. Entrepreneurialism offers no enduring alternative to mass organization or the application of managerial and technical skills to economic, social, political, and cultural relationships, and its technological innovations are likely to reinforce managerial dominance rather than diminish it. Despite its origins outside the apparatus of the regime and its hostility to some aspects of managerial dominance, the anti-managerial tendencies of entrepreneurialism appear to represent persistent and historically moribund bourgeois elements rather than the emergence of a significant new alternative social force around which opposition to the soft regime might gather. The managerial class. The power elite, pluralist, and entrepreneurialist criticisms of the theory of the managerial revolution are inadequate refutations of the theory. While James Burnham's original formulation erred in some respects or failed to anticipate future developments in the economy, the political order, and the culture and society of the post-World War II United States, Burnham was correct in his general prediction that the bourgeois order and its elite were in eclipse and that a managerial elite, with its own interests and ideology antagonistic to those of the bourgeoisie, was emerging. Relying on the managerial and technical skills necessary to operate mass organizations, the new elite has consolidated its functional control of such organizations in the state, economy, and culture. It has integrated these organizations into a regime or apparatus of dominance and has rationalized its dominance through the formulation and dissemination of a managerial ideology. It exhibits the 2 characteristics of an elite: similar behavior with regard to a set of shared interests and the ability to make these interests prevail over those of other groups. Yet despite the unity and dominance of the managerial elite in the United States, its power is not absolute. Even after the consolidation of managerial dominance, bourgeois forces retained a significant amount of political, economic, and social power. Bourgeois political movements, closely attached to entrepreneurial economic bases, have resisted the fusion of state and economy and the social engineering programs of the managerial elite, and the persistence of bourgeois ideologies among large parts of the population has provided an audience and a political base for such movements. Nevertheless, the bourgeois elite and the bourgeois class in general have been permanently crippled by the rise of its managerial rival. The pinnacle of the bourgeois order, the grande bourgeoisie, has become dependent on and subordinate to the managerial elite and can no longer act as the principal defender of the bourgeois order. Neither the grande bourgeoisie nor the upper middle class of the bourgeois order, the high bourgeoisie, is able to control the mass organizations and assert the power that their control yields. They are unable to do so because they lack the managerial skills that are necessary for control, and when they seek to acquire such skills, the result is a process of assimilation within the managerial regime that further weakens the bourgeois elite through a kind of brain drain, by which the acquisition of managerial skills serves to assimilate the most able bourgeois elements into the managerial regime and to impart to them a new set of interests and a new group perspective that alienates such elements from their class and social order. Attracted by the very considerable material and psychic rewards of the managerial regime, such bourgeois elements are transformed into managers. In the vacuum of leadership that resulted from the decapitation of the bourgeois order, the leadership of bourgeois forces devolved upon a sub-elite that lacked the vast wealth, high prestige, and cultural sophistication of the grande bourgeoisie but retained control of significant economic resources, substantial political influence at state and local levels and in many congressional districts, and a degree of cultural power through bourgeois organs of public opinion, churches, and educational institutions. The power retained by the high and petty bourgeoisie, however, while often sufficient to resist and check the dynamic of the managerial regime, was unable to occupy the key positions in the managerial regime, dislodge its elite, dismantle its apparatus, or alter its agenda. The managerial regime has principally been concentrated in the heavily populated, urbanized, and industrialized regions of the United States, the Northeast and Atlantic regions, where the revolution of mass and scale exerted its greatest impact. The resources and skills of these regions in wealth, political influence, technology, and intellectual and communicational assets, as well as the structural advantages of centralized mass organizations in acquiring and establishing power, provide the managerial forces with sufficient power to establish and perpetuate their dominance. The power of the bourgeois forces is thus largely confined to resisting, reacting to, or slowing down the implementation of the managerial imperatives. The persistence of bourgeois power outside the geographical core of the managerial regime, then, does not effectively challenge or diminish the power of the managerial elite, and given the unity and dominance of the elite and the evolution of its cultural as well as its economic and political hegemony, it is reasonable to ask whether the managers constitute a class. James Burnham and Alfred D. Chandler, Jr. speak of the corporate managers as a new class, and Irving Kristol, among others, has used the term new class to describe the people whom liberal capitalism had sent to college in order to help manage its affluent, highly technological, mildly paternalistic, post-industrial society. This new class consists of scientists, lawyers, city planners, social workers, educators, criminologists, sociologists, public health doctors, and so forth, a substantial number of whom find their careers in the expanding public sector rather than the private. The professionals that Kristol enumerates are clearly part of the managerial elite, but perhaps because he shares Daniel Bell's view that there is little unity between corporate managers and those of the state, he does not include the managers of the mass corporation in the new class category. Bell himself has challenged the usefulness of the term class to describe the managers, bureaucrats, and technically skilled personnel of the mass organizations on the ground that these groups do not share sufficient unity of interests and ideology to merit the term. Yet, in Bell's definition of class exists when there is a community and continuity of institutional interest and an ideology that provides symbols of recognition, or codes of behavior, for its members. The managerial elite does constitute at least a rudimentary social class, since its members share common interests, behave similarly in regard to them, and identify, rationalize, and communicate their interests by means of a common ideology. It is true that managers are often distracted from the pursuit of their group interests and that they often disagree on how they should be pursued, characteristics they share with almost all elites, and it is also true that their ideology is not a highly formalized or rigorous set of beliefs. It is probable that the persistent and restraining power of the bourgeois forces and ideologies and their influence on and penetration of some elements of the managerial elite itself have served to retard the development of the managers as a class. It is also probable, however, that the continuing decline of the bourgeoisie and its power and its inability to reverse the course of the managerial regime will eventually remove this constraint on the managers. If so, they will then develop a more explicit and overt class consciousness and identity, which will be expressed in a more sophisticated and formalized managerial ideology. The managerial elite is thus generally unified in the sense that its members generally behave similarly in regard to their group interests, and it is also generally dominant over the bourgeois elite in the sense of being able to make its interests prevail over those of non-managerial groups or to make the interests of such groups dependent upon its own interests. Yet the presupposition of the unity and dominance of an elite is that it be able to identify and communicate its interests. Elites generally do this by means of their ideologies, which serve to communicate and legitimize the interests of the elite in a disguised or coded form. The managerial ideology and its component ideas and values are no exception, and the understanding of the dynamics and prospects of the managerial regime is not complete without a more detailed analysis of this ideology, its content, and the social and political functions it performs. Chapter 3. The Ideology of the Managerial Elite. Elites and Ideology. Ruling classes, wrote Gaetano Mosca, who, with Vilfredo Pareto, developed the theory of elites in the late 19th century. Do not justify their power exclusively by de facto possession of it, but try to find a moral and legal basis for it, representing it as the logical and necessary consequence of doctrines and beliefs that are generally recognized and accepted. This legal and moral basis, or principle, on which the power of the political class rests, is the political formula. What Mosca called political formulas are largely identical to what today are called ideologies, doctrines the purpose of which is not to offer true scientific or philosophical explanations of reality but rather to justify a course of action for a particular group, a political party, a religious sect, a nation, or a ruling elite. Ideologies, however, generally claim to be philosophical or scientific in nature and to provide true explanations of reality, while, at the same time, they offer justifications or rationalizations for courses of action and behavior that accrue to the advantage of the group that has adopted them. There is therefore a sense in which ideologies are always fraudulent or deceptive, for their real purpose is to benefit the group that adheres to them, and the explanation of reality that they claim to offer is one that is calculated to promote the interests of the group. And yet, writes Mosca, that does not mean that political formulas are mere quackeries aptly invented to trick the masses into obedience. The truth is that they answer a real need in man's social nature, and this need, so universally felt, of governing and knowing that one is governed not on the basis of mere material or intellectual force, but on the basis of a moral principle, has beyond any doubt a practical and a real importance. Elites, in other words, do not simply make up their ideologies or formulas out of whole cloth. The members of elites, excluding cynics and dissidents, generally believe in their own ideologies and try to behave consistently with their implications, and the intellectual foundations of an ideology, whether scientific, religious, ethical, or philosophical in character, must be both reasonably sophisticated in argumentation and reasonably honest and complete in the selection of evidence. An ideology fails if its ostensible purpose of explaining reality becomes transparently deceptive and the real purpose is exposed, so that if it is not to fail, it must preserve the ostensible purpose by its credibility and intellectual sophistication in order to appeal to persons outside the elite who have no special interests served by it. The ideology of an elite must in general perform three functions. 1. It must rationalize the interests of the elite in the sense of legitimizing or justifying them in terms of some larger or higher good than those interests themselves. Elites, in other words, do not usually claim, publicly or privately, that they are acting in a particular way because such action is in their group interest. They claim rather that their action is in accordance with the will of God, the principles of morality, the laws of nature, the national interest, the destiny of a race, the inevitable course of history, the will or good of the people or of mankind, or is a step towards some widely approved value such as peace, liberty, justice, prosperity, or stability. 2. An ideology must identify and communicate the interests of an elite to the members of the elite itself as well as to those outside it. The identification and communication of elite interests take place within the terms of the ideology and not outside these terms. The ideology of the landed elite of 17th-century England, for example, did not boldly assert that Crown and Parliament must protect the rights and privileges of landed property because it was in the material interests of the landed elite to do so. Rather, it presented a set of formal arguments, drawn from religious, historical, legal, and philosophical sources, that the power and privilege attached to landed property were morally right and socially necessary. It is unlikely that very many members of the landed elite doubted the truth of this ideology, and it was certainly unusual for them to express such doubts in public. The terms or formal arguments of the ideological justification of landed property served to identify to the elite what its interests were and to communicate to its members how to defend and pursue these interests. The formal arguments did so, not boldly or overtly, but in a disguised or coded way that satisfied both the elite and those classes outside and subordinate to it that power was institutionalized in a just form that served the interests and rights of everyone. 3. An ideology must serve to integrate a society, to provide a common frame of reference to which all parties in a dispute can appeal and a common ground of action to which all members of a society can rally. On a popular level, such integration is achieved in part by symbols such as the King or Queen in Great Britain, the Constitution, the flag, or the American way in the United States, the teachings of Marx and Lenin in the Soviet Union, or, in religiously unified societies, the tenets and symbols of the public faith. Thus, the ideology of an elite must be credible to the members of society outside the elite. Only by the ideological integration of the population at large can the elite obtain more or less spontaneous obedience and deference from it. An ideology performs its integrative function successfully if the general population acknowledges the legitimacy and efficacy of the power of the elite. An ideology that successfully integrates a society is often called a public orthodoxy, and dissent from it or attacks on it are frequently subject to serious sanctions. It must not be thought, however, that ideologies are generated spontaneously or that they are willingly accepted by the non-elite. The history of most of the ideologies that have served the interests of elites shows that they are often imposed and maintained by force or fraud, and that rival ideologies or even significant deviations from the orthodox ideology are quite ruthlessly suppressed. An ideology often builds upon elements of belief that were generally accepted prior to the rise of the elite that espouses it, and often such elements are themselves the remnants of the older ideologies of earlier elites. But these elements, when they are useful to a new dominant minority or cannot conveniently be ignored or entirely suppressed, are reinterpreted or adapted to fit the new ideology that the new elite formulates and imposes. The process of imposition varies, depending on the apparatus of power and resources available to the elite, but common instruments of ideological imposition in history, in addition to the more coercive sanctions of secret police, informers, state censors, and inquisitors, have been churches, schools, art and literature, and the press and other media of mass communication, all of which may possess official or semi-official ties to and privileges from the regime of the elite. Nor must it be thought that the intellectuals who formulate the ideology of an elite do so insincerely or with intellectual dishonesty. Intellectuals tend to take ideas more seriously than most people, and certainly more seriously than most of the pragmatic leaders of an elite. In any society, different individuals, sects, and schools of thought formulate a variety of ideas. Some of these ideas are more or less consistent with the perceived interests of an elite, which tends to sponsor or promote them, and those who have formulated them. Other ideas are not useful to its perceived interests or appear to represent a threat to its interests, and the elite tends to ignore or suppress them and their sources. This process of selection leads to the evolution of an ideology, more or less formal in content, that performs the functions of rationalization, communication, and integration that any successful ideology must serve. The intellectuals who originally formulated the elements of the ideology, and even those who develop the elements into a formal doctrine, presumably do so because they genuinely believe its content, as do those members of the elite who sponsor and promote them and regard the ideology as a serious explanation of reality as well as a convenient justification of their dominance. Indeed, intellectual and literary history furnishes many instances of significant works of thought and art that have performed ideological functions for various elites and political forces. The theological and political theories of Thomas Aquinas and William of Ockham were so used by rival political groups, the papacy and the Holy Roman Emperor, in the late Middle Ages. Similarly, the autocratic regime of Augustus Caesar in first-century Rome used the poetry of Virgil and Horace and the historiography of Livy for political and propaganda purposes, and much of the political content of Shakespeare's plays served the same function under the Tudor monarchy. to point to the political uses of art, literature, scholarship, and even theology, philosophy, and science in no way detracts from the motivations, characters, or achievements of those who created such works. At the same time, it is not unusual for persons of considerable intellectual stature to attach themselves and their ideas to a rising or dominant political force, to suppress evidence and arguments that question their ideas, and even to join in the professional or political suppression of their intellectual rivals. Despite the occurrence of such behavior, there is no reason to attribute such ambitions to or to question the motives or intellectual honesty of the general run of intellectuals who formulate the ideology of an elite. Despite genuine efforts by the members of an elite to adhere consistently to their ideology, their overriding need with respect to it is the ability of the ideology to reflect and rationalize their interests. When the elite finds itself in circumstances in which the ideology does not serve its needs and interests, it may alter the ideology or it may simply ignore it. The elite will therefore occasionally violate its professed ideology, and it will seldom display much attraction for a highly formalized set of ideas that cannot be applied to changing circumstances and interests. The ideologies that serve the interests of elites therefore often tend to be rather vague and to cover their evasion of philosophical and scientific problems with rhetoric or specious logic, although such ideologies may draw on systems of ideas that are far more rigorous and serious in their effort to correspond to reality. It is therefore often impossible to describe the ideology of an elite in a logically rigorous way. Most elites simply do not confine themselves to beliefs that are too rigorous and systematic, and accounts of an ideology must frequently describe its formal content and logical structure without a great deal of precision rather than in the carefully defined and precise terms of philosophy and science. The managerial elite in the mass organizations of state, economy, and culture of 20th-century society, like any other elite, possesses an ideology which it uses to rationalize, identify, and communicate its interests and to integrate mass society under its power. In the managerial regimes of the Western world, in which mass consumption and mass political participation have developed, the dominant ideology of the managerial elite may in general be called managerial humanism, though it is known under various labels in the different developed states of the West. Managerial humanism is not usually a systematically articulated or formally explicit set of ideas, and it often exists in the minds of the managerial elites and their mass following as an unrecognized or unarticulated assumption or set of assumptions that is regarded as axiomatic by its adherents. Explicit challenges to or dissension from the ideas of managerial humanism will therefore often encounter moral or emotional outrage, the expression of doubts about the intelligence, goodwill, or sanity of those who challenge them, or simple perplexity. In its looseness, informality, and lack of system, managerial humanism lends itself to adaptations to the practical needs and interests of the managerial elite, and in its axiomatic and unspoken character and the reactions that challenges to it frequently meet, it resembles the ideologies of elites of the past and provides a useful service to the managerial elite by becoming virtually impervious to intellectual or verbal refutation. As a doctrine, a formal system of ideas, managerial humanism may be defined as the belief that all men can, or should or will, be governed in their social, economic, and political relationships by the science of management, the science of operating and directing mass organizations. Since management is a system of knowledge and skills that is applicable only to mass organizations, managerial humanism implies that all human beings should, can, will, live and exist within the framework of mass organizations. The specific predicate of managerial humanism, why human beings should be organized within mass structures and their lives and relationships governed by management, varies with the particular versions that prevail with different countries, cultures, political parties, or individual spokesmen. In some versions, the reorganization of human affairs into mass structures and managerial government, design or planning of human relationships is predicated as historically inevitable or predetermined, the result of human progress and the forces that motivate progress. Alternative forms of social organization are regarded by the exponents of this version of managerial humanism as irrelevant or impractical, regardless of their claims to desirability or inherent superiority. In other versions, mass organizations and managerial direction of human affairs are advocated as desirable or superior in themselves, in that they are capable of significantly or completely ameliorating the human condition in ways that other forms of social organization have failed or are unable to do. Still other versions make no predictions of inevitability and do not explicitly advocate the superiority of management and mass organization, but merely put forward value-free descriptions of what the uses of mass organization and management might be. Finally, there is a version of managerial humanism that, though it does not predict the inevitability of the dominance of mass organization and managerial control, in fact leaves little real choice between them and alternative forms of social and political organization, since it predicts imminent disaster and catastrophe for mankind unless mass organization and managerial control are adopted. In practice, however, all of these predicates and different versions of managerial humanism are conjoined in the popular and common expressions of the ideology, so that mass organizations and managerial control are at once inevitable, morally and socially desirable, merely possible, and necessary to avoid disaster. The particular predicate, or combination of predicates, that is emphasized in any given circumstance will depend upon the intellectual sophistication of the spokesman and on the appeal of certain kinds of arguments and predicates to particular audiences. Managerial humanism serves the interests and needs of the managerial elite in two general ways. First, it legitimizes the existence, dominance, and continuing expansion in size and scale of the mass organizations in the state, economy, and culture and their operation and control by specially trained managerial elites. Secondly, it incorporates, in a logically coherent and credible framework, the elemental ideologies of managerial society scientism, utopianism, hedonism, and cosmopolitanism which the managerial elites in the developed states of the West need to rationalize their power and construct their regime. Managerial humanism incorporates scientism because the premise on which management is based is that human beings and their social relationships are analogous to the phenomena of inert nature and can be manipulated by scientific techniques in the same way. It is utopian or melioristic because it claims that a significant or complete amelioration of the human condition is possible by means of the application of the science of management, as well as other sciences, to human affairs. It is hedonistic because it rejects the work ethic and ideals of the socialized individualism of the bourgeois order, and its view of amelioration and of the utopia that can or will come into being is based on the gratification of material appetites and the avoidance of deferral and sacrifice. The scientism of managerial humanism denies or tends not to recognize non-material motivations and needs of human beings or interpret such needs as ultimately materialistic in nature. Managerial humanism, finally, is cosmopolitan because it encompasses an abstract view of man that tends to ignore or reject the particularities of his historical and social existence, especially the differentiated groups, classes, and local communities of the bourgeois order, and emphasizes what is common to all men at all times and in all places and circumstances. The global or transnational organization of mankind under the discipline and ideologies of managerialism and human liberation from or transcendence of national, parochial, social and economic, racial, and sectarian categories are the highest goals of managerial humanism, and it is because of the cosmopolitan and universalist premises of the ideology that its description as humanism is appropriate. Managerial humanism thus combines the four elemental ideologies of managerial society in a reasonably coherent form that can be invested with more rigorous empirical and logical justification and with more emotional and moral appeal as circumstances and the interests of the managerial elite demand, although the logical relationship of these elements and the inferences that are drawn from them are not the only possible coherent forms they can take. Managerial humanism is not the only ideology that predominates in managerial societies, however. In the course of the 20th century, two general types of managerial regime have evolved in response to the revolution of mass and scale. One type, which has prevailed in the Soviet Union and, until recently, in Eastern Europe and to some extent in other communist states and which prevailed in Germany under National Socialism and to some extent in the fascist states of the 1930s and 1940s, may be called the hard managerial regime. Its elites tend to rely on force, often to an extreme degree, as a means of acquiring and using power, and the ideologies that are prevalent in these regimes tend to reject hedonism and cosmopolitanism and to emphasize ascetic and particularistic themes and values the necessity or desirability of hard work, postponement of gratification, the acceptance of authority, the endurance of suffering and pain, and subordination and loyalty to and sacrifice for the group, nation, race, party, or class. The second type of managerial regime, which prevails in the United States, Western Europe, Japan, and the developed states of the West, may be called the soft type. The elites of the soft managerial regime tend to rely on manipulation and inducement rather than on force to acquire and make use of power, and the ideologies that prevail tend to emphasize hedonistic and cosmopolitan themes and value self-fulfillment, immediate gratification, the avoidance of pain and suffering, the pursuit of pleasure, disregard for or independence from group loyalties and identities, and the affirmation of internationalist, egalitarian, universalist, ecumenical, and syncretistic ideals. The differences between these two types of managerial society are due largely to differences in the composition and character of their elites and in the way in which these elites emerged under the impact of the revolution of mass and scale. Regardless of their many and important differences, however, the hard and soft types are both managerial regimes in that they both exhibit the same reliance on mass organizations in state, economy, and culture. In both types of regime, specially trained managerial elites use their skills to operate and control mass organizations and to dominate mass society, and both types exhibit the same hostility to the prescriptive and bourgeois orders and their elites, although this hostility is manifested in significantly different ways. The ideologies of the hard managerial regimes, however, are not part of or consistent with managerial humanism. Although National Socialism and Marxism-Leninism, the principal ideologies of the hard managerial regimes, retain the scientistic and utopian elements of managerial humanism, they reject the hedonistic and cosmopolitan elements that prevail in the soft regimes of the West. The formal content, values, and logical development of the ideologies of the hard managerial regimes are thus quite different from those of managerial humanism and its variations. These differences too reflect differences in the composition and characters of the elites and in the structures and functioning of the two types of managerial regime. In the United States, the specific and most common form that managerial humanism takes has come to be called liberalism, although virtually the same ideology, known by other labels in the other developed countries, prevails throughout the other soft managerial regimes. There are, of course, differences among these national or regional variations of managerial humanism, but there are also certain unifying beliefs that they all share and a common function that they all perform the rationalization of the power and interests of the managerial elites in the states in which these ideologies prevail. Liberalism as the ideology of the managerial elite. The history of the political movements and ideas generally called liberalism in late 19th and 20th century America is associated, at least by its exponents and defenders, with political enfranchisement, social and economic reform, the extension of civil liberties, and compassion for the oppressed and disadvantaged. It may therefore appear incongruous to identify liberalism as the ideology of an elite and a means of rationalizing group interests. Yet, whatever the motivations and intentions of the exponents of liberalism, the effect of the popularization of liberal ideas and values has been to reinforce the structures and functioning of the managerial regime by disseminating ideas that justify the growth of mass organizations in state, economy, and culture and the integration or fusion of these organizations. In doing so, liberalism has provided a rationalization for the power of the managerial elites that dominate in these mass structures. Although liberalism has offered criticisms of the structures and functioning of the managerial regime, managerial elites have been able to adapt its ideas to their own needs and interests. In the 20th century, American liberalism has been the predominant form of managerial humanism in the United States and as such has served as the principal ideology of the managerial elite as a whole, performing the functions that elite ideologies or political formulas usually perform. Liberalism has reinforced the managerial regime in the United States in two general ways. First, the formal content of liberal ideas since the early 20th century has provided a coherent rationalization of the ideological formulas of meliorism and utopianism, scientism, hedonism, and cosmopolitanism that reflect the functional imperatives of mass organizations. Secondly, liberalism as a practical political and social movement has justified the structural elaboration and integration of the managerial regime in all respects. Legislation and policies associated with and implemented by liberal forces have promoted the fusion of state and economy, the growth of managerial bureaucracy in state and corporation, the rise of managerial Caesarism in the form of an imperial presidency, the centralization of government and the diminution of state and local authority, the homogenization of society, the diffusion of mass education, the secularization of religion, and other aspects of the managerial regime. It may be argued that such trends are inevitable in any mass society and that liberalism is not responsible for them. It is true that the trend of organizational enlargement in mass society and the political, economic, and cultural changes that accompany it appear to be inevitable or at least logical and highly probable. The importance of liberalism and other managerial ideologies lies not in their causal relationship with these trends, but in their support and acceptance of them, in efforts to find rationalizations for them and the interests of those social groups that gain power and social rewards from such trends, in the consistent encouragement of these trends that liberalism offers, and their equally consistent discouragement of an opposition to any trends or movements away from them. Liberalism did not, of course, originate with the managerial groups and interests of the 20th century, but developed as a formal body of thought in the Enlightenment of the 18th century. Although there is considerable continuity between the liberalism of the philosophes and that of the 20th century, the principal characteristic of liberal thought at the end of the 18th century and throughout most of the 19th century was its emphasis on individualism, on the individual as a citizen, as an economic actor, and as a moral agent, and this classical liberalism, reflected in the theories of the classical economists, of Herbert Spencer and the social Darwinists, and of John Stuart Mill and Thomas Jefferson, among others, served as the ideological basis of the bourgeois order and functioned as the principal political formula of the bourgeois elite. As the bourgeoisie solidified its power in the course of the 19th century, individualistic classical liberalism served to rationalize and protect the interests and values of the bourgeois elite and became a socially conservative force. It abandoned or muted many of the reformist and indeed revolutionary impulses that had animated liberal thought in the previous century and was transformed into a body of doctrines that resisted reforms that went beyond or threatened the interests of the elites of the age. A similar process by which managerial ideologies were transformed into essentially protective and conservative doctrines occurred in the 20th century as the managerial elites overcame bourgeois opposition and solidified their own power. At the end of the 19th century, liberalism underwent a dramatic reformulation, carried out in England by T.H. Green, J.A. Hobson, Leonard Hobhouse and various socialist thinkers, and in the United States by the writers and activists associated with the progressive movement. The new liberalism of the late 19th century was in many respects a direct response to the impact of the revolution of mass and scale on the political, economic, and social life of the industrialized societies and represented an effort to discipline and reform the breakdowns that the revolution caused. The reformulation of liberalism consisted primarily in a retreat from or abandonment of the individualism that characterized bourgeois liberal ideology and a new emphasis on the social and collective nature and duties of human beings. The new liberalism, in fact if not always in formal theory, tended to see the individual not as the basic moral agent and unit of society but as a product of the social environment. Neoliberal theorists in the idealist tradition such as Green in England and Josiah Royce in the United States developed and made coherent the criticism of individualism that began with Rousseau's theory of the general will, and the purpose of their theory was to show that personality is realized by finding a significant part to play in the life of society. Since society and its political organ, the state, are in this view prior to the individual, this reformulated version of liberal thought rejected the classical liberal view that restrictions on the activities and functions of the state liberated and assisted the individual. Green's liberalism was a frank acceptance of the state as a positive agency to be used at any point where legislation could be shown to contribute to positive freedom, in short for any purpose that added to the general welfare without creating worse evils than it removed. The state was itself part of the social environment that, with economic and social institutions, contributed, for good or ill, to the formation of human beings. The new liberalism therefore legitimized a more active role for the state in contributing to social progress and in carrying out interventions in social and economic processes that would alter or control the environment. American progressivist thought, writes historian Frank Tarriello, Jr., held that, because the polity had to respond docilely to the social will, there could be no other conceivable limitation on the power of the government than the needs of society. The dependence of the political upon the social, then, made it impossible to posit the existence of two autonomous spheres functioning independently of each other. Through the grace of the social interest, government, no longer bound by a written constitution of its powers, was free to act as it wished, taking on any function that might be deemed socially expedient. It is a characteristic of all liberalism, whether of the Enlightenment, of the 19th century bourgeoisie, or of the 20th century, that it harbors an essentially optimistic view of human nature and the human condition. In classical liberalism, this optimism is reflected in the liberal belief that the enlightened self-interest of the individual, emancipated from the prejudices, ignorance, and restraints of traditional society, will lead to progress and even to the perfection of the human condition, and bourgeois thinkers such as Herbert Spencer popularized this optimism in the 19th century. Optimism is no less characteristic of 20th-century liberalism, however. As historian George E. Maury wrote of the intellectual atmosphere of the American progressive movement, central to this new intellectual formulation was the firm belief that to a considerable degree man could make and remake his own world. Both the rising social sciences and the new social gospel promised that basically men were more alike than different and that they were not evil by inheritance, but, if anything, were inclined by their own nature to be good. Great inequalities existing among them at the moment were not natural, and from the viewpoint of social peace and human welfare were decidedly bad. The optimistic view of human nature that characterizes liberal doctrine contains important implications for the functioning of liberalism as the ideology of the managerial elite. Liberal optimism implies that the evils of the human condition are not grounded in men's nature but derive from their social, economic, and political environment. Hence, these evils are not necessary or inevitable but can be removed or alleviated by changing the environment. If such evils can be removed, then the abolition or significant reduction of war, crime, poverty, inequality, corruption, disease, hunger, and ignorance is practicable. The optimistic view of the human condition expressed in liberal thought is thus grounded in an environmentalism that is itself the theoretical foundation of liberal meliorism and utopianism. The late 19th century social reformer Henry George, whose Progress and Poverty, 1879, helped popularize environmentalist theories in the United States, applied the theory specifically to differences between Jews and other groups of human beings. As Eric F. Goldman writes, describing George's view, environment, an environment that had been made by human beings and could be changed by human beings, determined the characteristics of Jews, as it determined all men, institutions, and ideas. Legislating a better environment, particularly a better economic environment, could bring about a better world, and bring it about before unconscionable centuries. Environmentalism and its melioristic or utopian implications were present in classical liberalism also, although they were considerably diluted as the bourgeoisie entrenched itself in power. In the earlier versions of classical liberal thought, however, it was the individual who was the source of social amelioration and perfection. The environment in classical liberalism consisted principally of those restraints that inhibited individual achievements, especially the coercive restraints of the state and other legally privileged structures such as established churches, hereditary dynasties and aristocracies, and guilds. Once these restraints were removed as they were by the liberal, nationalist, and secularist revolutions and reforms of the 19th century, individual efforts would, through the pursuit of self-interest, eventually perfect or significantly ameliorate the human condition. By the end of the 19th century, however, it had become clear to many that individualism had not generated any such utopian amelioration and that the congestion, corruption, and incipient collapse instigated by the revolution of mass and scale were complicating and preventing the realization of human perfectibility. At the same time, revisions in science, as well as in theology, philosophy, and social thought, suggested that the reform of the environment and the perfection of man were more challenging but no less practicable processes than individualistic liberalism had recognized. The new liberalism of the late 19th and early 20th centuries also relied upon science, especially social science, to understand and change the environment. Science, write Arthur S. Link and Richard L. McCormick, also had a pervasive impact on the methods and objectives of progressivism. Many leading reformers were specialists in the new disciplines of statistics, economics, sociology, and psychology. These new social scientists set out to gather data on human behavior as it actually was and to discover the laws which governed it. Since social scientists accepted environmentalist and interventionist assumptions implicitly, they believed that knowledge of natural laws would make it possible to devise and apply solutions to improve the human condition. This faith underpinned the methods used by almost all reformers of the time: investigation of the facts and application of social science knowledge to their analysis, entrusting trained experts to decide what should be done, and, finally, mandating government to execute reform. Economics, political science, sociology, and anthropology were all disciplines closely associated in their professional and academic origins with an optimistic and environmentalist view of man and with the political movement and ideology of liberalism. The science on which such movements rested differed considerably from that of the bourgeois era. The latter emphasized a closed universe in which Euclidean geometry, Newtonian physics, Darwinian biology, and a sensationalist psychology described universal and invariable scientific laws by which both material objects and human beings operated. In regarding human beings as natural phenomena, 19th-century science was indeed scientistic, but it was a scientism that for the most part was not utopian because its view of nature in the form of invariable law prescribed very clear limits to what human beings could be and achieve. Evolutionary and positivist thinkers of the 19th century did entertain the eventual possibility of a utopian society, but they generally placed it so far in the future or so circumscribed the means by which it could be realized as to render it irrelevant to immediate concerns. Herbert Spencer, writes Sir Ernest Barker, tantalizes the individual with glimpses of jewels of freedom which he can only wear in the days of perfection. The new science, influenced by the theory of probability, challenges to Newtonian cosmology, reformed Darwinism and an irrationalist psychology, rejected the determinate nature of the universe and elaborated a view of nature that allowed for much more immediate human reconstruction of society, of man, and of nature itself. Walter Lippmann, a popularizing exponent of this new world view, emphasized the role of modern science in reforming the social environment in his book of 1914, Drift and Mastery, and this belief became a basic assumption of the new liberalism. A belief in an open universe in which man was neither chained to the past nor riding on an automatic escalator into the future was central to the creed. Also at its heart was a belief in the doctrine of possible progress based upon the twin assumptions that man was more good than he was evil and that he had the power through his intellect and moral sense to change his environment. The reformulated liberalism of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, through its optimistic view of man and its environmentalist view that social evils could be removed by the application of scientific technique to society, allowed for and indeed implied the scientism and utopianism that are essential for the rationalization of the managerial regime. The environmentalist premises of the new liberalism were evident in the economic thought of the critics of classical economics, in the liberal critiques of racial, sexual, and class discrimination, and in the criminology and juristic thought of liberalism. Roscoe Pound and Louis Brandeis incorporated environmentalist theory into their school of sociological jurisprudence in the early 20th century, and environmentalism also informed the social gospel movement and the secularization of religious concerns in the progressive era. To be sure, the new liberalism was not always a rigorous or coherent set of ideas. Not all of its exponents perceived, understood, or accepted all its tenets or their implications, and within the body of liberal thought there were tensions, qualifications, and emphases that often tended to dilute or deflect the force of its principal assertions. Yet it was precisely the vagueness of liberalism, coupled with its claim to moral intensity and intellectual sophistication, that gave it the appeal it has historically exerted and allowed it to function as the ideology of the rising managerial elite. The environmentalism of liberal theory also justified the hedonism and cosmopolitanism that characterize managerial humanism and reflect the functioning of the soft managerial regime. The environment that 20th-century liberals perceived as the source of social evil was precisely the bourgeois regime itself and its institutions and values. A fundamental element in the ideology and set of values of the bourgeois regime was the ethic by which the virtues of work, thrift, duty, and deferral of gratification were inculcated and upheld. This ethic, institutionalized in bourgeois economic and social codes of socially rooted or ascetic individualism, was perceived by many progressivist liberals as responsible for a callous and brutalizing society that ignored or exploited human needs and was indifferent or hostile to the possibilities of social reform and the merits of the intellectually and morally deserving. Liberal criticism and rejection of the bourgeois ethic and its institutionalization in the social and cultural environment as Philistinism was closely related to the rationalization and popularization of its antithesis, the articulation of a moral and cultural relativism that implied a rejection of all standards by which moral, social, political, and economic behavior could be evaluated and which allowed for the development of a hedonistic ethic. Although liberal theory does not directly justify or endorse hedonism, and more generally insists on the subordination of gratification to duty, a principal result of liberal thought has been to encourage a hedonistic ethic in place of the bourgeois ethic. Environmentalist ideas had the effect of discrediting absolute moral values, which were perceived as mere adaptations to particular environmental needs. This was especially the case with the ideas of Franz Boas, who developed an anthropology that cut ground from under all absolute ideas, particularly from under racism, and who argued that anthropology teaches better than any other science the relativity of the values of civilization. The development of human beings, in Bohr's view, coming about in different environments, represented specializations in different directions, some features of each development being closer and some features farther away from the apes, and the cultural relativism that this position implied was developed further by the work of Bohr's disciples Ruth Benedict, Margaret Mead, and others. The purpose of environmentalism and cultural relativism in the social sciences was not to justify hedonism but to challenge the orthodox bourgeois view of moral values as grounded in an immutable human nature and an invariable universe. In achieving this purpose, however, the environmentalist and relativist argument was unable to assert any moral ground independent of the cultural environment. Any moral claim, whether liberal or other, was thus subject to the relativist critique, although, in practice, liberal claims were seldom considered as products of a particular environment. As Eric Goldman points out, when reformers said that all ideas must be related to economic interest, they did not really mean all ideas, they meant only their opponents' ideas. So conservatism became a rationalization of greed, while the tenets of progressivism were scientific, objective, and moral, the same kind of absolute truth and good that has immemorially given men enthusiasm for a cause. The inability of liberal environmentalism to justify any moral values without contradicting its own premise of the relativity of values was a powerful reinforcement of a hedonistic ethic in the 20th century. Any moral or practical objection to immediate gratification could be met with the response that such objections were merely relative, the product of a particular cultural or personal bias, and an illicit and repressive restraint on the harmless and natural pursuit of pleasure. Freudian theories of sexuality, Marxian critiques of bourgeois consciousness, and Karl Mannheim's sociology of knowledge, as well as other ideas drawn from modern social science, also contributed to the relativist rejection of traditional bourgeois moral codes and to the rationalization of a hedonistic ethic that was essential for the managerial stimulation of aggregate demand and mass consumption. If the intellectuals and scientists who developed relativist theories did not always desire or foresee the practical consequences of their ideas, the emerging managerial elites in the economy and the mass organizations of culture and communication did perceive these implications and drew them out as justifications for their encouragement of hedonism in economic behavior and social manners. The environmentalist premises of liberalism also served to justify cosmopolitanism and to reject national, class, racial, and regional identities on which the bourgeois order relied to sustain its localized and particularized structure. Such identities in the environmentalist mind were artificial labels that served only to perpetuate intergroup hostilities and conflicts, racism, sexual discrimination, nationalism, provincialism, class discrimination, and war, and to protect the local and private power bases of the bourgeois elite. Liberalism thus developed an allegiance to mankind that delegitimized and discredited bourgeois codes that affirmed particular social, biological, regional, and national identities. In this respect, 20th-century liberalism built on the egalitarianism and universal brotherhood developed by the philosophes of the 18th century, but it did so with the coloration of modern scientific authority and contemporary environmentalist theory. The general direction of liberal thought has thus been internationalist and universalist in world affairs and egalitarian and homogenizing in domestic policy. Liberal ideology has generally perceived barriers to the pursuit of liberal goals, such as nationalism, states' rights, provincial identity, and social differentiations, as obsolescent, artificial, hypocritical, repressive, or masks for privilege and exploitation. Although the premises of cosmopolitan ideology are implicit in the relativism and environmentalism of liberal thought, and though liberal theorists drew out these premises in the form of explicit egalitarianism and internationalism, most liberal political leaders did not emphasize cosmopolitan themes until, in the 1960s, liberal and New Left opposition to racial, sexual, and economic discrimination, war, and national rivalries developed. The emphasis on cosmopolitan ideology and its importation into policies and political discourse at that time coincided with technological and organizational innovations that made possible the dramatic enlargement in size and scale of the mass media, which are the principal sources for the popularization of cosmopolitan ideology because of their need for a homogenized mass audience susceptible to their uniform message. Prior to the 1960s, liberal political forces and leaders retained explicit and public commitments to nationalism, as in Theodore Roosevelt's New Nationalism and in the chauvinistic and even racist themes in liberal propaganda in World War II, and at least tolerated racial discrimination. Early progressivist intellectual leaders were often educated in or strongly influenced by managerial thought in Imperial Germany and reflected the extreme nationalist, racialist, and statist themes that German thought expressed. Moreover, liberal compromises with nationalism and racism were acts of political convenience based on the political coalition that incorporated nationalistic working-class elements and white Southerners and was necessitated by the lack of an instrument that could inculcate cosmopolitan ideas and overcome contrary beliefs. Once such an instrument was available in the form of the mass media of the telecommunications revolution of the 1960s, liberal political forces used it to try to re-educate the mass population in cosmopolitan ideology, though this effort has not been very successful. It is doubtful, despite their compromise with nationalist and racist ideologies and institutions and the political benefits it brought them, that many liberal leaders and thinkers were privately comfortable with it. One liberal who did try to re-educate Americans in cosmopolitanism, at least in international affairs, was President Woodrow Wilson, whose vision of America's participation in World War I, the Versailles Settlement, and the League of Nations incorporated and explicitly appealed to a transnational, cosmopolitan ideology. Wilson's vision, of course, was vehemently rejected by the Senate and by public opinion. It is likely that liberal political leaders learned from his example and that their inclinations to cosmopolitan ideologies and policies remained a largely covert agenda until they acquired the power and the organization to assert them more overtly and explicitly. Liberalism and the managerial forces it rationalized thus acquired political power by compromising with and using nationalist values in the mass population to construct a managerial state and economy, the social, economic, and political policies of which were tantamount to what historian Frank Tarriello, Jr. calls empirical collectivism, which, while it avoided a formal commitment to socialism, expressed the theoretical premises of socialism and the denial of bourgeois privacy, individuality, and private property. What emerged was a mixture of free enterprise and governmental regulation. In theory, however, all property was potentially liable to the control of the state. If certain economic transactions were left uncontrolled, it was not because of intrinsic right. Rather, the social interest presumably was being served in the absence of regulation. Because the state, acting in the name of society, was now invested with broad, noun-specific power over life and property, an innately private area of action, based on contractual arrangements, could not exist. Though the regime they built remained a soft regime, liberalism and the managerial regime it defended constituted until the 1960s a form of national socialism, which was the common form in which the managerial regime evolved in the Western world. The combination of nationalism and socialism, writes John Lukács, the worldwide pattern of the political development of the 20th century, of which Hitler's Nazism was a totalitarian and extremist German version, survived the war and the demise of Hitler. Since the Second World War, practically all governments of the world, and every political party in the world, have espoused, or at least have been forced to practice, variants of the mix of nationalism and socialism, whether they have admitted this or not. In the United States, too, nationalism proved more powerful than internationalism, while after the New Deal and the war a return to unbridled capitalism in the United States was practically out of the question. Thus, there are some resemblances between the rhetoric and policies espoused by both the hard and the soft managerial regimes. Adolf Hitler, in his first speech to the German people after becoming Chancellor, promised them what one historian has called, in effect, a New Deal, and President Kennedy's most noted utterance, "Ask not what your country can do for you but what you can do for your country," is strikingly similar to one of the final sentences in the principal work of the American fascist theorist of the 1930s, Lawrence Dennis. A nation is a nation by reason of what its citizens have done for it rather than because of what it has done for them. The abandonment of nationalism and the overt appeal to cosmopolitanism by managerial forces since the 1960s and the failure of the managerial regime to eradicate nationalist and racist beliefs in the mass population has significantly contributed to the principal crisis of the managerial political apparatus, which in recent years has sought to recapture the nationalist instincts and thus the political allegiance of the mass population. Despite variations in emphasis on solidarist and cosmopolitan themes due to political circumstance and convenience, the mainstream of the formal content of 20th-century liberal thought has served to rationalize the scientism, utopianism, cosmopolitanism, and hedonism that characterize managerial humanism and reflect the functioning of the soft managerial regime. Liberalism has also, through the policies and legislation associated with it, encouraged the evolution of the structures of the regime and their integrated functioning. This should be sufficiently obvious in the case of the mass state. American liberalism from the Progressive era through the New Deal to the Great Society to the present day has consistently defended increases in the size, authority, and functions of the central government and especially of the executive branch. In 1885, Simon Patten, the progressive economist, joined with his like-minded colleague Richard C. Ely, who exerted a profound influence on the formation of American liberalism, to found the American Economic Association, the initial manifesto of which declared its faith in a view of the state as an educational and ethical agency whose positive aid is an indispensable condition to human progress, and this attitude, if not the actual formulation, continues to underlie the liberal view of the state and its role in mass society. Liberal publicists and scholars Walter Lippmann, Woodrow Wilson, and Clinton Rossiter, among others, were among the principal critics of congressional government and the principal theorists of the development of an imperial presidency that corresponds to the Caesarist tendencies of the managerial regime, its propensity to ally with the mass population against the bourgeois order through a charismatic leader who institutionalizes a bureaucratic elite in the managerial state. American historians and political scientists, this writer among them, writes Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., labored to give the expansive theory of the presidency historical sanction. Overgeneralizing from the pre-war contrast between a president who was right, i.e., who favored intervention in World War II, and a Congress which was wrong, scholars developed an uncritical cult of the activist presidency. Although foreign policy, the interventionist and globalist ambitions and interests of the emerging managerial regime was, in Schlesinger's view, the principal cause of the expansion of presidential power. The economic changes of the 20th century had conferred vast new powers not just on the national government but more particularly on the presidency. History had demonstrated beyond any social interest in further experiment that a high-technology economy would not, left alone, necessarily, or even probably, balance out at levels of high employment. It had demonstrated further that unregulated economic private ownership generated excessive inequality in the distribution of income, wealth and power and could not restrain greed from exploiting human labor or from despoiling the natural environment. The managed economy, in short, offered new forms of unilateral power to the president who was bold enough to take action on his own. The revolution of mass and scale in the economy thus necessitates the expansion of the state, especially its executive branch, the fusion of the economy with the state, and the alliance of the managerial state with the lower classes of the bourgeois economic order. In addition to providing justification for the evolution of the mass state and managerial Caesarism, liberalism also has justified and encouraged the rise of the mass corporation and its integration with the managerial state, and indeed the liberal rationalization for the mass state is closely linked with the liberal defense of the managerial economy. The same scientism that informed liberal views of how to reform the social environment also operated in liberal and progressive views of the economy. Industrial and technological achievements in the control of natural forces and materials encouraged liberals of the late 19th century to believe that similar control could be achieved in social and economic arrangements. The application of science to human affairs in deliberate social experiment and planning was thus not confined to governmentally sponsored reforms but extended also to the corporation and mass communications. Frederick W. Taylor's achievements in scientific industrial management, George Harvey's manipulation of public opinion as public relations agent for industrial corporations, city planning, resources conservation, and the birth control movement were all previous practical emanations of the same spirit. The application of progressive scientism in business management in the early 20th century was encouraged by the publication of 240 works on management between 1900 and 1910 and by the founding of the Harvard Business School in 1908. Peter Date managers rationalized assembly lines, introduced piecework payment wherever possible, and offered special incentives for speed. They discovered that even expensive welfare work, if intelligently carried on, might pay dividends. Good conditions, special facilities, and short hours not only increased production but permitted wage cuts. Profit sharing and stock purchase at rates below the market were other devices used to speed work, indoctrinate employees, and reduce turnover. In addition to promoting business liberalism or welfare capitalism, which itself served to expand the functions and services performed by business enterprises and their need for a technostructure or core of managerial specialists, the new liberalism also encouraged the growth of mass corporations. Herbert Crowley's The Promise of American Life, 1909, was particularly influential in popularizing within the progressive movement a belief in corporate conglomerates, closely supervised by and allied with the federal government, and was especially influential on Theodore Roosevelt's New Nationalism in his campaign of 1912. What Roosevelt proposed in the campaign was a dynamic democracy that would recognize the inevitability of concentration in industry and bring the great corporations under complete federal control, that would protect and encourage the laboring man, that, in brief, would do many of the things usually associated with the modern concept of the welfare state. This Hamiltonian view of a closely integrated corporate state economy was shared by an increasing number of businessmen themselves, notably by Roosevelt's friends, George W. Perkins, a partner of J.P. Morgan, and Frank Munsey, both of whom were associated with the U.S. Steel Corporation. Munsey told Roosevelt that the state has got to take on a more paternal guardianship of the people. The people need safeguarding in their investments, their savings, their application of conservation. Although Crowley's thought and that of Perkins and Munsey often diverged, both joined in a common opposition to the Jeffersonian reform program of restoring an America of small, freely competing economic units that was essentially bourgeois and classically liberal, in contrast to the managerial, mass organizational, 20th-century liberal view of a fused political economic regime. By the 1920s, businessmen were even taking over the progressive doctrine of putting the government still further into business and were using it for their own purposes. The kind of thinking that a few Eastern businessmen like George Perkins and Frank Munsey had been doing in the heyday of Roosevelt's New Nationalism now began to seep through chambers of commerce all over the country. Vanguard thinking among businessmen in the post-war period was not opposed to governmental intervention in economic life. The new thinking was all for intervention provided that businessmen or business-minded politicians conducted the intervention. Nor was this view confined to the Democratic Party. Neither Harding, Coolidge, nor Hoover represented the old idea of free enterprise, and Hoover in particular, as Secretary of Commerce from 1921 to 1929 and then as President, systematically pushed the businessman's type of governmental intervention. The bourgeois ideal of small firms freely competing with each other under a neutral government was associated with much of the rank and file of the progressive movement and found expression in the 1912 campaign of Woodrow Wilson and his advisor Louis Brandeis. Although some branches of liberal thought have retained this ideal, after Wilson's term it never exerted any considerable influence within liberal circles and has become characteristic of contemporary conservative thought. The Jeffersonian ideals of Wilson's New Freedom found expression earlier in the trust-busting of the progressive movement and especially in the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890. Ironically, this act exerted an effect exactly the opposite of the intentions of its sponsors. Although public policy and legislation was of secondary importance in the expansion of the size of American corporations, writes Alfred D. Chandler, Jr. The Sherman Act, which was passed as a protest against the massive number of combinations that occurred during the 1870s and 1880s, clearly discouraged the continuation of loose horizontal federations of small manufacturing enterprises formed to control price and production. Supreme Court decisions hastened the coming of legal consolidation. These decisions provided a powerful pressure for a combination of family firms to merge into a single, legally defined enterprise. And such a legal organization was the essential precondition for administrative centralization and vertical integration. Without the Sherman Act and these judicial interpretations, the cartels of small family firms owning and operating single-function enterprises might well have continued into the 20th century in the United States as they did in Europe. The New Nationalism flourished under Franklin Roosevelt's early New Deal, when it became the formative ideological movement of the Brain Trust and New Deal legislation. Most influential were the theorists of the New Nationalism: Theodore Roosevelt, Charles Van Hise, Simon Patton, Walter Whale, Herbert Crowley, and the Walter Lippmann of Drift and Mastery. Roosevelt's advisors of the early New Deal scoffed at the 19th-century faith in natural law and free competition, argued for a frank acceptance of the large corporation, and dismissed the New Freedom's emphasis on trust-busting as a reactionary dogma that would prevent an organic approach to directing the economy. The enormously influential studies of Burl, himself a member of the Brain Trust, and Gardner C. Means reinforced these views. They concluded that monopoly and oligopoly had become not the exception but the rule, that the market no longer performed its classic function of maintaining an equilibrium between supply and demand, and that, in the new, administered market, the 2,000 men who controlled American economic life manipulated prices and production. Indeed, in addition to Burl and Means, another prophet of the managerial revolution, Thorstein Veblen, had a special place. His emphasis on the hostility between technology and finance, his skepticism about an apocalyptic struggle ending in a dictatorship of the proletariat, and his advocacy of an elite of social engineers attracted men like Tugwell, Jerome Frank, and Isidore Lubin. Roosevelt's administration moved away from the new nationalist orientation in the late 1930s, but with the maturation of the managerial regime in the Roosevelt-Truman era and during and after World War II, American liberalism formulated its basic vision of the fused state-corporate order in the later work of A. Burl, John Kenneth Galbraith, and other economists. What New Left historians in the 1960s began to call corporate liberalism, liberals in service to the large business corporations, developed systematically in liberal thought and policy in the 1950s and 1960s. Intellectual liberals unashamedly asserted the benevolence of large corporations and defended the existing distribution of wealth and power in America. Political liberals assumed corporate hegemony and pursued policies to strengthen it. The quintessential corporate liberal was John F. Kennedy, who never pretended to be otherwise and for whom the good opinion of big business was the highest political priority. Soon after his inauguration, President Kennedy formulated his creed to an audience of corporate leaders. Far from being natural enemies, said the president, government and business are necessary allies. It was logical that Keynesian economic theory, with its advocacy of manipulating aggregate demand through monetary and fiscal policy and its defense of deficit financing, which itself challenged traditional bourgeois notions of frugality and contributed to the popularization of hedonism, should become the operative economic ideology of liberalism from the Depression through the 1970s. Keynesian ideas justified the integration of mass corporations with the mass state and the development of a large, socially and economically active government spending public funds for welfare programs that would provide a floor for mass consumption by the underclass at the expense of the middle classes and the bourgeoisie. Keynesian theory also justified the further expansion of the executive branch and the political uses of the managerial executive. The Keynesian instrumentalities of government were an intelligent response to public necessity. But they were instrumentalities designed for executive use. If the president could control employment and investment through the manipulation of the budget, he could do this for the benefit of the industries and regions that gave him steadiest support. The support of managerial corporations and their elite for liberal and Keynesian policies and ideology was encouraged by Paul Hoffman and Beardsley Rummel, a businessman and academic whom Robert Maynard Hutchins had called the founder of social sciences in America, and who played an instrumental role in persuading both Franklin Roosevelt and his advisors as well as representatives of the business establishment of the ideas of Keynesianism and the role of the national government in economic planning. These ideas were incorporated in Hoffman's Committee for Economic Development, founded in 1942, which supported the basic ideas of the New Deal and which expressed the social responsibilities creed of the progressive era. Although businessmen and corporate managers continued to express faith in the principles of entrepreneurial capitalism, they gradually accepted the fusion of state and economy that was evolving. In 1964, given a clear choice between the epitome of managerial liberalism in the administration of Lyndon Johnson and the quaintly bourgeois candidacy of Barry Goldwater, the nation's corporate elite, abandoning its traditional preference for the GOP, voted for the party that had stimulated sales, fueled profits, and lowered corporate taxes. An estimated 60% or more of the Business Council, the semi-official link between the corporations and the government, favored LBJ. The lion's share of the big contributions flowed into his campaign coffers. There is therefore a close relationship between the ideas and policies of 20th-century American liberalism and the growth of mass corporations managed by professional technicians and integrated with the mass state. The relationship is at least as close as that between liberalism and the rise of the mass state itself. Similarly, liberalism has rationalized the enlargement in mass and scale of the organizations of culture and communication, their control by a professional technical elite of managers, and their integration with the fused political economic apparatus of the managerial regime. Indeed, liberalism has been the principal ideology to which the intellectual and verbalist professions, which constitute the managerial elite in the mass media organizations, has subscribed. Like the enlargement of mass corporate and governmental structures in the 20th century, the enlargement of the mass organizations of culture and communication, mass education and mass secularized religion as well as the communications industries and professions themselves in advertising, entertainment, publishing, journalism, broadcasting, and film was the result of economic, technological, and organizational developments in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The elite that emerged in these organizations, the intellectual and verbalist class or managerial intelligentsia, operates and directs them through its managerial skills in performing technical, administrative, and communicational functions. Liberalism serves to rationalize, identify, and communicate the group interests of the intellectual and verbalist class. An adherence to liberal ideology by the members of this class is perhaps due less to their commitment to the formal goals and values of liberalism than to a consciousness of their social interests and needs and of the role liberal ideology plays in legitimizing these interests and needs. The ideology of liberalism corresponds to the group interests, values, and aspirations of the intellectual and verbalist class in several ways. First, the formal doctrines of liberalism articulate ideals of expansive civil liberties, freedom of expression, intellectual pluralism, and an open society, and these ideals rationalize and are consistent with the professional needs and interests of intellectuals and verbalists, who make their living and gain social rewards by communicating, writing, speaking, performing, designing, creating, editing, teaching, discussing, debating. Intellectuals and verbalists thus possess a group interest in perpetuating and expanding intellectual pluralism. Secondly, liberalism is supportive of ideas of social change, amelioration, innovation, and progress that attract intellectuals and rationalize both their group interests in designing and implementing social change as well as their resentments against a society they perceive as hostile, repressive, anti-intellectual, and philistine. Richard Hofstadter pointed to the sense of resentment against the bourgeois plutocracy among American academics as a source of their progressivist orientation at the end of the 19th century, and Daniel Bell has noted the rejection of bourgeois social and moral codes by intellectuals in the same period in the form of bohemianism, a rejection that led to increasingly radical and eccentric ideas and lifestyles. Thirdly, the formal content of liberalism is supportive of rationality and the role of reason and intelligence in social and political affairs, and it challenges the allocation of social rewards on the basis of such non-rational attributes as inherited status, adherence to moral values, and class, ideological, religious, racial, and sexual identities that are unconnected to merit. The formal ideas of liberalism are thus consistent with a characteristic function of the intellectual and verbalist profession: its adherence to rationality in its intellectual and communicational role and its aspiration to apply rationality to social and political arrangements. Liberal defense of rationality and intelligence against the claims of non-rational status also corresponds to the personal ideals, values, self-images, and egos of intellectuals and verbalists and is in part a reflection of the non-rational psychological impulses of the intellectual class. In addition to legitimizing the group interests of the intellectual and verbalist class by rationalizing the role of intellectuals and verbalists in designing and managing social change, then, liberalism also serves the social and psychological needs of this class by enhancing its status and self-esteem. The interests of the intellectual and verbalist profession parallel and correspond to the functional imperatives of the managerial regime, and the formal doctrines of liberalism provide rationalizations for these imperatives as well as for the interests and needs of the intelligentsia. Liberalism thus serves to integrate the intelligentsia within the regime and to rationalize its attachment to the managerial apparatus of power. The functioning of the regime depends upon merit, defined as proficiency in managerial and technical skills and their applications to political, economic, and cultural arrangements, and the rationalization of the role of reason and intelligence in social and political affairs that liberalism offers corresponds to this dependence. The identification of merit with managerial proficiency is clear in Michael Young's satirical portrait of meritocracy in the fictional future of 2034. Today we have an elite selected according to brains and educated according to deserts, with a grounding in philosophy and administration as well as in the two S's of science and sociology. Today we frankly recognize that democracy can be no more than aspiration, and have rule not so much by the people as by the cleverest people, not an aristocracy of birth, not a plutocracy of wealth, but a true meritocracy of talent. The regime also depends on a continuous process of social change and innovation that not only enhances the dominance and rewards of those elites that manage and manipulate change, but also challenges and weakens bourgeois institutions and values. The support that liberalism offers for continuous social progress and amelioration, designed and managed by elites, corresponds to and rationalizes this dependence on managed innovation. Moreover, because of its imperative of continuous managed innovation, the functioning of the regime also depends on the continuous production, dissemination, and evaluation of new ideas, values, policies, and techniques that instigate innovation, the intellectual pluralism, civil liberties, an open society that liberal ideology supports provide rationalizations for this imperative. In the managerial regime, however, as in any regime, not all issues and values are equally open to debate. The open society of the managers is open mainly to anti-bourgeois discussion, to ideas and values that serve to criticize and discredit the institutions and power of the bourgeois order. It is considerably less receptive to anti-managerial and pro-bourgeois ideas and values that resist or challenge the premises and structures of the managerial regime itself. Thus, the tolerance, libertarianism, and openness of managerial society are limited and selective, and this selectivity reflects the tendency of progressivist liberalism, pointed out by Eric Goldman, to apply its relativist critiques only to anti-liberal ideas and values. The limitations and selectivity of managerial liberalism represent no threat to the intellectual and verbalist professions of the managerial regime, however, since these groups have little inclination to adopt anti-managerial ideas and no interests in transgressing these limits. Their adherence to ideas and values that are consistent with the functional imperatives of the regime rationalizes their own functions and rewards within the regime. Their dissidence and criticism are largely confined to challenging persistent bourgeois elements, and much of what the managerial intelligentsia boasts of as courageous dissent and radicalism often in fact accrues to its own benefit as well as to the advantage of the managerial apparatus of power. The principal location of the managerial intelligentsia lies in the mass educational and research institutions, which constitute the apex of the mass organizations of culture and communication and the core institutions for the production and dissemination of new ideas and knowledge for application to the goals of social reconstruction, as well as for the discussion and evaluation of these ideas, the formulation of the critiques of bourgeois institutions and values, and the articulation of managerial ideology. As Hofstadter suggested, however, the managerial state and other mass organizations of culture and communication besides the educational and research organizations also exhibit a need for and offer significant material and political rewards to the intellectual and verbalist class as the agents of the design and implementation of social reconstruction. The development of regulative and humane legislation required the skills of lawyers and economists, sociologists and political scientists, in the writing of laws and in the staffing of administrative and regulative bodies. Controversy over such issues created a new market for the books and magazine articles of the experts and engendered a new respect for their specialized knowledge. Reform brought with it the brain trust. In short, the revolution of mass and scale and the evolution of the managerial state, as well as the managerial corporations and the mass organizations of culture and communication themselves, provide considerable rewards in salaries, royalties, celebrity, status, and power for the intelligentsia. Liberalism offers a rationalization for the functions the intelligentsia performs in the managerial regime and legitimizes the social rewards it receives. The adoption of liberalism as the characteristic ideology of the managerial intelligentsia means that the intellectuals and verbalists in the mass organizations of culture and communication infuse liberal ideology throughout the apparatus of mass communications, and this apparatus disseminates the ideas, values, images, and symbols of liberal ideology throughout the mass population. In this way, the managerial organizations of culture and communication in education, religion, and the mass communications industries and professions seek to inculcate liberalism as the public orthodoxy of managerial society and to discipline and integrate the mass population through the legitimization and popularization of liberal formulas and symbols. Liberal doctrine concerning the rights and value of intellectual expression interact with its environmentalist premises and its advocacy of mass organizations in state and economy to provide rationalizations for the enlargement of the organizations of culture and communication, their fusion with those of the state and economy, and the dominance of managerial elites within them. Liberalism has played a central role in rationalizing the development of mass education, its evolution as instruction in practical and utilitarian skills and knowledge that are vital to the functions of the managerial elite, its fusion with the managerial state and economy, its direction by specially trained managers of education, and its uses as a vehicle for the delegitimization of bourgeois codes and the inculcation of the codes of managerial liberalism in the pupils and students of the mass educational system. These new educational functions reflect the transformation of education by the revolution of mass and scale of the late 19th century, and the ideas that justify them represent an effort to adapt educational institutions and methods to the new mass society that was emerging. Progressive education, which began as progressivism in education, meant broadening the program and function of the school to include direct concern for health, vocation, and the quality of family and community life, applying in the classroom the pedagogical principles derived from new scientific research in psychology and the social sciences, and tailoring instruction more and more to the different kinds and classes of children who were being brought within the purview of the school. Finally, progressivism implied the radical faith that culture could be democratized without being vulgarized, the faith that everyone could share not only in the benefits of the new sciences but in the pursuit of the arts as well. The justification of these functions of education are clear in the ideas of Lester Frank Ward and John Dewey, among the principal theoretical architects of mass education. To Ward, fundamentally an environmentalist, who with Albion Small reformulated the harsh Spencerian doctrine of social Darwinism into a full-fledged philosophy of meliorism and a leader of progressive thought at the end of the 19th century, social salvation lay in a vast diffusion of information, especially scientific information, among the citizenry at large. Education that was scientific, popular, and universal could be the mainspring of progress. Formal education was a systematic process for the manufacture of correct opinions and should be under the exclusive control of the government to prevent the intrusion of undesirable elements. The result desired by the state is a wholly different one from that desired by parents, guardians, and pupils. Ward's ideas acquired influence through the work of his principal disciple, Albion Small, and Small's younger colleague, John Dewey, who rejected the restriction of the school curriculum to subjects useful to traditional elites and advocated the incorporation of vocational, scientific, and industrial subjects as relevant to the needs of an industrial society, and who viewed education as a regulation of the process of coming to share in the social consciousness, the adjustment of individual activity on the basis of this social consciousness is the only sure method of social reconstruction. The extension of educational functions to health, vocation, family, and community relations, the reduction of the role of parents and community in education, and the progressive concern with education as an instrument of social reconstruction, offered an opportunity for the emerging managerial elites in mass educational organizations to direct and control the socialization of the mass population at an early age, to challenge the primacy of bourgeois and traditional institutions and values, and to carry out the social engineering, therapeutic, and utopian goals of the managerial state. The advocacy of vocational, technical, and industrial curricula corresponded to increasing demands of businessmen for instruction in such studies as a means of achieving industrial efficiency. The beginnings of the fusion of mass education with the mass state developed under the administration of the Smith-Hughes Act of 1917, which provided limited federal aid for education by the U.S. Office of Education, which became a prime propagator of progressivism. The trend toward centralization and uniformity in mass education was promoted by the National Education Association, which became an influential proponent of reform and used its power in the cause of progressivism. At the state level, newly professionalized departments of education sponsored a plethora of publications, as well as conferences, institutes, and seminars designed to put hitherto isolated teachers and administrators in touch with the latest pedagogical thought. Needless to say, progressive ideas and practices were widely disseminated, with state aid and favor as the reward for interested localities. Liberalism also offered a means of rationalizing and encouraging the expansion of university functions and the influence of their faculties. Although university faculties in 19th-century America had been largely conservative and supportive of the bourgeois order, the spread of liberalism as the operative ideology of American academics took place in tandem with the expansion of universities at the end of the century, an expansion that represents the revolution of mass and scale in the institutions of higher education. The sudden emergence of the modern university, however, transformed American scholarship during the last 3 decades of the century. Where there had been only a number of denominational colleges, there were now large universities with adequate libraries, laboratories, huge endowments, graduate schools, professional schools, and advancing salaries. The professoriate was growing immensely in numbers, improving in professional standards, gaining in compensation and security, and acquiring a measure of influence and prestige in and out of the classroom that their predecessors of the old college era would never have dreamed of. Faculties in this era still tended to be conservative, but there was a large creative minority that set itself up as a sort of informal brain trust to the progressive movement. The tensions within the American university between the bourgeois trustees and the conservative faculties, on the one hand, and the new managerial intelligentsia within the universities on the other were reflected in the struggle for academic freedom, i.e., the control of the university by liberal managerial elements rather than by the trustees or local, bourgeois-dominated governments and communities, a struggle in which the American Association of University Professors, AAUP, founded in 1915 as a vehicle for the new academic profession, played a major role. By the post-World War II era, the American intelligentsia had almost uniformly adopted liberalism as its professional ideology and had come to constitute an elite in itself. The liberal mood of 1960 was largely defined by elite intellectuals residing on the East Coast, principally in New York City and Cambridge, Massachusetts. Constituting an intense subculture at the center of the nation's communication network, these intellectuals, nearly all of them liberals, shared a worldview that profoundly influenced the political climate in this election year. Liberal advocacy of increased federal subsidization of universities, science, scholarship, and students, and of progressive education in business and public administration rationalizes the fusion of the managerial academy with the state and corporations. The New Deal itself also vastly expanded federal educational programs through its relief agencies and, despite the demise of these agencies after World War II, encouraged the creation and the aspirations of an educational elite that possessed a vested interest, and an ideology to rationalize it, in federal assistance to education. Liberal support for federal educational programs also appeared in President Kennedy's proposal to provide $2.3 billion over 3 years to local school districts in 1961, a plan the Congress rejected. The mass educational and research organizations are core institutions of the managerial regime that provide the technical skills on which managerial elites in the state, economy, and culture depend, and also are the institutional sources for the formulation of the most sophisticated versions of managerial liberalism. Yet the mass communications industries and secularized mass religion are also central to the managerial regime through their function of disseminating popular versions of managerial liberalism that legitimize and integrate the mass population within the regime. Thus, Kevin P. Phillips argues that by the 1960s, the fashionable media substantially interacted with other involved and growing segments of the knowledge industry, universities, think tanks, foundations, social and welfare workers, urban planners, and so forth. The New York-Washington media axis became closely linked, in succession, to the liberal integration, anti-poverty, anti-hunger, anti-war, and ecology causes. While the media in Chillicothe or Peoria might be spokesmen for local families, banks, or industries, the New York and Washington-based media were emerging as preeminent spokesmen for the causes of interest group liberalism. Liberalism has served the mass media of the communications industries through its defense of civil liberties, opposition to libel litigation, and broad interpretations of the First Amendment and their application against state and local censorship statutes and practices. Some of the more important decisions of the U.S. Supreme Court against libel litigation involved judgments in favor of large media and against individuals associated with bourgeois or anti-managerial forces, and decisions against local censorship of books, films, newspapers, and periodicals typically involved judgments in favor of the media and against local authorities. The American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, by far the most important and influential liberal group working for the extension of civil liberties, did so as a means of challenging bourgeois economic institutions, social codes, legal principles, and local political structures. Granted virtual immunity to local bourgeois interference through broad interpretations of the First Amendment, the mass communications industries and the intellectual and verbalist professions as a whole have acquired a privileged position that essentially fuses them with the managerial state and allows them to function as organs or agents of investigation and intelligence gathering, propaganda, and the manipulation of images, symbols, and language for the legitimization of the managerial regime and the delegitimization of its critics and anti-managerial institutions and ideologies. Similarly, liberalism has offered rationalizations for the secularization of religion and the expansion of church functions and services, and secularized, liberal religious thought has offered a moral and intellectual defense of the evolution and structure of the managerial state. The social gospel movement of the late 19th and 20th centuries, the central idea of which is that the redemption or salvation of mankind collectively, the regeneration of the social order, is the ultimate goal of religion, served to alter the focus of traditional bourgeois religion from the spiritual concerns of the individual to the secular functions of mass society, and it represents the most far-reaching and apparently permanent moral reconstruction in American religion. The principal theorists of the social gospel sought to reorient the historic faith of America to an industrial society, developed a moral and religious critique of laissez-faire capitalism, the neutralist state, and bourgeois individualism, and articulated a theological defense of the expansion of the functions and services of the state as well as those of the churches as a response to the social breakdown and crises of the revolution of mass and scale. The same ideas appear in the more recent involvement of religious leaders and groups in pacifism, social reform movements, and liberation theology. The elites of the mass religious organizations and movements in managerial society thus find liberalism a convenient body of ideas for the rationalization of their secular functions, the encouragement of the expansion of mass religion and the mass state, and their replacement of the traditional concerns of religion and its leaders with their own concerns and leadership, and secularized liberal religious ideas and their mass dissemination through the churches and religious media and organizations assist the legitimization of the managerial regime and its discipline of mass society. From its origins in the progressivist thought and political movements of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, liberalism has served as an ideology of an emergent managerial elite. Like Mosca's political formulas, liberal ideology has provided a moral and legal basis, as well as a scientific and philosophical authority, for the power of the elite and its struggle against its bourgeois rival. Liberalism offered rationalizations for the interests and aspirations of managerial forces and challenged the legitimacy of the ideological defenses of the bourgeois elite. It identified and communicated these interests by encoding them as its values and ideals, and it sought to integrate the subordinate population of managerial society into the managerial regime by disseminating and inculcating these values and ideals through the mass educational and religious cultural organizations and the media of mass communication. Through its incorporation of the environmentalist and optimistic premises of progressivist thought, liberalism provided rationalizations for the scientism, meliorism and utopianism, hedonism, and cosmopolitanism that reflect the functional imperatives of the soft managerial regime and legitimized the enlargement of mass organizations in the state, economy, and culture. The support of liberalism for expanded civil liberties and freedom of expression guaranteed by the managerial state and for the role of rationality, intelligence, and knowledge in the ameliorative reconstruction of society provided rationalizations for the interests and aspirations of the managerial intelligentsia. The intellectual architects of progressivist thought worked with and supported the emergent elites of the managerial state and the managerial economy in the construction of the mass organizations of the regime and their fusion into an enduring apparatus of power. Liberalism, it may be granted, is not a highly systematic or rigorous ideology, and it is logically possible to accept some parts of its doctrine and reject or neglect other parts. Some exponents of liberal ideas develop different and conflicting vehicles for their justification, and some groups in society emphasize different elements of liberal thought at the expense of others. Early exponents of the new nationalism, including Herbert Croly, expressed skepticism toward the relativism implicit in the environmentalist premises of liberal thought, yet these premises and the utopian and relativist ideas associated with them have persisted in the liberal mind. The New Dealers, writes William Leuchtenberg, shared John Dewey's conviction that organized social intelligence could shape society, and some, like Burl, reflected the hope of the social gospel of creating a kingdom of God on earth. Environmentalist theory was basic to Gunnar Myrdal's study of race in America, which was heavily influenced by Boasian anthropologists, and to liberal support for the civil rights movement, and environmentalist premises also underlay the war on poverty in the 1960s. In the 1960s and 1970s, the exponents of liberalism extended environmentalist theory from its application to racial and economic issues to feminism, education, sexual mores and behavior, the family, and social issues generally. Liberalism, then, has retained its scientific and environmentalist premises and what were taken to be their melioristic or utopian, hedonistic, and cosmopolitan implications, as well as its faith in the mass state, the mass corporation, and the mass organizations of culture and communication as the instruments of the continuing amelioration of the human condition. The emphasis that liberalism has placed on the different elements of its doctrine has varied with the inclinations of its chief exponents, the political constraints on them, and the particular challenges they sought to meet, but the emphasis has varied also with the fluctuations of the interests of the managerial forces in society. The adaptations of the formal content of liberalism to these fluctuations reveals the further ideological value of its doctrines in providing rationalizations for the interests and needs of the managerial apparatus of power and those groups that gain power and rewards from the apparatus. The adaptations of liberalism in the managerial regime. By the end of World War II, the managerial elite had essentially won its conflict with the bourgeois order, had begun to construct a managerial state in which it was the dominant element, had secured control of the mass corporations and the mass organizations of culture and communication, and had made considerable progress in fusing the three sectors and establishing its national, and even global, dominance. The relationship between the managerial and bourgeois forces was now reversed. The managers became the dominant minority in the United States, and the bourgeoisie was demoted to the subordinate status of a sub-elite. The principal need of the managerial elite in the period after it had acquired dominance therefore was not to challenge bourgeois ideology and institutions but to legitimize, stabilize, and consolidate its own regime. Changes in the formal ideas and values expressed by exponents of liberal ideology reflected this change in the circumstances and position of managerial forces and provided new formulas of rationalizations for the new interests and needs generated by the different circumstances of dominance as an incumbent elite. What came to be known as consensus liberalism in the 1950s and early 1960s was the principal ideological formulation that reflected the new circumstances of managerial dominance. The expression of scientistic, hedonistic, meliorist or utopian, and cosmopolitan ideas and values and their environmentalist and relativist premises, which had served to challenge and discredit bourgeois ideology and institutions and to rationalize the construction of the social engineering state, mass economic organizations, and mass organizations of culture and communication, was muted, but not abandoned, in liberal thought. Liberal criticism of the affluent society suggested a modification of hedonism, and liberals articulated a tepid nationalism that defended loyalty programs and an anti-communist foreign policy, to be implemented largely by the managerial reconstruction of underdeveloped non-managerial societies and the transmission of managerial skills and ideologies to their elites. Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr. in The Vital Center, 1949, and Reinhold Niebuhr expressed a moderate pessimism about human nature that qualified the optimistic, environmentalist, and utopian premises of liberal doctrine. Post-war liberalism emphasized consensus, the end of ideology, and a pluralism that included mainly managerial forces but excluded and scorned challenges to the managerial regime and its ideological consensus from either the right or the left. Yet the managerial regime could not completely abandon its need to design and implement social reconstruction, partly because bourgeois and anti-managerial forces retained enough power to resist and challenge the managerial apparatus and its policies, and partly because the skills and functions that the managerial elite performs necessarily involve their application to social institutions and relationships and therefore a continuing process of social innovation and reconstruction. As Kevin Phillips has noted in regard to the managers and theoreticians who deal in ideas and methods, and who increasingly dominate the economy and political apparatus of mass society. They approach society from a new vantage point. Their capital is movable, not fixed. Change does not threaten the affluent intelligentsia of the post-industrial society the way it threatened the landowners and industrialists of the New Deal. On the contrary, change is as essential to the knowledge sector as inventory turnover is to a merchant or manufacturer. Change keeps up demand for the product, research, news, theory, and technology. Post-industrialism, a knowledge elite, and accelerated social change appear to go hand in hand. The managerial elite therefore could not entirely reject environmentalism and relativism, or their embodiment in scientism, melioristic and utopian formulas, and a hedonistic and cosmopolitan ethic, because these ideas offered rationalizations for continuing social engineering implemented by mass organizations and their managerial elites, and for the power and rewards that these elites acquired through these functions. The consensus version of managerial liberalism therefore did not actually abandon or reject the premises and implications of progressivist liberalism but simply submerged them. It tacitly incorporated these premises and values into the consensus that it identified as the public orthodoxy of American society, dissent from which constituted extremism of the left or right, and this consensus legitimized the implementation of social reconstruction by an incumbent managerial elite rather in opposition to bourgeois incumbents. Thus Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., though he sought to dissociate liberal thought from unwarranted optimism and faith in perfectibility, nevertheless reaffirmed the need for continuing social change. The reform of institutions becomes an indispensable part of the enterprise of democracy, he wrote, and given human imperfection, society will continue imperfect. Problems will always torment us, because all important problems are insoluble. That is why they are important. The good comes from the continuing struggle to try and solve them, not from the vain hope of their solution. Despite its disclaimers of a picture of man as perfectible, Schlesinger's The Vital Center, which has been called the Manifesto of Post-War Liberalism, nevertheless expressed the author's certainty that history has equipped modern American liberalism with the ideas and the knowledge to construct a society where men will be both happy and free. In an introduction to a 1962 edition, Schlesinger again juxtaposed his denial of liberal utopianism and environmentalism with affirmation of a faith in something approaching them. No one would argue that steering more resources into the public sector would cure the spiritual ailments of the affluent society, but it seems possible that the resulting improvements in opportunities in education, medical care, social welfare, community planning, culture, and the arts will improve the chances for the individual to win his own spiritual fulfillment. Indeed, Schlesinger's advocacy of an impending shift from quantitative to qualitative liberalism anticipated and laid the ideological groundwork for managerial design and reconstruction of the social order in addition to the economy that characterized the liberalism of the 1960s and 1970s. Consensus liberalism, then, despite its qualification of progressivist beliefs, nevertheless provided a ground for continuing social reconstruction, the continuing struggle, and the design of social change by the managerial elite, and, in declining to define a final goal or standard of social amelioration, it provided grounds for an endless process of reconstruction. It legitimized the managerial regime by evolving as a test of legitimacy the extent to which the regime continued to be committed to and involved in encouraging, designing, and managing social change. It therefore was able to retain as articles of faith or unquestioned and usually unspoken assumptions its radical premises, but also to legitimize and stabilize the elite and its regime, which, on the basis of this ideology, was able to consolidate its power and at the same time continue the process of social reconstruction that its interests also demanded. Consensus liberalism thus allowed the ideals and the process of social reconstruction to be institutionalized or assimilated into the very structure of the managerial regime. The exponents of liberal ideology, without emphasizing these ideals and values or their premises, could revive them when the establishment required rationalizations for the acceleration of change, as it did in the 1960s with the war on poverty, the attack on racial discrimination, and the rise of the New Left. The resurgence of liberal and left-wing ideologies in the 1960s was in reality an effort to resume and carry forward the imperatives of the regime for the acceleration of change and social reconstruction, and not, despite a certain amount of anti-managerial rhetoric, a revolt against the regime. In the ideology of the New Left, all the environmentalist premises of the liberal thought of the early part of the century were revived, especially in regard to racial, sexual, economic, and social issues, and incorporated in Marxist or semi-Marxist ideological vehicles. The New Left and the counterculture did not seriously threaten the managerial regime and in fact were soon absorbed by it. Countercultural and Dionysian encouragement of hedonism merely reflected the dynamics of managerial capitalism, which assimilated, profited from, and domesticated the counterculture in the form of new and expensive fashions and forms of leisure and entertainment. New Left criticism of the Vietnam War and anti-communist policies of the Cold War corresponded to corporate objections to economic dislocations caused by the war and to corporate interests in converging toward and expanding trade with the Soviet, East European, and Chinese markets. Liberal and radical opposition to racial discrimination in the South and elsewhere corresponded to the political needs of the managerial state to eliminate resistance from anti-managerial power centers and movements and to secure in the newly enfranchised black electorate a mass political base for the revived Caesarist presidency of John Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson. The revival of hedonistic and cosmopolitan themes and values corresponded to the needs of the mass organizations in the state, economy, and culture and communication to homogenize and discipline the mass population through uniform mass communications and entertainment, the stimulation of mass consumption, and the political goals of social reconstruction. The resurgence of radical progressivist ideology in the 1960s thus represented a further adaptation of liberalism to the changing needs and interests of the managerial regime, which was impelled by the appearance of new technological, economic, organizational, political, and demographic forces to abandon the ideology of consensus that had served as its principal support since the end of World War II, to accelerate its management of social innovation, and to adopt more aggressive and confrontational formulas that could accommodate the new forces and a resumption of acceleration. New Left ideology and its critique of consensus or corporate liberalism offered a source for the adaptation, and its critique of consensus liberalism was compatible with the needs of the managerial regime. The adherents of the New Left and the counterculture were not, of course, conscious agents of the managerial regime, but many of their principal ideas and values were congruent with advancing the interests and functions of the regime and constituted no threat to it. Those ideas that were threats or were not congruent with managerial interests were eventually ignored or were reformulated into forms of expression compatible with the regime and were assimilated into it. The adaptation of 20th-century liberalism to the needs and interests of the managerial elite in state, economy, and culture was not, for the most part, the result of a design on the part of the exponents of liberal thought in the early part of the century. Indeed, in its original goals and purposes, what became managerial liberalism was often concerned to limit the scale and power of business enterprise, to make government more responsible and more honest, and in general to assert and restore Jeffersonian and bourgeois values and institutions. The progressive movement exerted an appeal to the small businessmen and small farmers, the middle classes of American society, who perceived and reacted against the corruption, power, and decadence presented by the immense business conglomerates and political machines of the late bourgeois era. The excesses of the era were the result in part of the successes of entrepreneurial capitalism and in part of the natural greed and ambition of its elite, but they also were partially an effort by the bourgeois elite to control and discipline the revolution of mass and scale by traditional bourgeois methods. The robber barons and bosses of the Gilded Era were not modern managers, they had no special technical training or knowledge, and they controlled their business and financial empires and their political apparatuses through their own personal skill and efforts and through personal, community, ethnic, or kinship bonds among their associates and followers. These methods could not work, if only because the personal skills involved could not be transmitted to successors and were in any case too clumsy when applied to huge masses of voters, workers, business subordinates, customers, and politicians. Nor were the corrupting and degrading results of the methods palatable or acceptable to the mainstream of the bourgeois order. That this effort to accommodate the revolution of mass and scale by traditional bourgeois methods did not succeed and that it only aggravated the social pathology of the era was the insight of the proto-liberalism of the populists and early progressives. That the new masses and the new scale of human activities could not be disciplined by bourgeois institutions and ideologies and could be controlled only by new organizations, new elite, and a new ideology that rejected bourgeois values and ideas, and that this system of control involved a new vision of man, society, and the universe were the claims and insights articulated by the academics, journalists, philosophers, social scientists, and business and political leaders who formulated and developed managerial liberalism. In the process of its formulation and development, managerial liberalism came to express and rationalize the social, economic, and political interests of the new elites that emerged. The emphasis that progressive, new nationalists, such as Crowley, Theodore Roosevelt, and later Burl and Means and the New Deal brain trust placed on the integration of the mass corporation and the mass state became the heart of managerial liberalism. Fusion of state and economy provided rewards for managerial corporations and their elites by allowing them competitive advantages over smaller entrepreneurial firms and permitting the regulation of the economy in their interests. The environmentalist premises of liberal theory challenged bourgeois values and institutions and rationalized the social and economic engineering managed and enforced by the central government and designed by the managerial intelligentsia in the mass organizations of culture and communication. Environmentalism and relativism also served to unify these needs and interests in a reasonably coherent but also conveniently vague and adaptable theoretical framework. Liberalism could accommodate itself to the changing needs of the managerial regime by emphasizing some elements of its formal ideology and neglecting other elements, and any part of liberal doctrine could be resuscitated to defend managerial interests when necessary. While the exponents of liberalism often dissented from specific functions and policies of the managerial regime, the mainstream of 20th-century liberalism has generally proved a valuable ideological defense for the interests of the managerial elite and the regime of fused mass organizations it has constructed. The conscription and adaptation of the formal content of liberal ideology to the interests and needs of the regime was the result not of the purposes or the designs of those intellectuals who formulated this content, but rather of a process of evolution in response to the needs of those groups that gain power and social rewards from the structures and functions with which liberal thought was congruent. The ideological functions of managerial liberalism. Liberalism in the 20th century has functioned as a species of managerial humanism and in one version or another is the dominant and most common managerial ideology in the United States and in the other soft managerial regimes of the Western world. It has successfully performed most of the functions associated with the ideologies of elites. It has rationalized the interests of the managerial elite in terms of ideals, progress, scientific truth, social justice, liberation, equality, that effectively disguise the interests that are protected. It has also identified these interests in the form of an ideological code that accepts the enlargement of mass organizations and the fulfillment of their functional imperatives in state, economy, and culture as inevitable or desirable for social progress, and it communicates these interests by means of its codes to members of the elites that manage these organizations and thereby tends to unify them by imparting a common consciousness of their shared interests. Finally, liberalism seeks to legitimize the regime and integrate mass society within it by providing moral and emotional values, images, symbols, rhetoric, martyrs, and heroes that attempt to manipulate the sentiments of the subordinate mass population outside the elite and to wed them to the regime. Liberalism, however, does not perform this integrative function as effectively as it does its other ideological services. Although the mass organizations of culture and communication are fused with the mass state and the corporations, the managerial intelligentsia has not been able to eradicate or completely discredit rival ideologies, particularly the persistent bourgeois intellectual and moral codes. It has not been able to do so mainly because the soft managerial regime that it rationalizes is unable to use force effectively to suppress resistance, challenges, and rival ideas and values or to formulate rationalizations for an enduring consolidation of the subordinate strata in a common social and political identity that is ideologically compatible with liberal cosmopolitan and hedonistic ideas and values. The use of force and the assertion and enforcement of a public orthodoxy by the managerial regime contradicts the relativist and environmentalist premises of liberalism, the hedonistic and cosmopolitan values and modes of behavior that the regime seeks to promote, and the tolerance, pluralism, and open society on which it depends, and reliance on force to any great extent to integrate mass society would contradict and threaten the whole structure and functioning of the mass economy, mass political system, and mass cultural apparatus. Moreover, the psychological type or personality that is dominant in the managerial elite recoils from the use of force and is unable to make prolonged or consistent use of it effectively. The soft managerial regime depends upon manipulation of the masses to undermine the bourgeois order and to acquire and retain power. The disciplines it uses are not those of force and the ideological, emotional, and moral correlates of force, but the manipulative disciplines of mass consumption, mass politics, and the mass mythology of hedonism and cosmopolitanism and their relativist premises generated by the organizations of culture and communication. While the encouragement of consumption and indulgence, the pursuit of pleasure, the avoidance of sacrifice, the myth of a sensual utopia, and the dispersion of group loyalties and identities function as disciplines in the soft managerial regime, they are disciplines that have inherent limitations and inefficiencies. Thus, just as there are limits to the openness and pluralism of the soft managerial regime, so there is a limit to the adaptability of its ideological system and to the modifications of the manipulative techniques and style of dominance on which the regime depends. Their limitations are reflected in the ideology that rationalizes the soft regime. Eric Goldman noted the tensions, if not the outright contradiction, that arose from the relativism that thinkers like Boers, the pragmatists William James and John Dewey, the Reformed Darwinists, and others associated with the new liberalism articulated. Relativism encourages the most blatant kind of self-aggrandizing politics. If all ideas reflect economic interests, why not advocate the program that most directly serves yourself or your group? A special feature of Reformed Darwinian relativism produced its own special danger. By heavily emphasizing environment as the factor that makes men what they are, Reformed Darwinism opened the way to using the environment as an excuse for any failure of ability or willpower. Eat, drink, and be antisocial, for tomorrow the environment explains us. While relativism is useful for the rationalization of the hedonistic and cosmopolitan ethic necessary for the stimulation of mass consumption, the homogenization of mass society, and the dispersion of bourgeois loyalties and values, the incorporation of relativist premises in the ideology of the regime and the painless and comfortable disciplines that the regime uses to maintain its power prevent the managerial elite from making extensive use of force and from appealing to ideas, emotions, and moral values that would rationalize force and its consequences: loyalty to and solidarity with the group, the endurance of pain and suffering, the acceptance of sacrifice, and the postponement of gratification. Nor is the dependence of the soft regime on continuous manipulative social innovation and reconstruction or the cosmopolitan and hedonistic values that legitimize this function compatible with the articulation of ideologies that rationalize a firm collective identity and solidarity. To the extent that the managerial elite believes in and is influenced by its own ideology, its premises and ethic offer rationalizations for irresolution, the avoidance of force and its correlates, and the dispersion of the social and ideological basis of a collective solidarity. The disciplines of the soft managerial regime thus tend to undermine themselves, and they introduce a long-term vulnerability into the regime that it cannot easily overcome and becomes blatant when societal emergencies and breakdowns such as war, terrorism, crime, riots, economic crises, and internal violent and coercive challenges to the regime necessitate the suspension or modification of the hedonistic and cosmopolitan ethic and the assertion of collective solidarity, the acceptance of sacrifice, the rationing of resources, the use of lethal force, and the marshalling of will, loyalty, and endurance. It may be that this vulnerability will eventually incapacitate and destroy managerial society, which will be unable to command the sacrifices and loyalties necessary to meet such challenges, or it may be that more severe disciplines will replace soft ones, and the soft managerial regimes will evolve into hard regimes. In its present form, however, the soft managerial regime is unable to use coercion to integrate mass society fully under its power or to articulate formulas that rationalize, reinforce, and correspond to the sentiments of collective solidarity and identity in the subordinate mass population, and the manipulative disciplines on which it depends are insufficient to eliminate completely these sentiments or the anti-managerial forces and ideologies that incorporate them. The limitations and vulnerabilities of the soft managerial regime thus generate problems in imposing its ideology on mass society and integrating its power over the mass population. The regime must use non-coercive forms of discipline to impose its ideology, and it does so through manipulative techniques, material inducement by the state and economy, propaganda, and reliance on the technical, administrative, and communicational skills that characterize its elite. Although the mass population often shares loyalties to and sometimes venerates the symbols offered by liberalism, even the material rewards conferred by the managerial economy and state, the control of the mass organizations of culture and communication, and the full employment of all the technical and verbal skills of the elite have not eliminated anti-managerial and anti-liberal impulses. The resurgence of such impulses in the interstices of the managerial regime, particularly their adoption of force themselves, is the most profound fear of, and the most important threat to, the elite and its apparatus of power. Chapter 4. The dynamics of the managerial regime, soft and hard managerialism. The dynamics of ruling elites. Ruling elites come into being when certain groups in society are able to control social forces, sources of wealth, technologies, weapons systems, myths that command mass loyalties, bodies of knowledge, or forms of political, economic, and social organization, for example, that yield power, the ability to elicit obedience from the mass population and to make the interests of the elite prevail over the interests of other groups. The social forces that constitute the basis of an elite determine its dynamics, the ways in which the elite pursues its interests, acquires and maintains its power, and responds to challenges to its dominance. An elite that rests on the control of certain kinds of weaponry, iron weapons, the longbow, or artillery, for example, will differ in its dynamics from one that rests on the control of sources of wealth, agriculture, oceanic commerce, or industrial production. Although most elites rely on one social force as the principal source of their power, few elites rest exclusively on the control of a single social force, and usually an elite combines its control of several different social forces in an institutional apparatus that constitutes its regime, its system of power. A variety of social forces in an elite often creates conflicts between groups that particularly depend on some of them more than on others, and such conflict tends to bring into the elite a multiplicity of resources, ideas, values, skills, and talents that balance and complement each other and contribute to the ability of the elite as a whole to consolidate power and respond successfully to challenges internal as well as external, material as well as non-material. In some cases, a single social force, and those groups attached to it, will become so powerful and pervasive that it is able to exclude others from the elite and to monopolize power and its rewards. Internal conflicts are then severely reduced or eliminated, and the elite displays little versatility in responding to challenges. Such contraction or narrowing of the elite ultimately jeopardizes its ability to maintain its power, since forces eventually arise that are able to challenge the elite in ways to which it is not prepared to respond because of the narrow range of resources and skills at its disposal. The managerial elites that emerged in the course of the revolution of mass and scale formed themselves around the social force of mass organizations and the new science and techniques of management by which mass organizations are controlled. The interests of the new elites involved expanding the need for and the rewards of their skills and functions, and therefore the continuing expansion of mass organizations. Since the bourgeois order, from which mass organizations and their elites emerged, was based on smaller, simpler organizations that had little need for managerial skills, the interests of the new elites brought them into conflict with bourgeois society and the elites that ruled it, and this conflict took the form of efforts by the managerial class to replace the economic and political organizations and the intellectual and moral beliefs of the bourgeois order with its own organizations and ideologies. Two kinds of managerial regime emerged in the course of the 20th century. Although the elites of both types of regime are managerial, in that they both depend upon the performance of managerial functions in mass organizations, and both are opposed to bourgeois society and its ideologies and institutions, there are important differences between the elites of these regimes that result in important differences in the ideologies and patterns of behavior that are associated with them. In the one type, the soft managerial regime that prevails in the Western world, the elite depends mainly upon manipulation of the mass population by means of managerial skills to retain power. The ideologies of the soft managerial regimes reflect this reliance on manipulation in their emphasis on hedonistic and cosmopolitan values and ideas, the promotion of which enabled the elite to homogenize the tastes and values of the mass population and to discipline it with mass consumption, leisure, and entertainment managerial or post-industrial versions of panem et circenses. The behavior and policies of the soft managerial elites incline toward resolving problems and challenges by means of manipulation, recognizing only those problems and challenges that can be resolved through manipulation, redefining problems and challenges in terms that are susceptible to manipulation, and ignoring or failing to recognize problems and challenges that cannot be resolved by manipulation. Because the elite depends so much on manipulation, the mass organizations of culture and communication, which perform their disciplinary and integrative functions principally through verbal and psychic manipulation, become unusually important instruments of power in the soft managerial regime. In the other type, the hard managerial regime, which has prevailed in the Soviet Union and until recently the other communist states of Eastern Europe and once prevailed in Germany under National Socialism, the elite depends mainly upon force or coercion of the mass population by means of managerial skills applied to the instruments of force, principally the armed services and police forces. Their ideologies reflect their reliance on force in their emphasis on ascetic values or a sacrifice ethic and on solidarism, ideas and values that emphasize group solidarity. They avoid and condemn hedonism and cosmopolitanism. Through the emphasis of their ideologies, the hard managerial elites seek to discipline the mass population by inducing it to accept and take part in the use of force and to accept sacrifice and postponement of gratification for the sake of the group, the party, vogue, or fatherland. In their behavior and policies, the hard managerial elites tend toward resolving all problems and challenges by means of force, recognizing only those problems and challenges that can be resolved through force, redefining problems and challenges in terms that are susceptible to solution by force, and ignoring or failing to recognize problems and challenges that cannot be so resolved. Although the mass organizations of culture and communication are important instruments of power in all mass societies, they are less important in the hard managerial regimes than the instruments of force, and also less important than in the soft managerial regimes. The tendency in both the hard and soft managerial regimes has been for managerial forces to pervade all areas of political, economic, social, and intellectual life, to exclude non-managerial forces from power, and to monopolize power and its rewards. In the hard managerial regimes, this tendency triumphed almost completely, and non- or anti-managerial forces were ruthlessly and coercively suppressed. In the soft managerial regimes, the managerial elites were unable to eliminate anti-managerial forces completely from the elite. Anti-managerial, principally bourgeois, forces retain sufficient influence, wealth, status, and ideological credibility to resist managerial power, but not enough to constitute an elite in their own right or to displace the managerial elite. Ultimately, the monopolizing and exclusionary tendencies of managerial society, its proclivity to rely exclusively on either coercion or manipulation, may constitute a serious vulnerability of the managerial regime, whether it is hard or soft, since the result of these tendencies is to narrow the range of resources available to the elite for meeting societal challenges. Both the hard and soft managerial elites are formed around the social forces of mass organizations and the science and techniques of management, and they share a common interest in preserving and expanding mass organizations, in increasing the rewards and power available to those who perform managerial functions, and in challenging and overcoming older established elites and their social orders. It is not immediately apparent why elites that are formed around essentially the same social forces and share many of the same interests should tend to rely on quite different methods of pursuing their interests and exhibit different characteristic ideologies and patterns of behavior. However, the reliance on coercion or manipulation not only as political tactics and methods but also as ideological themes, and indeed their appearance in the general patterns of behavior and even in the processes of thought that distinguish the two kinds of elite, suggest that psychological or subrational factors may ultimately account for the tendencies of the two kinds of elites to use force or manipulation respectively. The different circumstances under which the hard and soft elites emerged may have tended to select a certain psychological type, or cluster of psychological traits, as prevalent in the hard managerial elite and another psychological type as prevalent in the soft elite. Such psychological types must be counted as additional social forces that distinguish the composition of the two different kinds of managerial elites and contribute to determining their different dynamics. The correlation of psychological or subrational factors with different kinds of ruling elites was the central part of the sociology of Vilfredo Pareto, who, with Gaetano Mosca, formulated the classical theory of elites in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Pareto's psychology of elites. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, while the revolution of mass and scale was underway, the Italian sociologist Vilfredo Pareto developed a general theory of elites and the psychological traits associated with them that seems to apply to the differences in behavior and mentality between the two different kinds of managerial elite, and also to the behavior and mentality of the elites of the bourgeois and prescriptive orders that preceded managerial society. While Pareto's theory leaves much to be desired from the standpoint of modern social science in methodology, empirical verification, and conceptual rigor, more recent psychological and sociological theories resemble some of Pareto's ideas. Despite the problems of Pareto's theory, it remains useful in its application to the behavioral and mental patterns of the managerial elite, and, if it cannot be applied too rigorously to social and historical phenomena, its general conclusions serve to explain and clarify the psychological types that prevail in the managerial elites of modern mass society. Pareto held that the variations of human behavior throughout history could be analyzed in terms of underlying mental and behavioral instincts or uniformities that he called residues, that is, what is left over or what remains after the variations have been stripped away. He distinguished 6 kinds or classes of residues, though he elaborated his theory of elites largely in terms of only 2 of them. Although all human beings possess and display all 6 classes of residues to some degree, some classes are more concentrated or predominant in some human beings than in others. Thus, human beings and their behavior, social, economic, and political as well as intellectual and verbal behavior, may be categorized as different types in which a particular class of residue is more influential than the other classes. The 2 classes of residues that Pareto emphasized are what he called Class I, the instinct for combinations, and Class II, the instinct for group persistence, or the persistence of aggregates. These 2 kinds of residues give rise to distinctive behavioral and mental patterns that appear to conform to the types that are predominant in the 2 types of managerial elite and in prescriptive and bourgeois elites as well, although it is probable that the bourgeois elite displayed a mixture of the 2 classes. Pareto perceived and discussed the early stages of the revolution of mass and scale and some aspects of the social and political transformation that it involved, though he did not perceive it in terms of the theory of the managerial revolution or as a conflict between the managerial and bourgeois elites. The residues of Class I, the instinct for combinations, constitute an inclination to combine certain things with certain other things, or As S.E. Feiner has described it, the propensity to take disparate elements out of their familiar contexts and unite them together in new combinations. This inclination or propensity may take logical and experimental forms, as in science, which combines different phenomena according to the rules of scientific method, or it may manifest itself in non-rational behavior such as magic, superstition, and folklore, which irrationally or arbitrarily combine different phenomena. Those persons in whom the instinct for combinations is prevalent will tend to be innovative and to seek new ways of combining, synthesizing, and relating different phenomena in their thought and activities. In social and economic behavior, persons with a high degree of class I residues are in general adventurous souls, hungry for novelty in the economic as well as in the social field, and not at all alarmed at change, expecting as they do to take advantage of it. Intellectually, persons with a high concentration of class I residues tend toward skepticism and other ideologies that have the effect of undermining the edifice of prejudice. In the mid-19th century, according to Pareto, positivism, free thinking, and the ensign of the goddess science were dominant intellectual trends that revealed the prevalence of class I residues in the intellectual elites of that era, and he believed that if we consider modern life as a whole, we may safely conclude that class I residues and the conclusions of logico-experimental science have enlarged the field of their dominion. Class I residues have very significant manifestations in the political behavior of the individuals in whom they prevail and in the elites that such individuals form. These persons tend to be averse to the use of force and to rely on various forms of intelligence and cunning, deception, persuasion, manipulation in the pursuit and retention of power, for the combination residues supply, precisely, the artistry and resourcefulness required for evolving ingenious expedients as substitutes for open resistance. Policies of the governing class, of class I residues, are not planned too far ahead in time. Predominance of the combination instinct result, in making the governing class more satisfied with the present and less thoughtful of the future. The individual comes to prevail, and by far, over family, community, nation. Material interests and interests of the present or a near future come to prevail over the ideal interests of community or nation and interests of the distant future. The impulse is to enjoy the present without too much thought for the morrow. In general, then, the mental and behavioral patterns that the class I residues manifest tend to be those that display an affinity for synthesizing or organizing disparate ideas, values, and experiences that are comfortable with and contribute to social and intellectual innovation, that tend to suspend or avoid firm moral judgments and prejudices and lack strong feelings toward moral and social bonds, that have an aversion to the use of force, violence, and physical conflict and a preference for reliance on intelligence and cunning in the resolution of conflicts and problems. The residues of Class II, the instinct for group persistence, or the persistence of aggregates, are reflected in behavioral and mental patterns quite different from those of Class I residues. Once a combination of disparate elements has been formed under the influence of the instinct for combinations, an instinct very often comes into play that tends with varying energy to prevent the things so combined from being disjoined. This instinct may be compared roughly to mechanical inertia. It tends to resist the movement imparted by other instincts. If Class I residues tend to promote innovative behavior, those of Class II generally tend to encourage a conservative behavior and mentality. Persons in whom Class II residues are dominant form enduring relationships with and attachments to other individuals, family, community, place, class, and nation. In economic behavior, Class II residues lead to caution and reliance on safe investments rather than adventure and risk-taking. Persons who live on their savings and interest from property, rentiers in Pareto's terminology, as opposed to speculators in whose economic behavior Class I residues are dominant, exhibit a high concentration of Class II residues. They are often quiet, timorous souls sitting at all times with their ears cocked in apprehension, like rabbits, and hoping little and fearing much from any change, for well they know of bitter experience that they will be called upon to foot the bill for it. Intellectually, those in whom Class II residues are prevalent tend to espouse ideas that emphasize faith, endurance, acceptance of traditional beliefs and prejudices, and group solidarity. Pareto saw traditional Catholicism, nationalism, and imperialism as such derivations of the Class II residues, but also socialism insofar as it emphasized the solidarity of the working class and its struggle against other classes. Although, in Pareto's view, Class II residues are almost always dominant in any mass or subject population, those in whom they prevail can also form an elite. In the governments established by those in whom Class II residues prevail, class circulation is generally slow. They are not expensive governments. On the other hand, they fail to stimulate economic production, whether because they are conservative by temperament, recoiling from new enterprise, or because they put no premiums in class circulation on individuals distinguished by instincts for economic combinations. The ideal of governments of that type is a nation that is crystallized in its institutions. They may grow wealthy through conquest, but since no new wealth is produced in that manner, the prosperity is increasingly precarious. Furthermore, in times past, such regimes have tended to degenerate into government by armed mobs, praetorians, janissaries, which can do nothing but squander wealth. Elites in which Class II residues are concentrated tend to rely on force rather than on intelligence and cunning. These residues, in S.E. Finer's words, resist innovation, and seek to preserve old forms and traditions. They are aggressive, authoritarian, reliant on force and threats of force, and contemptuous of maneuver, persuasion, and compromise. They give rise to ideals, and are embodied in religions whether supernatural or secular, among the last being such religions as nationalism, socialism, imperialism. The goals are set for a distant future. Self-sacrifice for the community and the future, the subordination of the individual's interest to both of these, courage and persistence in striving for them, these also are the characteristics of the Class II residues. Class I and Class II residues are therefore radically different in the kinds of behavior that they instigate. Because of these differences, and because both classes of residues and their associated behavioral patterns exhibit vulnerabilities that weaken the rule of the elites in which they are concentrated, there is throughout history a cycle of elites and the residues that prevail in them. Elites in which Class I residues are concentrated seek to avoid the use of force by relying on intelligence and cunning. The more they do so, however, the more they tend to exclude Class II residues from the elite, and the latter begin to accumulate in the subject classes of the population. To prevent or resist violence, the governing class resorts to diplomacy, fraud, corruption. Governmental authority passes, in a word, from the lions to the foxes. The governing class bows its head under the threat of violence, but it surrenders only in appearances, trying to turn the flank of the obstacle it cannot demolish in frontal attack. In the long run, that sort of procedure comes to exercise a far-reaching influence on the selection of the governing class, which is now recruited only from the foxes, while the lions are blackballed. The exclusion of the lions, or Class II residues, from the elite and the increasing predominance of foxes, or Class I residues, create an imbalance that ultimately destabilizes the rule of the elite. In the long run, the differences in temperament become gradually accentuated, the combination instincts tending to predominate in the ruling class, and instincts of group persistence in the subject class. When that difference becomes sufficiently great, revolution occurs. Revolution often transfers power to a new governing class, which exhibits a reinforcement in its instincts of group persistence and so adds to its designs of present enjoyments aspirations towards ideal enjoyments presumably attainable at some future time. Skepticism in part gives way to faith. Human history, for Pareto, is a graveyard of aristocracies, and oscillates between the rule of elites in which Class I residues prevail and the rule of those in which Class II residues predominate. Because of the differing residues concentrated in different elites and the differences in behavior and thought that the residues cause, the continuing circulation of elites throughout history is a process that gives rise to different patterns of political, social, and economic behavior on the part of different elites and to different ideas, values, and institutions that the elites formulate and try to impose. The circulation of elites, then, in Pareto's theory, is in fact a process of civilizational revolution. The scientific grounds of Pareto's typology are not very clear. He conducted no systematic or empirical research to verify the existence of residues or of the various classes into which he categorized them, and his use of the terms and concepts of his theory are often vague or contradictory. It would be a mistake to carry his psychological types too far or to apply them too literally. Yet the recognition of two distinct psychological types, one that is innovative, cunning, and sometimes treacherous, the other, stolid, forceful or violent, usually loyal, and sometimes brutal, is a theme in world mythology and is frequently accepted by many people as a matter of common sense. S.E. Finer suggests that a better term for Class I residues might be the Ulysses complex, and trickster figures, coyote in Amerindian folklore, Loki, Till Eulenspiegel, Hermes, Br rabbit, are common in many mythologies, as are Class II type figures, Heracles or Samson, for example. It is not uncommon in mythology for the Class II figures to meet their doom from the trickery of Class I types, a theme that is suggestive of Pareto's model of the circulation of elites. Whatever the scientific value of his theory of residues, then, Pareto seems to have perceived an important truth about human psychology and its relationship to power, a truth also noted by Niccolò Machiavelli, from whom Pareto derived the distinction between lions and foxes. Some rulers, whether individual leaders or elites, tend to rely on force and the institutions, ideas, values, and emotions associated with force, while others tend to rely on what may generally be called manipulation, persuasion, deception, compromise, bargaining, negotiations, bribery, corruption, assimilation, co-option, etc., and which typically involves a high degree of intelligence or cunning. The perfect ruler, in Machiavelli's view, would be the one who is able to use both force and manipulation, to be both a lion and a fox, as necessary. But Machiavelli recognized that the ability to do so was rare, that rulers generally depend on one or the other too much, and that such an unbalanced dependence on either force or manipulation represents a serious weakness of their rule. Dependence on force or on manipulation may be a result in part of the material resources at the disposal of a ruler or of circumstances that cannot be entirely avoided or controlled. But, though Machiavelli did not formulate a psychological theory, he saw that dependence on either force or manipulation was also often a result of the mental habits of a ruler, of his psychological type or character. Pareto's own psychological theory of elites is, in many respects, merely a more complicated effort to generalize Machiavelli's perception and to extend the idea of lions and foxes among human beings from individual rulers to elites in society. Despite the deficiencies of Pareto's theory of residues, there are similarities between the Class I and Class II types of his theory and the character structure described by some modern sociologists. Class II types are strongly reminiscent of David Riesman's tradition-directed character who learns to understand and appreciate patterns which have endured for centuries and whose activity is determined by characterologically grounded obedience to tradition. Class I types, on the other hand, resemble Riesman's other-directed people, for whom their contemporaries are the source of direction for the individual. The goals toward which the other-directed person strives shift. IT is only the process of striving itself and the process of paying close attention to the signals from others that remain unaltered throughout life. The other-directed character, like Pareto's Class I type, must possess an affinity for making combinations, an inclination to combine certain things with certain other things, Pareto, in order to sort out, internalize, and pay close attention to the many different signals that he receives from contemporaries in peer groups and the mass media, and by which he orients himself, his ideas, and his behavior. It is significant that Riesman suggested that 5th-century Athens exhibited the rise of social forms that seemed to indicate the presence of the other-directed mode of conformity, and that Pareto saw in Athens, from the war with the Medes, 490 BC, down to the Battle of Chaeronea, 338 BC. A period in which the ruling class shows a great abundance of Class I residues. Riesman also noted, if we wanted to cast our social character types into social class molds, we could say that inner direction is the typical character of the old middle class, the banker, the tradesman, the small entrepreneur, the technically oriented engineer, etc., while other direction is becoming the typical character of the new middle class, the bureaucrat, the salaried employee in business, etc. Many of the economic factors associated with the recent growth of the new middle class are well known. They have been discussed by James Burnham, Colin Clark, Peter Drucker, and others. Although Riesman's tradition-directed and other-directed characters are not identical to Pareto's Class II and Class I residues, and though Riesman's social and psychological theory is quite different from that of Pareto, there is clearly an overlap between the types delineated. Moreover, Pareto's Class II residues and Riesman's tradition direction both correlate with the character or psychological type exhibited by the prescriptive elites of many pre-bourgeois, tribal, medieval, and early modern societies, as well as with those of the hard managerial regimes, while Riesman's other-directed character, corresponding to Pareto's Class I residues, conforms to the psychological type exhibited by the soft managerial elites of mass society. Riesman's inner-directed character does not correspond to a type described by Pareto but conforms to the mixed psychological types exhibited by the bourgeois elite of the 19th century. The personality type identified by Christopher Lasch as narcissistic also is rather similar to that of Pareto's Class I. As Lasch describes, the new narcissist He seeks not to inflict his own certainties on others but to find a meaning in life. Liberated from the superstitions of the past, he doubts even the reality of his own existence. Superficially relaxed and tolerant, he finds little use for dogmas of racial and ethnic purity but at the same time forfeits the security of group loyalties and regards everyone as a rival for the favors conferred by a paternalistic state. His sexual attitudes are permissive rather than puritanical, even though his emancipation from ancient taboos brings him no sexual peace. Acquisitive in the sense that his cravings have no limits, he does not accumulate goods and provisions against the future in the manner of the acquisitive individualist of 19th-century political economy, but demands immediate gratification and lives in a state of restless, perpetually unsatisfied desire. Another suggestive parallel between the types described by Pareto and behavioral patterns described in more recent sociological literature derives from the work of sociologist Beverly Nagel-Laoji, who has extended the ecological concepts of K-strategists and R-strategists to the behavior of human social, specifically, ethnic, groups. Ecologists distinguish between animal species that compete for the limited and life-supporting resources of an environment by different strategies or behavior patterns. K-strategist species seek to maximize K, a mathematical parameter that represents the carrying capacity of an environment for the species, the maximum population of a species which a given environment can maintain. As Laoji describes an analogous human population of K-strategists, an ethnic group or other social group subject to K-selection occupies a relatively stable and predictable environment. In maximizing K, it attempts to seize and hold some set of resources and extract the energy produced by them through its organization and technology, reinforced by cultural and normative systems. That is, it obtains and maintains a competitive advantage in an environment through organizational properties instead of genetic ones. These properties include military and political resources as well as other organizational and/or technological resources which allow it to exploit the available resources more fully than its competitors or to prevent its competitors from exploiting them. Laoji cites as an example of human K-strategists an ethnic group of Pakistan which succeeded in obtaining the resources and driving the other group out of the region by superior military strength. In modern states, such battles are more often carried out in the political arena of the nation-state. Human groups that consist of R-strategists, on the other hand, would seek to maximize R, the intrinsic rate of increase of its population. Like non-human R-strategists, these groups would need to discover ephemeral resources quickly, expand to exploit them before competing groups could enter the region, and then disperse rapidly. Unlike K-strategists, who maximize their ability to obtain and hold resources in the presence of competitors, R-strategists would maximize their ability to find and exploit resources fully before other competing groups could enter the particular environment. Their success would depend on the availability of environments subject to R selection and on their ability to perform the requisite tasks. The temporary and unpredictable environments exploited by R strategists should be abundant in times of rapid social change, such as periods of modernization. Laoji applies the concept of R strategy to gypsies, who have survived by maximizing their ability to 1. Discover new sources of income, 2. Organize rapidly to exploit these resources, and 3. Disperse quickly in search of new resources as the old ones are exhausted or as they themselves draw the hostility of Gadya, i.e., non-gypsies. Although the parallels are not exact, human K-strategists resemble Pareto's Class II types in their dependence on stable relationships and environments, persistence of aggregates, and in an apparent tendency to use force to acquire life-supporting resources. Human R-strategists, on the other hand, resemble Pareto's Class I types in their dependence on abilities to make new combinations, to invent new ways of exploiting such combinations, and to disperse or abandon such combinations when they cease to be useful or have become a threat. It must be emphasized that none of the typologies of Pareto, Riesemann, and Laoji is rigorously grounded, and there is necessarily some amount of ambiguity in the traits ascribed to each of the types. None of the types described is mutually exclusive with traits associated with the alternate type. All human beings and all elites need and make use of persistence and innovation, force and manipulation. Their prevalence in individual organisms, species, human beings, ethnic or social groups, or elites is a matter of emphasis and tendency. Regardless of the lack of rigor of these concepts, however, they remain useful in that they do appear to describe psychological or behavioral types that are commonly recognized in mythology and popular wisdom, and it is remarkable that 3 different students of behavior could, from the different perspectives of their separate disciplines, develop typologies of behavior that display the similarities and correspondences that those of Pareto, Riesman, Lasch, and Laoji do. Such similarities suggest that at least two basic human character or psychological types, corresponding roughly to the residues of Pareto's Class I, foxes, instinct for combinations, and Class II, lions, instinct for group persistence or the persistence of aggregates, do exist, and that they display distinctively different behavior with regard to the pursuit and use of power and resources associated with power. The soft managerial elite in the United States. The psychological types described by Pareto correspond to the patterns of behavior associated with the prescriptive elites of pre-bourgeois society and with the two kinds of managerial elite of post-bourgeois society. While, as a very broad generalization, the aristocratic elites of the agrarian, hierarchical, traditionalist orders of prescriptive societies as well as the managerial elites of the hard regimes exhibited a high concentration of Class II residues and tended to rely on force and the psychic and ideological correlates of force, self-sacrifice, endurance of suffering, postponement of gratification, heroism, ideologies of faith and deference, the use of armed forces, harsh and frequent physical punishment, torture, etc. The soft managerial elites of the highly technological, mobile, depersonalized, innovating mass society exhibit a high concentration of Class I residues and tend to rely on manipulation and its correlates to meet challenges and solve problems. The bourgeois elite of the 19th century did not conform closely to either Class I or Class II types, however, and it is probable that this elite represented a mixture or equilibrium of the two. Class I types in the bourgeois elite may have derived from entrepreneurial and economically innovative elements that acquired wealth and leadership positions through industry and commerce and gained political power in the local communities and the legislative assemblies that exercised sovereignty in the bourgeois state. Class II types in the bourgeois elite may have derived from persistent aristocratic elements, example Bismarck, Palmerston, R.E. Lee, or from non-aristocratic elements that gained entry to the bourgeois elite through military skill exercised in wars and imperial expansion, example, Ulysses S. Grant, or from behavior associated with Class II residues in colonial and frontier theaters. While the industrial, commercial, and financial economic patterns and the parliamentary and constitutionalist political institutions of bourgeois society promoted Class I residues, then, the persistence of prescriptive elites and the availability of situations in which Class II residues could be rewarded and promoted tended to bring these types into the elites of the 19th century and to modify the tendencies toward behavior typical of Class I residues. Moreover, the bourgeois ethic of socially and morally rooted individualism also tended to moderate the concentration of Class I types and behavior in the bourgeois elite by retaining group solidarity, the family, community, class, nationality, as a criterion for the selection of elites. As the revolution of mass and scale proceeded in the Western societies of the late 19th century, Class II types tended to become more unusual in the bourgeois elite and Class I types tended to prevail. Aristocratic elements from the old prescriptive elites tended to fall out of the elite or defer to the political and economic elites of the bourgeois order and the emerging managerial groups. Frontiers were closed, wars became less common or changed in the types that led and took part in them, colonies became civilized, and imperial expansion relied more on economic and organizational skills than on military talents and virtues. As this process occurred, the bourgeois ethic itself underwent a transformation, changing from socially and morally responsible individualism to a rugged or antisocial individualism that denied social and moral responsibilities and was more consistent with the mentality of the Class I residues that were becoming prominent in the bourgeois elite. Pareto himself noted this trend toward a concentration of Class I types in the elites of the late 19th century and saw in it the rise of what he called plutodemocracy, the alliance of a financial capitalist elite with the masses against the older military and landed classes of the prescriptive order. In fact, what Pareto perceived was the beginning of the managerial revolution and the emergence of the soft managerial elites, the elimination of the mixed bourgeois elite and its replacement by an elite that relied on control of technical and managerial skills and in which Class I residues were becoming predominant. The principal reason for the selection of Class I residues and manipulative skills in the emerging managerial elites in certain countries was the role of the mass population in these societies in politics and the economy during the course of the revolution of mass and scale and the need of the new elites to design ways in which the masses could be disciplined and used as a base of their power. In the closing era of the late 19th century, wrote Carlton J. H. Hayes, the masses of mankind attained to a self-consciousness and a social importance without previous parallel. The principal force behind the emergence of the masses was the industrialization of the 19th century. By prompting mass migration to cities and factories for the mass production of goods, it broke multitudes loose from local economy and customary dependence on noblemen or country gentlemen and herded them in big metropolitan centers peculiarly favorable to mass suggestion and mass action. Here they learned to pit against the self-interest and industrial combinations of employers a self-interest of their own and the institutions of trade unionism. Here, too, they had the incentive and opportunity to agitate for democratic government, for popular education, for social reform. Here, finally, they provided abundant fertile soil for the propagation of nationalism or Marxism. The masses thus provided a market for mass production, constituency for political forces, and an audience for mass media, and those who used managerial skills to create, operate, and direct organizations that made use of the masses acquired a scale of wealth, power, and cultural influence that was not available to the smaller and simpler organizations of the prescriptive and bourgeois elites. Although mass society developed in America and Europe in the late 19th century, it was less developed in Germany and Russia, and in Eastern and Southern Europe, than in the West. In Germany and Russia, traditional elites tried to retain, and for a time succeeded in retaining, control of the principal mass organizations in the state and economy and to use the skills of new managerial elements outside the traditional elites for their own purposes and interests. In the West, however, the bourgeois elites were unable to control mass organizations, and the new managerial elites differentiated themselves from the bourgeois order with different interests and an increasingly different composition. In order to control and make use of the mass population in the West, the new managerial elites relied on manipulative disciplines and the ideologies associated with them rather than on force, which was not as effective or as profitable in organizing the masses. The result in the Western societies was the evolution of a managerial elite that depended mainly on the manipulation of mass consumption, mass political participation in a managerial state involved in continuous social and economic amelioration through the application of managerial skills to social arrangements, and homogenization of the mass market, political base, and audience through the organizations of culture and communication. The emerging elite selected its members on the basis of their ability to make use of manipulative managerial skills, a selection that tended to recruit Class I residues into the elite. In the United States in the early 20th century, the high level of mass participation in the political system, economy, and culture facilitated the emergence of a soft managerial regime and an elite that depended on manipulative techniques of social and political control. The mainstream of progressivist liberal ideology reflected and rationalized the evolution of a soft regime through the environmentalist and relativist premises of progressivist thought and their hedonistic and cosmopolitan implications. In the earliest stages of managerial emergence, however, some ideological formulas expressed the ideas and values of hard managerialism. Theodore Roosevelt's New Nationalism, in the campaign of 1912, articulated ideals of national solidarity and identity, and German social and political thought, which often expressed nationalist, racialist, and authoritarian ideas, influenced a number of American progressivist intellectuals, many of whom had been educated in German universities. Perhaps the clearest exponent of ideas that could have served as a rationalization of a hard managerial regime in the United States was Brooks Adams, who supported Roosevelt's New Nationalism and expressed ideas of national and racial solidarity, an ascetic economic theory that approximated a kind of national socialism, imperial expansion, military discipline, and the explicit rejection of cosmopolitan and hedonistic values. By 1913, however, Adams had come to believe that Roosevelt, at the supreme moment of his life, was diverted from his chosen path toward centralization of power and projected into an environment of, apparently, for the most part, philanthropists and women who could hardly conceivably form a party fit to aid him in establishing a vigorous, consolidated, administrative system. The predominance of progressivist intellectuals and reformers who expressed cosmopolitan and hedonistic themes in progressivist thought and political movements excluded those such as Adams who sought the construction of a hard managerialism. The Wilson administration, despite the failure of its efforts to institutionalize cosmopolitan formulas in international affairs, embarked the emergent managerial regime in the United States on a path of development as a soft regime from which it has not deviated since, and the ideological defenses of the managerial regime in the United States have generally reflected its soft character. Moreover, as Daniel Bell has noted, Changes in the American economy and culture in the 1920s undermined bourgeois ascetic and particularist formulas and perpetuated the high levels of mass consumption and social mobility that make mass participation possible and encourage the formation of a soft managerial regime. The prevalence of Class I residues in the soft managerial elite, its consequent avoidance of the use of force, and its reliance on manipulation have profound consequences for its behavior and policies and indeed for the kind of society it tries to construct. Force, as Pareto noted, is the foundation of all social organization, but an elite composed largely of Class I residues finds this principle difficult to understand and apply. The tendency of the soft managerial elites has been to ignore force and the ideas, institutions, emotions, and values associated with it, to try to replace force in social and political relationships with manipulation, rehabilitation in place of punishment, negotiations and diplomacy in place of war, social reform in place of coercive discipline for the mass population, child psychology in place of strict family discipline, and to managerialize the instruments of force. The heroic and ascetic moral codes associated with prescriptive elites and with some elements of the bourgeois elite are replaced by the ideological formulas of hedonism and cosmopolitanism, which, in the form of liberal humanitarianism, discard appeals to sacrifice for the nation and other concrete or particularized identities and groups. Traditional moral values themselves, emphasizing the moral responsibility of the individual and reward and punishment as the proper responses to individual conduct, are replaced by ideologies of environmentalism and relativism, which comport with the inclination of the managerial elite to avoid moral judgments and to respond to crime and violence with managerial and manipulative solutions. The tendency of the soft elite to perceive the persistence of traditional and bourgeois social institutions, ideas and values, and behavior as pathologies, in need of manipulative therapies administered by its technically skilled experts, is consistent with its psychological type and its ideological formulas, and also reflects the interests of the elite in challenging traditional and bourgeois codes and institutions for the enhancement of its own power. The psychological type that is dominant in the soft managerial elite thus correlates with its ideology as well as with its material interests in the proliferation and expansion of mass organizations and their reliance on managerial and technical skills. The managerialization of the instruments of force is one of the most important results of the predominance of Class I residues in the managerial elite, for it means that when the managers do make use of force, they do so in accordance with their prevalent psychic or instinctual inclinations, and that their use of force is often inappropriate or maladroit. As the organizations that provide coercive functions in society, armed services and police forces, expand in size, they, like other enlarged organizations, tend to make increasing use of managerial and technical skills to perform these functions, and this tendency creates a need for technically and managerially skilled elites within the instruments of force. In the soft managerial regimes, in which Class I residues prevail within the elites, the same type tends to replace traditional Class II residues as the controlling and directing element within the instruments of force. This tendency is evident in the armed services, but it is also apparent in the large metropolitan police forces, where court decisions, minority hiring programs, public relations, specialized training, forensic science, rehabilitative penology, and social management and therapy have reduced, restricted, circumscribed, or replaced the reliance on force by law enforcement agencies in the apprehension, interrogation, and punishment of criminals. The same trend is evident in the national law enforcement and intelligence agencies. The FBI currently tends to concentrate on forms of crime and fraud that are generally non-violent rather than on bank robberies and kidnappings, as in its legendary days. The CIA, which to a large degree was established as a managerial bureau and has never had much room for Class II types in its administrative hierarchy, since the 1960s has displayed a tendency to rely on what Stuart Alsop called the prudent professionals rather than the bold Easterners as a dominant elite, to expand its reliance on national technical means of intelligence collection and to reduce or eliminate human intelligence and the use of covert action, which may take violent forms. In the armed forces, the tendency to managerialization is not new, and its history can be traced back at least to the late 17th century. In that period, noted historian John U. Neff, as standing armies came into being, economic organization assumed in connection with military life an importance that was novel in history. In France, the earliest important artillery school was established at Douai in 1679. For the first time, the organization of such special schools and of regular medical and religious corps of engineers, and the provision of academies for military exercise were regarded as a necessary part of the preparations for warfare. The building and the operation of these schools and academies added to the capital expended upon military preparations, which required a knowledge of economics and a gift for administration rather than military virtues on the field of battle. The center of military responsibility tended to shift from the general to the administrator. And Neff quotes the 17th-century Anglo-Irish soldier, the Earl of Orrery, as writing in 1677 that, "We make war more like foxes than lions, and you have 20 sieges for one battle." Yet it was not until the late 19th century, with the technology of modern warfare and the organizational enlargement of armies, navies, and their administrative staffs, that this trend toward the managerialization of war became dominant. Total war involves not only the carrying of war to a targeted civilian population as well as to hostile military forces, but also the mobilization of all dimensions of mass society in the war effort: economic, psychological and sociological, political and technological. The development of mass communications, electronics, cybernetics, nuclear, biological, and chemical weaponry, and of business management and organizational techniques and their application to military institutions encourages the tendency to the managerialization of force and the prevalence of military leaders in whom Class I rather than Class II residues are dominant. The transformation of the American military elite and the American way of war is well illustrated by the replacement of leaders strong in Class II residues such as Douglas MacArthur and George S. Patton by the essentially Class I types of Dwight D. Eisenhower, William Westmoreland, William Crowe, and Colin Powell, and the change was brought nearly to completion by the McNamara Revolution of the 1960s, in which a concerted and deliberate effort to replace traditional military training and education, conduct, values, institutions, and leaders was carried out. The trend has been even more accelerated with the establishment of a volunteer army and the integration of women and minorities into the armed services, since both these developments emphasize as inducements to enlistment the acquisition of managerial and technical skills that are compatible with Class I psychological impulses. Although the managerialization of force has involved a massive increase in the amount of destructive power at the disposal of a state, it also has had the effect of undermining the capacity of an elite to use this power effectively. Defense specialist Jeffrey Record has commented on this effect in American military policy. Confidence in technology as the arbiter of combat is natural on the part of a historically illiterate managerial technocracy that for years has confused leadership with management, effectiveness with efficiency, and tactics with technology. For decades, what has passed for the professional warrior in the United States has all too often been a bureaucrat in uniform, persuaded that virtually all problems on the battlefield are susceptible to managerial or technological resolution, and whose professional standing hinges on acquired technical expertise rather than a demonstrated capacity to lead men in combat. Colonel Harry G. Summers, Jr. has also noted the effect of military managerialism on the conduct of the Vietnam War. Instead of concentrating attention on military strategy, which has become unfashionable after World War II, and to many, irrelevant in the nuclear era, there was an increased emphasis on technical, managerial, and bureaucratic concerns. Instead of being experts in the application of military force to achieve the political ends of the United States, we became neophyte political scientists and systems analysts and were outclassed by the civilian professionals who dominated national security policy under Secretary of Defense Robert S. McNamara after 1961. The rationalistic economic approach dominated military strategy formulation throughout the Vietnam War. Pareto himself noted the relationship between the economic approach to warfare and the predominance of Class I residues in an elite. Under the rule of an elite in which Class I residues prevail, he wrote, wars become essentially economic. Efforts are made to avoid conflicts with the powerful and the sword is rattled only before the weak. Wars are regarded more than anything else as speculations. James Burnham, then, was partially in error when he predicted that managerial elites would rely on war and display a high concentration of Class II residues. Burnham correctly saw that preparation for war would play an important role in the development of managerial society and in the power of the managerial elite. What he did not fully appreciate, however, was that war itself would become managerialized and that the military managers would display the same psychological type and the same patterns of behavior and mentality that managers in the corporations, the mass state, and the mass organizations of culture and communication would exhibit. Preparations for war, not war itself, are indeed crucial to the soft managerial regime as means by which the managerial bureaucracy can justify the expansion of the state and its fusion with the economy, and also for the fusion of research and development institutions and the managerial intelligentsia within them with the state and its managerialized instruments of force. But the use of military preparations by the managerial elite does not mean that it becomes bellicose and eager to engage in war. Indeed, the opposite is the case. The massive military force at the disposal of the managerial elite and its regime is seldom used. When it is used, it is often against relatively weak opponents such as Vietnam, Grenada, Libya, or Panama. The sword is rattled only before the weak, and challenges are generally met by manipulative, example economic sanctions, rather than by coercive means. The expansion of the managerial war machine simply represents the revolution of mass and scale within military organizations and the emergence of soft managerial elites within them, and not any increased dependence on war, force, or the ideas, values, emotions, and institutions that traditionally accompany force. Pareto was aware of the infusion of Class I residues into the elite that modern warfare produces. As regards modern times, he wrote, wars require not only men but also huge expenditures in money, which can be met only by intensive economic production, so that if wars in themselves increase the warrior element in governing classes, preparations for war reduce it, drawing industrial and commercial elements into the seats of power. Reliance on advanced technological systems, bureaucratized mass organizations and procedures, and technical and managerial skills in the preparations for modern war promotes Class I residues within the leadership of the military forces of the soft managerial regimes and tends to exclude Class II residues. The instruments of coercion, of course, are not the only or even the principal institutions on which the managerial apparatus of power in the soft regimes relies for its control of mass society. The managerial state relies mainly on the bureaucratic elite of the state and the mass corporation for the supervision of the fused economy and for the control of the processes of socialization. Bureaucratic and administrative government, which involves the planned allocation of resources to different sectors of society and government and the design and implementation of policies, is consistent with the manipulative skills and the psychological types prevalent in the soft managerial elites and enables them to enhance their own power through continuous manipulation of social change and ameliorative social engineering by the application of managerial skills to social arrangements, rationalized through meliorist and utopian ideological formulas. The training of the managerial bureaucracy in manipulative techniques is thus a critical priority for the full development of the soft managerial regime. Bourgeois forces successfully resisted efforts to establish professional governmental bureaucratic elites in the United States until the era of the New Deal, when Felix Frankfurter and Lucius Littauer, an industrialist, helped to found the School of Public Administration at Harvard University. Under Frankfurter's influence, the school tended to abandon the traditional distinction between the design of public policy, traditionally the business of elected officials, and the efficient implementation of policy by administrators. And similar schools of public administration founded in the same era across the United States also tended to abandon this distinction and to emphasize training the bureaucracy in making policy decisions. Although this emphasis was not entirely victorious, the John F. Kennedy School of Government incorporated and expanded the Harvard School of Public Administration and designed its educational program to aim at the intersection of policy and administration, that is, on the planning, execution, and judging of public policy. The incorporation of policy planning and decision-making in the bureaucracy of the mass state is vital to the creation and functioning of a managerial state, which seeks to replace legislative institutions and their control of policy and decisions by administrative institutions. Moreover, government by administration reflects the manipulative mode of power relations that characterizes the soft managerial elites. Administration makes use of the manipulative intellectual and verbal skills associated with Class I residues and tends to select into the elite those in whom these residues are prevalent. The role of the Kennedy School, as well as its predecessors since the New Deal era, in stimulating similar approaches to public policy at Harvard and elsewhere has been considerable. Relations with all the other professional schools, even divinity, have been cultivated. Any issue of public concern from waste treatment to professional ethics is considered fair game for seminars, study groups, conferences, and colloquies. A considerable degree of institutional imperialism is at work here. A number of the university's other schools, the Graduate School of Design, the School of Public Health, even the August Business School, have been forced, sometimes kicking and screaming, to embrace the new orthodoxies of public policy study. Similar programs sprang up at Duke, Berkeley, Michigan, Yale, the Rand Corporation, the Hubert Humphrey School in Minnesota, and even the Lyndon Baines Johnson School in Texas. The reliance of the soft managerial elite on the manipulative mode of power is well illustrated in the person of one of the most successful members of the elite, W. Michael Blumenthal, Ph.D. in economics who taught at Princeton, former president and chairman of the multinational Bendix Corporation, Secretary of the Treasury under President Carter, and currently president of the multinational Unisys Corporation. Blumenthal's career thus encompasses all three sectors of the managerial regime and reflects their fusion, and his rise to preeminence in the regime through his use of economic expertise and managerial skills illustrates the role of managerial merit rather than status or conformity to bourgeois moral and social codes as a path of success. Interviewed by Michael Corder in a popular study of power in contemporary society, Blumenthal was remarkably frank in discussing his views of power. He acknowledged that, "I don't have a primary interest in money at all," and, in Corder's words, what motivates Blumenthal is the exercise of power, the desire to go beyond any imposed limitations. He also reflects the lack of interest in ownership and the preference for effective control that serves to distinguish the corporate manager from the bourgeois entrepreneur. In common with most modern executives, Blumenthal isn't even slightly interested in ownership. Asked if he would like to own Bendix, the predecessor of Unisys, he reacts with great emphasis, speaking abruptly for the first time. "It's not ownership that counts, it's control. And as chief executive, that's what I've got. We have a shareholders meeting next week, and I've got 97% of the vote. I only own 8,000 shares. Control is what's important to me. To have control over this large animal, i.e., presumably, the corporation, and to use it in a constructive way, that's what I want, rather than doing silly things that others want me to do." Defining himself as an operator, a synthesizer, not an intellectual, Blumenthal perceives his means of control as the ability to select and motivate people, an ability that he specifically relates to manipulation. You also need an understanding of what motivates people in a positive sense, and in a pejorative sense, you need manipulative skill. The predominance of Class I residues in the managerial elite, including the elite of the instruments of force, tends to eliminate Class II types from the elite. The latter tend to concentrate in the sub-elites or lower strata of managerial society and to ally with, if they are not already part of, the remnants of the bourgeois elite, and it is the constant refrain of the bourgeois and Class II opposition to the managerial regime that the new elite is soft on crime and criminals, cowardly or uncertain in the use of military force against foreign threats, and in general decadent or effete. The managers, for their part, tend to regard bourgeois and Class II types as backward, volatile, aggressive, irresponsible, and even psychopathic in their appeal to force and its use in political and social conflicts. Both groups, however, exhibit the limitations of their psychological types. The bourgeois and Class II types fail to appreciate the value of a fox-like reliance on manipulation as a means of acquiring and preserving power and meeting societal challenges. To them, the manipulative style of power relations appears to be weak, degenerate, and incompetent. The managers also are unable to appreciate the value of force in preserving social cohesion and meeting hostile challenges, and they take what appears to be a cynical view of heroism, patriotism, piety, and traditional morality and loyalties. The managers in general regard such emotional and moral appeals as obsolete if not fraudulent, and those who appeal to them as primitives or hypocrites. In fact, as Machiavelli and Pareto both recognized, the qualities of both the lion and the fox are necessary for the stabilization and survival of elites and the societies they rule. If Pareto concentrated his criticism on the predominance of Class I types in Pluto-democracy, his remarks on ancient Sparta, in which he believed Class II residues were dominant, are similar to the criticisms of the Spartan constitution made by Aristotle. The whole system of legislation is directed to fostering only one part or element of goodness in war because that sort of goodness is useful for gaining power. The inevitable result has followed. The Spartans remained secure as long as they were at war, but they collapsed as soon as they acquired an empire. They did not know how to use the leisure which peace brought, and they had never accustomed themselves to any discipline other and better than that of war. Although Pareto in many respects admired Sparta and praised it on the grounds that humanitarianism, which is the bane of decaying ruling classes, never infected the Spartans, even when they had fallen away from their ancient virtue, like Aristotle, he also recognized the limitations of the Spartan state. Spartan aristocracy was handicapped by its lack of combination instincts, even in its one special field of activity, warfare, and to an even greater extent in politics and diplomacy. In that department, the nimble frivolousness of the Athenians and the slow-moving conservatism of the Spartans had untoward consequences that were not very different. The overdevelopment of either Class I or Class II types in an elite tends to debilitate it in making use of the virtues and skills derived from the other type. Societies in which the elites are dominated by lions tend to be belligerent, aggressive, and warlike in external policies and authoritarian or repressive internally. They show little genius for innovation and reform, and their leaders are often the victims of their own stolidity and are outwitted by the cunning and manipulation displayed by those who challenge them with Class I residues. On the other hand, societies in which Class I residues are predominant tend to have little staying power. Their leaders can give a multiplicity of reasons for not using force and for showing why force would be inappropriate, ineffective, too dangerous, or even immoral, and for compromising and negotiating with criminal or aggressive rivals. Such societies tend to be passive or even pacifistic in external policies and liberal, tolerant, or permissive internally. They often show a genius for innovation in political and social measures as well as in cultural achievements, and thus are praised by artists and intellectuals as being high cultures, but they show little talent or interest in conserving basic social relationships and loyalties or in summoning and using the ideas, values, institutions, and emotions that sustain the use of force and the endurance of conflict and suffering. When a society dominated by Class I types encounters challenges or threats from Class II types, which tend to concentrate in the sub-elite or mass population as they are excluded from the elite or which dominate other societies as elites, they can respond to them only by means of manipulation. Often such manipulation succeeds, but sometimes Class II elements cannot be manipulated. They envelop themselves in ideologies that motivate and discipline their adherents, Islam and militant Marxism and nationalism, for example, and resist the propaganda, promises, and material inducements offered by the Class I elite, or they originate from cultures in which such offers mean little. If such challenges from Class II types have the material means at their disposal, they present an almost invincible threat to the Class I elite that is unable to use its manipulative skills to advantage and is unable or unwilling to use force to meet the challenge. If the challenge comes from outside the society, the result is often conquest of the society and the destruction of the elite of Class I types. If it comes from within the society, from elements in the sub-elite or mass, the result is often a violent revolution and the coming to power of a new elite in which Class II residues will come to predominate. The hypertrophy or overconcentration of Class I residues in an elite thus represents a serious vulnerability of its maintenance of power and a danger to it and the society it rules. The soft managerial elites in the late 20th century exhibit this hypertrophy of Class I residues and of the mentality, ideology, and behavior associated with them. The first, and often the only, inclination of the soft managerial elite in the face of a challenge is to manipulate it by means of managerial skills, to buy it off or placate it, to rehabilitate or reform it, to persuade or negotiate with it, to co-opt or assimilate it, and, if none of these techniques works, to tolerate and ignore it and to manipulate public opinion so that the challenge is redefined and declared to be resolved or overcome. The soft managerial regime has developed the skills and techniques of mass manipulation to their most sophisticated level in history, and it has immense material and technical resources at its disposal for manipulation. Thus far, it has been successful in its efforts to manipulate and postpone or avoid conflicts with most of its challenges, and it may continue to do so for some time. It also has been fortunate in not encountering as yet a sufficiently powerful coercive challenge that it has not been able to manipulate successfully. Yet, if Pareto's theory of class circulation has any validity, the predominance of Class I residues in the soft managerial elites must yield to the coercive challenges presented by the concentration of Class II residues in the sub-elite and mass population or to similar elements that predominate in societies outside the soft managerial regime. It may be noted that managerial undermining of bourgeois institutions and values weakens the social constraints in the lower strata of society and indirectly encourages the release of Class II residues in violence. The failure of the soft managerial elite in the United States to integrate mass society under its ideology of managerial liberalism and the persistence of anti-managerial elements outside the elite suggest that such elements may be prepared to make use of force to challenge the managerial regime. In the perception of such elements, the managerial elites in the United States and the other soft managerial regimes have failed to legitimize themselves, and it is unlikely that these elites will be able to develop adequate responses to internal or external challenges that make use of force or violence, formulate or use ideologies or myths that command a mass following, and possess significant material means so long as the class I psychological type that prevails within the elite avoids the use of force and relies almost exclusively on manipulation as a means of retaining power and meeting societal challenges. The hard managerial regimes. In the Managerial Revolution, James Burnham argued that Nazi Germany is today a managerial state in an early stage, and that Russia is the nation which has, in structural aspects, advanced furthest along the managerial road. Burnham did not recognize a distinction between soft and hard managerial regimes, and his account of the development and the likely future of managerial society in the United States took the two totalitarian regimes in Germany and Russia as models for what would occur in the United States. His application of the theory of the managerial revolution to the National Socialist and Soviet regimes occasioned much controversy at the time, as did the parallels that he drew between them and the New Deal administration of Franklin Roosevelt. It soon became evident that what was occurring in the United States was quite different from what had developed in Russia and Germany, and today it is clear that there are significant differences between these regimes and the kind of society that has evolved in the United States. Yet Burnham's basic argument that the Nazi and Soviet regimes were managerial in nature was essentially correct. The distinctive characteristics of a managerial regime are the predominance of mass organizations, especially in state and economy, the operation and direction of the mass organizations by a managerially and technically trained elite, and an ideology that rationalizes the power of the managerial elite and is hostile to traditional, prescriptive or bourgeois elites and their institutions and values. All these characteristics were present in both Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, though the evolution of the managerial regimes in these states was quite different from that of the managerial regimes of the West. As a result of the differing evolutionary paths, the character and behavior of the Nazi and Soviet managerial elites were radically different from those of Western managers. The revolution of mass and scale took place in the economies and governments of Germany and Russia well before the seizure of power by the Nazis and the Marxists. By the end of the 19th century, Wright Bernadotte, Schmidt and Harold C. Wedeler. He German Reich was borne upward by an economic miracle to the position of Europe's chief industrial state. Germany's industrial preeminence and constant economic expansion rested on unequaled technological virtuosity, organizing powers, broad scientific and technological training provided by its institutions of higher education, and mass discipline of the workers. This industrial preeminence was paralleled by the rise of a managerial elite in the German economy and its fusion with the bureaucracy of the German state. Individual owners-entrepreneurs rapidly gave way to a core of professional managers who not only operated the factories, firms, cartels, and banks entrusted to them with exemplary efficiency but also ordered the conditions of their own existence by creating a managerial elite with a strong internal discipline and an esprit de corps quite different from the individualistic and nakedly pecuniary ethos common among British businessmen of the early 19th century. Industrial and governmental bureaucracies overlapped extensively. Public servants managed railroads, mines, telegraph, and telephone services in the German states. Similarly, though Russia was by no means as industrialized as Germany or Western Europe in 1914, it also developed a massive industrial plant prior to the Bolshevik Revolution that also was closely linked to the Tsarist state. Long before Marxian socialism was so much as dreamed of, the Russian state became the largest landowner, the largest factory owner, the largest employer of labor, the largest trader, the largest owner of capital, in Russia or in the world. The needs of its huge armies made it the largest customer for private industry as well. What the Bolsheviks really took over in 1917, even before they had nationalized a single industry on their own, was the largest state economic machine in the world. In neither Germany nor Russia, however, did the new managerial strata that operated the mass organizations in state and economy displace the traditional, largely prescriptive nobility and bureaucracy of the monarchical state, and these traditional aristocratic and dynastic elites retained control of the new mass organizations and relied on the emerging managerial and technical elements as subordinate sub-elites that merely administered and operated the new organizations. Nor did bourgeois elites develop to challenge the prescriptive order or to resist effectively the rise of managerially operated mass organizations. The persistence of the prescriptive elites and the absence of bourgeois elites and their characteristic ideologies in Germany and Russia exerted a profound influence on the course of development of the revolution of mass and scale in these two countries that significantly differentiated it from its development in the soft managerial regimes. In both Germany and Russia, then, the revolution of mass and scale in state and economy took place in tandem and occurred prior to the political revolutions of 1917 and 1933, and managerial strata emerged within the mass organizations but remained subordinate to traditional elites. The political revolutions shattered the dominance of the traditional elites, however, and enabled the managerial sub-elites to seize power. Both the Nazis and the Communists extended the size and role of mass organizations and consolidated the power of the managerial elites that operated and directed these organizations in their respective countries. This extension of mass organization in the economy is evident in the Soviet Union, in the collectivization of agriculture under Stalin and in the five-year plans of the Soviet economy, and, in Nazi Germany, in the growth of mass production, national rearmament, massive public works projects, the decline of unemployment, and industrial reorganization in the 1930s. In both regimes, fusion of state and economy was highly developed, formally recognized as such in the Soviet system and less formally but no less effectively in the National Socialist system. In both systems, managerially trained elites exercised control over the mass organizations of state and economy, as well as in the mass organizations of culture and communication, and over the regime as a whole. Carl J. Friedrich and Zbigniew Brzezinski, in their classic study of totalitarianism, largely based on an analysis of the Nazi and Soviet regimes, describe 6 traits that are common to what they call the totalitarian syndrome: an official ideology, a single party typically led by one man, terroristic police, a communications monopoly, a weapons monopoly, and a centrally directed economy, and they call attention to the dependence of totalitarian systems on technology in maintaining their power. This technological aspect of totalitarianism is, of course, particularly striking in the matter of weapons and communications, but it is involved also in the secret police terror, depending as it does upon technically enhanced possibilities of supervision and control of the movement of persons. In addition, the centrally directed economy presupposes the reporting, cataloging, and calculating devices provided by modern technology. In short, 4 of the 6 traits are technologically conditioned. With few exceptions, the trend of technological advance implies the trend toward greater and greater size of organization. In the perspective of these 4 traits, therefore, totalitarian societies appear to be merely exaggerations, but nonetheless logical exaggerations of the technological state of modern society. Given the importance of technology in maintaining a totalitarian, Nazi or Soviet, system, those who are able to control and direct technology and the mass organizations that are implicit in the trend of technological advance must constitute at least part of the elite in such regimes. In fact, both the elites of Nazi Germany and of the Soviet Union displayed a high degree of technical skill. In a study of the elite of Nazi Germany, Daniel J. Lerner and his colleagues found that there was a strong presence of what they called the middle-income skill groups, which they describe as those who are members of the middle-income population by virtue of a distinctive skill function. These are the corporate entrepreneurs and managers, skilled in industrial production and administration, the bureaucrats, skilled in organizing and administering controls over social behavior, the lawyers, skilled in interpreting the codified rules of the game and applying them to concrete situations, the industrial engineers and other technologists, skilled in applying knowledge to specified social goals. The sample of the Nazi elite examined in this study established that these middle-income skill groups, largely identical to what Burnham called managers in a broad or functional sense, constituted 73.6% of the sample. In other words, in terms of function and profession, the Nazi elite was overwhelmingly a managerial or technically skilled elite. Similarly, Rolf Feinsod, analyzing the Soviet elite, wrote, "As the dominating force in Soviet society, the Communist Party can discharge its governing responsibilities effectively only by assimilating the most highly trained and educated representatives of the younger generations. In consolidating its position as a governing elite, the party needs to incorporate the rising stratum in Soviet society, the engineers and technicians, the plant managers, the bureaucrats, and other representatives of the new technical, administrative, and cultural intelligentsia." And David Granick found that There can be no question that managers comprise a group which is both highly differentiated from the general Russian population and is recruited very unevenly from among the different occupational levels of Soviet society, but that Soviet managers are not socially distinct from full-time Communist Party officials and are frequently not only much the same type of people, but are identical individuals at different stages of their career. The economic policies of the Nazi and Soviet regimes also reflected their reliance on managerial functions, ideas, and interests. Thus, Soviet historian Michael Voslensky has called attention to the importance of Taylorism, a system of industrial management that underlies much of the American development of managerial corporations, in Lenin's post-revolutionary writings and in contemporary Soviet labor discipline. Daniel Bell, who describes Frederick W. Taylor as the founder of scientific management in American industry, quotes Lenin as writing in 1919. The possibility of socialism will be determined by our successes in combining Soviet rule and Soviet organization or management with the latest progressive measures of capitalism. We must introduce in Russia the study and teaching of the Taylor system and its systematic trial and adoption. Nazi commitment to the technocratic ideal, writes Richard Grunberger, was exemplified by the rise of Albert Speer from Nazi court architect to overlord of the industrial war effort and by the inclusion of the motorway builder Todt and the car designer Porsche in Hitler's entourage. Nazi economic and industrial policies also reflected the managerial nature of the regime. The major changes in the working of capitalism to be engineered by the Nazis were a rapid increase in undistributed profits, the precedence of managerial over stockholder interest, the diminished influence of banking and commercial capital, the permeation of the distributive apparatus by industrial monopolists, and a partial reduction of the dominance of heavy industry by the emergent chemical industry and certain of the metallurgical industries. With the possible exception of the latter development, all these reforms are characteristic of the managerial economy. Speer himself claimed that I had introduced a fairly successful Americanism into the armaments organization, and this innovation was a decisive step toward the manager revolution of German industry. The hostility of both National Socialism and Marxism-Leninism to traditional elites and to the whole fabric of the prescriptive and bourgeois orders is implicit in their character as revolutionary movements. The hostility is obvious in the case of Marxism, which regards both the aristocratic elites of the prescriptive order, feudalism, and the capitalist elite of the bourgeois order as historically outmoded, repressive, exploitative, and obstacles to progress. In Soviet policy, this hostility was evident in the early history of the regime in the physical persecution of aristocratic and bourgeois elements, their economic and political dispossession, and the continuing discrimination against their families, as well as in systematic efforts to eradicate pre-revolutionary ideologies and institutions, the family, religion, traditional morality, private property, and class relationships. Despite the abatement in the intensity of such crusades against pre-revolutionary culture and institutions, the Soviet state remained committed to their extirpation. National Socialism also was hostile to the bourgeois and prescriptive orders and their elites. Although the Nazis made use of German aristocrats to gain status for their movement, the role of the aristocracy in positions of economic and political power diminished under Hitler, who unequivocally ruled out the possibility of monarchical restoration and excluded members of princely houses from military commands. Similarly, though the Nazis depended on the political support of the German petty bourgeoisie and the Mittelstand and expressed sympathy for the economic problems of the middle classes, their ideology rejected bourgeois ideals and values, and National Socialism expressed and often officially encouraged ideas about class relationships, the uses of affluence and leisure, the family, sexuality, violence, and religion that radically conflicted with traditional bourgeois ideas on these matters. In Mein Kampf, Hitler portrayed the bourgeoisie as already worthless for any noble, erhaben, human endeavor and as, in David Steenbaum's words, capable of any error of judgment, failure of nerve, and moral corruption. Bourgeois behavior, as Hitler saw it, included nationalist hypocrisy while fellow citizens were in misery, exploitation of labor, class snobbery, the climactic subversion of the war effort in 1918 by support for democratic reforms, an unholy respect for formal academic qualifications, a tendency toward syphilis, defined further as willingness to marry the daughters of rich Jews, cowardice, indifference to the realities of race, exclusive preoccupation with money and personal affairs, and identification of the nation with the interests of the bourgeoisie. In private conversation, Hitler stated that, in the political field, there is no stupider a class than the bourgeoisie. Revolutionary and totalitarian movements are necessarily hostile to prescriptive and bourgeois elites and their societies because the differentiation, localism, privacy, moral values, and social institutions of such orders are incompatible with the centralization and extreme regimentation of the totalitarian regime. Hannah Arendt remarked on this feature of totalitarian movements that, insofar as individualism characterized the bourgeoisies as well as the mob's attitude to life, the totalitarian movements can rightly claim that they were the first truly anti-bourgeois parties. Managerial regimes, whether soft or hard, also are necessarily anti-aristocratic and anti-bourgeois, even when the managerial elite is drawn from aristocratic or bourgeois and middle-class social backgrounds. A managerial elite acquires power by virtue of its technical skill in controlling mass organizations. It therefore must repudiate and subvert traditional elites, which hold power and status by virtue of their ownership of property, control of compact organizations, reliance on localism and decentralization, personal and kinship bonds, and their adherence to traditional moral and social codes. The individualism that characterizes the bourgeois order and its ideologies also is a constraint on the development of the managerial regime. Totalitarian and revolutionary movements often express goals and values that have little to do with the realities of managerial organizations, but in their structure and ideologies they have in fact promoted the emergence of managerial elites and their consolidation of autocratic power. Regardless of the differences in the formal content of ideologies such as Soviet Marxism, German National Socialism, and American liberalism, there is a convergence among them on the underlying themes and the substantive social and political meaning of their doctrines, as well as in the fundamental structural similarities of the regimes that these ideologies help rationalize in their reliance on mass organizations and on managerial elites to operate and direct these organizations. Despite the convergence of the managerial regimes in the Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, and the United States, however, there also are obvious and significant differences among them, most especially between the American soft managerial regime and the hard regimes of the Nazis and Soviets. The principal differences consist in the reliance on force by the hard managerial regimes and the reliance on manipulation by soft managerialism as means of acquiring and retaining power, and in the divergent ideologies that prevail in the two kinds of regime. In both the Nazi and Soviet systems, the regime relied on physical coercion, sometimes to an extreme degree, and the use of force and ideals and values of group solidarity, sacrifice, denial, and postponement of gratification played a large role in their official doctrines. The soft managerial regime typically seeks to avoid or minimize the use of force and relies instead on the instruments and techniques of mass persuasion, deception, inducement by material and psychic gratification, and the instigation and manipulation of social change. Consequently, force, group solidarity, and ascetic themes play little role in the ideology of the soft managerial regime, and hedonism, immediate gratification, emancipation from group loyalties, and cosmopolitanism tend to be its dominant values. These differences between the hard and soft managerial regimes are in fact indicative of deeper differences that arise from the psychological types that prevail in the elites that rule them. In terms of Pareto's theory of residues, the elites of the hard managerial regime exhibit a prevalence of Class II residues, instinct for the persistence of aggregates, lions, while the elites of the soft managerial regime exhibit a prevalence of Class I residues, instinct for combinations, foxes. Managerial elites, then, are not limited to Class I residues and the manipulative behavior and policies, avoidance of force and sacrifice, and ideologies of hedonism, cosmopolitanism, and gratification that correlate with Class I residues. They also can exhibit a prevalence of Class II residues and the behavioral, mental, moral, and emotional correlates of this type. The reasons for the differentiation of managerial regimes into hard and soft types, with elites composed of essentially different psychological types, lie in the different economic and political backgrounds of the societies in which they developed. In the United States and Western Europe, the revolution of mass and scale was precipitated by the emergence of mass populations concentrated in large urban conglomerations, and by the participation of mass populations in the economy as consumers on a vastly increased scale, in the state as mass electorates, and in society and culture as mass audiences of the organizations of culture and communication. The managerial elites that emerged in the mass organizations that contained and disciplined the new level of mass participation depended on manipulative modes of power rather than on coercion, which is of limited use in directing and disciplining the intense activism that characterized the mass population in the West. Hence, emerging managerial elites in the United States and Western Europe tended to select for class I residues which display skills in manipulation, whether economic, political, or communicational. The hedonistic, cosmopolitan, and meliorist and utopian formulas of the ideology of the soft managerial regime not only reflect the psychic and behavioral composition of the elite of the regime but also correspond to and rationalize the manipulative disciplines of mass consumption, social and political homogenization, and ameliorative social engineering. In both Germany and Russia, however, the revolution of mass and scale did not originate from or in response to mass participation. The development of mass organizations in state and economy, the application of science and technology to their operation, and the emergence of specially trained managerial groups within them took place under the supervision and control of the traditional elites of Russia and Germany. The principal goal of the traditional elites in developing mass organizations was the enhancement of the military capacities of the state. In Imperial Germany, what Thorstein Veblen called the dynastic state retained power and used industrial and scientific achievements for this purpose. With a view to the fighting capacity of the state, and indeed with no other view, wrote Veblen, the economic system of the country has been controlled wherever control was conceived to be expedient for this purpose. Among the gains that have come to the imperial state, and by no means least among these gains if one is to judge by the solicitous attention given it, is the use of the modern technology for warlike equipment and strategy. Since the modern technology fell into the hands of the Germans, they have taken the lead in the application of this technological knowledge to what may be called the industrial arts of war, with at least no less zeal and no less effect than in its utilization in the arts of peace. Ralph Dahrendorf concurs with this aspect of Veblen's interpretation of the Imperial German state. Imperial Germany absorbed industrialization quickly and thoroughly. But she assimilated this process to the social and political structures by which she was traditionally determined. There was no place in these structures for a sizable, politically self-confident bourgeoisie. For that reason, large economic units played an important part from the outset. The state held a prominent place in the traditional structures. For that reason it took part, as promoter and owner, in the process of economic development. The state, accepting its German personification for the moment, which thus managed to use the new power of industry to strengthen the old power of tradition, was itself characterized by an authoritarian blend of severity and benevolence. For that reason, welfare measures of social policy accompanied industrialization. Veblen's concept of the dynastic state, encouraging economic and industrial development under closely linked mass organizations in the state and economy controlled by traditional elites for military purposes, applies also to Tsarist Russia, which in the late 19th century undertook the development of railroads and related coal mining and pig iron manufacturing for military and strategic ends. The aim of the Russian government, in economic development, wrote Hugh Seaton Watson, was to increase the military might and prestige of the Russian state. The militarist course that the revolution of mass and scale took in Russia and Germany thus tended to draw into the managerial groups that operated the new mass organizations a preponderance of Class II residues, oriented to the use of force and to ideologies correlated with force and group solidarism. In the comparative absence of mass consumption and mass political and cultural participation, there was little reason for the dynastic regimes of these elites to select Class I residues and their skills in the manipulative control of mass activities or to adopt or disseminate the hedonistic, cosmopolitan, and meliorist and utopian ideologies that are useful for the rationalization and encouragement of mass consumption, homogenization, and political participation. The dynastic state had no reason to promote a homogenization of the mass population as consumers, political participants, or audience of mass communications, and hence no need for the ideological disciplines and formulas of soft managerialism. Nor did the elites of the dynastic states have an interest in challenging or discrediting the ideological basis of their own regimes by the assertion of the cosmopolitan, hedonistic, and meliorist and utopian formulas that contributed to the progressivist challenges to bourgeois ideology in the emerging soft regimes. The principal ideological need of the dynastic elites was the formulation and inculcation of doctrines that corresponded to the hardness of their character, their need to enhance the coercive functions of military power and the cohesion and solidarity of the mass population. Thus, Veblen argued that the chief ingredient of what he called the sentimental content of the concept of the dynastic state is doubtless the ancient sense of group solidarity. Carrying over a traditional bias of romantic loyalty, infused anew with a militant patriotism by several successful wars, and irritably conscious of national power in their newfound economic efficiency, the feudalistic spirit of the population has yet suffered little if any abatement from their brief experience as a modern industrial community. And borne up by its ancient tradition of prowess and dynastic aggression, the Prussian imperial state has faithfully fostered this militant spirit and cultivated in the people the animus of a solidarity of prowess. Tsarist Russia in the late 19th century also sought to inculcate an ascetic, solidarist, and anti-cosmopolitan ideology that included autocratic paternalism, nationalism, orthodoxy in religion, anti-Semitism, and loyalty to and solidarity with the Tsar and Mother Russia. The goals of the elites of the dynastic states thus directed the course of the revolution of mass and scale in such a way as to select for Class II residues in the emerging managerial groups within the mass organizations of state, economy, and culture. Yet, having created the apparatus of mass organizations and having called into being managerial groups to operate them, the dynastic elites were unwilling to carry forward the logic of the revolution of mass and scale. They sought to use the apparatus to enhance their own power, wealth, and military ends, but they were not willing to allow the new managerial groups to direct the regime and replace the traditional elites or to redesign their societies in accordance with managerial needs, interests, or ideologies. As Veblen remarked, the imperial state may be said to be unable to get along without the machine industry, and also, in the long run, unable to get along with it. As a result, the dynastic state and its elite were not sufficiently developed along mass organizational and managerial lines to endure the strains that prolonged mass warfare in World War I placed on them, and they collapsed under these strains. The immediate cause of the collapse was not only the inability of the dynastic war machine to obtain military victory but also the failure of the dynastic state to prevent economic catastrophe and the alienation of the mass population. The deficient administration of the food supply in truth reflected the shortcomings of the German state itself in the supreme test of total war, the incomplete unity of the Bismarckian Reich and the unreadiness to work closely together like the British in carrying out a program of food production and control. Similarly, Russia in 1914 was primarily agrarian, and its agricultural technology was in a primitive stage, and its half-modernized state and economy were unable to prevent economic, political, and military collapse. A second result of the retention of power by the dynastic elites and their attempt to subordinate and exploit new managerial sub-elites was the frustration and alienation of the latter. Denied the status and power of the dynastic elites and often the opportunity to perform their professional functions, but possessing far more technical qualifications for power and status than the dynastic elites possessed, the managerial groups in Russia and Germany were attracted to radical ideologies and political movements that expressed their resentments and aspirations. The Russian intelligentsia of the late 19th century, wrote Bertram D. Wolfe, were lawyers without practice, teachers without schools, graduate clerics without benefices and often without religion, chemists without laboratories, technicians, engineers, statisticians for whom industry had as yet no need, journalists without a public, educators without schools, politicians without parties, sociologists and statesmen rejected by the state and ignored by the people. They anticipated and oversupplied in advance the requirements of a world that was slow in coming into being, and sought to serve a folk that had no use for their services. In short, they were managers without an opportunity to manage the still underdeveloped managerial state, economy, and society that the dynastic elite had created, and they became a magnet for all kinds of revolutionary, utopian, and terrorist ideologies. Similarly, though managerial groups in Imperial Germany acquired considerably more power and status than in Tsarist Russia, they too displayed an affinity for what Fritz Stern has called the Germanic ideology, which inspired nationalist fantasies and utopias among the educated, civilized classes of Germany. In the chaotic and dislocated Weimar Republic, this affinity and their professional and social frustrations contributed to their attraction to National Socialism, which closely resembled the Germanic ideology. For both, bourgeois liberalism was the chief enemy, an alien and corrosive force that was destroying the German Reich. Both demanded the unity and aggrandizement of a folkish Reich, and both insisted that only a Führer could establish and rule such a Reich. Both were embittered critics of the bourgeois way of life, of the spirit of capitalism. Germanic critics as well as the National Socialists believed in the racial determination of character and history. The collapse of the dynastic state and its mainly prescriptive elite in both Russia and Germany in the aftermath of World War I thus afforded an opportunity for the sudden seizure of power by the managerial sub-elites in which Class II residues prevailed. What Harold Larswell and Daniel Lerner called the middle-income skill groups from which the managerial sub-elites were drawn became focuses of ideological resentments and frustrated aspirations. The individuals from these classes who now came to the fore via the ideological movements brought with them the frustrations and resentments accumulated over a century of denial. Having failed to gain office by the pacific processes of representative democracy, they had committed themselves to the seizure of power via totalitarian ideology instrumented by political violence. It is important to register the historical fact that the new men with new ideas who revolutionized post-war Europe were not of the impoverished and brutalized proletariat but of the frustrated and vengeful middle groups that had experienced some upward social mobility, gained some economic rewards, and wanted political power. Historian Jeffrey Herf argues that what he calls reactionary modernism in Weimar Germany was closely related to the ideology of the conservative revolution and the Germanic ideology, and sought to synthesize acceptance of modern technology with a rejection of modernity, the political values of the French Revolution and the economic and social realities created by the Industrial Revolution. Reactionary modernism was particularly well received by German engineers who suffered from unemployment in the 1930s and from lack of state armament programs that could employ and reward their professional skills and values. By 1932, only 20% of the graduates of the technical universities found employment as engineers. National Socialism promised them the possibility of combining self-interest and service to the Volksgemeinschaft. The cultural politicians among the engineers came to believe that National Socialism would silence the critics of technology from the so-called cultivated world and would also wrest technical development from control by commercial interests. Nazism's appeal for the engineers was not an anti-modernist attack on technology but a promise to unleash modern technology from the constraints the Social Democrats had placed on it. Once in power, the new managerial elites in the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, unrestrained by the defunct prescriptive order of the dynastic state that they held in contempt, proceeded to construct regimes in accordance with their interests and that reflected their dominant psychological types in their reliance on force and the ideologies of asceticism and group solidarity. The ideologies of the hard managerial regimes reflect the prevalence of Class II residues in their elites as well as the different interests that arise from the different structural development of the hard and soft regimes. National Socialism and Marxism-Leninism both retain the scientism and utopianism that characterize all managerial ideologies. One of the principal justifications for the power of any managerial elite is the claim that its skill in the application of science to human and social problems can perfect or significantly ameliorate the human condition. Scientism and utopianism are thus closely connected, and the hard managerial regimes as well as the soft make use of both ideas. Marxism presents itself as a science and regards its claims and achievements as the result of the application of science to human relationships. It is through scientific understanding of the laws of history and social evolution that the Marxist utopia of a classless society is pursued. Similarly, National Socialism also relied on science in its idealization of technology and in its reliance on eugenics and biological determinism to develop its own utopia of a powerful, racially pure thousand-year Reich, led by Übermenschen and free of the racial degeneration and conflicts that have retarded human progress in the past. The utopian myths of the hard regimes are typically Spartan and resemble what Barrington Moore, Jr. called Cottonism, a rhetoric and ideology characterized by advocacy of the sterner virtues, militarism, contempt for decadent foreigners, and anti-intellectualism. Obedience, hierarchy, often with overtures of race or at least biological metaphors about society, become the watchword. But the hierarchy is not supposed to take on the character of modern impersonal bureaucracy. Indeed, there is much talk of comradeship, human warmth. Amelioration occurs through the imposition of social unity, coercive discipline, and the deferral of gratification, in contrast to the eudaimonian utopianism and meliorism of the soft regimes, in which amelioration consists in the acquisition of mass affluence, material accumulation and gratification, leisure, and dispersion of an emancipation from traditional social and moral constraints and identities. The utopian formulas of soft and hard managerial regimes thus reflect the hedonistic and cosmopolitan ethics of the one and the asceticism and solidarism of the other. Moreover, in both the soft and hard regimes, utopian and meliorist formulas serve as ideological challenges to the legitimacy and conservatism of traditional elites and as disciplines for the control of mass followings. Yet National Socialism and Marxism-Leninism reject the hedonism and cosmopolitanism that characterize the ideologies of the soft managerial regimes. While this rejection is consistent with the predominance of Class II residues in the hard managerial elites, it also corresponds to the structural interests that distinguish these elites from those of the soft managerial regimes. In the latter, hedonistic and cosmopolitan ideologies and values rationalize and correspond to the imperatives of mass consumption, which requires the stimulation of aggregate demand and the homogenization of the mass market, and to the need to homogenize, manipulate, and discipline a mass population participating in political processes and as an audience of mass communications. Cosmopolitan and hedonistic ideologies also serve to discredit and delegitimize bourgeois moral and ideological codes and institutions as repressive, hypocritical, parochial, and obsolete, and thereby challenge the legitimizing formulas of the bourgeois elite. In the hard managerial regimes, however, mass consumption and a homogenized market are far less important to the economy, which, as in the dynastic regime, revolves around the state. Although the Nazis succeeded in ending the German economic crisis and restoring national prosperity, their ideology and policies rejected mass consumption and the hedonism and self-indulgence that accompany and rationalize it. The German people were willing to make the sacrifices which the leader demanded of them: the loss of personal freedom, a Spartan diet, guns before butter, and hard work. By the autumn of 1936, the problem of unemployment had been largely licked. Almost everyone had a job again, and one heard workers who had been deprived of their trade union rights joking, over their full dinner pails, that at least under Hitler there was no more freedom to starve. Gemeinnütz vor Eigennutz. The common interest before self was a popular Nazi slogan in those days. Here was no doubt that the masses had been taken in by the new National Socialism, which ostensibly put the welfare of the community above one's personal gain. The Soviets also avoided the development of mass consumption and its attendant ideologies as signs of bourgeois decadence and luxuriousness, and emphasized the production of capital goods instead of consumer goods. Writing of both the Nazi and Soviet economic systems, Friedrich and Brzezinski state, if the plans call for industrialization, controls must be set up and maintained for forcing a substantial part of the social product into capital goods, even when the standard of living and level of consumption of the people is quite low. The failure to satisfy consumer needs and demands cannot, strictly speaking, be held against these systems, since they did not operate with the purpose of satisfying the consumer. Advocacy of increased consumer industry by G.M. Malenkov in 1954 and 1955 was the proximate cause of, or at least the principal rationalization for, his fall from power in his rivalry with Nikita Khrushchev, and his emphasis on consumer goods was denounced as utterly alien to Marxist-Leninist political economy and to the general line of the Communist Party. In the soft managerial regimes, cosmopolitan ideologies serve the managerial state, economy, and organizations of culture and communication through their challenge to bourgeois values and institutions and their psychic homogenization of the mass population as a political base, a mass market of consumers, and a mass audience. In the hard managerial regimes, however, although there is a need to homogenize the masses and to discredit bourgeois and prescriptive ideologies and institutions, the dispersion of solidarism and group loyalties that result from the inculcation of cosmopolitan ideas and values cannot answer this need. The hard regimes need to prepare the mass population for the use of force, the endurance of conflict and sacrifice, and loyalty to and solidarity with the regime. In place of cosmopolitan ideologies, therefore, they generate those of group solidarity, though the group is characteristically a mass or collective identity, race, nation, party, working class, that challenges and seeks to homogenize particular identities, example, provincialism, traditional class and social loyalties, religious sectarianism, etc. The National Socialist appeal to a mass identity and collective solidarity was explicit in its ideal and slogans of folk community, and found considerable support in the economically depressed, politically unstable, and socially disrupted Weimar Republic. Out of the social disorientation of the Depression arose a craving for a return to the womb of community. This collective infantile regression would obliterate all conflicts between employers and employees, town and countryside, producers and consumers, industry and craft, requiring continuous and infinitely complex regulation. The Nazis exploited this craving for folk community and evolved their own synthesis of quasi-socialist promise and quasi-capitalist fulfillment. Although Marxism-Leninism tends toward ideals that approximate cosmopolitanism in its antipathy for nationalism, racialism, class prejudice, organized religion, provincialism, and sexual roles, Soviet Marxism in power increasingly muted the expression of these ideals from the 1930s and increasingly emphasized nationalist and even racialist themes as well as mass identity and solidarity with party and working class or proletariat. The former themes in particular correspond to persistent values in Russian society and facilitate the mass integration of the Soviet regime under the hard managerial disciplines. While the ideological differences between soft and hard managerialism indicate significant differences in the functioning of the respective regimes and in the psychic and behavioral patterns that characterize soft and hard managerial elites, they do not point to any significant structural differentiation between the two kinds of managerialism. Both the hard and soft regimes are apparatuses of power in which mass organizations in state, economy, and culture predominate and replace the simpler and smaller organizations of the bourgeois and prescriptive orders. In both kinds of regime, specially trained managerial elites displace bourgeois and prescriptive elites and operate and direct the fused state and economy in accordance with their own interests and aspirations. The latter, in both the hard and soft regimes, include the discrediting and overthrow of traditional society, its elites and its ideologies and institutions, as well as the fusion of the state and economy, the rejection of individualist and particularist codes and the assertion of collective values and institutions, the dematerialization of property, the centralization of political functions in a managerial bureaucracy, the alliance of the new managerial elite with the mass population through managerial Caesarism, the conversion of the state to a teleocratic and utopian order, and the ideological integration of the regime through the inculcation of managerial ideologies in the mass population. The ideologies of both the hard and soft regimes share the elemental formulas of scientism and utopianism and serve to rationalize the power and preeminence of the managerial elite, the predominance of its regime, and the managerial control of the processes of socialization. The interests, aspirations, and ideologies of both the hard and soft managerial elites arise from their principal interest, the continuing enhancement of the opportunities for and the power and rewards of applying managerial skills to government, economy, thought and communications, and human society in general. While the soft elites enhance their power and rewards through the application of managerial skills to the continuing manipulation of social, economic, and political problems, the hard elites do so through the application of managerial skills to coercion and conflict in war against external enemies and the extirpation of internal resistance, in the perfection of the mass population of the martial virtues through affirmation of what Mussolini called holiness and heroism, and in the indefinite continuation of conflict and the use of force. Moreover, the political movements that act as the vanguards of the managerial revolution in both the hard and soft regimes tend to attract a considerable following from the lower strata of the bourgeoisie. The progressive movement in the United States gained the support of small businessmen and farmers who sought to reform the corruptions of the bourgeois order. National Socialism in Germany also attracted the political allegiance of the petty bourgeoisie, which sought the stabilization of its own status and the reform and restoration of the German nation and Reich. Whether by design or force of circumstance, however, the political orders that came into being with the support of this popular and essentially bourgeois base quickly evolved regimes that developed managerial structures with interests and dynamics in conflict with those of the bourgeoisie and radically different from what the supportive petty bourgeois elements had envisioned or desired. The differences between the two kinds of managerial regime consist primarily in how power is acquired, preserved, and utilized, in their dynamics as ruling elites, and not in the real goals of power. These differences are due largely to the historical circumstances in which hard and soft managerialism respectively evolved. These circumstances tended to select into the emerging elites those psychic and behavioral patterns that could meet the functional imperatives that each kind of regime exhibited. Despite these differentiations, the fundamental structural parallels between the hard and soft regimes raise the question of whether either kind can metamorphose into the other. With regard to the National Socialist system, the question is unanswerable, since the regime was destroyed in war and replaced by a soft regime in the Federal Republic of Germany and by a hard regime in the German Democratic Republic. In the Soviet Union, however, there are indications that the hard regimes constructed by Lenin and his successors may be transformed into soft regimes. The metamorphosis of managerial regimes. While the historical reasons for the differentiation into hard and soft regimes in the early 20th century appear to be peculiar to the situations in which these regimes evolved, the existence of two different kinds of managerial regimes with distinctive patterns of behavior, mentality, and ideology is of considerable importance. It shows that managerial elites are not confined to a single psychological type or style of dominance, and it suggests the possibility that either kind of regime may be transformed into the other, not only that the hard regimes of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe could be transformed into soft regimes, but also that the soft elite that has historically prevailed in the United States and the West could metamorphose into hard elites. The analysis of the differences between the two kinds of managerial regimes in terms of the psychological composition of their elites suggests that the metamorphosis of a hard or soft managerial regime would involve the replacement of its incumbent elite and the pattern of psychic and behavioral traits that prevail within it by a new elite characterized by a different psychological composition. The precipitant of such a replacement of elites and residues is generally a protracted social, economic, or political crisis to which the component social forces and psychic residues of the incumbent elite are unable to respond adequately. The availability of an alternative elite in which alternative social forces and residues prevail that are able to respond adequately to the societal challenge is also necessary for a replacement of elites and a metamorphosis of the regime. In the Soviet Union, such a crisis was provoked by the incipient collapse of the Soviet economy in the 1980s, its inability to produce or distribute adequate food and basic economic necessities to the mass population, and the prospect of the national and global decline of the Soviet Union as a world power because of its failure to keep pace with Western economic and technological developments in the future. Mikhail Gorbachev's reforms in the Soviet state and Communist Party and attendant changes in Eastern Europe in 1989 and 1990 were the responses to this crisis by the hard regime, and they raised the possibility that a soft regime, relying on the manipulation of mass consumption and political and cultural participation, was being constructed. The successful metamorphosis of the Soviet hard regime may require a far more substantial economic base for the development of mass consumption and mass culture than Soviet socialism appeared able to generate, however, as well as considerably more managerial and technical skills applied to manipulative techniques of dominance than the Soviet hard elite can easily acquire. The lack of such skills and the absence of a sufficient economic base within the present Soviet system suggest that there exists no alternative elite available for the replacement of the incumbent elite. Moreover, Gorbachev's reforms met with considerable resistance, not only from the hard elite of the Soviet party and state but also from nationalist and traditionalist forces that either feared continued Russian and communist domination or which sought political and cultural expression of their own aspirations. Some of these forces appeared to resemble the frustrated hard managerial sub-elites of Weimar Germany and late Tsarist Russia. Thus Walter Laqueur cites Soviet writer Mikhail Leontiev as describing the Russian New Right as fascist. "The danger of a fascist coup is growing daily in our country," wrote Leontiev in the Riga Weekly at Moda. Inasmuch as the fascist consensus is not limited to exalted youngsters with swastikas on their leather jackets, but includes representative elements of the creative and technical intelligentsia and strengthens its influence in the political establishment, the party apparatus, the army, and the security organs. The practical effect of Gorbachev's retreat from hard managerial techniques of mass discipline by force may simply be the replacement of a delegitimized Marxist-Leninist ideology by a new hard managerial formula centered around explicit nationalist, traditionalist, and anti-Western, and anti-Semitic themes. In that event, the Soviet elite might circulate substantially from Communist Party incumbents to new, non-communist, but no less hard managerial elements. In the absence of massive Soviet economic development, however, it is difficult to see how a significant displacement of the Soviet hard elite or an enduring metamorphosis from a hard to a soft regime can take place. If an economic renaissance is necessary for the metamorphosis of the hard regime into a soft regime, the transformation of soft into hard managerialism may require a severe economic dislocation that impairs the capacity of the soft regime to provide the mass consumption and gratification by which the mass population is manipulated. As with the hard managerial regime, however, the soft regime can be transformed only by the displacement of its incumbent elite and its component Class I residues by a new elite in which Class II residues prevail, and the precipitants of the transformation must involve a crisis of or protracted challenge to the regime to which the component social forces and psychic residues of the incumbent elite are unable to respond adequately. In Pareto's model of elite circulation, lions replace foxes by taking advantage of their characteristic vulnerabilities. According to this model, Class II residues, as they are excluded from an elite in which Class I residues prevail, tend to accumulate in the sub-elites and mass population and eventually and increasingly challenge the manipulative modes of power of the soft elite by their use of force and their formulation of ideologies that appeal to force and its correlates of asceticism and group solidarity. This polarization of residues, with those of one class concentrated in the elite and those of the other class accumulating in the subordinate population, is itself a destabilizing force in any social order and generates social and political conflict between the elite and non-elite. If the soft regime encounters challenges to which its dominant Class I residues and the manipulative techniques of dominance associated with them cannot respond adequately, then the accumulated Class II residues of the subordinate strata of the population may emerge into the elite in response to such challenges by mobilizing social forces that can resolve the societal crisis but are unavailable to the soft elite. In the soft managerial regime that prevails in the United States today, there are indeed indications that both a polarization of residues between elite and subordinate strata and an incipient circulation of the residues of the managerial elite is occurring. This process indicates the existence of a protracted crisis of the soft managerial regime that the incumbent elite is unable to resolve, and the crisis manifests itself in a protracted struggle for power on a political and social level. Chapter 5. The Managerial Revolution. The Rise and Fall of the Bourgeois Order. The managerial revolution, the displacement of the bourgeois and entrepreneurial elite as the nationally dominant minority in American political, economic, and cultural life by new groups trained in highly specialized technical and administrative skills, was a protracted process that occupied most of the first half of the 20th century. Although the characteristics of the transformation became increasingly clear during and after its completion, at every point the distinctive features of the new elite and the regime it was constructing were obscured by the persistence of bourgeois habits of thought and behavior, by the necessity of the emerging elite to compromise with the opposition of bourgeois social and political forces, and by the mixture of managerial and bourgeois elements in the period of transition. Nevertheless, by the end of World War II, the character of the new elite had become manifest. It had established its dominance within the mass state, the mass corporations and unions, and the mass organizations of culture and communications, and it had extended the scale and power of these organizations throughout much of American society. Moreover, by 1945, the different sectors of the elite had come to share a common ideological framework that unified them as a cohesive formation and effectively communicated and rationalized their interests as an elite. The managerial revolution would not have been possible without the revolution of mass and scale that began in the period before the new elite emerged and continued throughout the period of its emergence. The rapid enlargement of population, the scale of economic transactions, and the quantity and intensity of human interactions created strains that the more compact scale and individualistic or particularistic structures of the bourgeois order could not accommodate, and the same scientific, technological, economic, and organizational forces that created this enlargement also created the managerial skills that appeared to be able to control these new dimensions of human activity. The professional application of these skills and the promotion of the groups that possessed them at first occurred with the consent and support of the bourgeois elite, and indeed professional managers usually originated within the bourgeois strata of society. At a certain point in the process of adaptation, however, managerial groups began to acquire interests different from those of the bourgeois elite and came to depend upon the new colossalism of social organizations for their economic rewards, social functions, status, and power, and they began also to become aware that persistent bourgeois institutions and values constrained their interests. At that point, managerial elements began to differentiate themselves and their worldview from those of the bourgeoisie, to accelerate the processes of organizational enlargement and complexity for their own ends, and to pursue the political, economic, and cultural implications of colossalism. The result was a struggle for social power between the emergent managerial elite, centered in the mass organizations of the state, economy, and culture, on the one hand, and the old bourgeois elite, based on local and legislative political structures, entrepreneurial firms, and small-scale cultural institutions, on the other, and the eventual victory of the former group as a new, nationally dominant minority that sought to articulate and impose a new regime and a new social and cultural order. Historian John Lukács dates the period that he calls the bourgeois interlude in American history from 1895 to 1955. While Lukács's measurement defines the era of the cultural hegemony of the bourgeois elite, the duration of its political and economic dominance, from which its cultural power derived, was somewhat different. The bourgeois elite acquired national dominance in the American Civil War and retained it until the political, economic, and social consequences of the revolution of mass and scale pushed it aside in the early 20th century. A convenient date for the end of the bourgeois era in the United States is that of the initiation of the New Deal in 1933, although the erosion of bourgeois power in the economy, in social arrangements, and in culture was evident long before its political overthrow. The cultural dominance of the bourgeois elite followed its political and economic dominance by a generation, and the final stages of the dispersion of its cultural dominance were delayed for another generation after the transition of political and economic power to the new managerial elite. Although bourgeois interests and ideas were influential in the American Revolution of the 18th century and paralleled the democratic and industrial revolutions that brought bourgeois groups to power in Western Europe at the same time, they were restrained in the United States by the persistence of a prescriptive regime and the power of aristocratic elites throughout the early 19th century, principally in the American South. The Civil War, though not originally supported by Northern businessmen, removed these restraints and enabled the bourgeois leadership of Northern business to acquire virtually unchecked political and economic power on a national scale. If Northern businessmen opposed war with the South before such a war had opened, once it was underway they knew precisely how to make the most of it, and by 1863 a war boom was in progress. The South had broken up the Union when Northern votes had conquered the planter aristocracy and captured control of the federal government. During the war the spoils of that conquest were bestowed lavishly upon many manufacturers in the form of lucrative contracts, cheap labor, high tariffs. At the end of the war the South was exhausted, prostrate, her economy shattered, many of her people homeless and impoverished. In the North there was a stronger concentration of capital and a sharper incentive to industrial enterprise than had ever been found there before. The American Civil War, wrote economic historian Louis M. Hacker, turned out to be a revolution indeed. But its striking achievement was the triumph of industrial capitalism. The higher circles of the new elite, the grand bourgeoisie that emerged from the Civil War, was centered mainly in northern metropolitan centers and rested its power on its members' ownership and control of large and growing industrial and commercial enterprises. On a smaller scale of wealth and power, however, smaller businessmen and local magnates, constituting a high and a petty bourgeoisie, dominated communities, towns, cities, and states throughout the nation by their economic resources, their social and cultural influence, and their alliances with local political apparatuses. Despite the dynamism of its economic achievements, the bourgeois elite and the social order that it created and ruled exhibited and indeed was rooted in a worldview that both motivated and restrained its dynamism. The antisocial, atomistic, and ruthless individualism of the bourgeois era that later muckrakers and social critics attacked was one side of bourgeois behavior, and its rationalization in the business ideologies of the time was one dimension of its worldview. This form of individualism, which characterized some aspects of bourgeois ideology, was most influential in the period of consolidation of bourgeois power, when it served as a rationalization of crystallized bourgeois interests and as a means of denying legitimacy to anti-bourgeois ideas and values. In less extreme forms, however, bourgeois individualism was socially and morally rooted and derived from the inner-worldly asceticism that Max Weber attributed to the Protestant capitalists of the early modern era. The type of individual who exhibits this trait, writes Peter Berger, is concerned with the affairs of this world, is pragmatic and geared to action, as against the more contemplative or sensitive values. But he is also self-denying, prepared for delayed gratification, as against someone who immediately spends all that he makes. As Weber correctly pointed out, it is this asceticism, rather than acquisitiveness, that distinguishes the modern entrepreneur from other types of economic actors. The ascetic dimension of bourgeois individualism, largely identical to David Riesman's inner direction and to Lukács's interiority, generated a personal and social ethic of work and productivity that contributed to the economic dynamism of the bourgeois era, but it was also manifested in the social institutions that characterized the bourgeois order and through which the bourgeois elite held power. As Weber remarked, the acceptance of this ethic facilitated and legitimized the accumulation of wealth but did not condone hedonistic indulgences and displays of wealth. In fact, wrote Weber, the summum bonum of this ethic, the earning of more and more money, combined with the strict avoidance of all spontaneous enjoyment of life, is above all completely devoid of any eudaimonistic, not to say hedonistic, admixture, and the ascetic qualities of bourgeois individualism were compatible with and led logically to certain social and political institutions that tended to stabilize and discipline the bourgeois order. Because these institutions were based on an ascetic and sociable individuality, their scale was necessarily restricted to what individuals or small groups could govern, and they could not survive in identity or integrity once they became too large for individual, personal, or family control, or when they became detached from the ethic of ascetic individualism. Control of the entrepreneurial firm, owned and operated by an individual or partnership of individuals, transmitted to other individuals of the same family through inheritance, and administered according to the productive and pragmatic values of the bourgeois ethic, yielded both personal wealth that could be translated into economic, social, and political power, as well as power within the firm and over the external social environment that it dominated. The entrepreneurs who created the first large industrial firms by building their own marketing or purchasing organizations, writes Alfred D. Chandler, Jr., continued to own and control their companies. They made the final decisions about the basic policies of operations and strategies of growth and allocated the resources necessary to carry out these plans. The personal wealth derived from ownership was fundamental to bourgeois political power. The entrepreneurial enterprise had, in turn, the ability to deploy financial resources for political ends that reflected its advantage. The entrepreneur united in his own person the right to receive and dispose of the revenues of the enterprise. So revenues were at his command for purchase of votes, legislators, or legislative action. It was assumed that congressmen and senators would be the spokesmen, paid or otherwise, of the individual firms of their states or districts. Control of the small town or community, integrated through adherence to bourgeois values and in which a locally based bourgeois elite could predominate through personal and social status and connections, yielded local political power as well as a base for congressional influence at the national level. As Daniel Bell noted, in discussing the family-based capitalism of the bourgeois era, the family system had a social counterpart as well, the domination, by the leading family, of the towns in which the family enterprise resided, and, since most industrial enterprises, at least in the late 19th and early 20th century, were located in river valley areas, the stratification had a topographical correlate as well. The workers lived in the valley because the factory was located there, and the family owners lived on the hill because it had the commanding view. Small churches, schools, and newspapers, the clergy, faculty, and staff of which were themselves reflective of bourgeois values or dependent on local bourgeois elites, reinforced and generalized the bourgeois ethic as institutions of culture and communication. The bourgeois family itself reflected the ascetic character of bourgeois individualism through its rigorous sexual mores, its strictly defined sexual roles, its small nuclear structure and scale, and its external symbolization in the privately owned home. And the family served the bourgeois elite not only as a reinforcement of its ethic and worldview but also as an instrument of social power through the preservation, accumulation, and transmission of wealth and status. The kinship and class bonds, based on the nuclear family and the hard property and social status of the family, encouraged the development of a racial consciousness among bourgeois elements by prohibiting exogamous and interracial breeding and intimacy on the part of the elite and its adherents. Although the bourgeoisie had generally supported the emancipation of Negroes in the Civil War, the massive infusion of immigrants into the northern United States in the late 19th and early 20th century, encouraged by bourgeois economic interests, threatened to overwhelm the bourgeois ethic and its institutional base with cultural fragments alien to and incompatible with it and to inundate the connubium or breeding pool of the elite and thereby jeopardize the transmission of its ethic and institutions. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, nativist, white supremacist, and anti-Semitic ideologies became popular among the bourgeois elite, which excluded Jews from its clubs and schools, sympathized with the racialist theories of Madison Grant and Lothrop Stoddard, and eventually restricted immigration. Despite its economic dynamism and what John E. Sawyer called the institutionalization of innovation, risk-taking, change and growth, then, the ascetic and socially rooted character of bourgeois individuality generated a highly structured, often hierarchical, particularistic, racially exclusive, disciplined, localized, and personalized institutional fabric, and the material interests of the bourgeois elite, the social power of which rested in this fabric, as well as its personality type. Ideology and ethic worked to preserve the fabric against erosion and challenge. Although economic and social changes created by bourgeois capitalism produced the revolution of mass and scale, under the impact of which the individualistic and limited scale of bourgeois institutions began to collapse. Neither the bourgeois order nor the regime by which its elite held power could adapt to or assimilate these changes without the eventual destruction of their distinctive character. Basing its power on relatively small, local, and personal structures that could be directed and controlled on an individual or family basis, and which the ascetic individualism of the bourgeois ethic could discipline and integrate, the bourgeois elite did not depend on the formal apparatus of government. It typically regarded the state with apprehension, as an instrument once used by dynastic and prescriptive elites to frustrate bourgeois aspirations and as a potential instrument of lower-class anti-bourgeois interests. Its principal political concern was to limit the size, functions, expenses, and power of the state, and its political ideologies of classical liberalism, strict constitutionalism, and the social Darwinism of Herbert Spencer and William Graham Sumner, among others, were formulas for the rationalization of a minimal, neutralist, and nomocratic government that reflected bourgeois interests. Bourgeois practice, however, was by no means entirely consistent with the laissez-faire and minimalist state advocated by such ideologies. Entrepreneurial businessmen often made use of government at local, state, and national levels to enforce policies and enact laws that protected and furthered their economic interests. In the American Civil War, wrote Hacker, the industrial capitalists, through their political spokesman, the Republicans, had succeeded in capturing the state and using it as an instrument to strengthen their economic position through legislation governing the financing of the war, the disposal of public lands, the development of railroads, and trade, banking, immigration, and labor policies, all of which served industrial interests. The businessman, writes Sidney Fine, saw no wrong in government activities that were conducive to his welfare. He did not ordinarily object to the use of state power to promote business welfare. He tended to become an opponent of the state only when it sought to regulate his economic endeavors or to cater to the needs of other economic groups. This discrepancy between bourgeois theory and practice was never resolved and represented a serious vulnerability of bourgeois ideological defenses that later progressivist critics such as Charles Beard, among others, would criticize. Bourgeois political power, resting on local, private, and social bases, was located at the national level in the Congress rather than the executive branch, although most presidential aspirants in the late 19th century generally reflected and represented bourgeois values and interests. By the 1880s, the U.S. Senate was known as the Millionaires' Club, and its members of outstanding wealth constituted a ruling clique that through the committee system of legislation controlled every bill that tried to run the gauntlet of the Senate. By allying with local political machines in the cities, the bourgeois elite could prevent the use of government by anti-bourgeois forces. The boss was the businessman in politics, the man who set the prices for special favors, sold the franchises, and guaranteed a controlled electorate. He was the man who made it possible to conduct government in the interest of the upper middle class in spite of a great lower class electorate. The localism of bourgeois political interests and their avoidance of issues that could unify and mobilize mass political movements under a national leader encouraged a fragmented political culture that was consistent with congressional government and its subordination to the interests and beliefs of the bourgeois elite. The safest generalization that can be made about political alignments, wrote historian John A. Garrity, aside from the obvious sectional division, is that party preferences were more influenced by family tradition, religion, and local issues of the moment than by the policies or pronouncements of statesmen and their organizations. Personalities were important. Rejecting ideologies that would justify enlargement of the formal and legal apparatus of the state or increase its dependence on it, and using local power bases and control of Congress to restrain the activism of the government, the bourgeois elite, and especially the grand bourgeoisie, in the 1880s began to elaborate a number of social institutions that consolidated its national dominance and in many respects emulated the prescriptive and aristocratic institutions it had originally challenged. New entrepreneurial wealth of the later 19th century was assimilated by the old stock patrician elites of the Northeast. E. Digby Baltzell has described the 1880s as a period when the grand bourgeois elite of old stock, Anglo-Saxon patricians and the new entrepreneurial capitalists combined to found resort towns, country clubs, metropolitan clubs, preparatory schools, genealogical societies, and the social register as oligarchic mechanisms by which the bourgeois elite formed a distinct identity and sought to perpetuate its social and cultural power on a national scale. The highest circles of the bourgeois elite became almost Jovian in their economic power, write Thomas C. Cochrane and William Miller. Mainly vigorous, self-made men still adding to their imperial domains, they were as yet unhampered by incompetent relatives who later were to be installed in important places simply because of family connections. By marrying their daughters to the impoverished nobility of Europe, however, they were giving a monarchic gloss to their democratic fortunes, and by intermarriage among themselves they were retaining the power of these fortunes within the family ranks. Between 1874, when Jennie Jerome married Lord Randolph Churchill, and 1909, more than 500 American women married titled Europeans, and an estimated $220 million followed them to Europe, assisting in the creation of what Baltzell called an international Victorian aristocracy. Bourgeois philanthropy that endowed the institutions of higher culture also contributed to bourgeois dominance of the cultural life of the era. During the bourgeois interlude, writes Lukács, they, the bourgeois elite, began to devote a fair portion of their interests, and a more than fair portion of their money, to the collection and the propagation of art. It was thus that the Metropolitan Opera, Carnegie Hall, the great American private collections, the great museums, and the great symphony orchestras came into being. Similarly, the new elite contributed money on an unprecedented scale to higher education, and such universities as Duke, Stanford, Johns Hopkins, Clark, Vanderbilt, Cornell, and Tulane were founded by endowments from its higher circles. In the 1890s and 1900s, the most prominent preparatory schools were founded by members of the bourgeois elite, and these schools were largely preoccupied, during the first 3 decades of this century, with assimilating the sons of America's newly rich Protestant tycoons. Despite such efforts to secure and consolidate their cultural dominance, the dynamic expansion of entrepreneurial capitalism created forces that the bourgeois order could not accommodate. By patronizing and contributing to education, the arts, and culture, the elite created the institutional locations of an emerging intelligentsia that eventually challenged the ideology, ethics, manners, and social fabric on which the elite based its dominance. By consolidating its social, economic, and political power, and by frustrating the interests of lesser entrepreneurial and bourgeois forces as well as those of the mass labor force, it made itself conspicuous through its arrogance and extravagance, provided a target for criticism, and contributed to the formation of the progressivist political base. By accelerating the revolution of mass and scale, it encouraged the enlargement of the scale and quantity of human interaction beyond the capacity of its individually based mechanisms to govern and beyond the capacity of its ethic and ideology to discipline, and it created the opportunity and the need for new modes of control more appropriate to the mass economy and society. In particular, the expansion of entrepreneurial firms into colossal, technologically and organizationally complex corporate entities dependent on mass production and distribution and large amounts of capital called into existence a new managerial stratum that differentiated its interests and ideology from those of the bourgeois elite. Similar enlargements of other bourgeois institutions and environments created breakdowns that encouraged blatant corruption and precipitated the emergence of managerial groups in the state and the organizations of culture and communication that were specially equipped to respond to the increasingly obvious crisis and incipient collapse of the bourgeois order. The displacement of the bourgeois elite from effective control of the firms it owned and the transition to managerial control was facilitated not only by the need of large and complex firms for professional specialists capable of operating them efficiently, but also by the increasing dependence of such organizations on massive capitalization by financial capitalists. The latter appointed their own representatives to attend to their investments within the firms they financed and thus promoted the separation of the original owners from control of the enterprise. By the early 20th century, many entrepreneurial industrialists had succumbed to the more stringent regulation of a few private bankers who had learned how to monopolize the most important avenues to capital. Men to whom financial expediency was always the first consideration, now began to control the strategy of long-range planning in production and service. This change gradually dulled the initiative of erstwhile American entrepreneurs and straightened their inventive and organizing genius. It left them, when they remained as managers of plants that were once their own, simply bureaucrats in huge organizations, unable, without consulting their financial superiors, to adopt new methods or to discard costly old ones in plant operation or management. Moreover, financial capitalists and their representatives often lacked the specialized knowledge and skills to operate the diverse firms they controlled, and, as Alfred D. Chandler, Jr., notes, as family and financier-controlled enterprises grew in size and age, they became managerial. Unless the owners or representatives of financial houses became full-time career managers within the enterprise itself, they did not have the information, the time, or the experience to play a dominant role in top-level decisions. In time, the part-time owners and financiers on the board normally looked on the enterprise in the same way as did ordinary stockholders. It became a source of income and not a business to be managed. Of necessity, they left current operations and future plans to the career administrators. In many industries and sectors of the American economy, managerial capitalism soon replaced family or financial capitalism. The era of financial capitalism was thus a transitional phase between the entrepreneurial economy of the bourgeois order and the emergence of managerial capitalism. The leading financial capitalists were themselves entrepreneurs who owned and operated their financial houses, and they occupied the summit of the grand bourgeois elite, but by enlarging their power at the expense of the entrepreneurial firms and encouraging operation and control by specially trained, professional managers, they helped to subvert the economic dominance of the bourgeois elite as well as its independence and to assist the emergence of the new managerial order. By the turn of the century, the displacement of the bourgeois or entrepreneurial owners by managerial elements was already well advanced and would accelerate throughout the 20th century. In 1900, writes Robert Heilbronner, half the top executives of the biggest corporations had followed paths to the top that could be described as entrepreneurial or capitalist, that is, half had built their own businesses or had risked their own capital as the means to business preeminence. By 1925, only a third of the top corporate executives had followed this path, and in 1960, less than 3% had done so. More and more, the route to success lay through professional skills, whether in law or engineering or science, or in the patient ascent of the corporate ladder. Significantly, there was a visible change as well as a marked change in the educational background of the top corporate officials. As recently as the 1920s, a majority of the topmost corporate leaders had not gone to college. Today, 1975, over 85% have college degrees and 40% hold graduate degrees. The first 2 decades of the century were decisive in the displacement of the bourgeois elite from the control of corporate business. At the beginning of this century, the American economic system still included elements of financial and family capitalism. Managerial capitalism was not yet fully dominant. But by 1917, representatives of an entrepreneurial family or a banking house almost never took part in middle management decisions on prices, output, deliveries, wages, and employment required in the coordinating of current flows. Even in top management decisions concerning the allocation of resources, their power remained essentially negative. They could say no, but unless they themselves were trained managers with long experience in the same industry and even the same company, they had neither the information nor the experience to propose positive alternative sources of action. Early managerial leaders of business, like the early and major exponents of managerial liberalism and the political leaders of the managerial state, were themselves usually bourgeois in social origin, if not from the higher circles of the bourgeois elite. In the half-century that followed their emergence in the mass corporations, however, managerial forces would acquire economic and political interests contrary to and incompatible with those of the bourgeois elite, as well as an ideology and ethic that regarded those of the bourgeois order as obsolescent, inefficient, repugnant, and dangerous constraints on the application of managerial skills to social arrangements. Despite its bourgeois origins, then, the emerging managerial elite would differentiate itself from the elite of the bourgeois order and evolve into a distinct and antagonistic force. The political structure of the managerial regime and its ideological rationalization in progressivist thought also were fostered by bourgeois and grand bourgeois elements that were becoming dependent on managerial capitalism. The new nationalism, articulated by Herbert Croly, expounded by Theodore Roosevelt in 1912, and adopted by major leaders of large financial and managerial corporations in the early 20th century, was an early version of managerial ideology. The fusion of state and economy, the central feature of the managerial political regime, was encouraged by organizations such as the National Civic Federation, the Committee for Economic Development, and the Business Council, supported by large corporations and their leading executives and managers who depended on the dematerialized property of the mass economy and the assistance of the central state. With the rise of the great corporation, write Leonard and Mark Silk, the concept of property had itself been drastically modified, with a widening diffusion of ownership and control both through stock ownership and through the political process and governmental rules and regulations. From around the turn of the century, a few leading business executives, such as Elbert Gary, chairman of the board of U.S. Steel, George W. Perkins, Secretary of State for the House of Morgan, the formidable J.P. Morgan himself, and Frank A. Vanderlip of the National City Bank of New York, began to stress the importance for business of working more closely with government and the political leadership, as well as with other organized groups in the community, rather than imperiling the corporation's position by standing in endless opposition to them. These corporate magnates and financial moguls of the Northeast felt that mustering greater political support would be vital if big business were to avoid being hamstrung or even destroyed by politicians representing smaller banks, businesses, farmers, and regional interests in other parts of the country. The Eastern tycoons and financiers sought to recast themselves as civic benefactors, as corporate builders with a conscience, as practical fellows who believed in social and economic reform and could make reform work. The theoretical basis of progressivist thought was also developed largely by bourgeois intellectuals William James, John Dewey, Charles Beard, Oliver Wendell Holmes, Lester F. Ward, Charles H. Cooley, and the Protestant clerical leaders of the social gospel movement who formulated an environmentalist relativism that assumed the malleability of human nature which was capable of responding to improved social conditions and had a great influence on social reform throughout the 20th century, especially in breaking down the Anglo-Saxon's convictions of his natural right to rule. Whatever the purposes and motivations of the bourgeois originators of the fusion of state and economy and the ideology that rationalized it and challenged the foundations of their own regime, the implications of their policies and ideas were formulated into an ideological vehicle that served the interests and aspirations of managerial forces in the economy, the state, and the culture. The bourgeois elite in the early 20th century was divided, in its response to mass society and its managerial reorganization, in what Baltzell calls a kind of schizophrenia of the Protestant bourgeois establishment. The division within the higher circles of the elite did not become apparent until Franklin Roosevelt's controversial policies of the New Deal era, which advanced managerial interests and ideas in clear opposition to traditional bourgeois beliefs, but the schism was evident much earlier in the bourgeois resistance to economic political integration. As historian James Weinstein explains, in the industrial and financial world a polarization occurred between the larger corporations, railroads, and the various banks that financed them, particularly the House of Morgan, on one side, and the small and middle-range manufacturers and merchants on the other. In general, the smaller businessmen were tied much more immediately to the market than were many of the large corporations. The smaller businessmen, organized in various merchants' associations and in the National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, formed an opposition from the right to the new liberalism that developed in cooperation between political leaders such as Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, and Woodrow Wilson, and financial and corporation leaders in the National Civic Federation, NCF, and other organizations. By the New Deal era, such resistance to the managerial regime had extended to many grand bourgeois, who saw the antagonism between their interests and traditional values and recent political trends, and they expressed their opposition to the managerial regime in the American Liberty League and in the eventual formation of a high bourgeois conservative political and ideological movement. By the end of the Second World War, the bourgeois elite had been effectively displaced from its position of national dominance and was reduced to the position of a sub-elite within the managerial regime, retaining control of fragments of social and political power that it could mobilize to retard and restrain the regime, but unable to seize control of the modes of social power. Yet the displacement of the bourgeois elite was not the only consequence of the revolution of mass and scale and the emergence of the managerial elite. The economic and social transformation effected by organizational colossalism and managerial control of mass organizations weakened not only bourgeois leadership but also the bourgeois order itself as the social universe of the American middle classes. More and more Americans in the 20s, Wright, Cochran, and Miller, became aware for the first time of their complete dependence upon national and even international conditions far beyond their control. They became aware of their dependence upon decisions made without any consultation of their needs by absentee managers meeting in places far distant from those where such decisions would have effects. In the 20s, more Americans than ever before in our history moved from the country to the city. The proportion of homeowners declined, tenancy increased in urban and rural areas alike, and urban mortgages skyrocketed, leaving many with nominal title to their property. The cost of urban living rose steadily as public services increased and functions once performed on the farm or in the cities by independent individuals came more than ever before to be carried on by new municipal bureaus or new public utilities. The transformation thus eroded the autonomy of the middle class by undermining hard property in the form of privately owned homes and independently owned and operated businesses and farms, and it promoted the formation of a dispossessed post-bourgeois proletariat in mass metropolitan conglomerations that themselves came under the managerial direction of municipal bureaucracies. While the new proletariat retained its middle-income status and affluence, this too was jeopardized by the economic collapse of 1929, in which, in Matthew Josephson's words, a whole great class, between 2 and 3 million American families, were being stripped of their wealth. The return of affluence in the aftermath of World War II did not restore the economic independence of the middle classes, however, since entrepreneurial firms continued to decline and the new middle classes were converted into office and professional workers within the mass structures of managerial capitalism. The decline of the entrepreneurial class can be shown in a number of ways, writes sociologist Gerhard Lenski, especially in the United States, where it is more pronounced than in other non-communist nations. In this country, entrepreneurs dropped from 11.4% of the labor force in 1870 to 6% in 1954. The 1960 census revealed still further decline. During the preceding decade, the number of self-employed proprietors in construction, manufacturing, transportation, communications, utilities, wholesale and retail trade, banking and finance, insurance and real estate, and several lesser categories declined from 2.2 to 1.7 million, or from 5.2 to 2.9% of the male labor force. During the same period, the number of salaried managers in these same industries increased from 1.6 to 2.3 million. In 1956, the number of white-collar workers in the United States, excluding the service industries, for the first time in American history exceeded the number of blue-collar workers. For them, wrote C. Wright Mills in 1951. As for wage workers, America has become a nation of employees for whom independent property is out of range. Labor markets, not control of property, determine their chances to receive income, exercise power, enjoy prestige, learn and use skills. Although the post-bourgeois proletariat eventually regained its middle-income affluence after World War II, its independence and integrity as an autonomous social class had vanished, and it was reintegrated into the homogenizing mass structures of the managerial regime as a collectivity of factory and office workers, tenants in mass residential facilities, and consumers of the managerial capitalist economy, as mass voting blocks manipulated by the political mechanisms of the managerial state, and as a mass audience disciplined by the uniform and unilateral signals of the mass organizations of culture and communication. Post-bourgeois groups retained much of the bourgeois ideology and ethic, though the skepticism, contempt, and ridicule that the managerial intellectual and verbalist class in the mass media visited upon their beliefs and values as Philistine, backward, provincial, vicious, and ignorant effectively discredited and delegitimized the bourgeois worldview, which in any case could not survive its detachment from increasingly moribund bourgeois social institutions. The dislocations of the First and Second World Wars and the mass affluence, consumption, and hedonism of the following decades also contributed to the destruction of the bourgeois ethic, and the bourgeois beliefs that persisted among post-bourgeois groups reappeared in deracinated or abstracted forms that lacked social and cultural reinforcements. What Baltzell called the urban ethnic revolution that accompanied the political phase of the emergence of the managerial elite was a major solvent of the bourgeois worldview and assisted the managerial subversion of its institutional fabric. The racial consciousness and exclusivism of the bourgeois order reflected its particularism and its reliance on the nuclear kinship group, and the Anglo-Saxon and Northern European identity of the bourgeois elite was an important dimension of its social power. Both the racial consciousness of the bourgeois order and the particularist structures on which it was based were constraints on the development of the soft managerial regime and restricted its cosmopolitan and homogenizing tendencies. Political reforms instituted by the New Deal in order to bring the nation as a whole out of the Great Depression were, at the same time, strongly supported by the members of racial and ethnic minority groups, the vast majority of whom were still to be found at the lowest levels of the economic pyramid. The economic battle to liquidate the Depression was fused with the minority battle to liquidate the heritage of slavery and the second-class status of the hyphenated American. Franklin Roosevelt became the hero, as Samuel Lubell has put it, of the heterogeneous mass of new arrivals on the urban frontier. The coalescence of the political phase of the managerial revolution with the urban ethnic revolution intensified the environmentalist premises and the cosmopolitan implications of managerial liberalism, and the managerial effort to weaken the institutions and beliefs of the bourgeois order increasingly emphasized and was expressed in terms of the attack on its racial identity and exclusiveness. The managerial state found among racial minorities an important constituency for its social engineering policies and the environmentalist, meliorist, and scientific ideology that rationalized them, and the conjunction of these managerial ideological themes with a hedonistic and cosmopolitan ethic in the messages disseminated by the managerial intelligentsia in the mass organizations of culture and communication encouraged the delegitimization of the bourgeois worldview and identity and served to replace them with the new orthodoxy of managerial liberalism. While the affluence of the 1950s disguised the erosion of bourgeois institutions and values by homogenizing the American population into what one commentator called one vast middle class, able to participate in the economy and popular culture of mass consumption and hedonistic indulgence, the characteristic social institutions of the bourgeois order, its ethic of ascetic individualism expressed in and reinforced by independent businesses, small communities, and privately owned family homes, were disappearing. In 1956, the average American family moved its residence every 4 years, and the erosion of the bonds of the bourgeois nuclear family was revealed in following decades by the rise of divorce rates, abortions, voluntary childlessness, the physical abuse of wives and children, venereal disease, and radical changes in sexual morality and sexual roles. In Lukács's words, the sense of personal authenticity and liberty, the desire for privacy, the cult of the family, permanence of residence, the durability of possessions, the sense of security, and the urbanity of the standards of civilized life, all of them bourgeois qualities, were weakening. Yet despite the fall of the bourgeois elite and the disintegration of the bourgeois order as a dominant way of life, individual bourgeois retained considerable wealth and control of economic resources, political power, and social and cultural influence, and continued to resist managerial power in political movements and ideological vehicles. In communities and areas beyond the reach of the mass economy and culture, bourgeois institutions and the bourgeois worldview often survived and remained prevalent. These bourgeois fragments and remnants were the principal obstacle to the consolidation and, later, the acceleration of the managerial regime from the 1930s through the 1960s. By the latter decade, however, their resistance was in the process of being assimilated or weakened by managerial political, economic, and cultural energies, and already the bourgeois remnant in its political efforts was closely allied with and increasingly dependent on a new social force that was acquiring a distinct and independent identity. In the late 1960s, this new force, based on the post-bourgeois proletariat and incorporating new entrepreneurial economies and technologies, began to crystallize in a political and social movement that presented the most serious challenge to the soft managerial regime in its history: the dominance of the managerial elite. While managerial groups had generally become dominant in the mass corporations by the 1920s and the mass corporations themselves were dominant in the national economy, the managerial stratum had not yet emerged as a nationally dominant elite. In order to acquire that position, managerial groups had to acquire dominance in the state and the mass organizations of culture and communication as well as in the mass economy, and their dominance in particular sectors had to be fused or integrated. Only such fusion would enable the economic, political, and cultural elites to coordinate action and ideas that reflected their interests and to establish their power over bourgeois groups. Furthermore, the managerial elites of the state, economy, and culture had to acquire a collective consciousness of their unity through a shared ideology that communicated and rationalized their common identity and interests in distinction from those of the bourgeois elite. In the early 20th century, the enlargement of the organizations of culture and communication enabled managerial elements to acquire control of these mass structures, and new intellectual, cultural, and verbalist elites emerged within them as a managerial intelligentsia that formulated and disseminated the ideological rationalization of the new regime. In the state, however, the emergence of a managerial elite and the enlargement of government functions and power were more protracted than in the economy or the mass cultural organizations because of the persistent power of bourgeois political forces and the legal and political obstacles to government expansion that the bourgeois elite had constructed. Hence, managerial attempts to control the state and use it to acquire national dominance extended throughout the early 20th century and were finally successful only when the Depression, and later the Second World War, created emergencies that allowed managerial groups to gain political power. The mass state, under managerial control, is the central institution of the managerial regime, however, and managerial groups cannot acquire dominance as an elite in its absence. It is through the fusion of state and economy that the managerial groups of each sector acquire and perform the functions that yield power, and political, administrative, and legal changes in the bourgeois state were necessary for the continuing enlargement of mass organizations and for the application of the specialized and technical skills on which managerial functions in these organizations depended. The managerial corporation requires fusion with the state in order to coordinate mass demand and to gain legally and politically secured competitive advantages against smaller and less powerful firms, as well as to overcome the social and ideological constraints on its functioning that the bourgeois order presents. The mass organizations of culture and communication and their intelligentsia also require fusion with the state for their subsidization as well as for legal protection against bourgeois censorship and for the power and status of the intelligentsia in designing, managing, and rationalizing the social engineering functions of the state. Managerial groups in the economy and the culture therefore had a strong interest in acquiring control of the state and in enlarging its size and functions, and they shared this interest with the emerging managerial bureaucracy in the state itself and with political forces that sought to acquire and retain office through the expansion of government functions and services. Managerial dominance in the state, then, did not mean merely the occupation and control of government in place of bourgeois occupation and control, but also the conversion of the bourgeois government into a managerial state. This conversion involved a revolution in the theory and practice of government that consisted in 1. The enlargement of the scale, functions, and powers of government, 2. The fusion of the state with the mass organizations of the economy and of culture and communication, 3. The performance of governmental functions by specially trained managerial elements, 4. The conversion of the bourgeois constitutional, nomocratic state to a managerial administrative, social engineering, and therapeutic teleocratic state, 5. The extension of the managerial functions of the state into economic and social processes which had hitherto been considered private and beyond the legitimate bounds of government action, and the coordination of these processes by the state, and 6. The alliance of the managerial elite of the state with non-bourgeois working and lower-class, mass, strata against bourgeois interests and institutions under the meliorist, utopian, and Caesarist formulas of managerial ideology. The control of the state by managerial forces and its conversion into an instrument of their interests and aspirations were thus clearly violative of the bourgeois theory of a limited, neutralist government and were clearly in opposition to the interests of the bourgeois elite that its political and economic ideologies rationalized. The role of the masses as a political base for the managerial state and its elite meant that the state had to detach lower and working class constituencies from the bourgeois social disciplines that secured their loyalty to bourgeois political leadership and to reintegrate them within the disciplines of managerial structures as mass producers and consumers, mass voting blocks, and a mass audience. Since the revolution of mass and scale and periodic economic crises had already detached large parts of the mass population from bourgeois institutions and had activated them in political movements, the coercive repression and control of such forces was not practicable. Manipulative rather than coercive styles of dominance thus became characteristic of the managerial state as well as of the managerial economic and cultural structures. Indeed, the architects of the managerial state anticipated that its social engineering functions eventually would replace its coercive functions. They were inclined to believe that the repressive functions of government would tend to diminish as time went on and that its positive, ameliorative functions would increase. The necessity of disciplining an already high level of mass participation and the use of mass political participation as a power base of the regime, not only in the political apparatus of the state but also in the mass economy and culture, thus encouraged the selection of Class I residues, foxes, as prevalent in the managerial elite and intensified reliance on manipulative rather than coercive disciplines. Managerial elements in government emerged from and originally were encouraged by the bourgeois elite, just as the elite also encouraged the formation of a managerial stratum in the large entrepreneurial firms that it owned and controlled. The eventual differentiation of these managerial groups from their bourgeois origin and their conflict with and displacement of the bourgeois elite were not originally apparent to most of the bourgeois elements that supported them. Thus, bourgeois interests in the late 19th century often showed no reluctance to enlarge the scope of government when it was consistent with their interests or served what they perceived as a public need. Although the classical liberalism that served as bourgeois ideology rationalized a minimal state that enforced contracts and basic criminal laws and supervised public defense and foreign relations, bourgeois practice in the 19th century often contradicted its precepts. The contradiction was due to the fact that the bourgeois order was not founded on or derived from classical liberal theory, but rather that the theory was an approximate justification of bourgeois interests and that these interests sometimes demanded that the ideology be ignored. Entrepreneurial capitalists in the 19th century often made use of their political influence to secure their economic interests in the form of tariffs, corporate and agricultural subsidies, land grants for railroads as well as for farmers and settlers, and regulation and currency legislation that benefited private economic interests. Despite the contradictions between such practices and the economic and political theory of classical liberalism, however, the uses of the state by the bourgeois elite for its own interests did not significantly enlarge the functions of government, extend its functions into social and economic processes, or create a bureaucracy for social and economic management. Yet in other respects, bourgeois support for enlarged government functions, especially at the state and local levels, helped to create elementary public structures for social and economic control. In the 1880s and 1890s, many state and municipal governments enacted legislation for the regulation of railroads, public utilities, banks, and insurance companies, as well as laws protective of the welfare of labor and of labor interests in industrial disputes. They also provided for public education and libraries, regulated housing and construction, enacted public health and sanitation codes, established public institutions for criminals, the insane and the feeble-minded, the handicapped, orphans, and paupers, and passed conservation measures. The occasion for such local expansion of public functions was the general dislocation of bourgeois society that resulted from the impact of the revolution of mass and scale. These legislative innovations occurred in a period of transition during which government officials were confronted with a multitude of new problems occasioned by the rapid industrialization and urbanization of the country. Although such reforms were not large or far-reaching, they served as a precedent for more extensive public functions in the early 20th century. After 1900, the progressive movement sought far more extensive reforms in local and state governments by measures that augmented municipal authority. Large city life, wrote George E. Murray, almost demanded a collectivist and planning point of view, and progressivist reforms were aimed at the political machines of cities and states as well as at their social and economic problems. New city charters in the first decade of the new century allowed for home rule, public ownership, and a municipal civil service and permitted experimentation with an expansion of municipal government. By 1910, over 100 major cities were using either the commission or the manager type of government. Progressivist social scientists devoted considerable thought and research to urban problems and their reforms, and progressivist political leaders and social reformers instituted changes and campaigned for further reforms at higher levels of government. These reforms were resisted by entrepreneurial forces and their political allies at state and local levels. Progressivist innovations interfered with business autonomy and operations, exposed and challenged political corruption and influence, altered political relationships, and created local managerial elites that were less dependent on bourgeois control. While the practical achievement of such reforms was limited, and traditional elites could often circumvent or adapt to them, both the successes and the frustrations of local and state reforms and their progressivist sponsors encouraged the latter to seek analogous measures at a national level. In the early 20th century, a principal vehicle for the enlargement of the federal government, the expansion of its power, and its conversion into a managerial state was the National Civic Federation, NCF, an organization founded in 1900 and representing the politically conscious corporation leaders at least until the United States entered the First World War. These corporate leaders, financial capitalists as well as early managerial executives of the mass corporations, took a positive view of labor unions, promoted federal workmen's compensation, supported public regulation of utilities, and encouraged the development of welfare capitalism by the sponsorship of social and welfare services for the labor force of the corporation. The NCF also developed proposals that were enacted in 1914 under Woodrow Wilson as the Federal Trade Commission Act, which established the principle of tripartite, business, labor, public, representatives in public affairs, and was organized in 3 nominal divisions, representing business, labor, and an undefined public. Business leaders were of central importance, but the leading trade unionists of the day were members, as were professionals, particularly corporation lawyers, political leaders, university presidents, newspaper publishers and editors, and leaders of conservative farm organizations. Under a fairly rigid public ideology of free enterprise and the denial of class interests, the corporation leaders in the Federation sought to establish an extra-political system of rationalization, conciliation, and reform based on cooperation with representatives of organized workers, farmers, academics, and reformers. The NCF thus provided a forum for the formulation of a progressivist ideology that reflected the interests of mass corporations and for the dissemination of the ideology throughout the emerging managerial, political, economic, and intellectual and cultural elites. The immediate and publicly stated objective of the reforms that the NCF advocated was to forestall the more radical political efforts of socialists and labor organizations, but its advocacy of an increased role of the state in the economy and corporate social responsibility also reflected the interests of the mass corporations against those of the smaller entrepreneurial businessmen. The latter often operated on budgets that could not afford the increased costs that unionism, corporate social services, and regulation involved. Smaller entrepreneurial business interests therefore opposed the work of the NCF and were represented principally in the National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, founded in 1895 and after 1902 a powerful force in opposition to unionism and governmental intervention in the economy. Corporate leaders of the NCF, who regarded the small business and entrepreneurial opposition to their proposals as anarchist, were instrumental in mobilizing and supporting Theodore Roosevelt's New Nationalism in the campaign of 1912. Although Woodrow Wilson espoused, under the label of the New Freedom, a different version of progressivist ideology that envisioned a Jeffersonian dissolution of colossal, centralized concentrations of economic power by federal action, in contrast to the cooperative and integrated relationship between the mass corporations and the mass state advocated by Roosevelt, Wilson's administration in fact adopted much of the New Nationalist program. Louis Brandeis, a principal source for Wilson's New Freedom ideology, adopted the New Nationalist NCF proposal for a strong federal trade commission rather than the populist and New Freedom policy of legal and fiscal constraints on economic concentration, and Brandeis persuaded Wilson to support the establishment of the FTC. From 1914, Wilson increasingly accepted almost entirely the New Nationalism solution for the regulation of business by a powerful trade commission. Wilson's general abandonment of New Freedom ideas and his turn to the New Nationalist policies was in part a political decision that reflected his concern over business opposition to his administration as a result of economic depression in 1913–14. In the spring of 1914, writes Arthur S. Link, the president embarked upon a campaign calculated to win the friendship of businessmen and bankers and to ease the tension that had existed between the administration and the business community. The accommodation of the antitrust program to the desires of the business world was the first step, along with Wilson's repeated expressions of confidence in and friendship for businessmen. Wilson climaxed his little campaign to win the friendship of the business classes by turning over control of the Federal Reserve Board, in effect, to their representatives, as if he were trying to prove the sincerity of his recent professions. The Federal Reserve Act, like the creation of the FTC in 1914, carried forward the incipient fusion of state and economy in the transitional era between bourgeois and managerial capitalism. Since the Panic of 1907, the financial and managerial leadership of the mass corporations in the NCF gave general support for proposals later to be embodied in the Federal Reserve Act of 1914 for a currency based on assets rather than government bonds, and for greater centralization of banking, and Victor Morowitz, chairman of the Atchison, Topeka and Santa Fe Railroad and an active member of the NCF, in December 1907 called for intelligent control over the credit situation through a board of leading bankers under government supervision and control. The entire banking reform movement, writes Gabriel Kolko, at all crucial stages, was centralized in the hands of a few men who for years were linked, ideologically and personally, with one another. The creation of the Federal Reserve System in 1913 allowed for the centralization of banking in New York City and the integration of financial managerial capitalism with the central government, at the expense of local, regional, and smaller banking interests. Until the passage of the Federal Reserve Act, the relative power of New York in national banking was declining, but from 1914 to 1935 it dominated American banking as it had only in the 1890s. The Federal Reserve Act coordinated, if not centralized, the banking resources of the nation to an unparalleled degree. The continual and routine decisions of New York banking, because of this situation, affected the entire banking system in a much more important fashion than ever before. The presumably decentralized nature of the system allowed the most powerful of the interlocked districts to make innumerable operational decisions for the remainder. Wilson's nomination in 1914 of Chicago banker Thomas D. Jones and of Paul M. Warburg, partner in a major Wall Street banking house, to the newly created Federal Reserve Board, allowed control of the system to pass into the hands of the corporate financial and managerial elite. Although Jones's nomination failed in the Senate, Warburg's was accepted, and the New York banker was the main influence on the board until his retirement in 1918. The fusion of state and economy was further promoted through the temporary coordination of business activities by the War Industries Board, WIB, under Bernard Baruch in World War I. The board, writes Otis L. Graham, Jr., replaced the marketplace where large industry was concerned, utilizing persuasion and mild threats to gain acceptable prices, adjustment of competing claims for scarce resources, and priorities in military contracting. What stuck with contemporaries and came down in memory was a well-coordinated mobilization under government direction with the WIB as the nerve center. The experience left an indelible imprint upon the minds of important groups. Both public managers and businessmen learned what could be achieved, in the way of rapid and full production, when the national economy was conducted as a unit and directed toward agreed ends by the agencies of government. While it is impossible to estimate the impact of war mobilization upon the thinking of the general public, we know that the experience was seminal for the American policymaking elite. For the lawyers, businessmen, economists, social workers, statisticians, engineers, and others who staffed the bustling mobilization agencies, World War I was a revelation in the advantages of an economy managed through government-business cooperation. In the early 20th century, financial capitalists, themselves members of the grand bourgeois elite and reflecting many of its values and interests in alliance with managerial elements that were emerging in the mass corporations, promoted the fusion of state and economy for their own economic and political interests. As the managerial elements displaced both entrepreneurial and financial capitalists as the major forces in the national economy, they and the mass corporations they controlled obtained the benefits of the fused economic-political apparatus, and a managerial state had already begun to emerge by the 1920s. The involvement of the state in economic and social processes previously considered autonomous required the permanent presence of professional experts within the public bureaucracy, and whatever private interests of big business were served by the fusion of state and economy. The emerging managerial bureaucracy in the state itself acquired an interest in enlarging and enhancing the scope of governmental involvement and thereby its own power and rewards. Both the financial capitalists and professional managers who promoted the early efforts at fusing state and economy largely originated in the bourgeois strata and continued to adhere to much of the bourgeois worldview. Hence, their encouragement of the expansion of the functions of the state, its fusion with the economy, and their rejection or modification of bourgeois individualism were limited and cautious, and they generally advocated their reforms in terms that appeared to be compatible with bourgeois ideology. Financial capitalists depended for their power and wealth on their legal control of the capital with which the corporations financed their operations, and as a social group they were not distinct from the entrepreneurial and bourgeois elements they came to dominate. They supported the expansion of the state and the modification of bourgeois economic and political arrangements mainly as a means to circumvent radical attacks on their power and to consolidate their own power and position. Although their actions in this regard were short-sighted and suggest an attenuated understanding of an adherence to the bourgeois order and its ideological and institutional dimensions, their fundamental interests did not conflict with bourgeois institutions and values. Managerial elements, however, depended on their own acquired technical skills and the application of these skills to the direction and operations of the mass corporations, and not on the institutions and values of the bourgeois order, and their interest in many respects involved their independence from and resistance to bourgeois constraints. Hence, despite the persistence of bourgeois beliefs among managerial elements in the mass corporations, the tendency of managerial groups in the economy was to detach themselves from and to resist bourgeois interests and beliefs, including those of the financial capitalists. The early 20th century was thus a period of transition between bourgeois and managerial capitalism in which the ideas, values, institutions, and interests of the two different elites were mixed. While bourgeois and entrepreneurial elements continued to profit from the enlargement of corporate operations and continued to rationalize them in terms of bourgeois individualism, they lost control of them to the ascendant managerial elements. While the latter continued to adhere to bourgeois beliefs, these beliefs inadequately expressed their group interests, and they gradually modified or rejected the bourgeois worldview in the development and assertion of an ideology that reflected their interests. In the absence of a catastrophic shock that would challenge managerial adherence to bourgeois beliefs, however, the managerial elite in the mass corporations continued to misconceive its identity and interests in bourgeois terms. The decade between the end of the First World War and the beginning of the Great Depression was the terminal stage of the bourgeois order. The apparent reversion to bourgeois individualism and laissez-faire policies in the business-dominated governments of the decade, despite John Lukács's description of the 1920s as the zenith of the bourgeois period in American history, disguised the erosion of the integrity of the bourgeois worldview. Thus, Herbert Hoover, Secretary of Commerce from 1921 to 1928 and President from 1929 to 1933, encapsulated the transitional character of the period. Trained as an engineer and experienced as an administrator, Hoover exhibited the specialized skills and the proficiency in applying them to the operation and control of mass organizations that distinguish the manager, though he became for many, and thought of himself as, the personification of the individualism and work ethic of the bourgeois worldview. While Hoover constantly appealed to such bourgeois values in his own articulation of his beliefs, his policies at the Commerce Department and in the White House reflected his acceptance of a partially fused political and economic apparatus. In the 1920s, innumerable industries became partly monopolistic for the first time, and the government, which had heretofore frowned upon all organized efforts to restrain trade, blessed the new order. The rugged individualist, Herbert Hoover, was the leading sponsor of these cooperative activities in the 1920s. Hoover converted the Commerce Department into an agency for the assistance of business interests through its dissemination of economic information and its support for economic and scientific research, and while he and large corporate interests were making the department virtually the greatest trade association in the world, they were also turning the Federal Trade Commission, after 1925, into a research organization to discover ways in which business managers could cooperate more successfully. The invocation of laissez-faire and bourgeois values in the 1920s by managerial business executives was thus not an accurate representation of their beliefs and practices, and the dominant structures of the mass economy directly depended on and were fused with the mass state to a far larger degree than their smaller entrepreneurial predecessors. Moreover, the rationalization of capitalism began to alter in the 1920s. The common rationalization for the priority of business interests in the decade was not principally the bourgeois moral and social codes that centered on the work ethic, deferred gratification, individual enterprise, and a limited, neutralist state, but rather the appeal to prosperity, affluence, and success and the business organizations and techniques that provided them. The business creed therefore subtly changed from an emphasis on the moralistic bourgeois value of deferred indulgence to the economic possibilities of gratification, and since corporate and collective enterprise could provide the latter, the individual ownership and control of enterprise lost much of its rationalization and ceased to be the central ideal of the economic orthodoxy. This change of emphasis reflected the emergence of mass consumption and the hedonistic ethic as the ideological justification for the mass economy, and it follows from this justification that when private interests are unable to achieve the goals of mass affluence and gratification, other, non-private agencies should do so. Despite the ascendancy and widespread acceptance of business priority and dominance in the 1920s, then, both the practice and the theory of business worked to erode further the institutions and values of the bourgeois order and to prepare for a more complete transition to a managerial regime. The decisive transition to managerial dominance occurred in the economic catastrophe of the Depression and in its political consequences in the New Deal. The economic collapse discredited bourgeois economic and political ideology on a mass level and encouraged the acceptance of ideologies that more adequately expressed managerial interests. Through the expansion of government in the New Deal, the managerial bureaucracy of the state began to fuse with the managerial elite of the mass corporations, and the latter began to differentiate itself more completely from identification with the bourgeois order and the interests of the bourgeois elite. The Depression fatally weakened the power of financial capitalists, and New Deal reforms assisted the emergence of mass corporations as distinctively managerial entities. The fusion of the state and the economy that the New Deal implemented was the central part of the managerial regime, but it was accomplished only through the alliance of the new elite with a Caesarist mass political movement that provided the political base for the expansion of the state, infused managerial ideology into the regime as its formula of legitimacy, and openly challenged the interests and worldview of the bourgeois elite. The political and ideological dimensions of the managerial revolution thus involved the participation of the managerial intelligentsia in the formulation and dissemination of its ideological rationalization and in the design and construction of its political and administrative apparatus, and the intelligentsia committed the managerial regime to a permanent adversarial relationship with bourgeois forces and institutions. Despite the strong opposition to New Deal economic reforms by business forces and the detestation of Franklin Roosevelt by the higher circles of the bourgeois elite, significant sections of American business were supportive of the expanded state and its fusion with the economy. These supportive elements were mainly concentrated at the highest levels of the corporate managerial elite, while business opposition was centered in entrepreneurial capitalists among smaller business enterprises, in major entrepreneurial business leaders such as Henry Ford and Pierre DuPont and their managerial satellites who retained a strong faith in bourgeois and entrepreneurial ideology, in specific sectors of the managerial economy that for particular reasons found their interests jeopardized by New Deal reforms, and in old-fashioned and socially conservative elements of the grand bourgeois elite who despised what they took to be the socialist and leveling direction of the New Deal. Although business support for Roosevelt's measures was weak, it eventually became the mainstream position of managerial capitalism, and the memory of the experience of business in World War I was instrumental in gaining business support for the New Deal. Healthy profits had been made during the war period when business had been closely controlled by government, and there had been a welcome degree of standardization introduced through the gentle coercion of the War Industries Board. Many businessmen were impressed with the advantages of doing business under government supervision as against competing in the chaos of the marketplace where reasonable cooperation was so unlikely. To some businessmen, the problem of overproduction could not be solved without government cartelization. Political scientist Thomas Ferguson has identified a section of American business interests that was supportive of the New Deal and the reconstruction of the bourgeois social order. This multinational bloc, favoring lower tariffs, American economic aid to Europe, and conciliation of organized labor, included capital-intensive rather than labor-intensive industries, companies such as Standard Oil of New Jersey and General Electric that depended on trade with European markets, and international banks. The corporations that composed this new bloc were in the vanguard of managerial capitalism and the construction of the managerial regime. The newer bloc included many of the largest, most rapidly growing corporations in the economy. Recognized industry leaders with the most sophisticated managements, these concerns embodied the norms of professionalism and scientific advance that in this period fired the imagination of large parts of American society. The largest of them also dominated major American foundations, which were coming to exercise major influence not only on the climate of opinion but on the specific content of American public policy. And what might be termed the multinational liberalism of the internationalists was also aided significantly by the spread of liberal Protestantism, by a newspaper stratification process that brought the free trade organ of international finance, the New York Times, to the top, by the growth of capital-intensive network radio in the dominant Eastern, internationally oriented environment, and by the rise of major news magazines. Policy experts, lawyers, and managers associated with this bloc supported and strongly influenced such New Deal reform measures as the Social Security Act, the NRA, the Wagner Act, free trade policies, and the Glass-Steagall Act. Perhaps the principal business leader who supported the New Deal and gained support for it among managerial capitalists was Gerard Swope, chairman of General Electric, whose proposal in 1931 of the Swope Plan for industrial recovery through the cartelization of the economy in partnership with the federal government anticipated the general features of the National Recovery Administration, NRA, of 1933 to 35. The legislation authorizing the NRA, administered by Hugh Johnson, who had worked in the WIB in World War I, was a clear victory for the many prominent businessmen who were backing cartelization as a solution to the nation's industrial problems. The essence of the NERA was to place dominant industrial trade associations in charge of a nationwide restructuring of the peacetime United States economy. Although the NRA was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in 1935 and its contribution to economic recovery was negligible, it served the interests of the large managerial corporations at the expense of smaller entrepreneurial firms. The larger corporations, writes William Leuchtenberg, which dominated the code authorities, used their powers to stifle competition, cut back production, and reap profits from price raising rather than business expansion. A more enduring and less visible mechanism that promoted the fusion of state and economy was the Business Council, founded in 1933 and chaired by Swope as a semi-public institution that represented the corporate managerial elite and was intended first to marry corporate expertise to federal power, and then serve as a long-range economic planning council with primary responsibility for formulating industrial recovery strategy. The Committee for Economic Development, said, founded in 1942 by the Vice-Chairman of the Business Council Paul Hoffman to develop economic policy for the post-war period and to gain support among businessmen for a cooperative relationship between government and business, was a similar mechanism, and both groups promoted the acceptance of a strong governmental role in the economy and the modification or rejection of traditional bourgeois and entrepreneurial ideology. In 1944, the SED published a statement that reflected the ideology of managerial capitalism and its view of the economic role of government. After making all the usual pious comments about freedom, small business, and marketplace competition, the SED declaration got down to cases. 3 points were made to assure federal leaders that realistic big businessmen were willing to recognize the new role of government in the key areas of collective bargaining, fiscal policy, and the provision of social welfare services, a role made necessary by the fact that the 1930s depression had demonstrated that the self-regulating competitive market of Adam Smith and the neoclassical economic tradition was a thing of the past. The statement thus implicitly acknowledged that the managerial corporation and the mass economy in which it operated were distinct from the structures and processes of bourgeois capitalism, that the mass corporation was fused with and dependent on the state, which regulated and maintained aggregate demand by its regulatory, labor, fiscal, and welfare policies, and that the policies and ideology that served the interest of the mass corporations and their elite were different from those that had served the bourgeois elite. At the same time that the corporate managerial elite was allying with the state, New Deal legislation began to curtail the continuing power of financial capitalists over the mass corporations. Bankers themselves, in addition to the financial ruin they faced in the Depression, were discredited in public opinion by their performance, and the Banking Act of 1935 marked a significant shift toward centralization of the banking system and federal control of banking. With its passage, Roosevelt completed his program of establishing government control over currency and credit. In the 1930s, the financial center of the nation shifted from Wall Street to Washington. The federal government had not only broken down the old separation of bank and state in the reserve system but had gone into the credit business itself in a wholesale fashion under the aegis of the RFC, Reconstruction Finance Corporation, the Farm Credit Administration, and the housing agencies. Legislation in 1933 and 1934 had established federal regulation of Wall Street for the first time. No longer could the New York Stock Exchange operate as a private club free of national supervision. In 1935, Congress leveled the mammoth holding company pyramids and centralized yet more authority over the banking system in the federal government. With the collapse of financial capitalist power in the Depression, the enforced separation, by the New Deal measures, of investment and banking functions, which limited the investment bankers' control of the money market and the ability of mass corporations to finance their own expansion through earnings rather than borrowing, the mass corporations and their managerial leadership became an economic social force independent from, and inherently antagonistic to, the economic organizations and system of the bourgeois elite. Corporate interests were not the only managerial forces that acquired power in the New Deal era, however. Organized labor obtained collective bargaining rights and federal recognition and assistance in the Wagner Act of 1935, and mass unions with hundreds of thousands of members developed almost immediately in 1936–37. The professional leadership and infrastructures of the unions became managerial strata themselves, fused through labor legislation and public bureaucracies with the mass state and sharing power with the managerial corporations. Most significantly, the state itself and its bureaucratic elite developed and extended their power and managerial functions throughout the economy and society. Under the New Deal, the federal government greatly extended its power over the economy. By the end of the Roosevelt years, few questioned the right of the government to pay the farmer millions in subsidies not to grow crops, to enter plants, to conduct union elections, to regulate business enterprises from utility companies to airlines, or even to compete directly with business by generating and distributing hydroelectric power. In 1936–37, Roosevelt, acting on the recommendations of the Brownlow Committee, sought the passage of legislation that would have reorganized and consolidated the executive branch under presidential control and would have allowed the use of the federal administrative apparatus for centralized social and economic management. The legislation was considerably diluted by conservative and special interest opposition in the Congress and, as enacted, created only the executive office of the president and 6 presidential assistants. While this expansion of executive administration failed to establish centralized management immediately, it created a base for the institutional enlargement of the presidency in the future. Institutional regularization of presidential power in a routinized executive bureaucracy was largely unnecessary during Roosevelt's lifetime, since his own Caesarist political style and charismatic leadership were able to overcome political opposition and to govern effectively through officials loyal to and dependent on his person. The new agencies he set up gave a spirit of excitement to Washington that the routinized old-line departments could never have achieved. The president's refusal to proceed through channels, however vexing at times to his subordinates, resulted in a competition not only among men but among ideas, and encouraged men to feel that their own beliefs might win the day. Roosevelt's personal penetration of established administrative authority was paralleled by his direct appeal to a mass political following. Roosevelt dominated the front pages of the newspapers as no other president before or since has done, and he developed the presidential press conference as a device the president manipulated, disarmingly and adroitly, to win support for his programs. It served, too, as a classroom to instruct the country in the new economics and new politics, and he was the first president to master the technique of reaching people directly over the radio. For the first time for many Americans, the federal government became an institution that was directly experienced. More than state and local governments, it came to be the government, an agency directly concerned with their welfare. It was the source of their relief payments, it taxed them directly for old age pensions, it even gave their children hot lunches in school. Franklin Roosevelt personified the state as protector. It became commonplace to say that people felt toward the president the kind of trust they would normally express for a warm and understanding father who comforted them in their grief or safeguarded them from harm. Of course, it was the economy, and not the government, that was the ultimate source of the material benefits and services that the mass state provided, and both the production and the public transfer and administration of these services were made possible by the technical and managerial skills that came to predominate in and to fuse the state and economy in this period. By projection of his charismatic image and manipulation through the mass media of communication, however, Roosevelt created the illusion of his own benevolent omnipotence and infallibility and thereby assisted in the relocation of mass loyalties from the discredited and shattered intermediary institutions of the bourgeois order to his own person and to the emerging soft managerial regime that he and his allies among the managerial elites constructed. By the end of World War II, the managerial elite had successfully displaced bourgeois elements as a nationally dominant minority and had transformed the federal government into a managerial state. The war itself brought a vast expansion of social intervention, administrative machinery for the coordination of national military and production efforts, elaborate institutions for data gathering and forecasting, the dominance of relatively specific national goals, and while much of this apparatus was dismantled at the end of the war cemented into American life the broad interventionist role for government which had emerged fully during the New Deal. And government's evolution toward enhanced social control only paralleled the evolution of corporations. The enhanced social control that mass organizations in the state and economy, as well as in culture and communications, performed was possible only because of the managerial and technical skills of the groups that operated and directed these organizations, and the enlargement of mass organizations, their fusion and interdependence, and their extension into social and economic processes hitherto regarded as autonomous and private served to enhance the power, rewards, and status of the new elite. The control and transformation of the state by managerial groups was fundamental to their acquisition of dominance. While the intellectual and verbalist classes generally supported the enlargement of the mass state and obtained power from its transformation as architects or executors of its expanded functions or as the recipients of its subsidies to the mass educational organizations that were fused with the state, corporate managerial groups also by the end of the war were increasingly supportive beneficiaries of it. During the war they learned of the unique exhilaration of public service, and saw the many potential uses of public agencies in rationalizing economic patterns and expanding production and consumption. It was an educational experience for the elites of a capitalist society, and in the end a politically moderating one. The control and transformation of the mass state by the managerial elites of the economy, organizations of culture and communication, and the state itself was made possible by their reliance on a Caesarist political movement that broke through bourgeois resistance and allied with the underclass of the bourgeois order to extend material and psychic benefits to it. Such benefits were themselves made possible by the technical and managerial skills of the elite and the functions these skills enabled them to perform. These functions were principally manipulative rather than coercive, and reliance on them tended to select into the new elite those elements of the population that were inclined toward manipulative styles of behavior. Reliance on managerial functions and mass manipulation encouraged the conversion of the minimal, neutralist, constitutionalist bourgeois state into a teleocratic instrument that pursued specific social and economic goals, established the dominance of the elites that directed it, and performed the functions by which such goals were sought. The new regime and the functions it performed were rationalized by an ideology that challenged the legitimacy of the bourgeois worldview and justified the enlargement of the state into a teleocratic agency that sought to transform the social and economic environment. To be sure, the dominance of the managerial elite was checked by persistent bourgeois power at the local and congressional levels, by the need to compromise with such power, and by the obfuscation of managerial interests and aspirations by the persistence of bourgeois habits of thought among managerial elements. Nevertheless, by exploiting the dislocations of the period from 1929 to 1945, managerial groups seized power in the state, fused it with mass economic and cultural organizations under their control, and formed a new regime that reflected and enforced its interests. The dominance of the new managerial elite would not have been possible, however, if its different components in the state, economy, and mass cultural and communicational structures had not developed a significant degree of unity among themselves by which they were able to perceive their common interests and form a collective identity that distinguished them from the bourgeois elite they had challenged and displaced. The emergence of managerial unity. The Depression, the New Deal, and the Second World War served to discredit and weaken the power of the bourgeois elite and its institutions and beliefs, and to provide an opportunity for managerial forces in the economy and the state to displace the bourgeois elite from national dominance. By allying or fusing with the emerging managerial bureaucracy of the mass state, managerial groups in the mass corporations and unions, as well as in the mass organizations of culture and communication, acquired the means to make their interests prevail over those of bourgeois and entrepreneurial forces. In the same period, the new managerial elites began to acquire a collective unity through a common consciousness of similar interests that facilitated their ability to act similarly with respect to them. Managerial unity was the result of the dissemination among managerial elements of a common ideology that communicated and rationalized their interests in a coded or disguised form, and this common ideology was managerial liberalism and the body of theoretical presuppositions on which it rested. Although managerial elements in the corporations, the state, and the mass organizations of culture and communication continued to conflict over specific policies, and though the corporate elite in particular remained skeptical or highly critical of the explicit policies of liberalism, by the end of World War II almost all managerial groups shared the unacknowledged assumptions of managerial liberal ideology and often expressed vocal support for it. The common ideology of the managerial elite not only worked to rationalize and communicate its interests but also to mute or reconcile the internal divergences of the elite over specific but comparatively minor issues. The theoretical presuppositions of managerial liberalism included an optimistic and environmentalist view of human nature that was logically connected to meliorist, cosmopolitan, relativist, and scientistic ideas. If human beings were the product of their social environment, then many if not all of the ancient evils of the human condition could be ameliorated or removed. If bourgeois interests, institutions, ideas, and values were part of the social environment, then their predominance was relative and no more absolute than alternative institutions and codes of conduct. If bourgeois institutions and codes differentiated human beings into social and economic classes, racial and sexual identities, local communities, and political and national categories that constituted an artificial and corruptive environment, then emancipation from them would consist in the rejection of such differentiations and the affirmation of a cosmopolitan identity as human beings, abstracted from artificial social and cultural categories. The new social sciences of the early 20th century expressed the theory of the role of the social environment in forming and corrupting human beings and their institutions and values, and it was through the consideration of human beings and their relationships as objects of science and through the application of science to them and their problems that emancipation and amelioration could be achieved. These explicit doctrines of liberalism were largely congruent with the dynamic and interests of mass organizations and their elites in the economy, state, and culture, and it was through the application of scientific managerial skills in such structures by their technically qualified elites that the goals of liberalism were to be realized. Although the most explicit endorsement and far-reaching understanding of the theoretical dimensions of liberalism appeared among the managerial intelligentsia, and although the aggressive political expression of liberal ideology was confined largely to activists and reformers, its theoretical underpinnings enjoyed a much broader dissemination among managerial elements that did not always immediately perceive their political implications. The presuppositions of liberalism acquired adherents because they appeared to serve the material interests and social and psychological needs of managerial as well as bourgeois elements, and only when the political implications and functions of these presuppositions became clear did the two major social forces begin to differentiate along ideological lines. The differentiation of corporate managers from traditional bourgeois businessmen and their acquisition of a distinct consciousness was present to some extent in the National Civic Federation, whose members thought of entrepreneurial capitalists who resisted government regulation as anarchists. In 1910, Charles Perkins, active in the NCF and later a strenuous exponent of the new nationalism of Theodore Roosevelt, expressed his and his colleagues' sense of a new identity and explained that the officers of the great corporation instinctively lose sight of the interest of any one individual and work for what is the broadest, most enduring interest of the many. Their situation at the commanding heights of American industrial life enabled them to view matters from the point of view of an intelligent, well-posted and fair arbiter. What this meant was that the businessman was merging into the public official. No longer controlled by the mere business view, he was more and more acting the part of the statesman. Perkins's renunciation of individualism and his advocacy of the transformation of the corporate manager into a public official reflected a differentiation of managerial interests and values from those of the bourgeois entrepreneur and an appreciation of the managerial interests of collective organization and leadership and the fusion of the economic and political orders. The role of the NCF and the new nationalism in developing a distinct corporate managerial consciousness and identity that harmonized with those of managerial groups in other sectors was intensified by the diffusion among corporate managers of the theoretical presuppositions, and sometimes the explicit doctrines, of liberal ideology through the theories of business reform that circulated in the early 20th century. The scientific management of Frederick W. Taylor, the public relations, theories and practices that underlay mass advertising, and the theory and practice of industrial sociology were closely related, in their intellectual development, to the main currents and assumptions of the progressive movement and the social sciences associated with it. While these and similar movements for the scientific improvement of business efficiency had no overt political or public goals, their acceptance by early managerial businessmen assisted the dissemination of progressivist assumptions among them and contributed to their ideological unification with other managerial groups that expressed progressivist premises and their implications more explicitly. The psychological theory that underlay public relations and mass advertising served especially to unify the corporate managerial elite with the managerial intelligentsia, and the dependence of the mass corporations on the mass organizations of culture and communication for the manipulation of mass consumption and aggregate demand served to fuse the economy and the mass culture in the emerging managerial regime. The principal vehicles by which progressivist ideas were disseminated among corporate managers were the professional structures and media that the new managerial stratum developed, the business schools, books, and professional societies and journals that expounded new theories of business management and operations. The increasing size, complexity, and technicality of business operations, which involved cost accounting, commercial law, marketing, and industrial organization as well as the scientific and technological disciplines, required specialized instruction and the development of special forums for the exploration of business problems. Professional associations of business specialists appeared in the early 20th century and published journals and sponsored conventions in which the technical problems of their new vocation were discussed. Thus, groups such as the American Accounting Association, which developed from the American Association of University Instructors in Accounting, the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, the American Association of Industrial Management, and similar organizations underwent various incarnations in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. After World War I, general managers formed their own organizations, and in 1925 the American Management Association, which quickly became the leading professional organization for top and middle management in American business corporations, was founded. Technical business education also increased, and, in the decade after 1899, business education became part of the curriculum of the nation's most prestigious colleges and universities. The appurtenances of professionalism societies, journals, university training, and specialized consultants developed in American industry, much as they had in railroading, to provide channels of communication through which managers could review and discuss similar problems and issues. And by providing communication and personal contact, they helped to give the corporate managers a sense of self-identification. By attending and participating in the same meetings, by reading and writing for the same journals, and by having attended the same type of college courses, these managers began to have a common outlook as well as common interests and concerns. Among the most influential doctrines of business reform that contained progressivist assumptions was the scientific management, developed by Frederick W. Taylor, whose book, Scientific Management, 1911, exerted a wide influence among both businessmen and progressivist reformers. Taylor consulted with General Electric and DuPont on the development of their managerial structures and lectured at the Harvard Business School. His plan for reorganizing factories and industrial production involved a reform of the environment of work for the purpose of creating a shortcut to increased production and industrial peace, and a plan for harmonizing antagonistic interests in the factory through a better use of space, time, and work. The significance of Taylorism, writes Daniel Bell, lies in its attempt to enact a social physics, and it thereby reflected the scientistic and meliorist presuppositions of progressivist thought. Taylorism was espoused by Louis Brandeis and became popular among socialists, intellectuals, and proponents of the new nationalism such as Herbert Croly and Walter Lippmann, as well as among corporate managers. Taylor's plan would place a boundary of science between corporate owners and managers. The social terms of this separation would benefit the managers and prevent the inefficient exploitation of factory labor. To Brandeis, Taylorism was simply the transfer of scientific and sociological methodologies from an abstract academic setting to the practical problems of factory management. As in science, methods of organization, classification, and experimentation could be applied to create rationalized work conditions. Scientific management demonstrated the possibilities of scientifically reordering social relations inside the factory. It was a plan which aimed to reform management and to hasten the final split between old-style laissez-faire capitalism and industrial democracy. By incorporating the environmentalism, meliorism, and scientism that characterized progressivist ideology, Taylorism assisted the differentiation of corporate managers from entrepreneurial capitalists and the unification of managerial groups as a distinct social force. For a managerial class which at the turn of the century had witnessed the erosion of its old justificatory mystique of natural rights, writes Bell, the science of administration per se provided a new foundation for its moral authority. Similarly, through the sociological environmentalism of Charles H. Cooley, first president of the American Sociological Association, the whole modern school of industrial sociology grew up in the 1930s and concentrated on showing how the primary work group was the molder of human behavior and motivation in the plant situation. It is important that this pioneering work in plant sociology, which began in the Western Electric Works at Hawthorne, near Chicago, was led by Elton Mayo and his colleagues at the Harvard Business School. The science of public relations, as it was developed and applied in the early 20th century by environmentalist psychologists, also served to disseminate progressivist assumptions throughout managerial groups in the corporations. John B. Watson's School of Behaviorism, by the end of the 1920s, was not only the most fashionable school of psychology in this country but also became the central theory of human nature upon which the great industry of advertising was being built. Faith in conditioning became the basis of social control in the new manipulative society, composed of citizen comrades in the USSR and citizen consumers in the USA. The contributions of both Watson and Mayo reflected, in Bell's words, a change in the outlook of management, parallel to that which is occurring in the culture as a whole, from authority to manipulation as a means of exercising dominion. Older modes of overt coercion are now replaced by psychological persuasion. Watson's ideas were closely connected to his hostility to the traditional arenas of socialization, example, the family, and his desire to replace them with the hedonistic disciplines of mass consumption within the framework of managerial capitalism. As historian Stuart Ewan notes, painting a sordid picture of traditional home life, one in which unscrupulous nurses were known to gratify infant wants by stroking, fondling and kissing their children. Watson contended that such nurturing was injurious to the individual and society. Infantile sensual pleasure was, he felt, bad preparation for the social reality of commercial and professional life. Undercutting the home as an institution on which the child might rely, Watson led a move toward accepting the industrial apparatus as a more proper authority. Watson also provided psychological avenues by which home life might be supplanted by the stimulation of the senses, a direction toward which business in its advertising was increasingly gravitating. Pleasure that could be achieved by the individual within the home and community was attacked and de-emphasized, as corporate enterprise formulated commoditized sensual gratification. In 1922, Watson resigned from the faculty of Johns Hopkins to serve as vice president of the advertising firm of J. Walter Thompson, where his theories could be applied on a practical and more profitable level. Just as Franklin Roosevelt's use of the presidency elicited from citizens the kind of trust they would normally express for a warm and understanding father who comforted them in their grief or safeguarded them from harm, so the mass organizations of the economy and culture sought to replicate the social functions of the family and relocate emotional and psychic attachments to the structures of the managerial regime, which would be able to manipulate human personalities through its control of the processes of socialization. To Watson, the hedonistic and cosmopolitan disciplines of mass organization were to replace bourgeois social and moral institutions, and other experts in public relations expressed similar ideas. Treating all people as mechanically identical, the ideas of Edward Bernays, a nephew of Sigmund Freud, and Ivy Lee, who together developed the science and profession of commercial public relations, were specifically related to the problems of manipulative social control. If we understand the mechanisms and motives of the group mind, wrote Bernays, is it now possible to control and regiment the masses according to our will without their knowing it? The ideas and reforms developed and advocated by Taylor, Cooley, Mayo, Watson, Bernays, and others incorporated the basic meliorist, cosmopolitan, hedonistic, and scientistic presuppositions of progressivist and managerial liberal ideology, and their dissemination among the managerial elite in the corporations through the educational and professional apparatus of corporate management served to unify it with the similar elites of other mass organizations. The formal goals and values of progressivist ideology and managerial liberalism were consistent with the collective material and political interests of managerial groups and assisted them in the rationalization of their interests, but the ideology also identified and communicated their interests in a coded or symbolic form as courses of action necessary for the amelioration of society. Ideas for the progressive reform of business involved the belief that human behavior was a product of the social environment and could be scientifically manipulated for its amelioration, specifically, for more efficient corporate operations and the more effective coordination of workers and consumers, and these ideas implied a rejection of bourgeois institutions and values as constraints on scientific and managerial manipulation. The economy of managerial capitalism, based on homogenized mass production and consumption, required the rejection of bourgeois social particularism and the ascetic individualist ethic of deferred gratification and the affirmation of cosmopolitan values and a hedonistic ethic. The control of the masses required that people, like the world they inhabited, assume the character of machinery predictable and without any aspirations towards self-determination. As the industrial machinery produced standardized goals, so did the psychology of consumerization attempt to forge a notion of the mass as practically identical in all mental and social characteristics. Emerging managerial elites in the mass state and the mass organizations of culture and communication adhered to similar ideas and shared similar interests and needs, and the diffusion of the presuppositions of managerial liberalism among them as well as the corporate elite assisted the formation of a shared consciousness and a distinct identity as a unified social force with common interests and aspirations that were antagonistic to those of the bourgeois elite. The resulting unity of managerial groups enabled them to perceive their common interests, moderated conflicts among them, and facilitated their emergence as a new and nationally dominant minority. The diffusion of progressivist ideas within the corporate elite and its reliance on these ideas and on the managerial skills that developed from them also assisted the fusion of the mass corporations with the mass cultural and communicational organizations. Universities and schools provided instruction in business administration, the social sciences, and the hard sciences, technology, and engineering that were necessary to perform managerial functions. Professional journals developed the theory and practice of such functions, and mass newspapers, periodicals, and broadcasting applied the techniques of commercial advertising by which the habits and values of mass consumption and a hedonistic ethic were inculcated, and these media themselves became dependent on the mass organizations of the economy. Nevertheless, the ideological differentiation of corporate managers was not complete, and while the diffusion of managerial ideas assisted the differentiation, the persistence of bourgeois ideas and values prevented many corporate managers from pursuing clearly the logic of their interests and ideology. Thus, corporate managers and many high bourgeois capitalists who depended on mass corporations did not follow Gerard Swope and other corporate liberals in their support of the New Deal reforms and the fusion of state and economy, and they continued to invoke the conventional ideas and values of laissez-faire, free enterprise, individualism, and the bourgeois work ethic. Cultural inertia, lack of interest on the part of businessmen in innovative ideas and their implications, and the continuing need to reassure stockholders, potential investors, customers, and the public of the conformity of corporate management to bourgeois values, goals, and codes of deportment account for much of the persistence of bourgeois and entrepreneurial themes in the minds and public expressions of corporate managers. As John Kenneth Galbraith suggests, the assertion of competitive individualism by the corporate executive, to the extent that it is still encountered, is ceremonial, traditional, or a manifestation of personal vanity and capacity for self-delusion, and the material interests of corporate managers and the mass organizations they direct demand an intense and continuous, if sometimes unconscious and protracted, antagonism toward the actual institutions and codes of bourgeois society and a gradual accommodation to the structures and ideology of the soft managerial regime and the interests of other sectors of the managerial elite. The same body of ideas that the managerial elite of the mass corporations accepted were common to other managerial groups, though generally in a more overt political form that expressed their radical anti-bourgeois implications. The activists and politicians of the progressive movement and the emerging managerial bureaucracy of the mass state in the 1930s expressed most clearly the political implications of their ideology and thus differentiated themselves from the political leadership and institutions of the bourgeois state. It is important to see, writes E. Digby Baltzell, that the New Deal's efforts to change the economic and cultural environment, largely through legislating greater equality of conditions between classes of men, were a reflection of the whole intellectual climate of opinion at the time. In almost every area of intellectual endeavor, in the theories of crime, in law, in religion, and in the arts, there was general agreement as to the sickness of the bourgeois society and the need for environmental reform. The cultural and intellectual meaning of the new ideology was articulated by the new intellectual and verbalist classes that resided in the mass organizations of culture and communication, their expanded universities and schools of the mass educational system, the mass periodicals, newspapers, and broadcasting industry, and the avant-garde journals and forums that explicitly ridiculed and criticized bourgeois codes and institutions. By 1920, at the latest, writes John Lukács, a new social phenomenon had arisen in the United States. This was the appearance of the intelligentsia, which regarded, or at least it thought that it regarded, anything bourgeois as a kind of pest, to be shunned and avoided at all verbal costs. By the 1920s, their self-conscious urbanity had developed to an extent that they would proclaim their distinctions from the rest of the middle class as sharply as possible. The enthusiasm of the intelligentsia for repudiating, embarrassing, and discrediting bourgeois institutions and values, the small town, religiosity, sexual morality, aesthetics, business practices, racial and nationalist beliefs, and political ideas contributed to the formation of tastes, values, ideas, and styles that defined anti-bourgeois forces as fashionable, a popularized version of progressive, and served to unify those who espoused fashionable tastes and styles against Philistine, repressive, and backward forces. While the intellectual and verbalist classes were merciless to bourgeois babbitt's entrepreneurial capitalism and the ascetic and productive ethic of the bourgeois order, many were far more sympathetic to the mass corporation and its new elite. Intellectuals could see a new kind of businessman emerging in reaction to the very excesses of corporate behavior. As there was now a distinction between ownership and control in business, so there were two kinds of businessmen. Collectivist intellectuals based their optimism about the corporation on their perception that the managerial function would ultimately dominate economic institutions, while the function of ownership would continue to atrophy. Management, they felt, would welcome industrial reforms, especially because this would achieve an efficient justice. Running a corporation required scientific knowledge and the application of scientific principles, qualifications which would ensure the progressive character of managers. Thus the men who actually ran the corporations could be convinced to act upon scientific premises. The hostility of the emerging managerial intelligentsia, located in and dependent on the mass organizations of culture and communication, was thus not directed at managerial elites in the corporation and state, but at the bourgeois order and its elite, and at the persistence of bourgeois ideas and values among managerial elements. The formulation of an adherence to a new progressivist worldview by the intellectuals and verbalist classes in the early 20th century, and their popularization of progressivist beliefs through their manipulation of fashion and taste, served to establish a new public orthodoxy that rejected and differentiated itself from bourgeois orthodoxy and helped to unify those managerial groups in the state, economy, and culture that displayed interests and tendencies contrary to those of the bourgeois elite and found in anti-bourgeois ideology a rationalization of their interests and a symbolic and disguised means of identifying them. Adherence to the worldview of what became managerial liberalism served also to moderate conflicts within the new elite and to solidify it in its struggle to acquire national dominance and to challenge and delegitimize the power of the bourgeois elite that it displaced. Slowly at first, but with increasing momentum in each decade after 1880, writes Baltzell. A naturalistic, urban, environmentalist, egalitarian, collectivist, and eventually democratic ethic finally undermined the Protestant, rural, hereditarian, opportunitarian, individualistic, and republican ethic which rationalized the natural right of the old stock business gentleman's rule in America between 1860 and 1929. Throughout the early decades of the 20th century, but especially in the era of the Depression, the New Deal, and World War II, managerial groups emerged as dominant in the mass organizations of the economy, the state, and culture and communication, and they gradually evolved, through the dissemination of an adherence to the ideology of managerial liberalism, a unity and a consciousness of their distinctiveness as a social force, of their common interests and of their common antagonism to the bourgeois order and its elite. By the end of World War II, managerial groups in different sectors had sufficiently integrated with each other, through the fusion of state, economy, and mass cultural organizations, and had acquired sufficient unity to establish their collective dominance on a national scale. The political reforms of the Progressive era and the New Deal, the dissemination of progressivist ideas and their theoretical presuppositions throughout managerial strata, and the concentrated political, economic, and cultural power that mass organizations and managerial skills could mobilize, especially when fused in interdependent structures, toward the pursuit of common goals were central to the acquisition of dominance and unity by the managerial elite. Having displaced the bourgeois elite from dominance, however, the new elite encountered the problem of stabilizing and consolidating its power, a problem that the death of its charismatic Caesarist leader and the ending of the war and depression made acute. The managerial elite had to adapt its dominance to the more normal conditions of peace and prosperity and to institutionalize it in forms that were independent of personalities, particular leaders, and social emergencies. The challenge of consolidation imposed upon the new elite the necessity to modify its ideological defenses and the policies and structures by which it had acquired power.